Invasion, Alliance of Nations. Book 3 of the Prepper's Son Trilogy. This is a post-apocalyptic dystopian thriller story. The 3 books of the trilogy could be best described individually as the destruction, the division, and in this book, the rebirth of the states that currently comprise of the USA. If you are coming across this trilogy for the first time, it is recommended that you start this trilogy at Book 1, already uploaded, to stay in the loop of the overall trilogy plot. The title of Book 1 is Earth's Fury, Our Last Thanksgiving. You'll find the link in the description. An original story by the author, Declan Connor. Prologue. The Rendezvous. Wan Lei, the envoy of the Chinese Communist Party in Cascadian territorial waters. Wan Lei clutched his briefcase to his chest as if it were a newborn baby. His dinghy powered along in the ocean, bouncing on the crests of waves. He was in no mood to smile, despite his mission proving to be fruitful, following his meeting with President Shoemaker of Cascadia. There was quite a swell off the Pacific coast of what used to be San Francisco. His dinghy drew up alongside of the cargo ship anchored offshore. With the craft rising, and then falling in the swell, he felt as though he had left his innards behind as the dinghy dropped suddenly, bringing bile to his throat. A crane arm swung out from the cargo ship above, the cable and harness lowering to his dinghy with enough spare to allow for the undulating body of water. One of the sailors maneuvered him into the harness, attempting to remove one of his hands from his briefcase to hold the cable. Wan Lei desisted, setting a scowl, only removing his hand quickly on his own volition to wrap his arm around the cable. With his briefcase firmly in his grip, he closed his eyes as they winched him upward, then he sensed the arms swinging him above the deck. His feet landed firmly on solid footing, sailors fussing around to get him out of the harness. He rose to his full height, unsteady on his feet, gripping a handrail with one hand, and with a firm grip on his briefcase with the other. He felt queasy. Unsteady on his feet to the motion of the craft, he turned and threw up over the side. When he turned back, Captain Zhangqi saluted him, an expected mark of respect for a civilian of high status in the Communist Party. With a tight hold on his briefcase handle, he wiped his sleeve across his mouth. "Have our returning scouts report to my cabin and to line up outside." The captain gave a brief bow to acknowledge his order. "When do we sail?" "Right away, sir. We'll be in international waters in no time for our rendezvous," he said. "I'll have our medic bring you some tablets for seasickness." The captain bowed politely once more, then turned and headed to the bridge. Clambering down below the stairway from the deck, with Wan Lei's hands sliding on the highly polished brass rail, his boots clip-clopped on the metal steps, the sound echoing in the confines of the ship. He turned along the corridor and arrived at his cabin. Settled inside, Wan Lei sat at the dresser doubling up as his desk. He put on some latex gloves, opened his briefcase, then took out a letter addressed to the president of the CCP. Turning it over, holding it with finger and thumb by the corner, he smiled. There was no official seal, simply President Shoemaker's signature where it was sealed with a lick of the president's tongue. He couldn't believe that the president had accepted the envelope he had given him. Now he had his DNA, and hopefully a fingerprint, should there ever need to be a reason to identify him. From the dresser drawer, he took out a plastic zip bag and dropped in the letter, then sealed it and placed it back in his briefcase in one of the compartments. There wasn't anything in the letter he didn't know about, having helped the president dictate the letter from his understanding of Shoemaker's request for assistance. He had been taken by surprise at how forthright President Shoemaker had been regarding the current situation, with Cascadia and Zion declaring independence. More important was the fact that Cascadia were to be governed along socialist lines. In his mind, that opened up a host of possibilities. More worrisome was that the U.S. Army had taken over the governance of the remaining states. As forthcoming as he had been, he wondered if President Shoemaker had held something back about his own situation. Especially as he'd requested specially trained bodyguards from within the Chinese army to take care of his security. One at a time, he called in the scouts who had returned to the ship. Of the 50 that had been set the task of gathering information, only 20 had made it back. Nonetheless, from their stack of notes, he had plenty to collate for him to draft a report. One thing kept repeating, and that was the actions of a group of law enforcement called the Black Jackets, run by Jocelyn Latham. It was hard to believe, but several of the reports claimed she was President Latham's daughter. There was a knock on his cabin door. "Come on in." One of the crew entered. "The sub has arrived, sir. The captain requests that you gather your belongings and follow me to the deck," he said and bowed. Gathering the scout's notes, he placed them in his briefcase. "After you," he said, and handing his suitcase to him, he followed the sailor to the deck. From the deck of the sub, a rocket fired in their direction, sending a cable over to the cargo boat. Sailors scurried around, securing the cable and attaching pulleys. The journey to the sub by Britch's boy was just as traumatic, if not scarier than the hoist to the cargo ship. This time, they'd found him some thin rope to fasten to the handle of his briefcase and tied it off at the wrists. Climbing down the ladder at the conning tower, no one greeted him, only a wall of heat after the freezing journey. It was a hive of activity. The captain had his eyes glued to the periscope viewer. Trawling out port side, someone called out to the sound of the sonar pinging and echoing around the room. "Range, 1,500 meters. "What's happening?" asked Wan Lei. "That fishing boat has shouted our cargo boat all the way to our rendezvous," said the captain, not taking his eyes from the periscope viewer. "Fire one," the captain said. No one spoke. There was an air of anticipation. The crew's eyes settled on the wall clock, sweat perspiring from their brows. The second hand on the clock face moved in tandem with the pings from the sonar. Only the radar operator concentrated on his monitor. Looking over his shoulder, Wan Lei saw the dot he assumed as the fishing boat disappear from the screen. "It's a direct hit," said the captain. He continued to look on through the periscope, probably making sure the boat had sunk to the depths. The sound of rounds firing from outside reverberated around the control cabin. No survivors. Have the gunners enter and close the hatch, then dive and set a course for home. The captain of the sub lowered the periscope. "No, wait," said Wan Lei. "Did you find our fishing fleet? Hold that order to dive." He turned to Wan Lei. "Yes, they're off the coast of Peru, close to what used to be the Galapagos Islands, but only 140 of the 200 have survived." "Was the fish processing ship one of them?" "Yes, why?" "Then I need you to radio our cargo ship to head to them before we dive. Tell the captain to set sail to locate the fishing fleet and have them set a course for them to sail to here and to provide processed fish to Oregon for distribution in Cascadia." He knew that he was taking a chance with his instruction that would prevent the fishing fleet returning home, without his president's orders. Nonetheless, he was convinced his decision would receive approval. It would act as a sweetener to cement a relationship with President Shoemaker and his president of the beloved CCP. He was sure his president would agree with him that it was a wise decision, despite his action causing some of their own people to die of starvation. In his mind it was for the greater collective good, and to ensure the survival of the fledgling Socialist Cascadia. It would be a one and only lifetime chance to have a foothold in North America. Chapter 1. Clear up. Rob Bell on his return to the bunker in Colorado. Back at the border crossing in Zion, the cleanup after the action had been left to others. Here at the farm, there was no one else to do it other than ourselves. I'd decided not to have the hostiles' bodies and limbs bulldozed into the trenches. It wasn't just that it would have caused us some hard work building new ones for our defenses. Just knowing there were bodies under our feet would have given everyone the creeps. Richardson and Jackson had all left the farm to escort Tom to the border crossing yesterday, but they were not expected back until later in the evening, having said they'd probably camp up overnight. Letting out a sigh, Jet caught my attention, digging with his paws at the last area of the trenches that had caved in. A hand appeared. Jet stood back, looking over at me and wagging his tail. Jet had proven himself useful, discovering the bodies of ones that had been buried in trenches that had caved in. Picking up my spade and digging away to recover the corpse, I was finding it hard to believe we had survived the attack when we'd estimated 90 dead hostiles. I was shocked considering their numbers, with only 30 of us outside the bunker. Despite the setbacks, our defenses had worked as planned. Especially with only 7 of our people injured, 2 of them critical, and with Peterson as our only mortality. The burial truck returned. Joseph came over and helped me to dig out the body. Jason and a crew had buried 2 loads of bodies just beyond the farm boundary. It was wasteland where I'd buried Donna and the guards from our first skirmish, at what now seemed a long time ago in the past. The last thing I wanted when this was all over, was to be haunted by the ghosts of the dead. There was no respectful way to load the body onto the truck, and taking a hold of the wrists, with Joseph holding him by the ankles, we swung the corpse to gain momentum, then hauled it onto the truck. It was the turn of the plastic bags filled with body parts. Joseph glanced at Jason in the cab and huffed. I helped Joseph load bags of body parts onto the truck when one rolled off the back, the bag splitting open, the contents spewing out. It had been bad enough putting them in there. Opening another bag, and with Joseph holding the open end to the ground, I used a spade to tease inside the limbs, a charred head, a lower leg, and someone's intestines, then Joseph tied off the bag. Leaning over, I threw up for the third time that day. With my stomach already empty, all I'd thrown up this time was bile. Joseph snatched open the driver's door to the cab. "Are you gonna sit on your ass all day and not help?" he shouted at Jason. "Keep your shirt on and get in the passenger side, then we can get this lot dumped," said Jason. Looking on as they drove away, it was looking as though nerves were getting frayed, which was understandable considering the task. Keeping my mind occupied while waiting for Jason to return with Joseph and our crew, I climbed into the cab of my excavator and started clearing out the landslides from the trenches. Jet perched himself on a pile of soil opposite, watching me work, then eventually, he put his head down and slept. Jason and his crew returned. "That's it, we're all done," said Jason. "Can we go to the gas station now? We all just want to get away from here." "Sure." "I'm feeling the same," I said, and switching off the ignition, I climbed out of my cab. Jason and I, together with 6 more of our team, set off in the direction of the gas station along the hillside. We were hoping to see if we could recover the armored vehicles the hostiles had left behind. If we could get them running, they could have been useful to have as additions to our defenses. Rosa hadn't ventured out from the bunker. She was assisting Mary with our wounded. As we approached the Strid, I stopped, hesitant at moving on. Signaling for the others to stop with my arm outstretched, I could see a discarded backpack and some litter. Jet bounded ahead, sniffing at the backpack. Following over to Jet, eyes checking the surrounding bush, I glanced down and saw the litter was a torn plastic packet. I waved across at my crew for them to join me. Jason picked up the litter and read the writing on the packaging. It says here in Spanish it's a field dressing to stem blood. We all exchanged glances. It was looking as though someone had escaped. I did a full turn but saw no one. Glancing at the bloodstains on the rock, I went down on one knee and ran my fingers over the dark blood smears. I doubt they'll still be hanging around. "The blood smeared around the rock is dry," I said, and rose to my feet. "All the same, we need to stay alert," said Jason. Forming a line, we all jumped the Strid. Jet stood there, not for jumping, and despite encouragement, he simply turned, then wandered back along the hillside, nose to the ground. Jason tapped me on the shoulder. "The sky looks clearer," said Jason. I glanced upward. There was no doubt about the skies having cleared a little, but it was still gray, albeit a lighter shade. It was now midday and with the sun at its highest, it appeared as a hazy glow for the first time in months. The temperature had risen to, at a guess, around 10 degrees from zero when we'd started our burial detail. "Look over there," Joseph called out. Snatching a look, I could see 7 dead bodies in camouflage uniforms where the river formed a dam just before the Strid as it narrowed. They were held there by a fallen tree, floating face down. "They were the ones we must have shot as they tried to jump the bridge, or climb the bank," said Jason. "There's no way we can climb down that steep bank to fish them out for burial. They'll just have to rot there." Everyone gave a shrug of the shoulders, turned, and we all moved on. We soon arrived at the gas station. All the vehicles were still there except for one, the SUV. Jason had powered on ahead, after having had more argumentative words with Joseph out of earshot, and he was already there, checking the doors of the armored vehicles, then he trotted over. "There's a pile of wet clothes and someone has stripped one of the bodies. Looks as though someone needed a change of clothes." Jason disappeared around the back of the workshop. When we all arrived at the armored vehicles, Jason ambled over, hauling oxyacetylene bottles, pulling them along on a cart with the wheels squeaking. He set them behind one of the armored vehicles, and lighting the torch, started to melt away the metal around the lock on the rear door. I walked over to the workshop. Inside, I found some canvas sheeting they must have used to cover loads from the elements on the back of a truck and trailer that the mechanic must have been working on. Give me a hand, someone. Joseph helped me to get the canvas sheeting cover from the trailer, and hauling it outside, the others helped us to cover the bodies. That's it, we're in. Anyone know how to hotwire the ignition? Asked Jason. Not that I do it for a living, but I know how, I said, and clambered on through the back door and over to the driver's seat. I soon had the wires cut, and touching them together, the engine fired up. One down, one to go, said Jason. Then we might as well take their troop transporters. I climbed out of the back, to find Jason already attacking the second armored vehicle with his torch. I walked up behind him. I'll have Rosa contact the National Guard to see to these bodies. Maybe they can find their next of kin, I said. Good idea. With the second lock defeated, I climbed inside and repeated hotwiring it, to the roar of the diesel engine and the sickly fumes from the exhaust. Both of them have their tanks half full, so that's a bonus, I said. Jason moved onto the troop transport. The guy who left the wet uniform wasn't Hispanic, said Mike, one of our guys. He was bending over the pile of clothes, and rising, he held up a driver license. Let me see, I said. I took it from him and turned it over to see the name and the photo image. Holy crap, this is unbelievable. It can't be. Everyone crowded round. Jason switched off the torch and stepped over. Let me see, he said, as I stood there open-mouthed and staring into space. Arthur J. Brogan. Is he the one you told me about in charge of the attack? The one who followed you from the gated community? I couldn't believe he'd cheated death again. He reminded me of a dog gripping a rabbit in its jaws, ragging it, and not letting go. I doubted he'd let go of coming after us again. Thinking back to Rosa's uncle making the offer for Rosa and me to go and live with him in Kentucky, I just wanted to set off back to the bunker and to get us both the hell away from there. Rob, is it him? What? Oh yeah, it's him all right, I said, ticked off that my archenemy could be still out there. Chapter 2. Radio Chatter. Rob Bell at his bunker in Colorado. Jason had left the garage in one of the armored vehicles before everyone else. By the time I arrived at the bunker, he'd already showered and changed. I'm going to take a rest in my room after I've called in at the radio room, said Jason. Don't blame you taking a rest. I'm washed up too. Stepping under the shower, the water taking away the smell of death, I was dreading telling Rosa that Brogan had survived and that we'd be better moving to Kentucky. With the water cascading over my face, I turned to thinking about the night before with Rosa in her room. I couldn't help but smile at thoughts of us making love. We talked into the early hours. Dad had been right about a web been woven around me, only not in the way he thought. Rosa was not part of it, other than she knew something I didn't. He'd seen what Rosa had seen from what I'd told him, and what I'd been blind to at the time. She had hoped we could have discussed it without her having to come right out and betray her uncle's confidence when she'd stormed off at my indifference. Rosa's uncle had confided to her in Nebraska his plans to form New Africa out of the eastern states, but he'd said nothing about General Blake's involvement to her. She'd worked out the coincidence for herself, seeing as how they had grown up together, the same as Dad had worked out. At first, she just thought it was talk, his pipe dream. That was until she heard about how the Army was making it possible for African Americans to travel east and for whites to travel in the opposite direction. It was when Blake told the governors at the meeting in Nebraska not to interfere with traffickers shipping people over the new bodies of water that had alerted her. The one thing Dad had spot on was about her blood, but she swore she'd never told him about her lineage back to the warrior queen. I left it at that, but thinking about it, I'd told him how annoyed I was that she'd teased me about the content of the book. The old dog must have been as inquisitive as I was and sneaked into her room to take a look. I'd told her about me growing up and the significance of the 8-ball and the sentimentality of old girl. She'd been right when she'd said there were no more secrets between us, and I was determined there never would be. It was early days, but I hoped and prayed we were in it for the long haul. Closing the faucet, I stepped out of the shower, then dried off and dressed in a hurry to set off to find Rosa. I caught sight of Mary as I drove along in the tunnel near the community quarters. How are the injured? They're doing fine. None of them are critical now, thank goodness. It was touch and go earlier this morning with 2 of them, but they've pulled through. Rosa has been a big help. Any idea where she might be? Everyone was settled, so I said she could go. She's in the radio room. Then better I call in and see the injured later on, after I've spoken to Rosa, especially if they're comfortable and resting. I'll ask you first before visiting them. Arriving at the radio room, Rosa was sitting on her chair at the radio. I stepped inside. Walking over to her, I placed my hands on her shoulders, then leaning over, I pecked her on the cheek. "How was your day?" I asked. A little on the scary side when two of the injured didn't look as though they'd make it through the day. Mary sure knows what she's doing, thankfully. "What's wrong?" "You look troubled," she said. I'd like to say it's nothing, but I can't. I hesitated before continuing. Brogan's escaped. I could see a mixture of surprise and then confusion in her eyes. She pulled in her chin and scrunched her brow. "But I thought you'd said it would be impossible to identify anyone from the charred remains? How can you tell?" I lifted then dropped my shoulders, not sure myself how he'd managed to evade death in the carnage out there. All I could do was to explain what we'd found. Rosa shrugged her shoulders, then swung around back to face her desk, nervously shuffling her notes. "Well, after we showed him what we can do out there, he won't be back," she said. She turned to face me. Her words had been bravado. In her eyes, I could see she was equally troubled. "We don't know that. I've been thinking. We're both witnesses to what he's done. It would be a good enough reason for him to keep trying," I said. Rosa sat back in her chair and stroked her chin, nervously wiping her finger across her lips, then she sighed and shrugged her shoulders. "There's not much we can do, except be careful when we venture out," she said. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. We'd be exposed outside the bunker. We can't live like that, always looking over our shoulders. I've been thinking. Why don't we take up your uncle's offer and move over to Kentucky? Jason could look after the farm. She swung around on her chair. "What, when all the whites are being hounded out just now? You'd be a target. We can't have that. Besides, we can't let him win. There's no way I'll have him spoil the glow I felt when we awoke this morning." She rose from her chair and put her arms around me, snuggling her head on my shoulder. "We'll get through this here together," she said. I held her with one arm and stroked my fingers through her hair. "You're right as usual. We can't let him win." "Let's forget him," I said, though I doubted it would be that easy. We shared a lingering kiss, then broke away. "What else have you been up to today?" I asked, trying to change the subject, and hopefully to hide the apprehension blasting at my brain at knowing he was somewhere out there. Rosa sat again, then swung around back to face the desk and picked up a note. "Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot," she said. "Look at this note Jason took down just before I arrived earlier." Jason said he'd been searching through the frequencies and came across this. It reads as though it's from someone transporting a prisoner from the Doomsday Bunker to that internment camp the Army had built for prisoners, 10 miles from here. You'll never guess who I think it is? I took the note and read what he'd scribbled. "Left the Doomsday Bunker 2 hours ago. Should arrive at your internment camp in 20 minutes with our prisoner." He'd spaced out the messages with a reply below. "How is he?" I read the reply. "The CIC is sulking in the back. No wonder, charged with the assassination of Riker and that security guy. We'll be waiting." I scratched at the hairs on my head. "Can't think who it is." "Go on, who do you think this refers to?" "It could refer to the Commander-in-Chief, President Latham, which could make this Riker, President Riker." "Nah, I was told the ash cloud choked the engine of Marine One by that Marine captain back at our gated community. The letters could be initials for a name. Something like Charles Ian Cummings. There'll be more than one person called Riker in the Doomsday Bunker considering how many it holds." "You could be right," she said. "The government bunker is around 35 miles as the crow flies from that new internment camp near here, so it must have been along the route when they announced they were nearing their destination. There's no doubt I'm getting signals from a greater distance away." "Yeah, I'm not surprised. The skies looked clearer while I was out," I said. She rose from her seat and took a hold of my hand. "Thinking about it, you're probably right. The initials could just stand for someone's name," said Rosa. Anyway, either way, it's not our problem. Let's go and eat. I've worked up an appetite, she said. With the sights of what we'd experienced carrying out our burial detail, I didn't have the heart to tell her I doubted I would be able to eat anything. As we stepped out of the radio room, Rosa turned to me. I've relayed a message for General Blake about the negotiations, she said. That's great. I guess we'll just have to wait for his reply and see what he says to President Abrams' offer, I said as we walked briskly along toward the communal area. Her saying that had brought a smile to my face, wishing I could be a fly on the wall when General Blake got the message. Chapter 3. Stripped of Dignity. Ex-President of the USA. James Douglas Latham at the internment camp, Colorado. Latham watched the scenery passing by on the journey to the internment camp. It looked desolate out there, with a monotonous grayness, as if the creator had used a broad brush to paint the scenes, having touched everything with a variety of different hues of despondency. Through the rear window, plumes of ash followed the vehicle in never-ending hypnotic vortexes, thrown up by the tires. The fingers of his shackled hands at the wrist trembled as he longed for a brandy to dampen his despair. Glancing through the metal grille separating him from the driver, he caught his first sight of the internment camp through the windshield. He expected it to have the appearance of a modern penitentiary. Instead, its construction drew comparisons in his mind with concentration camps he'd seen in black and white documentaries, surrounded by high wire fencing and with guard turrets constructed in wood, spaced around the perimeter. The vehicle came to a halt at wire mesh gates, topped with razor wire. A guard opened a side gate and walked over to the cab. He checked the documentation the driver presented, then opening the large gate, the vehicle passed through, only to stop at a second gate, with the gate they'd passed through closing behind them. The side door to the rear of his transport slid open. A soldier manhandled Latham to the outside, encouraging him through a side gate with digs from the butt of his rifle. He stumbled with his leg shackles restricting movement and turned. Do you know who I am? Who gives a fuck? I know who you are. In here you're prisoner 3521. Now move. Shuffling along to keep the pace the guard had set to avoid more digs, he was guided to a hut. On the door was a sign stenciled with letters that said reception. Under that, someone had written some graffiti. All hope stops here, it said. Latham thought all his hope had stopped the moment they'd cuffed him back at the Doomsday Bunker. Inside, his guard forced him to sit on a wooden chair at a desk. The receptionist, an overweight sergeant, snatched the documentation papers from the guard. Donning half-framed eyeglasses, he glanced stony-faced at Latham over the lenses, then buried his head in the documents. Stand and go through that door, he said and pointed behind him. With his shackles restricting him, the sergeant rough-handled him to haul him to his feet. Latham flinched at the explosive sound of a volley of shots. The tank of a guy followed him through to the outside, giving him a push in the back to help him on his way. As he stumbled, he looked to his left and gulped. There were 3 posts with prisoners tied to them. Their heads slumped forward, clearly dead. Blood oozed from the rips the bullets had made in their prison jumpsuits at the chest. A firing squad of soldiers huddled together, laughing and joking. They entered another hut. The sergeant handed him over to another guard. 2 guards stood with their backs to the wall, their rifles pointed down, but at the ready. The guard removed his shackles, then stood back. Strip. Latham stripped down to his boxers, then stood there, shivering. Which part of strip don't you understand, or do I have to rip them off? Latham could feel the heat rising in his cheeks as he removed his boxers, his hands covering his dignity as he rose to his full height. Bend over. Hands on the desk. Feet apart, said the guard, grinning as he put on some latex gloves in the manner of a surgeon preparing for an operation. This is ridiculous. I'm the president, for Christ's sake. Either do it, or I'll have these 2 hold you down. Latham assumed the position. His eyes moistened at the intrusion and he gritted his teeth. The ordeal over, the guard ripped off the gloves and tossed them in the wastebasket. He handed him a pile of clothes with an orange jumpsuit, his prison number visible on the pocket scribbled with a marker pen on a white label. Step through the door at the back for a shower, then you can dress. The 2 guards followed him to the outside, one of them removing his clothes from his arms. Stand over the drain, one of them said. Stood naked outside, His entire body trembled in the freezing cold, his arms wrapped around himself, his teeth chattering. As he stood over the drain, a freezing blast of water hit him from behind, turning his body numb with the instant shock of it hitting his skin. The guard walked around him, hosing him down. At last, the torture stopped, and he was ushered into another hut. "Dry off and change," said one of the guards, throwing him a towel with some force, and he grabbed at it as it hit his face. As soon as he'd rubbed himself down with the towel, he held out his hands to take hold of the clothing. Suddenly he choked as a guard threw powder over him, he assumed to kill lice. The guard smirked, holding out his clothing out of reach, then dropped the pile of clothing on the floor and stood back, just as he was about to take the clothes from him. Outraged, he felt the heat of his cheeks flaming, but thought it better to keep his rage to himself. "What happens now? Will I be shackled again?" he asked as he dressed. "We don't shackle you once you're in the prison population. You're all murderers in there, so we don't mind if you thin one another out. It's less mouths to feed." Latham swallowed hard. Escorted out of the hut along a pathway leading to a wire mesh fence, topped with rolls of razor wire, they came to a halt. Spreading out in front of him, through the mesh, he could see there were row after row of huts, with prisoners milling around outside of them. "There are no guards in there." "You'll have to look out for yourself," said the guard, then ran his finger across his neck as the other guard opened a side gate and pushed him through. "Hut 29, on the right," he called out. The mesh on the gate rattled as it closed with a metallic squeak of the hinges, and then a clunk as the key turned in the lock. He stood there momentarily, taking in the scene. Everyone in eyeshot outside the huts turned to look in his direction. They glared at him in silence. He rotated his neck. Took in a deep breath, then head held high, he marched forward. Prisoners were grouped together in segregated units outside of the huts, blacks, Hispanics, and white supremacists, judging by their shaven heads and swastika tattoos. He could see a less intimidating bunch further away. It was the getting to them that was the problem. The population inside the camp seemed to him to be a microcosm of what was now the makeup of the outside world, separated along ethnic and ideological lines for safety in numbers. Prisoners stepped out from their porches, closing in on him. He looked straight ahead, trying to ignore the taunts as he passed by, when a group of Hispanics blocked his way. Despite the cold, they had the upper part of their jumpsuits wrapped around their waists, tied off with the sleeves, wearing only t-shirts on top, displaying MS-13 tattoos all over their upper bodies, including on their shaven heads. One of them stepped right up to him, so near that he could smell his foul breath. "Look here, we have a plaything. Hope you like it up the ass, Mr. fucking President," he said, and then spat on the ground at his feet. The crowd separated in front of him, the MS-13 guy looking over his shoulder, then he melted into the rest of his gang as someone pushed their way through the throng. "Back off and show some respect, he's one of us," said a tall guy with a thick-set jaw. They all backed away as he arrived with a large contingent of men behind him, carrying a variety of wooden weapons. Most of the weapons looked like chair legs, some whittled down with sharp points. "Who are you?" Greg Warner, Mr. President." "Yes, but who are you that they've backed off?" "I'm the Commander General of the Unifiers, both in here and on the outside. We used to be a fragmented bunch of militias before the disaster. But what with the secessions, we amalgamated to form under the Unifier flag to get them back into the Union." "Do you know why I'm in here?" Latham asked. "Yes, we've heard on the grapevine through a guard. Best we walk on. Riker deserved what he got. Good riddance to Riker, we say." "My sentiments exactly, obviously," said Latham. Warner glanced at Latham as they walked on. "You've arrived just in time, sir. We're breaking out of here next week. We'll take care of your security until then, and we'll take you with us, sir." Just how they'd break out, he couldn't imagine with the security he'd seen, but it was welcome news. "How many of you are there?" Latham asked him. 70 in here, but a whole army on the outside once I get them together." Saying that, communication problems are hindering us gathering them together into a cohesive force. "It's a good thing that I encountered you," said Latham. "That's as maybe. Don't want to alarm you, but I know it will. It's taking 5 weeks from arriving here to the firing squad, so we need to be gone by then. It's not like before the disaster when you could hang on to life on death row for decades." The army don't mess about. Still, now you're here, I reckon once our soldiers on the outside know you're with us, they'll be awaiting your orders as Commander-in-Chief to restore the Union as well as to get you out of here." Latham put his hand over his mouth, stroking his nose with his index finger. As pleased as he was that his command of an army would be restored among the rebels, he wasn't foolish enough not to realize that his current situation was dire. He removed his hand from his mouth, and took a hold of Warner's arm, stopping him mid-step, then turned to him. "Where will we go?" "We'll soon be spotted in these orange jumpsuits." Warner grinned, then responded. "We have a compound not too far away, but far enough from here, with underground shelters, and with a 25-year supply of food. Some of our people are there waiting, and they'll have clothing for us and weapons. They'll not be looking for us on their own doorstep." "This is my hut," said Latham. "Not anymore. You don't want to be in there. It's full of rapists of both men and women, and with a bunch of pedophiles as neighbors. You'll stay in one of our huts." Chapter 4. Taking Stock. General Blake at President Williams' residence, Kentucky, New Africa. Blake stood by the printer as the second copy juddered slowly working its way through the machine. Finally dropping in the tray, he snatched the paper, inspecting the map he'd drawn on his computer. Taking a seat on the sofa opposite his friend, the now President Denzel Williams of New Africa, he shook his head. He handed over a copy to Williams. The map reminded him that North America still had the majority of the territory, and it worried him, despite the body of water separating New Africa from North America and the rest of the nations. "What would you estimate the population demographics are now for New Africa?" asked Blake. "Hard to say. From what I'm hearing, we're around 75% New Africans, 20% white, and 5% Hispanic. At a wild guess, I'd put our population at 30 million, but that could be way out." Blake held his chin and tapped his lip with his finger, then scraped at the stubble on his cheek. "I think the Republic of New Mexico has soaked up a good number of the surviving Hispanics from Florida and quite a few from California. Once things settle down, we'll need to do a census for our territory. I would think Cascadia and New Mexico would be around a similar population as us, with Zion at around 3 million once everyone returns from Idaho to behind their borders. If those figures are correct, that will leave North America with around 100 million, or so." Williams weaved his head from side to side, as if pondering the figures. "That makes us all vulnerable, with North America having numerical advantage. Especially once the situation settles, and the government are released from the doomsday bunker." Blake nodded. "Yeah, it's a worry. I won't be in charge of their army for much longer." "How long?" asked Williams. "I'm thinking of 6 months to give me time to make sure we have enough men and assets to defend ourselves." "Well, you know what's needed. I just wish I could read the crystal ball to know how their government will take our independence once they're let loose from the doomsday bunker." Blake unfastened his shirt collar and rubbed at the nape of his neck. "Don't think I haven't thought of that. Anyway, they don't know I'm involved here with New Africa yet, so I can control events for now, and build up our military capability. I've told them I'm meeting with you to discuss ongoing security for the migration over the bridges. What's the situation right now? Don't you worry about it for now. I've already made sure we have considerable assets in place. Let's not forget, with control of the Pennsylvania bunker, when the sky clears, we'll have control of the satellites we can launch, and the ability to operate drones, but not those satellites belonging to Space Force. They're hardly going to nuke any of us in such close proximity to their borders. Though saying that, North America only have 5% of the nuclear arsenal operational anyway." Williams blew air through his lips, creating a rasping sound. "Do you have to mention nuclear defense? The thought of it turns my stomach." Williams sighed. "You know what you're doing. I can't get my head around defense just now. I'm leaving that to you experts. We're concentrating on a new constitution. It's not going to be easy. We've set a target for 1 year, and in the meantime, martial law will prevail." Blake had little interest in how they were to govern, provided it was a democracy. His mind was consumed with what would happen to defense for the entire territory, and now it was fragmented into smaller nations. "Have you made any progress?" "Not yet, we haven't. We start next week. Saying that, we all agree to not having a right to bear arms, except for National Guard, law enforcement, and shotguns for farmers. Good luck with that. It'll take decades to remove all the weapons. Can't you have community policing with only tasers, then have separate armed response teams when needed? Guess it's something we could think about. I'll put it forward for discussion. I know it's something close to your heart. There was a tap on the door and Mrs. Williams popped her head around the doorframe. There's a courier arrived from your headquarters asking for you. Could you make him coffee, Laura? Asked Blake. Sure, send him on through to the kitchen. Stepping out into the hallway and over to the front door, he collected the dispatch from headquarters and opened the letter, taking a quick read of the content. Step inside. Go straight ahead. Mrs. Williams will have coffee for you. I'll be with you shortly. Anything interesting? Asked Williams, as Blake walked into the living room. Yeah, I've had a reply from Rosa. And? She's pulled it off with President Abram agreeing to a treaty to return territory to Idaho, with a few stipulations. She's had them to agree to an immediate prisoner swap if we agree in principle to a staged withdrawal of Idaho's National Guard from their border. I'd never even thought about prisoners. She's got a sharp mind. Blake took a seat and passed the letter to Williams. Having an agreement was one thing. It was the small print that would have to be worked out that worried him. All he could hope was that the rest of military command would agree with the terms. I'll send her a message back and then get going. My business is done here for now, said Blake. I need to get back to headquarters. I could do to meet with Rosa to discuss how the negotiations went in more detail. Williams handed back the letter, then reached over to his side table. Here, if you do see her, take a copy of one of our $20 bills we've had printed. Give it to Rosa. While you're there, you could run it by her about her acting as a figurehead for New Africa. Blake rose from his seat and took the bill from him, then walked on over to the window. Staring outside, he saw nothing of the grounds, only images in his mind's eye of the chaos back at the bridge crossings. He turned to face Williams. Sure, I'll do that. Saying that, I'll have to see how the land lies about using her as a ceremonial figurehead, he said, and put the bill in his wallet, then set off for the kitchen. At ease, you can finish your coffee. I need to get a message relayed back to Queen Rosa. Try relaying a message to this frequency, he said and wrote it on a notepad. She's in Colorado. If you can't get through, travel to this address at Bell's Farm. He scribbled the address under her frequency. What's the message, sir? He looked at the calendar on the wall and stabbed his pen at a date. I have a meeting in Colorado at Space Force Command on that date. Tell her I'll come to the farm in 7 days for a meeting in the afternoon. Have her contact our Captain Jackson and ask him to be there at the same time, and with the same crew and assets that he had with him at the Nebraska meeting. I won't spell it out what I have in mind for them until I arrive. Chapter 5. The Party. Rob Bell at the bunker. Colorado. After Rosa and I spent some time with the injured, we had our evening meal in the dining area of the common room. Although saying that, I could only pick at my meal, the image is still fresh in my mind of the corpses we'd moved. Jackson arrived back at the farm at 7 in the evening with Richardson and their crews. Jason saw to their weapons being stored in the armory, while they showered, then they joined us in the common room. Each one carried a cardboard box and set them down in a pile. Party time, said Richardson, and opening one of the boxes started to hand around cans of cherry soda, to everyone's quizzical looks. I knew what the contents really were as soon as I took one from him. Jackson laughed. Don't worry, folks. It's not what it says on the label. It's beer, said Richardson. Where did you get these? General Abram, that friend of yours. He stopped off at some smuggler friends of his just before the border. His treat, he said. I don't think we should be drinking inside the bunker. My dad. Rosa nudged me, second-guessing what I was about to say. Don't be a spoil sport. You're your own man now. After what we've been through, we could do to let our hair down. Yeah, you're right, I said, and pulling the ring, took a long swig of the beer. We pulled all the seating around in a circle and the conversation flowed. Someone changed the disc for the television from images of tropical sea fishes swimming around, then putting in a music disc, they turned up the volume. Jackson and his men moved the dining table and chairs to one side. 6 cans later and Rosa dragged me to my feet and over to the dining area. Jackson was dancing with Mary, our nurse, and before I knew it, there was a throng of people dancing, puffing out their chests, throwing their arms about and gyrating to the beat of the music. My jaw ached with smiling, lost in the fun of it all. Rosa put me to shame with her moves, but I didn't care. I was lost in the moment without a care in the world. Poor Jason was missing it all, having been rostered to keep an eye on the injured. I was surprised then when he interrupted our dancing. "What's wrong?" I asked Jason, slurring the words. "Nothing's wrong. All the injured are sleeping," so I called into the radio room. "I have a message for Rosa and Jackson from General Blake. He wants a meeting here at the bunker next week." "Did he say what it was about?" asked Rosa. "No, the message just said after lunch. He wants Jackson here with all the ones who escorted you to Nebraska." "You'd better tell Jackson then. He's due to leave here early tomorrow to take care of Peterson's burial," I said. Jason stepped over to Jackson and pulled him to one side. That was the last I saw of Jackson and Mary for the evening. Jason said they'd offered to see to the injured for him to have a drink, and then Jackson had winked. Rosa and I joined a group on the sofa, with the drink and conversation flowing. I'd not laughed as much in ages at jokes and anecdotes passing around, and I guessed it was the same for Rosa. "Come on," said Jason, "it's your turn, Rob." He'd caught me on the hop. I couldn't think of anything to say. "No, let me have time to think." "Mike, you go next. You've not told a story yet." While Mike started his story, I had a flashback to the time I went fishing with Dad in the lake nearby, shortly after Mom and my brother had died. I'd gotten all excited at Dad reeling in a catfish and tried to help him get it into the boat. It was so huge and thrashing about, the boat tilted. I tumbled over the side. Next thing I knew, Dad was in the water, grabbing a hold of me and manhandled me back into the boat. Once he'd scrambled back into the boat, we both sat there fully clothed, drenched through to the skin. The catfish and his prized fishing rod had gone. I'd expected a ton lashing. Instead, he said nothing and simply rowed us back to shore. One after the other, I had flashbacks of good times with Dad, from our hunting jaunts when he'd taught me survival skills, and him teaching me to fire a rifle, to many little things like him showing me how to whittle softwood into images of critters. My eyes started to moisten. "Rob, you okay?" asked Rosa, and taking my hand, she gave it a squeeze. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just feeling a little sentimental at recalling some good times from my childhood I'd forgotten about." Sitting there, the one thing that struck me was how little I'd known about everyone, having previously kept my distance from them. In the fun of it all, it seemed as though we were one big happy family. For all the beer I'd drunk, I could still work out that, in effect, that was what the bunker had become, a family home. It was our home, and we were a family, dependent on each other for our survival. Rosa dragged me to my feet, rescuing me from having to recount a story, and she guided me over to where only a few were left propping each other up in the dining area, with someone having changed the disc to slow music. It was a good thing someone had slowed the music down as the drink gave me 2 left feet. We smooched the night away, until with my head spinning, I could only manage one unromantic word. "Bed," I said. When I woke in the morning, we were still fully clothed, laying on top of the bedclothes. My head was thumping. When I looked at my watch, it was 7:30 in the morning. I was late. I'd arranged to meet with Jackson. Rosa stirred, stretching out her arms, and yawned. "I have to go," I said. I told Jackson I'd meet him over at the polytunnels at 7, but I've slept in. "Great. What time is it?" 7:30. "Oh, no. That early?" With her eyes still closed, she puckered her lips, offering them up for a kiss. I planted a kiss on them, then she rolled over. "I'll see you when you're back." Opening the door, I took a look out, then stepped back inside. Jackson was standing at Mary's door, their arms wrapped around each other, and sharing a kiss. Stepping back out again, I saw that he was heading for the golf cart. "Wait," I called out, and trotting over, climbed into the passenger side. "Morning," I said. "Morning," he replied, a self-satisfied smile on his face. That was all that was said until we were outside. Jason was there with Jackson's team fully loaded up with their weapons, with Jackson's weapons stacked at the side of his backpack. The guys were snickering, blowing kisses at Jackson. Okay, I get it. Come on, let's get over to the polytunnels. No need, we put Peterson's body into our transport 30 minutes ago. You said 7, one of them said, stabbing a finger on the face of his wristwatch. You always dress us down if ever we don't keep to time. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess that's it then until next week when Blake arrives, I said. Oh, wait, I nearly forgot. I fished into my pocket and took out a small black rosette that Rosa had fashioned out of silk ribbon, together with a note. Rosa asked if you'd pin this to Peterson's uniform and say the words on the note for him? Sure, I'll do that. As regards our meeting with Blake, there's a change of plan. As soon as we've buried Peterson, we're heading back. Jason was telling us Brogan has survived, so I'd feel better hanging around until Blake arrives. Richardson is staying here too to help rebuild your defenses now you have those armored vehicles. This time, he'll test the switches and detonators for the explosives to make sure they'll work. You sure that's why we're staying? One of his team said, and they all started to snicker again and making kissing noises, smacking their lips. Give it a rest, you lot, he said as he grabbed his backpack and loaded up his weapons. Well, safe journey. I'll see you later when you're back, I said, relieved that we had extra professional security with Brogan roaming free. I'll get back to the barn with the others, said Jason. They've got a new driver and they'll be here for the eggs and milk soon. Richardson and his men are down by the bridge, so I'll feel more secure this time. Great. I'll be out later to help with the trenches. When I headed down the tunnel, Jet was at my door. He looked at me as if to say, where the hell have you been all night? This is the second time I've had to sleep in the tunnel. I opened my door and let him inside. He jumped straight on the bed and curled up. I took out a bottle of headache pills and swallowed 2 of them dry. Move over, I said. 10 minutes for the tablets to work and I'll take you out for a walk. I awoke to someone tugging at me. I cracked open an eye and looked at my watch. It was gone 10:30. I can see where your affections lay, traitor, said Rosa and laughed as she patted Jet's head. Sorry, I only meant to have 10 minutes for the headache tablets to work. I'm supposed to be outside digging out the trenches. Don't worry, I've slept in too. I'm late for my broadcasts. Climbing off the side of the bed, I whistled for Jet to follow on. We walked hand in hand down to the radio room, with Jet running on ahead. Then we shared a kiss at the radio room door. Have a good day, she said. And you. Walking on, I had a spring in my step. I could only hope that nothing would turn up to spoil how good things were. But if something were to turn up, I felt as though I had the resolve to meet head on anything that could be thrown at me. Chapter 6. Reluctant Return. Arthur J. Brogan on his arrival at Fort Hood, in the Republic of New Mexico. Brogan couldn't believe his bad luck at Roberto and his team having ambushed him at the gas station near Bell's farm. He should have known better that Martinez would have an insurance policy to make sure he didn't run off. Driving along the road in Texas, passing signs pointing in the direction of Fort Hood, Roberto had given nothing away as to the destination of this new capital city they'd talked of, after they'd surprised him just as he was about to drive away to freedom. Any talk had been in Spanish with his buddies. Nearly there, said Roberto, and slowed as they passed a post with someone climbing up a ladder. The new sign the guy on the ladder had put up read, Fuerte Nuevo Mexico. Leaning against the post was the old direction sign for Fort Hood. I'm guessing that translates as Fort New Mexico. Is that the new capital city? You got that right. All traffic signs and the names of towns and cities are being renamed. 5 miles and we're there. I hope you're ready to meet Diego. Sorry, it's Presidente Ricardo Lopez Dominguez now, best not forget that when you meet him, or he ran a finger across his neck. Brogan didn't think it would matter what he called him, considering himself a dead man walking after failing his mission, not to mention losing 200 of Diego's men. Roberto laughed. Can you believe it? He said Spanish language books for schools shipped from Mexico. English is to be a second language from now on. I suggest you start learning. His last sentence had thrown him off his train of thought. He imagined he was being lulled into a false sense of security that he might live. Why bother? Yeah, why bother, I guess. Approaching their destination, ahead he could see where the highway widened to 5 lanes with the fort's security barriers growing ever nearer. Since he'd last been stationed there, the stone sign at the side of the highway had been changed. The welcome sign now read, Bienvenido, and under that, Fuerte Nuevo Mexico, then below that, República de Nuevo Mexico. Passing through security at the barrier didn't present a problem. The old water tower on stilts was still there towering over the base, newly sign written with the current city name. All that was different from when he was last there was a mass of wind generators further away. They stopped outside the old medic block, now renamed Centro Medico. Roberto climbed out of the SUV and pulled open Brogan's door. Out! Brogan stood to one side. Roberto leaned inside and dragged out the backpack from under the seat with the gold bars that Brogan had hidden there, taking him by surprise. At least you have something to show for losing 200 of his men. I found this before you arrived at the gas station. I'll assume you were not going to tell me? I didn't put it there. I wouldn't admit to that if I were you. Brogan was shocked with that last statement. It was Roberto going against his brother's interests again in not telling Martinez that he had hidden the gold there and likely wasn't going to tell anyone. Thinking that, he stored what he'd said to memory for if he could use it in the future to his advantage. Roberto was a strange beast, he thought. He thought about offering the gold as a bribe to let him go, but he knew Roberto would likely have taken it anyway. The only other leverage he thought that he'd had on the journey back to New Mexico was knowing that Roberto had gone against orders, pretending to have killed Rob and Rosa. But even that would have not been any good using it as leverage for Roberto to let him escape so he could get back to the garage for the remainder of the gold they'd stolen in the back of the box van. He'd likely have slit his throat rather than his half-brother find out. Still, it added ammunition for him to use in the future if needed. Thinking that, he decided it would be a useful revelation to use to save his skin at his meeting with Martinez. He could blame Roberto for his mission failing after he'd found out Rob was still alive. Where are we going now? Inside, he said and opened the medical block door. Brogan limped inside, feeling a little more than bemused. Roberto walked over to the guy at reception and had words. An orderly walked down the corridor with a wheelchair. Get on it, said Roberto. They're going to take a look at those wounds of yours. The whole situation just didn't feel right. He wondered why they would want to mend him if they were to kill him. Assisted onto a gurney in a side room, the orderly helped him to strip, then passed him a gown. A doctor entered. Looking at his arm wound, he nodded, then smacked his lips. Looks good. Taking a look at his leg wound, he sucked air through his teeth. This is not so good, it's infected. How did it happen? Grenade fragment. Take him to X-ray. We'll see if the shrapnel is still in there. Before then, I'll have a nurse get you some antibiotics and get you showered in the wet room. It looks nasty. Maybe they'll amputate it with a little luck, said Roberto, standing at the bottom of the bed and grinning. With the shower and the X-ray over, the doctor visited him. The shrapnel is in there, but it's not doing any harm. As soon as the infection clears up, we'll take it out and stitch you up. He wondered if this were all part of a psychological game Roberto was playing, something more akin to what his stepbrother would do as he was helped out of the bed and into the wheelchair. Still wearing his gown, he managed to get onto the passenger seat on his own, and with Roberto in his seat, they drove on. Where to now? My quarters. I'm to get you ready for your audience with El Presidente. Brogan's Adam's apple took a leap. Arriving and ushered inside Roberto's quarters, he handed him a change of clothes. Get suited and booted. He's expecting you. Your meeting with him won't take long. It'll be short-lived, he said and chuckled. In his mind, it seemed to him that he was taking the piss out of his situation by sending him to be slaughtered in his Sunday best. He thought that it would give him great pleasure to have Roberto join him, once he told Martinez how disloyal he'd been. As soon as he was dressed, they drove over to his old general's office. Lined up outside the office were men in suits, mainly whites with Texan accents. Who are these people? Mostly industrialists reporting on progress. You could say they're Diego's oligarchs. It was either fall into line, or they'd have ended up sweeping the streets for a living, having lost all their wealth. Follow me, he said, carrying the backpack with the gold on his back. They walked to the head of the line. Roberto knocked on the door and entered. "Wait here. Don't think of trying to walk out. You wouldn't get past the barriers." Brogan noticed someone else in the room with him. Roberto stepped outside. "You're to go in right away." "Senor Brogan," said Martinez. "Pleased to see you back. Take a side seat over there while I finish my meeting with Mr. Begay." The gold bars were on his desk. Martinez was dressed for his new status, except for his brightly patterned tie. His guest had the appearance of a Native American. "Now, where were we?" asked Martinez. "I was saying that my people are complaining about the toxic runoff from the refinery tanks getting into the water supply. They're up in arms, protesting. There's a movement started up, I'm told, to sabotage the refining tanks. Someone called Ahiga is organizing the rebellion if we have the intelligence correct." "Well, you have the answer. Your refinery is still not working. Have all your pump jacks and the oil refinery in private hands assigned to the state. Once the documentation is signed, I'll have wind turbines installed to get them operating, and we'll work out a royalty payment to the owners. As for this Ahiga, have your police deal with him, or I will." "But?" He showed Begay his palms. "I want no buts. Just do it." He reached into his drawer and fished out an envelope, tossing it over to Begay. "It's what you get paid for, isn't it? That'll be all." With Begay out of the room, he beckoned Brogan to take the vacated seat with the sway of his hand. As he sat, Martinez slapped the gold bars, then tapped away on a calculator. 400 ounces per bar of gold at $3,000 per ounce just now. That puts your haul for the bars at $7,200,000. That's cost me $36,000 per man. I can live with that. There are more men where they came from. You've done good." Brogan wondered where the catch was. He was left speechless. "Thanks," was all he could muster. "It is what it is, at least you tried. Anyway, I have a position for you and some tasks to placate the damn Texans. You're the new governor of eastern New Mexico. It's an appointment, so no need for an election, but you have to prove yourself first. Go back out to Roberto and he'll fill you in. We'll talk later." Brogan rose from his seat, wondering just what sort of crap he was talking about, and headed outside, stunned at how the meeting went. He thought there had to be a catch. Roberto was waiting, now joined by Giant. They headed outside and climbed into his SUV, then drove over to the jailhouse. Inside, he was led to a cell. Roberto pulled his combat knife from its sheath and pointed it at him. Roberto narrowed his eyes, shaking the point of his blade close to his eyes. Brogan braced himself, curling his fists into a ball. A wave of pinpricks surged through his body. It was looking as though the game had played out, when suddenly Roberto flicked the knife around and handed him the handle and grinned. If Brogan was stunned when he left the meeting with Martinez, and still breathing, he was now even more confused. "The governor of Texas is inside. You're to kill him if you want to take his place," said Roberto. He had a good idea of his fate if he didn't carry it out. Brogan nodded. He put one arm behind his back holding the knife. Giant unlocked the door. Roberto now had his cell phone out, a red light glowing. Brogan held out his hand to the governor. As the governor reached out to reciprocate and join him in a handshake, Brogan pulled him close, then dug the blade under his ribcage in an upward motion to strike at his heart, partially withdrawing the blade, then thrusting it once more with such force, he almost lifted the governor from his feet. A last thrust and he held it there. The governor stared at him, almost nose to nose, wide-eyed. As he withdrew the blade, a single trickle of blood escaped his lips, then he collapsed, blood spitting from his mouth as he choked, then he passed away with a last rasping breath. "Congratulations," said Giant. "Try and walk away and this video will follow you to law enforcement wherever you try to hide." Chapter 7. The Visitor. Rob Bell at the bunker, Colorado. Having reset the explosives in the trenches, Richardson set a small explosive to test the detonators. Fire in the hole. We all ducked under cover in our trench. It was only a small explosion, but the sound carried, echoing around the mountains. It must have been a batch of faulty detonators we used before, said Richardson. I climbed out of the trench and into the cab of my excavator, then drove to the bridge. Jason had marked out the areas for me to dig out holes either side of the road to the bridge, with downward slopes for the armored vehicles to drive into. It wouldn't give the machine gunner cover, other than the armored shields, but it would protect the vehicles. With the vehicles in situ, I helped Jason unwinding rolls of razor wire along the banking to deter anyone crossing the river. Once finished, we seemed to have covered our weak spots and I shared high fives with our team. That's all we can do for now. I'll get my excavator back inside the bunker. When I arrived at the radio room, Rosa had finished her broadcast. She was thumbing through the books on the library shelves. "I've found Jet's breed," said Rosa. "Here, take a look." "Belgian Malinois," I said and read through the description. There was no doubt some of the photos had images with dogs having the same black shiny short-haired coat, and his ears were upright and pointed, the same as in the photos. It was his enormous head in proportion to his muscular body that didn't seem to fit with the images. The description of temperament was however spot on. A favorite breed of police and the military, for them to train primarily as attack or sniffer dogs, it said. I was surprised therefore when I read on, and it said they were extremely loyal, and they made excellent family dogs, unlike pit bulls. The radio crackled to life. "MCB to Queen Rosa. We're 10 minutes away, over." "Roger that, out," said Rosa. She turned to me. "Blake is here in his mobile command base vehicle. Let's go to the bridge to greet him." We took the golf cart down the tunnel, then headed outside on foot. I called Jason from the barn and told him Blake had arrived. We jumped into his golf cart and drove to the bridge. The convoy arrived, 2 camouflage-painted armored cars at the front, and 2 at the back of the biggest RV I'd ever seen, similarly camouflaged with shades of gray, black, and white. It was some mobile command base, bristling with discs and antennas on the roof, for all the good they were. Pulling over at the bridge, I noticed that Jackson manned the machine gun in one armored car and the dugout, Richardson in the other. The armored vehicles at the front drove on a little and the RV turned toward us, then stopped at the river. Then his escort backed in behind his RV. Blake was in the passenger seat and waved as I hit the button to lower the bridge. Once he'd driven over the bridge, Blake climbed out of his transport. He turned to his adjutant. "Have Jackson and Richardson come to the bunker with us. Tell them to leave their men on patrol." Walking to the bunker, Blake was impressed with the defenses. We told him about the escapade with Brogan in Zion and here at the bunker. Once inside, we gave him a tour, then settled around the dining table. He opened his briefcase. "How many of you are there?" he asked Jackson. "We're 8 here, but we have 39 on standby covering our perimeter 3 miles out. They're in radio range if you want them here." "No, I don't need them here, they can stay on patrol." Blake pulled out 8 small booklets from his briefcase that would fit into a pocket. Dark blue, they had National Bank embossed in gold on the front. Blake placed them on the table in front of Jackson. "What are these for?" asked Jackson. "These are bank passbooks with $1,000 credit in each. Every town now has a bank branch, but there's nowhere to spend it just yet, except for people setting up trestles in the streets to sell whatever. Saying that, shops will be opening soon with produce from our biofarming. Every month you'll be credited with $1,000. Write your names and social security number in the front and have your Army ID ready for if ever you need cash. That's not much. All our pay grades are higher than that." Blake raised an eyebrow. "Think yourself lucky, it's $600 for the rest of the population." "Could I have a look?" asked Rosa. "Sure," said Blake, and he handed a passbook over. Rob looked over her shoulder as she flicked the pages. "Will everyone get one?" she asked. "Eventually. For now, they're for service personnel and law enforcement, but we hope to issue them to everyone for when the food stores open." "So, are we coming back north?" asked Jackson. "No, you're to provide security for Rosa wherever she has to travel, and at the bunker here, 24/7. I'll have passbooks sent here for the others. These are hot off the press. I don't have that many with me. That'll be all, dismissed. I'll talk to you both later." I'd never felt so relieved. The new situation took away all the fear I'd had of Brogan returning. Now we had permanent security. Blake turned to me. I need a word with Rosa alone. Rosa shook her head. Sorry, anything you have to say, you can speak in front of Rob, or I'd tell him anyway. By his expression, he didn't look pleased, but she'd left him no option, other than to say nothing, or to come right out with what he had to say. He chose the latter and leaned forward. Okay, first of all, thanks for negotiating with President Abram. Job well done. I have a document here signed by all of military command agreeing to their terms. But there's a problem that I foresee before I ask you to get it to him for his signature. He looked uncomfortable, shuffling on his seat, an air of vulnerability surrounded him. What's the problem? Asked Rosa. I'll come to that later. First things first. He took out his wallet, then after delving inside, passed a bill to Rosa. I had a visit with your uncle. He sent you this, he said, and passed it over the table. Rosa took a hold of it, her jaw gaping, and turned it over. How come I'm on here with my uncle? It has him as president of the Republic of New Africa? Wait. She turned to me. You took this photo. I thought we had no secrets. She rose from her chair, walking round in a circle, repeatedly turning over the bill. My cheeks felt as though they were on fire. Sorry, I thought it was meant to be for the Eastern States dollar before they declared independence. It was meant to be a surprise, I said, my cheeks flushed. Surprise doesn't cover it, she said and walked back to the table. My uncle is president of New Africa. I thought he was all talk. What the hell? It's only a proof copy. Please, sit down, and I'll explain, but first we need to discuss this problem. So, what's this problem? I asked him. In 6 months from now, I'll be recommending the government take back control now that President Latham has been impeached, with Defense Secretary Johnson taking over as president. All our plans are bearing fruit to get things stable. Rosa and I shared knowing glances. So, is it true he's been arrested for the assassination of President Riker and someone in security? I asked. Blake pushed back on his chair. How did you know that? Never mind. Yes, he's awaiting judgment by military tribunal. So how does that affect the situation of the treaty with Zion and you handing back control? I asked. This is where I'm hoping Rosa will help out. You see, we need immunity from treason for all of military command. We also need them to sign off on the treaty with Zion, or they may discount it and invade once they're in control. So, what are you saying? I asked. Rosa interjected. Wait, don't reply, said Rosa. She stood up from her chair and paced around once more, then walked back to the table. She put both her hands on the table to take her weight and leaned forward, then locked eyes with Blake. I'm not stupid. You're wanting immunity for yourself above all, I take it? I'm guessing then you'll hightail it to New Africa to run their armed forces for my uncle. Am I right? Shocked at her forthrightness, I closed my eyes and rubbed at them with my fingers. Let's just say, we need an independent negotiator. If you're up for it, that is? I'd need to talk with Rob before deciding, said Rosa. Just think on, you now have a permanent armed escort, and the Doomsday Bunker is less than a day's journey from here. I rose from my chair and stepped away from the table with Rosa. She faced me, hands on hips, her lips tight, then she took in a deep breath. He didn't admit he was in cahoots with my uncle. It's so obvious, she said. She was right. This wasn't the same Blake who commanded the meeting in Nebraska. He was there at the table with his cap in hand, groveling. It was hard to take in what we were being asked to do. We were being thrown in the deep end of politics and I wasn't sure I wanted to be part of it. Yet again, I found myself intrigued by the whole notion. Especially with how Rosa had handled President Abram. I reasoned that after the situation with Brogan, it would give the both of us a sense of purpose, not that Rosa needed another reason to get out of bed. I made my decision. The decision is yours. The way you handled Abram, I believe in you, wholeheartedly. It's up to you. No, it's up to both of us. So, what shall we tell him? I'm okay with it. We'll have an armed escort like he said. I can't see us coming to any harm. Their bunker isn't that far away from here. He said less than a day's journey and he's right. It'll only take 2 hours at most. Rosa turned to me. Thanks for your trust in me. I know it isn't your thing. Trust me, it'll be fun. Back at the table, before either of us had a chance to speak, Blake rose from his chair. Before you answer, I have someone on the inside at the Doomsday Bunker. Johnson has convinced the others in his party to accept secession as a way of ridding themselves of the political division and racist tension that existed before the disaster, so it won't all be uphill. They won't know that you know that, so don't let on. I'll also give you a code to identify yourself with my contact. He can tell you exactly what they are planning. Don't worry, we've already decided. We'll give it a try, I said. Great, I'll send a courier to the Doomsday Bunker and make arrangements, but I'll only tell them it's about restoring governance. There's something else I wanted to run by you that I discussed with your uncle, but I'll save it for now. Don't want to push my luck. No, go ahead. Ask away, said Rosa. No, really, I'll save it for when you return. Chapter 8. Breakout. Douglas Latham. At the internment camp in Colorado. 2 o'clock in the morning, and it was time to go. Latham had walked the area planned for the escape with the Commander-General of the Unifier's faction so many times, he knew the terrain outside the 2 wire fences like the back of his hand. If he thought he was hard right-wing, Warner could match him every step of the way from the lengthy conversations they'd had. The door to their hut opened. Warner had returned from making sure that the others were at the ready in their huts and gave the thumbs-up sign. Latham watched him walk around the beds, shaking the ones who were dressed ready, but sleeping. As excited as he was at the prospect of escaping, having him think back to his days as a platoon captain on missions, he knew he wasn't in the best of shape at his age. The only consolation was that he'd dried out, with the demons in his head stopping whispering their calling to see the bottom of a brandy glass. Warner had told the blacks and the Hispanics they were due to go at 4 in the morning. He could have not told them anything, but he wanted them to be half ready and caught on the hop for when they escaped earlier. If the plan worked, they'd be caught unawares with the sound of the planned explosions, and follow on, but only when the camp guards were alerted. It was hoped that would give them a rear guard as the other prisoners fought with the guards, so he could slip away with the other Unifiers. At least that was the plan, he thought. If it went wrong, he figured that at least any bullet in his back would be unexpected, unlike standing blindfolded, waiting for the sergeant's command for the firing squad to put an end to his life. There and then, attempting to escape seemed the better option. It was only 20 yards from the inner fence to the outer one, but as he looked through the window, the distance seemed to widen and sweat perspired on his brow. More than anything, it was the 2 guard towers with searchlights that concerned him, spaced out 100 yards apart from where they'd planned to exit. The space between the towers seemed to shrink in distance. He stood back from the window as 2 guards ambled between the fences in no man's land on patrol. Everyone was lined up to the door, ready to go. Warner checked his watch that had been given him by an insider who was their contact with the outside world. Latham was grabbed by his arm and pulled to the front of the line by Warner. There were 2 sudden explosions, and they were out of the door, running. The guard towers had toppled over and were in flames. There was no need for the searchlights, with the whole area lit up from the inferno. The 2 guards on patrol shouldered their rifles, only to be cut down by sniper fire. An armored vehicle crashed through the outer fencing, then the inner fencing. It stopped, 2 men jumping from the back door and attaching a chain to the razor wire. Driving forward, it ripped away the barbs, and then it turned as they all ran by. The outer fencing had sprung up a few feet off the ground, slowing everyone down, when the armored vehicle returned. A chunk of razor wire had been cut to make a passage. Men clambered on the fence to force it down, then the armored vehicle drove onto the mesh and stopped to keep it that way, the gunner in the turret facing the opposite way toward the camp to give them cover. The camp guards had been alerted as rounds exploded with bullets flying overhead. The man in front of him threw his arms into the air, then fell face down, his back riddled with bullets. Latham tripped on the mesh fencing. 2 arms gripped him under his armpits, pushing him over the fence. To the sound of machine gun fire, the armored vehicle drove past them, flames discharging from the barrel in the direction of the camp. The outline of the expected troop transporters headed towards them from the tree line, then turned and stopped. The canvas parted, with hands grasping the escapers to give them a lift inside. Latham grasped a hand when Warner pushed his backside to get him up and into the transport. Latham's lungs were burning. He felt tightness in his chest and gave a silent prayer that if there was a God, to let him live and not die of a heart attack. As Warner climbed inside, over his shoulder, Latham saw a mass of other prisoners, probably the blacks and the Hispanics, attempting to escape. Some made it, but others were mown down. From what Warner had told him, the ones who made it on foot would be prime targets for the guards to round up, keeping them occupied while their team put some miles between them and the camp. All went dark as the canvas dropped and the vehicles sped away. Finally, he recovered some normalcy with his breathing and the pains in his chest subsided. Two of the soldiers in uniform who had helped them inside switched on a flashlight, pried open a large wooden box, then handed out automatic rifles and a mag each. Thrown about in the back of the transport as they sped over the rough terrain, there was a sudden bump, lifting everyone from their seats. After that experience, they must have hit a road as the ride smoothed out. That was when everyone started to laugh. Everyone, that is, apart from Latham. He parted the canvas to see the other troop transports following, still with their lights out. It would be time to laugh if they reached their destination, he thought. They'd maybe covered 10 miles, when they were lifted from their seats again. Parting the canvas, he saw that they were driving along a narrow rutted trail, with dense forest either side of them. Maybe 5 miles further on, with his innards shaking like jello, they came to a halt. Greeted by two men wearing civilian clothes, he was helped down from the transport. "Where are we?" he asked Warner. "Let's just say, we're still in Colorado and free, shall we?" They were in a forest clearing, with 3 barns, but the whole area above them was covered in camouflage netting tied to trees. It was a hive of activity as the ones who had already exited the transport were forming a line outside the nearest barn. Others returning from inside the barn were now changed into civilian clothing, and then dumped their prison overalls in a huge hole at the side of an excavator. Some of those exiting the transport were injured, and they were taken to a barn furthest away. Warner guided him to the front of the line. Inside were clothes set out in piles along tables, with the sizes marked on carts. Over at the far side was a curtain where they could change out of the horrendous prison overalls. Exiting the barn, the troop transports were being driven into the other barns. "So, where will we be staying?" "We have an area of 5 miles in the forest that we own, with accommodations spread throughout, along with bunkers for if needs be. Most of our men will be in tents, but we have somewhere more comfortable for us to stay." "Aren't you worried people will stray into the forest and find us?" Warner looked at him, narrowing his eyes. "It would be their misfortune. We have signs marking our territory pinned to trees at regular intervals, with skulls and crossbones, and a warning to keep out, saying trespassers will be shot." "That's a good bluff." Warner raised his eyebrows. "Oh, it's not a threat, it's a promise. Our sentries would see to that." As they followed a trail, they passed any number of log cabins, and every now and then entrances to bunkers, all under camouflage netting tied to trees. Concealment under netting wasn't needed for the tents, which were made from the same patterned material as the netting. "We're here," said Warner. Latham had to look twice to see the cabin draped in netting. "You're not taking any chances of being seen from above," said Latham. "Yeah, it's not necessary just now, but the skies seem to be clearing, so it's best to be screened from above for if they can have birds in the sky." "Makes sense." As they stepped through the cabin door, he was surprised to be met by another occupant. Spread around the room, oil lamps were flickering. Everything looked basic, as if they were back in the pioneer days. "We have to share, I'm afraid, but at least our bedrooms are separate. This is Edward Grendel, but we use Ted for short. This is President Latham." Grendel rose quickly from his rocking chair, smoothing down his pants, then held out his hand. His gnarled fingers, showing soiled cuts, displayed that he was used to hard work. "Sorry, Mr. President, I didn't recognize you with the beard, even though we were expecting you." They shook hands. "Please take a seat in the armchair to rest." "The experience of escaping must have been quite an event," he said. "Yeah, it was quite an experience," Latham replied. Warner took a seat next to Grendel. "Sorry, Mr. President, but if you don't mind, I need Ted to update me on events." "No, you go ahead." He glanced at a wall rack, holding a bottle of rum and a bottle of brandy. It was all he could do not to ask for a glass of brandy to settle his nerves as he fought with the returning demons, setting that against knowing that having been imprisoned, he needed to keep a level head from now onward. We've had word back from Idaho that the mission to get into Zion through the back door failed. Spies likely infiltrated the mission. It was a massacre according to one of us who escaped. Most were killed in an ambush and the rest taken prisoner before they even got to the border. Damn it, that's because I wasn't there to take charge. What else is new? Asked Warner. Latham was taking it all in. It didn't bode well that the militia would rely on Warner holding their hand at every incursion to get a victory. He didn't think they could have much in the way of a command structure of seasoned army personnel. Our scouts reported a hell of a battle 10 miles from here over the mountains. Whoever it was, they put up one hell of a defense at their farm considering they were vastly outnumbered. They have a bunker in the mountains. Our men saw them through their binoculars retreat and sighed after they'd whooped their attackers' asses. Our scout thinks it's Queen Rosa's base. Normally her messages are relayed, but after the attack, our scouts picked up a strong signal when she sent out a message. They have a massive antenna on the mountain top. Interesting. I wish we had her means of communicating instead of us having to send out couriers. What's all this about Queen Rosa? Asked Latham. Don't tell me there are many monarchies cropping up in addition to the secessions. No, nothing like that. It's just a survivalist's radio handle, said Warner. Latham shrugged as Ted continued. Anyway, I've told everyone to give the area a wide berth. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we could pay them a visit. We're always on the lookout for recruits for the cause, said Warner. Chapter 9. Hidden Scouts. Rob Bell at the bunker, Colorado. In the early hours, there was a knock on the bedroom door. I flicked on the sidelight. Rosa rolled over, cracking open one eye. Who is it at this time? She said, picking up her wristwatch from the nightstand, then squinted her eyes to try and focus on the time. Oh, God. It's only 5:50. Throwing the bed cover to one side, I threw my legs over the side of the bed, then rising, I stepped over to the door. One of Richardson's men was standing there when I opened the door. Jet, who now slept outside our door, he sneaked past me and jumped into the space I'd left on the bed. Sorry to disturb you, but we're picking up lots of chatter on the radio. We didn't want to wake you earlier. There's been a mass breakout with military precision at the internment camp 10 miles from here earlier in the night. Alarm bells rang in Rob's head right away. Knowing Latham was there, he wondered if a faction from the army had rebelled to rescue him. Are they heading in our direction? Do we know how many escaped? We don't know where they are headed. They're saying 70 of the Unifiers escaped with transport, along with President Latham. Holy crap. So, he's with the Unifiers now. Looks like it. They managed to take out 5 of the Unifiers, but Latham wasn't among them. They're rounding some others up that escaped on foot. I thought it best to tell you. Jackson's having us double up the patrols and shrinking our perimeter to a mile out, so we need some of your people out there in the defenses to take our places. Right. I'll get that arranged. It was such a relief to know we had contact by radio with our patrols. Without the radio room now manned 24 hours having the soldiers there, we wouldn't have found out about the escape so soon. At least we were forewarned. Have they any hint at all which direction they're heading? They've notified National Guard roadblocks. They could be out of state by now, there are that many side roads. Sorry, Rosa. I'll have to go and rouse the others to man our defenses. Be careful. I will, I said and quickly dress. Jet, get down from there. We have work to do. His ears perked up and he followed me to the radio room, calling at Jason's room on the way to have him gather together a team of 15 of our community to man defenses. When we arrived, General Blake was in there. I'm just leaving for headquarters, he said. These damned Unifiers are posing a big problem. The difficulty is identifying them. They don't exactly step forward with the name Unifier branded on their foreheads. It's something I'll have to deal with when they carry out the prisoner exchange with Zion, or they just return to creating havoc with no chance of us fulfilling our side of the treaty. Are you not worried you'll bump into the ones that have escaped? I asked Blake. No, they avoid conflict with us normally. Breaking out of the internment camp is a first. They were rounded up after massacring secessionists' families at the northern border of Zion with Idaho. No doubt the National Guard will round them up. This time, I'll give them orders to secure Latham in solitary. He stepped over to the door. "Safe journey," I said. He turned at the door. "By the way, tell Rosa that when I arrive at headquarters, I'll send a courier to the Doomsday Bunker, so we'll see what they say. I'll give them her brief background. Their intelligence committee will know who she is from intercepting her relayed messages before we cut their communications. They'll know from her broadcasts that she's not a political activist and a suitable impartial negotiator. You're in safe hands here with Jackson and Richardson's men. Good luck." Calling in at the armory after letting him out of the bunker, I dressed in combat gear and weaponed up. Richardson was there with 3 of his men. "We're going out on patrol if you want to join us?" "Sure. I'll get a length of rope to keep Jed in tow, so he doesn't go wandering off." It was an arduous climb up the mountains. The higher the climb, the more the wind swirled as we left the vegetation behind at the altitude we had reached. It was the one area not having any defenses other than patrols. The skies were definitely clearing. There were now cloud formations visible, as dark as they were, probably holding tons of rainwater ready to pour in a deluge. The comms crackled in my earpiece. "Alpha Ford X-ray. Multiple tracks found southeast of your position, but they've disappeared with the wind swirling. Over. How many of them are they?" "At a guess, 3 on foot." Richardson raised his night vision binoculars and scanned the mountain. "I see you. We'll make our way over there. Out." Richardson turned to me. "Let's get over there and see if Jet can sniff them out. Could be just hunters." It was something of a climb down to where the vegetation was thinned out over the east of where we'd received the message. Jet was out front when he stopped, sniffing the air. The rope loosened as I caught up with him. Without warning, he charged forward, the rope tightening, and losing my foothold, I crashed to the ground. "Help me out," I shouted. Richardson went to ground headfirst, just managing to grab the rope as it slipped from my fingers. By the time I scrambled to my feet, I saw 2 figures rise from the ash dust, the wind whipping the dust from their camouflage netting as they discarded it, throwing it at Jet, tangling him up in the mesh. Richardson and his men were on them, holding them at gunpoint. They weren't armed that I could see. My first thought was that they were Brogan's men, but these were Caucasian. Startling me, another figure suddenly rose from the ash 2 yards to my left and started to run. I gave chase, diving and grabbing their legs, bringing them to ground. Richardson had been on my tail and turned them over. He was about to throw a punch, then held it midair. It was a woman, now covering her face with her hands and whimpering. She was a similar age as the others, in their early 40s by the look of them. Well-nourished. Not in uniform but dressed in civvies. "Get up," he said, bringing the barrel of his rifle to bear on the woman. I rose to my feet and untangled Jet, who thanked me by rubbing his head on my pants. "These 2 have no IDs." Richardson checked the woman's pockets. "None on this one either." When he stepped to one side, the woman was carrying the biggest zoom lens I'd ever seen, attached to a digital camera. One of our patrol kicked at the dust, finding 2 hunting rifles, not scoped. Jackson checked through the image file on the camera. "Why the photos of the farm?" he asked the woman. "Bored, that's all." Richardson showed me the images with our defenses laid bare, as grainy as they were in the half-light. At the last image, I could see a blurred group in civvies across the river, with Jason looking out from the cover of rocks. From a large strapped canvas case the woman was carrying, Richardson retrieved a night vision spare lens, the same size as the other. I deleted the images and handed the woman back her camera. "Radio Jackson." "Alert everyone down there," said Richardson. There was back and forth radio chatter. Finally, I heard Jackson's voice. "Jason talked to some people over the bridge earlier. He said they were asking us if we had any work. Wanted to speak to whoever was in charge. Jason said he told them they were out hunting. They said they'd call back, but Jason told them not to bother." I imagine that was what I'd seen of the grainy photo on the woman's camera. "Why the camera?" asked Richardson. "We don't have scopes, so we use the camera to spot game." I used to be a photographer for a newspaper before the disaster struck. What were you hunting? You name it, elk, moose, white-tailed deer, mountain goats. Whatever these here mountains have to offer in the way of game. She seemed to know what she was talking about in the way of game. Richardson pulled me to one side. What shall we do with them? Apart from the photos that ring alarm bells, they could be just out hunting, he said. We can't take prisoners inside the bunker. What would be the point? Best let them go, said Richardson. I'll have Drake follow them at a distance, see where they're from. He's like a ghost at tracking. They'd never spot him. Still, I'll have the other two follow on as backup just in case. Is that a plan? Agreed. Richardson walked over to them. Listen and listen good. Don't come hunting around here, these mountains are private. We won't be civil next time. Richardson checked their rifles, unloading them and put their bullets in his jacket pocket and handed the rifles back to the hunters, if that's what they were. I had my doubts. Chapter 10. The Assignment. Arthur J. Brogan, at Fort Hood, the Republic of New Mexico. After slaughtering the governor, Brogan had expected to be taken straight back to have a meeting with Martinez. Instead, Martinez had gone away on business to El Paso with one of his oligarchs to inspect a biofarming facility, then on to the Navajo Nation to discuss taking over their refinery and pump jacks. He'd been hanging around in Roberto's quarters, awaiting his return, driven out of his mind at not knowing what his future held. He didn't have a clue what was expected of him as governor. Of more concern was that he didn't know how in hell's name he'd remember to call Martinez by his new name, considering it best to call him sir when they met. Just why he'd offered him the position as the new governor of the Eastern Territory of his new so-called republic, he couldn't work out. Roberto and Giant hadn't been exactly forthcoming on the subject. Whatever, they now owned him, with Roberto having taken the video of him taking the life of the old governor of Texas. With his head buried in a Mexican tourist phrase guide, he closed it and launched it across his bedroom. He didn't think at his age that he had the patience to learn another language. It wasn't just that, he'd been dwelling about his encounter back there with Rob at Bell's farm and it was screwing with his mind. All he hoped for would be another opportunity to take out Bell. He shook his head at thoughts that it had been bad enough returning to the scene of Donna's death. He had loved her with a passion and hoped that she hadn't been watching over him as he badmouthed her when goading Rob. Shrugging, he dispelled his thoughts and turned to thinking back to the last time he'd been stationed at Fort Hood. It held 60,000 Army personnel and their families, all speaking English. Now it was chock full of Hispanic cartel soldiers, but little in the way of families, all talking in Spanish. Giant didn't even knock when the door opened, and he popped his head around the frame. Spruce yourself up. Suit, shirt, and tie. You're to come with me to have photos taken for posters. What posters? No point being governor if no one knows who you are. They're to be plastered everywhere. As soon as he dressed and shaved, Giant drove him over to a small building. Inside everything was set up, including lighting and a camera on a tripod. Asked to sit, the photographer clicked away, until a woman at a computer gave the photographer the thumbs up. With her fingers typing away on a keyboard, Brogan rose from the chair, and stepping over to her, looked over her shoulder at the monitor and read the captions. Arthur J. Brogan, Governor of Eastern New Mexico. Protector of the territory. Under his image she'd written, Texas-born ex-Army veteran. In a space at the very bottom, she typed the same with the Spanish translation in one paragraph, but with the name of the republic instead of the word Texas. You look fucking ugly, said Giant. Don't know why he's bothering. Maybe you should ask him, but I'm betting you don't have the balls? Giant glared at him, but said nothing in reply, though his rage was displayed in a scowl, with his fists balling. Just because you're governor now, doesn't mean you can mouth off at me. Do it again, and I'll rip your fucking tongue out. Anyway, you're to see him now, he said, and collected a copy of the poster from the printer. Giant escorted him across to the office. There was a similar line outside his office awaiting an audience that he'd seen before. Ushered to the front of the line, Giant handed over the photocopy of the poster, then knocked on the door. Enter. Giant opened the door, beckoned him inside and whispered before he entered. I hope he changes his mind. Then I'll deal with you, scumbag. There was a young attractive woman sat to one side of the room as he entered. Martinez was sat at his desk, wearing a different garish tie. Senor Brogan. Take a seat. I should call you governor now. Sir. Presidente will do. This young lady will be your interpreter and stick with you during office hours, or at functions. She's married, so don't get any ideas. We have a brothel here for if you need to let off steam. Spread out on his desk were architectural plans, but not for an individual building. He stabbed at the layout with his fingers. These are the plans for the construction of our new city here. This will be the governor's mansion, and here will be my palace. Next to that, I'm having a walled area set up with a replica hacienda built for Mama. Impressive. For now, I've arranged housing for you and you're to have the office next door to me. The young woman here will take you to your new home after our meeting. Let me see the copy of your poster. Brogan handed it over. Excellent, I'll have it professionally printed and then have it distributed. Am I allowed a question? Of course. Why is the main caption in English if you're having all the towns and cities renamed in Spanish and with English as the second language? Maybe I should explain the problem you will have and that will tell you why. We prepared the ground for you by separating the Hispanics from the FEMA camps. Then we starved the rest by diverting food supplies, and most headed north, but the white Texans are stubborn bastards, and well-armed. Here in Texas, resistance is run by someone going by the name of David Crockett, but we haven't found out his real name yet. From the north, there is a band called the Unifiers, with Texans joining them and carrying out incursions, so it's not all peace and quiet. With one of their own born and bred as governor, I'm hoping resistance will quieten down. If not, you're to put down ruthlessly any resistance with the help of our general here. Brogan could now see why he hadn't as yet met his death, and it wasn't for his charm, or his brains. It was looking as though the color of his skin and his birthright as a Texan had saved him. So, is that my main task? No, what I want you to organize is for every bulldozer, excavator, and rock truck you can lay your hands on to construct a trench along our border. I'll be having some of our industrialists meet with you regarding materials you'll need, like razor wire. They're doing a fine job with producing food in the biofarms. We can now feed everyone, more or less. We don't have steel production, so you'll have to dismantle closed factories to get at the steel structures or search scrapyards for you to have the tank traps made. It won't happen overnight. That's quite a distance. Brogan knew immediately he'd spoken out of turn when Martinez crashed his fists down on the desk. The sickly smile he'd displayed until now disappeared from Martinez's face. I don't give a flying fuck how long it takes you to have it dug out, or how many hours they have to work, even if some have to die from exhaustion. Just get it done with all haste. Any that die, leave their bodies draped over the razor wire to decompose for others to see as a deterrent for them not to attempt to cross. Work them to death for a full day and set that as a target. Use anyone who isn't working, especially white Texans, and provide them with tents on site and food. They won't be getting paid. I want a 24-hour operation. Our army will provide security. Of course, all I was saying is that it was quite a task. How deep do you want it dug out? He calmed down, his sickly false smile returning. Make it 30 foot deep and 50 foot wide, lined with razor wire and steel tank traps. You won't have concrete, just have it dug out. I only want 3 border crossings, one in New Mexico, one over to the east bordering Arkansas, and here to the north. We've already started in New Mexico, so you'll join up with them. When that's done, move the operation to our southern border, and do the same where there is no wall. I'll want daily updates. For him to want such an obstacle at the border, Brogan wondered if there were some larger skirmishes likely, more than the small incursions he'd mentioned. Are you expecting an invasion? He waved his hand as if to dismiss the suggestion. You ask too many questions. I'll worry about that if it happens. They'll be in for a surprise if they try. I'm more concerned with any imported goods that comes through our southern border to head north, including drugs, and vice versa, with goods from the north heading south. Everything that crosses our border will have a tariff to fill our state coffers, so a secure border will be an imperative. Brogan recalled the defenses at the Zion border, deciding to put it forward as his own idea. Then I have an idea to suggest. There must be tens of thousands of shipping containers doing nothing. We could have them spaced out along the border within sight of each other. Have slits cut into them and have your soldiers ready to man them with machine guns. With gas still in short supply, you could order patrols on horseback between them. Give them all radios so they can relay messages back to rapid deployment forces in the event they spot an incursion. That would secure the border in quick order while we dig the trench. Martinez took a cigar from a box on his table. He lit it, then leaned back on his chair and placed his feet on the table. With clouds of smoke surrounding him and an obnoxious smell from the smoldering tobacco leaves, he blew out smoke circles from his lips. No, you order it. You're the governor. It's for you to organize. I'll liaise with our general and I'll tell him to give you all the support you need. Brogan thought he had Martinez figured to be in permanent psychopath mode, but he wondered if he had him wrong. Sure, he had to be intelligent to run an international cartel, and now he was proving himself quite the strategist in developing a new nation. Still, he didn't think for 1 minute his true self was hidden too deep. Especially as he was to use a form of slavery, with forced labor to secure his border. Martinez removed his feet from the desk and leaned forward. Regarding the gold you failed to bring back. Your idea nearly worked if I'd have given you more men than you asked for. Not now, but I want you to give some thought to invading this new Africa in the east. Only an incursion though, not a full-blown invasion. To what end? He asked, worried it could be a question too far, not buying it that he was dismissive of his failure and putting the blame on his own shoulders. The anger in his eyes betrayed the false smile he'd set. Brogan knew he'd likely pushed his button in questioning his motives. He was surprised therefore when he answered him in a calm tone. With the monetary system broken down, everyone will have to resort to the gold standard. We can't go back to Zion. They'll be wise to us now. But if we were to take Fort Knox in Kentucky with a sizable force, that could be a way of resolving the problem. Just give it some thought. Chapter 11. The Journal. Rob Bell, at the bunker, Colorado. After returning from patrol in the mountains and our encounter with the hunters, I found Rosa in her room, textbooks spread out on the bed. She had her nose buried in a book with the title of The Scratch of the Pen, 1763 and the Transformation of North America, Pivotal Moments in American History, by Colin G. Holloway. What's the book about? Early American history, when the French and the Spanish handed over North American territory, including signing over Canada to the British after a peace treaty. It all followed the end of the French-Indian Wars. Then it leads on to the seeds of revolution due to the way the British ruled the colonies that ended in independence. I'm trying to read anything I can find on treaties to help with negotiations. I had to admire her tenacity, which when I considered my own preparations, had so far amounted to nothing. Pangs of guilt struck me. I can't help with treaties, but I can help with negotiating. As it's you who will be doing the proposing, offer them more in terms and conditions that they will want to accept and what you're prepared to give them, then they'll negotiate it down to where you want to be. Wise words from a professor of mine. I was saying that, but I'd been out-negotiated when trying to sell the house I built at the Balnona Creek just before the disaster. That was all about the buyers having the stronger hand in the recession and me being desperate to sell. How does that work? Can you help me? No problem. It's a question of who has the strongest position as to the outcome. The problem here is that you'll be facing politicians with ideological positions. In some instances, that can create a scenario where they are intransigent and refuse to compromise. Let me think. Rosa reached over for her notebook and pen from the nightstand. I considered how to apply what my professor had said to the situation she would face. Okay, I hope I can spit this out to make sense. Wait, let me write that down. I tried to put my thoughts in some sort of intelligible order as I waited. Okay, go ahead. As an example, Blake says he'll hand over governance in 6 months. That's your baseline, your line in the sand, below which you'd have to walk away. But they don't know that's his intention. All he said is he wants to negotiate to get them back to governing. Go right in at that timeline, and they'll try and negotiate it down, so increase the term. They don't have a clue what Blake wants, only what they want, which will be to get out of there as soon as possible. So, you have to make them think they've gained something. Whoa there. Give me a minute. She scribbled away writing her notes. Okay, carry on. Where was I before you stopped me? Oh, yeah. But for them to make progress to where they want to be, make them give you something in return, something that they maybe wouldn't be expecting, but that they could live with, even if it's hard for them to swallow. Just remember, you hold the key to the doomsday bunker, and their fate will lay with coming to an agreement with you. It's like you've won the war and hold all the cards against the losers. Just don't make them think they've lost on this occasion. Rob. What? Come here. She dropped her notepad and pen back on the nightstand as I moved some of the books out of the way, and I climbed onto the bed beside her. She held her arms out, wrapped them around me, and we shared a kiss. She broke away and looked at me lovingly, straight in the eyes. And there's me thinking you weren't interested. Will you help me role play? Sure. We can go through it later and look at our strengths and weaknesses for what we need to achieve, because it's more than just setting a date for them to leave. Listen, I don't mind going along for the ride, but if I can help, I will. We're a team now. Look, I'll leave you to study. I've only just come back from patrol and I'm tired. I'll take a nap in my room, so I don't disturb you. How did it go out there? We found some people on the mountains out hunting. At least that's what they said they were doing. Richardson's having some of his men follow them to make sure they're harmless. What time do you want me to wake you? Give it 3 hours, then we can go for an evening meal. Okay, she said, then peck me on the cheek. I climbed off the bed and headed to my room. Jet was outside the door. Okay, you can come in, but stay on the floor, I said as I opened my door. Inside my room, I stepped over to the sink. Looking in the mirror, I couldn't get part of the title of the book she'd been reading out in my head. It didn't take a genius to work out that we were at a pivotal moment in American history right now, and we were going to be right in the middle of it, and likely no one would ever know our part in events. I slapped the side of the sink and returned to the room and over to the dresser. Opening the drawer, I took out my laptop, then turned to the bed. My shoulders dropped. Jet, get off the bed, now. He looked at me with the same look that Rosa had given me earlier in her room. Okay, but move over, I said. Climbing beside Jet, I fired up the laptop and started typing away about events, but instead of starting it from the day of the disaster as I'd intended, I found myself writing notes of all the things Rosa had told me about her growing up and the skill sets she'd learned. If it weren't for her parents taking her camping and her other activities, we'd have struggled on our journey. Instead, she'd put her skills to good use, and without which, we'd likely not have made it to the bunker. Finally, I started writing about the day of the disaster, until with heavy eyelids, I saved the file, turned off the power, then put my laptop in the nightstand drawer and turned off the sidelight. I awoke when Jet climbed over me. I switched on the sidelight and saw Jet over at the door, and he sat there, tail wagging. There was a faint knock and the handle turned. Rob, you awake? Asked Rosa. Yeah, sorry, I locked the door by habit. I'll get dressed and be right out. I'll be in the common room. Okay. Rosa was sitting with Richardson at the dining table when I arrived. Any news on those hunters you had followed? Yeah, he followed them off the far side of the mountain range and through a forest for around 8 to 10 miles. They have a cabin there under camouflage netting. He didn't get too close when he came to a skull and crossbones sign nailed to a tree warning trespassers to keep out, so he watched them through binoculars. They just looked like a normal family when they arrived at their cabin, and 2 children ran out to greet them. He didn't think they were a threat, so he set off back. That's a relief. We all headed to the kitchen and ladled some bowls of stew. Jackson arrived with Mary. Did those people asking about work say anything else? I asked Jackson. You'd have to ask Jason. He's the one who spoke to them. They didn't have any weapons I could see, so they weren't a threat. Well, that's good to know. Back at the dining table, we all chatted away in between eating our evening meal, then took our seats on the sofas in the common area, when a soldier from the radio room walked over and handed Rosa a note. What does the note say? I asked. It's from General Blake. Her eyes sparkled. We're to go to the Doomsday Bunker next week. He's sending a scout vehicle to guide us there, but he wants Jackson, Richardson, and their immediate teams to give us an armed escort. That's great. Guess you'd better get studying then, and we'll need to pack suitcases. I wasn't sure what there was to get excited about. The realization had struck me we'd actually be in the presence of the president, and no doubt a team of highly trained negotiators. Not wanting to burst her bubble of glee that she was displaying with a huge grin on her face, I thought it best to keep my thoughts to myself. "How long do you think we'll be there?" asked Rosa. "However long it takes, I guess. At least our defenses here have been strengthened, and with the rest of the soldiers here, we won't have to worry about anything happening here while we're away." Jackson slowly turned his head to look at me, with a deadpan expression on his face. "We have a saying in the Army. Expect the unexpected at all times. But, yeah, you're right. You're better defended now." As much as I knew he was right about our defenses, he was also right about expecting the unexpected, which sort of hung there as a concern. Chapter 12. Change of Address. President Shoemaker on his journey from Portland to Sacramento, Cascadia. Shoemaker had wasted no time with arrangements to move from Portland to Sacramento, to make it the seat of governance for all of Cascadia. It had taken all his organizational skills to keep it from Jocelyn Latham and her informer's attention until the last minute. With the government agencies already installed in Sacramento, he'd sent out a courier to find her and he'd arranged a meeting. Jocelyn entered his office right on time at the temporary headquarters at the hotel in Portland. "Ah, you're back. I've not been able to contact you for some time," said Shoemaker. "Yeah, I've been staying at the head of our National Guard's mansion and traveling a lot. There's been lots to organize putting down rebellions. We've also been planning a defense against any invasion from North America. There's a group called the Unifiers chipping away at our border, testing our defenses." Shoemaker wasn't really interested in her escapades, but he attempted not to show it, more concerned at his own tasks. "Same here regards being busy, but I've been working on setting up a government structure. I wasn't expecting you to be away for a month. I'm about to set off to the capital city in Sacramento that will now be the capital of all of Cascadia." "Capital City!" Jocelyn shouted. "By what authority? Who decided this without involving me?" The family resemblance was etched on her face with a look of disdain she sent his way. She was her father's daughter. No question, he thought. "I'm the president of our new nation, a vast one at that. We can't govern the whole territory from a hotel room. You could have waited for me and discussed the move. With respect, I couldn't wait. While you've been away, I've been organizing building a biofarming industry throughout Cascadia, and the produce is about to start rolling out of the facilities. In the meantime, we've had cargo ships arrived with humanitarian aid carrying food supplies from China, with more to come. Their envoy I met with, he arranged for their fishing fleet and processing ship to operate off our coast. Add to that our own fishing efforts, and it's ensured that we've managed to stave off starvation. It's not all about security. We have to ensure we have people to govern, and their survival is paramount." "Why Sacramento?" "Because it's more central. We've almost completed building a container port there. We've also taken over all the government buildings which are more suitable than this hotel. The city has substantial conference facilities for when we have General Assembly meetings. There's quite a palatial building we've allocated for the headquarters of your National Guard Command and Black Jackets. I'm sure you'll be pleased when you see the building. It just needs a little renovation, I'm told." He wasn't about to tell her it was tucked away on the outskirts of the city and needed major work to bring it into use. Jocelyn rolled her eyes. "But that will mean finding the National Guard Command and their administration new living quarters, not to mention my Black Jackets. Then there's the logistics of moving our administrative offices and heavy assets. We can't do that overnight." That was exactly what he hoped for as he smiled at her. Her power base was in Portland, and he knew the revelation would be a slap in her face. Organizing moving down there with her cohorts, he hoped would take at least a month, or hopefully more, for him to have the time to strengthen his power base. "Well then, the sooner you organize it, the better. I have to go now. My transport is waiting to take me to Sacramento." He could see her cheeks flame as they both rose from their chairs. She wagged a finger in his face. "I know your game. Don't think you'll get away with it. Our armed forces are the main force in Cascadia. Without them, it wouldn't exist. Just remember that. I'm the one who brought our nation about." She stormed out before him. He allowed himself a grin as he watched her charge away toward her office in the restaurant area. Later that day, Shoemaker arrived in Sacramento with his secretary. They drove on toward the city center, turning off the highway just short. Driving along a tree-lined road, they arrived at tall solid gates, with cameras pointing at them from a post inside a 15-foot perimeter wall. The gates slowly opened, and they drove inside. The stone mansion in all its splendor appeared before them. 2 guards in full black combat gear and masks to disguise their identity, flanked either side of their vehicle, trotting alongside as they drove slowly to the mansion entrance. As his vision rolled around the grounds, he saw other guards with some fierce-looking dogs patrolling the perimeter. His attention turned back to the entrance. A person he recognized by his diminutive stature stepped through the entrance doorway and joined 2 guards standing either side of the doorframe, automatic rifles across their chests. Their vehicle pulled up outside the steps to the entrance, behind 3 black limousines. A guard opened the door for him, then stood back and politely bowed. "Mr. President." "Pleased you made it safely," said Wanley, bowing briefly. "Those are the vehicles you will use from now on. Our president had shipped over as a gift. They're all bullet and explosion proof, and we have specially trained drivers for you. Please step inside your new home." The gifts impressed Shoemaker. "I see he agreed to send the Special Forces trained guards I asked for?" "Indeed. They were all chosen for their command of English, besides their protection skills. We also have a cargo ship in international waters with a regiment of 2,000 soldiers as backup. They will land as soon as our workers can construct a camp in a secluded area we've located. Your security is now guaranteed." He was taking in what was been said as he looked around. Whoever had owned the mansion before fleeing the regime had recently had it renovated to a modern standard. It wasn't to his taste. He'd have preferred more traditional furnishings. "First things first, where's the kitchen?" "I could murder coffee." "No need. We'll have it brought to you." He took a radio from the belt on his pants. "Coffee for the president and his secretary in the lounge." "Thank you." "Please, this is your home now. Take a seat and make yourself comfortable. I'll have your cases sent to your rooms. We'll have coffee, then we can talk in private." "No need. My secretary has been with me for 25 years. I trust him implicitly." Settled on a sofa, a Chinese maid brought in a tray with the cups and a pot of coffee. "So, what else is new?" "Did your president agree to my other requests?" he asked as he picked up his coffee cup, taking in the aroma that masked the faint smell of sulfur. "He did indeed. Not only that, but I have more excellent news for you. A container ship will be arriving shortly with more LED bulbs and equipment. He's also sent 20 political advisors, and we've constructed accommodation in the grounds at the rear for them, along with the guard detail here, and we've screened it off from view. Everyone is instructed to make themselves scarce when you have visitors. We also have specialist engineers arriving by ship with transformers and materials to get your grid up and running." "I'm guessing this won't be free," he said, and glanced across at Rogers, his secretary. "Nothing is free, Mr. President. You'll be supplied with regular updates as to cost, and once it reaches $1 billion Cascadian dollars, we'll expect your treasury to issue us a bond. Then we'll repeat ongoing supplies. We'll be using the exchange rate as at the time of the disaster for the yen to the US dollar. Anything else? Oh, yes, before I forget. In a few days, your container port will be completed. We also have surface-to-air missiles and a cargo ship on its way with radar equipment, one set of which will be installed here now the skies are clearing. The others will be to defend our military camp that will act as backup for your security." Shoemaker leaned over to place his cup on the coffee table, then sat upright, pushing his back into the cushion. "I didn't ask for advisors, or those surface-to-air missiles, never mind for you to set up a military camp." Wanley didn't miss a beat, retaining his perpetual smile. "Well, no, but you can't be sure that when the skies clear, North America won't try to assassinate you. Trust me, the advisors are only here to make suggestions. It will be your choice if you accept what they say." Shoemaker exchanged glances with his secretary and signaled with a slight sway of his head it was time for them to go. "I'm tired after the journey to here. I'll take a walk in the grounds then retire," said Shoemaker. "We can talk later." "I'll join you," said his secretary. Shoemaker headed outside and they walked the grounds. "Only whisper. There could be listening devices outside as well as inside," said Shoemaker. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" said Rogers. "You usually second-guess what's on my mind, so the answer is probably yes. I'm thinking, what the hell have we gotten ourselves into? I only wanted LED bulbs, transformers, and security guards to keep me safe from Jocelyn's black jackets, for if she made a move against me. Well, it's done now. You can't say no to the extras, or everything else we desperately need will dry up." He knew he was right. All the same, he knew he would have to be careful with the Chinese, knowing how duplicitous they could be. Chapter 13. Day of Reckoning. Rob Bell on the journey to the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. The day had arrived. The time for us to visit the Doomsday Bunker had passed excruciatingly slow. Rosa had continued with reading books about treaties, but nothing had compared with the fun we'd had, and a few frustrations at role-playing, not to mention a few tantrums. I guess at times I'd been a little obnoxious trying to guess how the negotiators would act, but hopefully they'd be more pleasant. Besides, she'd needed to prepare for all eventualities. Still, our relationship had survived me overplaying the government's hand, and now we were on our way. Sitting in the back of the armored vehicle with Rosa and Jet, we'd brought him along for the ride at Richardson's request. He wouldn't be allowed inside the bunker, but then neither would any of our escort. "Cheyenne Mountains to the left," said Jackson. As we looked over his shoulder through the windshield, the mountains looked formidable. Suddenly, the view was blotted out with a deluge of rain. The wipers barely coped with the intensity. Luckily, Jackson had been keeping a good distance from the scout car up front. I saw the glow from the brake taillights out front increase in intensity, and Jackson pressed hard on the brake pedal. "Sorry about this." He must be having the same problem with vision. "Alpha 2 to escort, is there a problem? Over." "Can't a damn thing out, over." "Repeat." All I could hear in my earpiece in reply was static. There was a sudden lurch as we were hit from behind. "Damned Richardson." "I told him to keep his distance," said Jackson. With the rain pelting down, it sounded like thunder inside the armored vehicle. "I guess we'll have to wait for the rain to settle. I ain't going out there to find out why our scout vehicle stopped when I know the answer, that's for sure." I looked out of the rear inspection window to see Richardson's vehicle headlights as he reversed, then stopped. "At least he's not dented the rear door," I said. "How far is it to our destination?" "Not far. Only about a mile." Rosa shrugged her shoulders, then sighing, she dug in her backpack and pulled out a book. "I wish I had your patience to read. It took me forever to read that Bolivar book, as interesting as it was." "It gets easier the more you read," she said. Jackson climbed over into the back, then Wilson, one of his men, followed him from the passenger seat. "Might as well play cards," said Jackson, and he pulled out a pack. "Never played cards." "I'll leave you all to it," I said. The first half hour was boring enough, but as the hours passed by with no sign of the rain stopping in its intensity, the pounding on the metal was driving me insane. I should have known a deluge was due with the clouds getting ever darker this past week. "Look, can't we drive past the scout vehicle and drive slowly that last mile?" "What, and risk crashing if we veer off the road?" said Wilson. There was a banging on the passenger side window. Jackson climbed over into his seat. "Open the fucking window, I'm getting drenched here," a voice called out. "My radio isn't working with this rain to get a hold of you." Jackson reached over and partially rolled down the window on the passenger side. I could make out the driver of our scout car, a military rainproof poncho pulled up over his helmet. "What is it?" "It's starting to flood. We need to get out of here, or we might have to swim to the Doomsday Bunker. Follow me, but keep your distance. Once we get past a narrow valley ahead which can flood, we'll only be half a mile away." "Okay." Jackson fired up the engine. Wilson was about to climb over into the passenger seat, then stopped. "Damn it, the seat is soaking with opening the window." I heard Jackson stamp on the brake pedal, probably to alert Richardson, and then we drove on slowly. "He's following," I said. "Let's hope he keeps his distance this time," said Jackson. "This is stupid. I can't see anything." I kneeled in the back of the vehicle behind Jackson, looking over his shoulder, eyes glued to the odometer. The needle for our speed was hardly moving, and the numbers to give the distance traveled seemed to take forever to click over. Half a mile further on, and the scout car's brake lights glowed through the fog of the rain pounding on the windshield. There was a thud, throwing everyone in the back over to the left as the vehicle tilted. Then we suddenly moved slowly to the left and our windshield blacked out. Jackson couldn't control the steering and simply let go of the wheel. He put the transmission in neutral. We were still moving, but sideways. Landslide! Hold tight, Jackson called out as we picked up speed. Rosa's eyes had the same look of fear that was running through me. I crawled across to her and put my arm around her. Jet clambered all over us, then settled between our legs. The movement sideways diminished until we came to a halt. I switched on my helmet light. Everyone exchanged glances to the sound of the rain still pounding away up top. I looked over at Jackson. "What was it you said back there at the bunker?" "Expect the unexpected." "Yeah, but I wasn't expecting anything like this. We need to get out of here, or this just might be our journey's end." We were at a 45-degree angle. The only light entering was over at our left-hand side. I looked out of the side inspection window. With the angle, it shielded the rain for around 8 inches. All I could see was black mud just below the window. Everyone wearing helmets switched on their lights. "Our only way out of here is likely through the turret," I said. "You hope." "One thing's for sure, there won't be any chance of the cavalry coming to rescue us." "Not in this torrential rain," said Jackson and clambered across to the back from his driver's seat. Jackson took a hold of the lever to the turret exit and pulled it to one side. "Listen, before I open the hatch, we don't know what's out there. Get all your backpacks and the radios ready, but we'll leave them while last. I'll go first, Rosa second, then Rob. Wilson, after the other two exit, you stay and pass Jet out, then all the equipment and weapons if the coast is clear. If it gets hairy, get out and we'll have to leave them behind. You two give your ponchos to Rosa and Rob and fashion some cover from the rain with your sleeping bags." We all worked as a team getting everything ready. "We're doing this." "Prepare yourselves," said Jackson. I exchanged glances with Rosa and took hold of her hand, giving it a slight squeeze. "We'll be fine," I said, but knowing we might not be. Jackson pushed hard with both of his hands on the hatch, his face reddening, the sinews on his neck standing out with the exertion. He gritted his teeth, and somehow managed to growl with one last effort, but it wasn't for moving. If he couldn't move it with his biceps, I doubted anyone could. "What the hell do we do now?" I asked. "You two try it," said Jackson. Wilson and one of the others spit on their hands, then nodded. Placing their palms on the hatch, they grunted and groaned until their faces went scarlet, and then they both let go, collapsing with exhaustion. Jackson turned to me, shaking his head. "I wish I could answer you, but I can only repeat what you said. What the hell do we do now?" said Jackson. Chapter 14. Stuck in the mud. Rob Bell on the journey to the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. Rainwater had started to trickle into the armored vehicle. It was hot, excruciatingly so, with the mud restricting air entering, like being in a sauna, but fully clothed. Sweat poured from my brow, smarting in my eyes. We tried all the doors, but none would open. We were well and truly entombed. The air was starting to foul with our breathing. It was looking as though this was our journey's end. "Did you hear that?" said Rosa. I didn't hear anything, but I saw the mud slide away from our back window. I hoped the downpour was washing the mud away, then I heard the sound of a clunk on metal. "There it goes again," said Rosa. Wilson pushed past us to the back of our vehicle, his eyes glued to the window. "I can't see diddly squat," he said. Suddenly, Wilson lurched backwards along with the rest of us. "We're moving backwards," said Jackson. He scrambled back into the driver's seat as we continued to move, maybe 10 yards, and the angle returned to normal, then we stopped. The sound of boot studs clomped over the top of us. The rain washed away the mud from all of the windows. "You okay in there?" I heard Richardson call out. "I'm just clearing a tree from the turret." "Stay in there." Damn it, that was what that noise was. Richardson must have attached his cable to winch us out, said Jackson. A distorted face appeared at the back window. Open up. When we opened the door at the rear, a welcome blast of cold air enveloped us, giving instant relief, if not the rain that the wind dumped inside. Richardson was standing there in his poncho, water cascading from him as if he were stood under a shower. Try the engine. Your exhaust pipe up top wasn't covered by the mud, he said. Wilson held his poncho at the exit, fending off the rain from entering. At the 10th attempt, the engine roared to life. Any sign of the scout truck? I hollered. Yeah, I climbed the hill. He's fine at the other side of the landslide. You're lucky. Another 10 yards into the landslide, and we'd never have dug you out. What will we do now? Asked Rosa. Well, I don't care to walk the half-mile to the bunker in this downpour carrying our suitcases, I said. Whatever you decide, back right up to me and I'll put on my headlights and maybe we can discuss it on the radio if we get our vehicles close enough together, or I'll likely drown just stood here, said Richardson. Really, we first need to reverse away from these hillsides for around 200 yards in case there's another landslide. With that we closed the rear door. Jackson looked over his shoulder, reversing and following Jackson's headlights until the hillsides disappeared from view. Carefully, he reversed until we felt our vehicle's bumpers brush against Richardson's bumpers, then we stopped. Waiting for the rain to diminish for 2 hours, there was a sudden glow through the windshield and the roar of a diesel engine. Someone banged on Jackson's door. Open up, we've bulldozed our way through. Get moving if you want to make it through to the bunker. The distorted shadow of the bulldozer maneuvering to turn around was visible through the windshield. The cavalry is here, said Jackson over the radio. We're to follow them through the valley. Roger that, said Richardson. The bulldozer kept on its rear spotlights to guide the way, and in no time, we arrived at the camp outside the bunker. The rain had diminished in intensity, but we still put on the ponchos as we climbed out of the vehicle and were guided to a hut with our suitcases. The driver of the scout car greeted us. Thank goodness we had a bulldozer, or you'd never have got here. You can say that again, I said. Looking out of the window, there it was. The entrance to the bunker looked ginormous, with the door open. I thought the door would be closed. No. It was closed initially after the time of the disaster, then it was open once things settled down. They would only close it if there was danger of a nuclear attack or some other form of attempt to bomb the area, said the driver of our scout car. Vehicle lights appeared inside the tunnel. A jeep exited, stopping at barriers manned with soldiers inside a kiosk. The barrier lifted and the jeep drove on, stopping at our hut. I'll leave you to it, said the driver. The bunker's head of security is here for you. He'll want to check your IDs and probably question you before you enter. The door opened and a general stepped inside, with the driver exiting. He was a portly African-American, with a stack of ribbons on his tunic. Taking off his cap and shaking off the raindrops, he walked over to Rosa and held out his hand. I'm General Roberts, the head of security in the bunker. You must be Rosa, and I assume this is Rob? He turned to me and we shook hands. I'll need to talk to you both in private before we enter the bunker. Jackson, Richardson, and the rest of our escort took the hint. We'll take Jet and wait in our vehicles while you've finished, said Jackson. With the door closed, he placed a briefcase on a table. How's Uncle Roberts? Asked Rosa. Fine, and Mary? She's good. Remind me how you know her. I'm her best friend's niece. Of course. He opened his briefcase and pulled out a buff folder. Read this before you go inside. There's everything in there that they are considering for when they are allowed to leave the bunker with changes to the Constitution and the two parties' proposed policies. Take your time and commit the lists to memory. I'll be incinerating the lists once we get inside. I read through the contents with Rosa. It was great information to have for us to know their intentions when they were allowed to leave the bunker. Some of their changes to the Constitution and state governance was something of a shock. I'm good, I said. Me too, said Rosa. Excellent. Well, let's get inside and I'll show you to your rooms. You have a meeting first thing in the morning with the president. Later you'll address a committee made up from both parties of senators and reps from Congress as a precursor to negotiations, to lay before them what General Blake has in mind. Are our rooms together? Asked Rosa. They are. Is there a connecting door? I asked. No, sorry. Rosa pouted her bottom lip. But with that, we picked up our suitcases and followed him out to the Jeep. It was looking as though this was on a whole different level to what we'd experienced in Zion, and that had been daunting enough. Even the size of the tunnel was intimidating, putting our tunnel and the bunker back at the farm to shame. Shown to our rooms, I joined Rosa in her quarters. How do you feel? I asked her. Nervous. Me too. Just remember those wise words of your dad about everyone having the same bodily functions when we arrive for the meeting tomorrow. Rosa gave me a nervous smile. It's one thing saying it, but another facing a whole government team, she said. You'll be fine. We both will, I said, hoping to have sounded convincing. Truth was, I was nervous as hell. Chapter 15. Daunting Encounter. Rob Bell. The Doomsday Bunker. Colorado. I awoke early in the morning, not having had much sleep. Showered and dressed in my Sunday best, I headed for Rosa's room. Rosa was already up and dressed when she opened her door. She'd chosen a black trouser suit and plain white blouse. Around her neck she had a purple scarf, tied at the front. As stunning as she looked, I could see the tiredness in her eyes. I guess she'd been tossing and turning the same as me. I took a hold of both her hands. You look beautiful, I said and kissed her on the cheek, not wanting to smudge her lipstick. It's not everyone who has both brains and beauty. Flattery will get you everywhere, she said and smiled. You look good yourself. Very handsome. I didn't sleep much last night. Me neither. We both looked over at the door to the sound of a gentle tap. It's General Roberts. You in there? Rosa stepped over to the door. Come on in. I thought that I'd call early to give you a tour of the committee room where the meeting will be held, then I'll show you to the dining area for breakfast. After that, President Johnson has invited you for private introductions in his office before the meeting starts. Heading down the tunnel in an open-top electric vehicle, we arrived at an elevator. Stepping inside, the buttons displayed 5 levels. We arrived at the committee rooms on level 3 and entered. You're kidding me, said Rosa. I'll be like a goldfish in a bowl in here. This won't do. I had to admit, it had the appearance of a courthouse on steroids. Set on a semicircular raised area was the seating for the main committee. Tiered below that was seating for the others. Facing the seating was a small desk with 2 chairs, I assume for us. I don't know about a goldfish bowl, it reminds me of a lecture room at college, I said. Yeah, but at least they have podiums for the lecturers. That's what's missing. She turned to General Roberts. Is there a podium and a high stool anywhere that can be brought here before the meeting? There are some podiums, but I'm not sure if they're fixtures. I'll have a word with maintenance. I also want our chairs changed to the same high-back chairs as those on the top tier. That's easier, I'll arrange that. Are you sure you don't want a bowl of M&M sweets while you're at it? I said and then laughed. Very funny, she replied, scrunching her top lip to the tip of her nose. After the tour, neither of us were hungry, settling just for coffee instead. Do you have notes? I asked her. No, it's all committed to memory. Well, good luck with that. General Roberts interrupted us. It's time. I'll escort you to see President Johnson. On the way, he was shocked when we told him about President Latham's escape with the Unifiers. When we arrived, we were ushered through to reception, then into the president's office. He was alone and rose from a leather sofa. Come on in, take a seat, he said. It was such a relief to be in an informal setting, sitting opposite each other on sofas. So, you're Queen Rosa? You do some good work out there on the radio. It's an honor to meet you. We don't have your full name? You could always call me Your Majesty, she said and smiled. Seriously, my full name is Rosa Nzinga Claremont. Nzinga? It's Angolan. It stands for beauty and strength. Well chosen by your parents. Mr. Bell, I'm afraid we know nothing of you. That's how I like it. I'm only here to assist Rosa. I'm not a political creature if that helps. Creature? I detect a little cynicism towards politics. You could say that. I'm a practical person who just gets on with life. Let's get down to business, shall we? What is Blake proposing about handing back governance? More to the point, what is it you hope for? Asked Rosa. Touché, he said, then smiled. I guess you'll have heard about the secessions out there, she said. Yes, we have regular updates from military command. And how do you feel about that? Can't say I'm happy, but it has its advantages. So, what are your plans for when you are allowed to leave the bunker? To govern once more. I can see we are playing a game of dancing around while you are here. He looked at his watch. I think perhaps it's better if we go to the meeting and you can put your proposal to the committee. At least we agree on that, said Rosa. There's just one question that I'm sure you could answer. Have you had copies of Military Command's restoration plans? We have indeed. We need to go now, he said and ushered us out into reception. That was one question we needed answering with what we were to put to them. It was part of our strategy. What we didn't know was if they were on board with the plan. We arrived at the committee room. General Roberts had done his work. Maintenance was fiddling with a microphone on the podium next to our desk. Are they on board with Military Command's restoration plans? Rosa asked General Roberts. Not got a clue on that one, sorry. Time for me to take my seat. I guessed it wouldn't be long before we'd have the answer. The president had disappeared through a side door, then entered through a door next to the top tier. Through that same door, a line of committee members entered filling up their seats. We took our seats at the desk. I placed my hand over the microphone. You can do this. Knock them dead, girl. To be honest, I'm not sure the size of this meeting is appropriate. I won't have much to say. We can hardly negotiate with so many. I think it will be short and sweet. The chairman quietened down the room, bringing down his gavel. He addressed all present, going on at great length about why everyone was there, setting rules on times for questions and reminding everyone to be civil. Rosa leaned over to me and whispered, if they think they're going to ask questions, they'll be in for a surprise. Goodness knows what she had in mind as the chairman asked her to introduce herself. I took her hand and gave it a squeeze under the desk. Rising from her chair, she walked over to the podium. She took her time, opening a bottle of water and poured some in a glass. Placing both hands on the podium, she held her head high. If the committee members will allow me, I'll spare you the introductions and get straight down to why I'm here, as you've all been made aware of who I am. You are all aware of the reason why we are here, and that is to set out a timetable for Military Command's proposal and caveats for governance to be restored. I see we have a stenographer to provide you with notes after the meeting, so I'll be as precise as I can be. First of all, I'll set out the rules for any negotiations you may wish to have after you have been made aware of the proposal. Objection, Mr. Chairman. Point of order. State your objection. With all due respect to Miss Claremont, it is the committee who sets the rules. Rosa interrupted. With respect, Mr. Committee Member. If you want to hear what I have to say, then you will accept my rules, or I will leave, right now. There were heads joined together, hands on microphones. The chairman banged down his gavel. Objection overruled. Continue, Miss Claremont. I was stunned. It was first blood to Rosa. She was right, it would be fun. I couldn't wait to see what else she had up her sleeve. Chapter 16. Chaotic Meeting. Rob Bell at the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. Rosa topped up her glass of water at the podium, then took a sip. The suspense was killing me, as I'm sure it was for the committee. There was complete silence in the room. Rosa adjusted her microphone. First of all, we'll get the rules out of the way. I will set out the terms of the proposal, then this meeting will come to an end. There will be no questions. From there, I would ask the committee to put forward a small bipartisan team of no more than 2 persons for further talks with myself and Mr. Bell, and to set out the terms of the treaty to be voted on and then signed off. The sooner you elect a team, the sooner you will be on a path to be out of here. There were rumblings around the room. The chairman brought down his gavel. Order, order. Let her continue. Rosa waited for quiet, then continued. The proposals are that there will be a period of 12 months where you will remain in the bunker. When you leave, the current terms and plan put into effect by military command will apply for a further 12 months. She paused and took a sip of water to voices rumbling around the room. Order. Let Mississippi Claremont continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As for the caveats, they're quite simple. First of all, if you agree to the terms, radio communications will be allowed immediately between yourselves and military command, but no satellite comms. You will also be allowed to send out small delegations to speak with the governor-generals of the states to agree on such items as future elections and any other matters relating to future governance, together with having meetings to set up organizational structures for your respective political parties. Obviously, you will need to decide where the seats of governance will be in future on the outside. With that in mind, delegations will be allowed out to reconnoiter suitable new or existing sites. What your delegations won't be allowed to do will be to travel to those territories that have declared independence during that 12-month period. All planned visits will be vetted by military command, whose positions will be restored with immunity after you reclaim control. There is also a treaty to discuss for the return of territory to Idaho from Zion, which has been signed off on by military command. She took another sip of water, then continued. And with that, those are the proposals for you to consider. Rosa stepped over to me, and with a sway of her head, I rose from my seat and we walked out of the room to shouts of "Point of order, Mr. Chairman," resonating around the chamber. There was no one outside to escort us back to our rooms. Rosa bent over, holding her knees, then rose to her full height. Jesus, that was terrifying. How did I do? Fantastic. You surprised me with the proposal. Don't know where you got it from? I used to take part in the debating society at college, so that helped. Your advice helped more than anything. Not sure if I gave too much away with the radio comms and visits to the states? No, that was good. They can't change the Constitution without access to the state governors to get them to go along with changes, so they'll be pleased with that at least. Yeah, that's why I put that in there. I didn't want to spell out I knew both parties wanted to change the Constitution. You're set up to reel them in now. Let's hope so. General Roberts exited the committee room. Well, young lady. You've stirred up quite the hornet's nest in there. It's pandemonium just now. I'll escort you to your rooms. If you don't mind, after we've changed, I'd like to go out to the camp and sleep out there. I don't feel secure talking in here, said Rosa. Nothing's stopping you, but it's bucketing it down out there still. We exchanged glances. Best we stay here if it's as bad as when we arrived, I said. Don't you have a safe room or something where we can talk in private? Look, I'm head of security. I can say openly here and now, I'm General Blake's contact in here. We've been on a few operations together after we joined up at the same time as recruits. When I say you won't be bugged, you can trust me. Just don't talk too near any cameras. They pick up audio. Same goes for inside elevators. That's good enough for me, said Rosa. We'll stay here. Settled in our rooms and a change of clothing, I set off to join Rosa in her room. She was holding the lamp upside down and it stood on her nightstand. Bolt gone? No, she said, and put her fingers to her lips, then ushered me to the shower room. I've checked in here and it's clear as far as I can see, she whispered. What? Don't tell me you're looking for bugs? You never know. Check under my bed, will you, then we're done? I was beginning to think she was on the paranoid side after watching too many spy thrillers. It's clear, I said, and scrambled to my feet. When I looked over at the mirror at the dresser, she'd draped a towel over it and I started to snicker. What's funny? You're not suggesting they've had a two-way mirror installed. My room backs onto that wall. Her cheeks flushed. Don't laugh. Better safe than sorry, she said and took the towel from the mirror. Yeah, you're right, it's a good thing you've checked for bugs, I said. I wonder how they're coping with the rain back at the farm. They'll be fine. Yeah, they'll be able to keep dry, but I can remember when the river broke its banks as a child. The whole farm was flooded. There'll be a mess to clear up when we get back. We were interrupted by a knock on the door. It's General Roberts, I have news from the committee. Come on in, it's not locked, said Rosa. He stepped inside, a warm smile on his face. "Have they decided about the negotiating team?" I asked. "They sure have, hook, line, and sinker. One senior member from each main party. They're asking if the meeting can be scheduled for first thing in the morning?" "Don't see why not," said Rosa, failing to hide her glee with the expression on her face. He looked at his watch. "I didn't see you eat breakfast this morning. Would you care to join me for lunch?" "I can wait until later," I said. "Me too." "How about 5 o'clock?" he asked. We both nodded. "That would be great," said Rosa. "While I remember, the rooms they've asked me to set aside will mean there'll be the negotiations in one room, then either side there will be adjacent rooms where you can retire separately for discussions. Don't worry, I can always find out for you what their objections are in advance, if any," said Roberts, then winked as he took his leave. Rosa stepped over to me and we threw our arms around each other. "We have 2 hours all to ourselves. Let's forget these negotiations," she said and started to unfasten the buttons to my shirt. "Wait," I said, and turning, I picked up the towel from the bed and placed it back over the mirror. "Better safe than sorry, like you said." With that, we both snickered. She had been right, these negotiations were turning out to be fun, having left all our worries behind at the farm. I'd not felt so at ease in a long time. There was no way Brogan could get to us inside the Doomsday Bunker. Chapter 17. Outnumbered. Raw Bell at the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. Rosa had copies made of the treaty Blake had given her between Zion and military command. She'd also had a copy of the stenographer's notes from the committee meeting. She had no special requirements for the negotiating room after General Roberts had given us a look around, other than to have all 4 desks moved together in the center of the room, so we'd be facing the other team. "Let's wait out here until the others arrive," said Rosa, clutching a buff file to her chest. A number of electric vehicles arrived outside the rooms. 2 of the passengers exited and walked over. President Johnson was one of them who remained seated. "We're the negotiating team," one of them said. "After you." "No, after you," said Rosa and opened the door for them. No one else exited the vehicles, and we entered. Rosa beckoned me into the adjacent room. "What is it?" "Go back and step outside for a moment, then return. Tell me what you see." I didn't ask why, but did as she asked, then returned to the room. What was I looking for? "Those vehicles, have they driven off?" "No, they're parked up. Why?" "And are they empty?" "Yes." "That means they have a backup team of 8, including the president." "How sneaky is that?" "Anyway, let's get this started." Taking our seats, Rosa placed the buff file in front of her on the desk. At a guess, the negotiators had a combined age advantage of at least 100 years over Rosa. Introductions made, Rosa opened the file and passed them both a copy of Military Command's treaty with Zion. "Let's start with this, shall we?" said Rosa. "It doesn't form part of the negotiations, but General Blake would like to have the contents studied by your legal teams, then if all is in order, for it to be passed through the House and Senate to be voted on for signature by President Johnson." The negotiators glanced at each other with surprise written all over the expressions on their faces. "If all of Military Command have signed this, why would you need us to ratify the treaty?" said Grimes, the Republican of the negotiating team. "It's quite simple, really. Once you have governance back under your control, you could renege on their treaty. It has to be countersigned by President Abram for it to have force and law. I doubt he'll do that without the same terms being agreed by the government here. Once we have your agreement, I can return to Zion for his signature." Both of the negotiators glanced at each other. "Return? You mean you negotiated this?" "Yes, why?" "No reason. Give us a moment." Rosa leaned forward, palms on the surface of the desk. "Just think on. 10% of the population in Idaho is Mormon, and that's quite a chunk of territory he's offering to return to you, and without a shot fired in anger. The 6 months to the handover are to give them time for a gradual withdrawal to accommodate housing, which doesn't grow on trees." They shuffled out of the room. It was a good 20 minutes before they returned and took their seats. "For us to accept this, you're asking us to accept secession and recognize Zion as an independent nation. It says in here neither party to the treaty will bear arms against each other." That's correct. Well, I'm not sure we can accept that as a proposition. Rosa didn't miss a beat and fired back. I'm not asking you to negotiate. I'm asking you to have it put forward for a vote. Well, for now we'll have to put it to one side and discuss the reason why we're here. Rosa closed her folder, sat back, and folded her arms. Well, I think that concludes these negotiations. Either you put it forward for a vote, as I said, or there's nothing to negotiate and you can stay in here for 5 years. I should add, by which time, Zion will have considerable defenses, not to mention further trade deals and other treaties with military command. You have control of both the House, and the Senate and the Presidency, so it can be agreed, and quickly. Your call, Mr. Grimes. She rose from her chair and I followed her. Wait, I'll need to discuss this with my colleague. Go ahead, take all day if you have to. Take all week. Hell, you can take 5 years if you have to. Just let us know if it's going to drag on while you decide so we can retire to our rooms. I couldn't help but snicker as they closed the door behind them to the adjoining room, catching sight of some of their backup team. That was on the hard side. I hope it works. I wish I were a fly on the wall, I said. 15 minutes and the front office door opened. President Johnson walked inside. Sorry to interrupt. How's the negotiations progressing? Rosa and I looked at each other. Why he'd sneaked out of the other office and entered through the front door was laughable. We can't start them, said Rosa. We've sent out a treaty to the negotiators that military command has signed for signature by President Abram of Zion, and that General Blake needs ratifying by your government before we can negotiate. There was silence. I shuffled in my chair, then interjected. It was time to put into practice our role-playing. It didn't seem fair that we already knew they were to accept secessions going forward. Mr. President, if you don't mind me saying as a practical person, and I don't know what you have in mind, but unless you want civil wars, this won't be the only treaty you will have to consider. For the economy to grow from zero where it is now, there are going to be many treaties to be signed with all the new nations, to cover trade and monetary considerations, and even joint defense of all the territories, to name but a few. The president looked to be pondering. Are you sure you're not politically minded? I'm sure. Do you have a copy? He said and took a seat opposite. He read through the treaty, even though he would have already known the content. Here's a question for you. If we were to ratify this, could we maybe discuss a shorter term for the time we have to be in here before taking over? The term is pretty rigid. She paused, tapping a finger on her lips, then continued. Okay, look. If you can get this through both the House and Senate and sign it off today or tomorrow at the latest, then yes. I think General Blake would trust me to make modifications. But I won't even negotiate if that doesn't happen first. Then leave that with me. I'll send word to you when I know the result, and then if everything is in order, we can start with the negotiations. Fine, said Rosa, then we both shook hands with the president and exited the room. Outside, we climbed into our electric transport and drove back to our quarters. Well, how do you think that went in there? Rosa asked. I think you playing hardball might have just worked. Yeah, well I think you saying about other treaties helped. I could see him having a long hard think after you said that. It was as if he were in a different dimension out of the room. He obviously wants to get out of here as soon as they can for him to even consider ratifying the treaty, and to maybe trade it for a shorter term. You're right, but it was you playing hardball and offering the bait of a shorter timescale that did it in the end, I said. Whatever, I really appreciated the intervention. Thanks. All that role-playing seems to be paying off, said Rosa. Like I said, we're a team. Let's hope General Roberts keeps his ear to the ground and lets us know which way they're thinking. Rosa slapped her forehead. I've just realized something after what was said in there. What was that? I asked. If they ratify the treaty with Zion, it will mean us taking the treaties to Zion for President Abram to sign all the copies, so we'll be able to hook up with Tom and his wives again. Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out what his uncle said after he returned all the gold. Chapter 18. Final Negotiations. Rob Bell at the Doomsday Bunker, Colorado. We didn't need to wait for a message from the president. General Roberts had told us first thing in the morning that the House and Senate had been asked to debate all night if needs be, then to take a vote. Apparently, the president was pushing hard for his party to ratify the agreement with Zion. Still, until the signed treaty was in our hands, it wasn't a done deal. It was gone 10 in the morning and we still hadn't heard anything. It looks like we'll be packing and leaving, and all have failed, said Rosa. Have faith. You know what these politicians are like. They'll like to hear their own voices. From what General Roberts said, they have an outright majority, so it can't be filibustered. It'll have to go to a vote if they all want to get back to governing on the outside, and to get their territory back in Idaho. Everyone will be having their say, that's all. It was another hour before there was a knock on the door. This time it wasn't General Roberts. When Rosa opened the door, it was the president's secretary. The president would like to see you in his office. We didn't say anything, but simply followed her to our transport. Waiting in reception was painful at not knowing what he wanted. The secretary was in with the president some time when she finally returned. Come on in. He'll see you right away. It was the moment of truth, the toss of a coin as to the outcome as we entered. Please take a seat. Coffee? Yes, please. Black, no sugar. Same for me, said Rosa. Well, young lady, this is what you've been waiting for. Congratulations, he said and handed her 2 sets of papers. He buzzed the secretary to ask for the coffee. The secretary entered and placed the cups on the side table. I looked over Rosa's shoulder. There they were, exactly what we'd been waiting for, the 2 signed originals of the treaty for President Abrams' signature. Thank you, said Rosa. So that's it, you can get down to negotiating the rest of what you came for. Assuming we can come to an agreement on the immunity subject, how would you feel about negotiating for us for the return of the gold from Fort Knox with this new Africa, seeing as how we can't have contact? And what would you give in return? Asked Rosa. Recognition. A treaty not to bear arms against them and vice versa. The same as this treaty here. I could see Rosa appeared to be uncomfortable with his request. I stepped in. First things first, Mr. President. Let's get these negotiations concluded, then we can maybe talk. I doubt they'd just want to negotiate on the gold. They'll likely want a comprehensive treaty on trade and many other things. The president smiled. Of course. We can discuss that later. How about you start the negotiations in 1 hour and I'll have our negotiators there. Fine by me, said Rosa. Quickly downing our coffee, we walked out to our transport vehicle. Rosa fisted the air as we headed for the negotiating room. Yes, we've done it, she said, all excited, then her tone changed. I don't think I would want to negotiate with my uncle though. Yeah, it's a tricky one that with you being related. I can't see them handing over the gold. They'll need that to back up their new currency. Seeing as how your image is on the bills, you have a vested interest in them not giving it up. No harm in mentioning it to him though. The treaty he mentioned to have New Africa recognized would be a massive prize, I said. You're right. I didn't know how to reply to him. It caught me off guard, said Rosa. I could say the same. I've got a good feeling we'll be done here today. We arrived at the room. My head was battered thinking about his request for Rosa to negotiate with New Africa. A treaty not to bear arms against each other would be a big step forward and wasn't to be snuffed at. We chatted away while we waited. 30 minutes and they arrived early and agreed to start right away. So, having had time to consider the proposal, are you ready to sign off on it? Then we can wrap it up, said Rosa. Well, no. What exactly do you mean by immunity for military command? I thought that was obvious. President Latham was going to have them arrested for treason for refusing to plan an attack on Zion. Yes, but he is no longer the president. That may be, but without complete exoneration from any of their actions before or after martial law was imposed, what's to stop President Johnson or any future president bringing charges against them? They must have immunity from prosecution and be able to hold their positions without persecution. Let's say we would consider it. What do we get in return? What would you want in return? A shorter period to the time we take over governance as well as having to stick to military command's plan after we are allowed out to govern. How about if we reduce both to 6 months? I was hoping she'd accept those terms right away. It was looking as though they accepted military command's restoration plan and not wanting that removed altogether. We had hoped they would have refused that in favor of their own plan, and we could have used that in our negotiations in removing it, in return for negotiating the immunity. It was looking as though it wasn't needed. Rosa stiffened up and folded her arms. Out of the question. How about 9 months for each? It has to be something they are happy to go along with, she said. Rosa locked eyes with the Republican negotiator. Neither appeared to want to back down and to speak next. It was looking as though she'd gone off script and I was fighting to keep a poker face. I had to say something to break the impasse. How about we both take the time to reflect and maybe discuss it in our private rooms, I asked them. While you're at it, contact your Attorney General to draft an immunity agreement for us to look at for if you might agree to it as part of the terms. We all headed to our separate rooms. I think this will be over soon, I said. Blake didn't even mention a period of sticking to military command's plan, so we're way ahead of them if they're talking about accepting 6 months for each period. In effect, the restoration plan will last for a definite 12 months, and Blake said it's already bearing fruit. Yes, but maybe we can still use that, together with the other 3 months as bargaining chips if they balk at the immunity. That's why I didn't accept his offer right away. If they'd have said they definitely accepted immunity, I'd have said yes. I'd not thought of that. I'm just worried there's a possibility if they say no, the power will shift to them. There was a knock on the door. Yes, said Rosa as she opened the door. I've had a word with the Attorney General. It will take a few hours to draft and have a panel of attorneys look at it. I suggest we adjourn. Fine by us, said Rosa. We can go for lunch. Say 3:30 for us to resume to give them plenty of time to draft the immunity agreement. I take it that it wouldn't need a vote, said Rosa. Correct. It would be a separate agreement, signed by the Attorney General and the President. I stepped over to them. Correct me if I'm wrong, but couldn't President Johnson give them a pardon without the Attorney General's signature? I asked them. Well, in effect, that's what it would be. Slip of the tongue, sorry. I meant he'd sign off on the wording. With that, we headed off for lunch. Feeling drained, while I ate my lunch, I'd not realized how much stress negotiating could be. It wasn't that they'd been lengthy, it was the hanging about for answers. Maybe it had been asking too much to expect it to end quickly, when I'd heard of negotiations going on for years. Rosa, on the other hand, didn't seem to be fazed at all, she was smiling and chatting away. It was a surprise when President Johnson walked over to our table. May I? Sure, take a seat. It seems we're making progress. He dropped a folder on the table. I had the Attorney General expedite the wording of this immunity. Take a look. All it will take is for General Blake to agree to 6 months. The rest of the terms are fine. I have agreement it will pass both House and the Senate to accept the General's terms. If not, no immunity and pardon, and we'll wait it out. He was clearly pushing things along, wanting to get out of the bunker as soon as possible. Him saying they'd wait it out was clearly a bluff. So, let's say that's your final word, said Rosa. Could we have it in writing and signed by the Leader of Congress as well as the Senate and yourself, so we could put it to General Blake, and if he agrees, he can have military command come to the camp for a signing ceremony. The caveat for not having contact with the other nations other than through military intermediates would have to last for 12 months from the date of signing, though. Of course. I was expecting more pushback on the caveat. Blake had spoken in private to Rosa about it. His motive was to prevent any animosity in negotiations with other nations while the separations were raw. He'd been worried that any friction could have led to armed conflict instead of concentrating on restoration. I was guessing that the gold in Fort Knox could have figured in his motive for the caveat. Rosa nodded. Well, what you were asking for is outside his remit of what he asked for and any leeway I had for negotiations, but I could try and persuade him if you can give me what I asked for. I'll need to go to the camp outside and relay a message to him once we have that. That's all we can ask. You're a remarkable young lady. You should think about putting yourself up for election. You're welcome to join our party. Rosa smiled, her cheeks flushing, then she forked some food into her mouth. Likely a deliberate attempt not to answer. Anyway, with our business concluded, There are now 4 independent nations we will eventually need to negotiate with for trade deals and other matters, as Mr. Bell mentioned. I'd really like you to help us with this, seeing as how we're likely to be 12 months from being allowed to enter their territories, especially about the gold I mentioned at Fort Knox with New Africa. Rosa put down her knife and fork. I could see she was giving her answer some thought. What you're asking would be contrary to the agreement, however indirect. However, I'll put it to the general and see what he says. Chapter 19. Success. Rob Bell on the journey to Zion. The following day to our concluding negotiations, we arrived only a short distance from the border of Zion, the signed treaties in hand, from both the government and military command. It was a beautiful day, with the sun making its first appearance since the disaster, albeit still a little hazy, but the temperature had risen a few degrees. The bleak ashen landscape had changed with the torrential rain, from ashen gray to fields of stressed yellow grass. Saying that, some of the fields were still flooded. The biggest change was the lack of the sickly odor of sulfur that had followed us everywhere. Blake had made arrangements through Rosa for military command to attend a signing ceremony at the camp outside the Doomsday Bunker and to collect their pardons. Now we were to meet up with Tom again. I couldn't see how the day could get much better. I turned to Rosa. Have you received a reply back from Tom yet to give us all clear at the border? Not yet. The signal strength has increased. I'm in touch directly with preppers in around a 40-mile radius. Only problem is, I can't get through to our bunker. Maybe the floods have caused water damage. They'll have turned off the wind generators outside with the flooding. The waterfall that powers the electric could have damaged the generator blades. When it rains, the waterfall definitely has more force with the runoff from the mountain. She showed me her palm and pressed her fingers to her earpiece. Roger that, understood. Was that our bunker? No. Tom will meet us at the border crossing. Our escort will have to be disarmed and have to hand over the keys to our armored vehicles. They'll stay in the camp at the border. Makes sense after what happened. I made eye contact with Jackson in his rear view. With respect, said Jackson, I ain't giving my keys to anyone or my weapons except our own army. We'll stay this side of the border and wait for you. Don't blame you, I said. I turned to Rosa. Try your satellite phone. Maybe you'll get a signal. She dragged it out of her backpack and powered it up. Still no signal, she sighed and put it away. We're here, said Jackson. Looking out of the window, we stopped just short of the container obstacle course to get to the barrier at the border. Good luck, said Jackson. I helped Rosa put the straps of her radio over her shoulders. I'll carry the suitcases. The border guards were expecting us, and showing them our IDs, they had us wait in the border kiosk. The young guard checked through our suitcases, finishing just as a limousine pulled up. Tom climbed out of the passenger seat and waved. The young guard carried out our suitcases and put them in the trunk. Thanks for the gift, I said as we joined Tom. Least I could do. Get in. Didn't expect you so soon. Great to see you both again. The drive to his mansion didn't take as long, seeing as how we'd entered at the northern border crossing. Tom had given us a signal not to talk on the way, and it was killing me not to ask questions. We arrived at his mansion. His wives were at the door, waiting, repeatedly rising, and then falling onto the balls of their heels. They were clearly excited at having visitors, with Rosa running up to them and embracing each one in turn, then they skipped inside like schoolgirls. They have your rooms ready, said Tom as we entered the living room and sat on the armchairs. Rooms? We only need one room. What? Get away. See, I told you. Congratulations. How did it go with the gold and your uncle? Tom shook his head. Oh, that. Uncle went apeshit 'cause there were 6 bars missing. Can you believe that? He suspended me for a week while he decided if he should relieve me of my command. Anyway, that gave me time to have 6 brass bars smelted, and I painted them gold, then slipped them on a pallet under some of the others. Then we had a recount. So, it's all good. We both roared with laughter. What news do you have? Asked Tom. We couldn't say anything over the radio, but we have the treaties signed by both military command and the government. All it needs is your uncle to sign them and you won't have to worry about being invaded. That's excellent. Listen, we've had some bad news yesterday from returning missionaries about Texas and New Mexico now they've declared independence. Like what? You won't like this. It's run by a Mexican cartel. Not just any old cartel. Martinez is the president. Nah, they've got that wrong. The president is called Ricardo Lopez Dominguez according to our radio reports. Yeah, he's changed his name. It gets worse. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded paper. Look at this. I unfolded the paper, which turned out to be a poster, and turned it over. My mouth gaped as if waiting to catch flies. My eyes rolled to look at the ceiling. Brogan as governor? What the hell? Hell indeed. It explains who he's working for to have attempted to steal our gold. It took a while staring at the poster to get my head around the news. I'll need to tell Rosa. It can wait. Let them have their girly time. I'll radio Uncle and arrange for a meeting. I still couldn't come to terms with the news about Martinez and Brogan. How did these missionaries find out? They were left behind with the other civilian caretakers at Fort Hood when the army moved out. Then the cartel soldiers rolled in shortly after. They were allowed out just as the posters were put up everywhere. They made it back here with some other Mormons who provided transport. Damn, so now we know that not only did he survive the attack on our bunker, but he made it back to Texas. It really defies belief. Look, forget him. He's miles away now. Wait here while I radio Uncle. Tom returned, looking flustered. Damn it, he's on his way here. The kitchen stinks of stale tobacco. I've got the women baking bread to mask the smell. One of his wives popped her head around the door. There's someone trying to contact you on the radio. Okay, I'll be right there, said Tom. A short while later, he returned, a concerned expression on his face. That was our head of intelligence. We've had some alarming news that could affect you. What? It's those damned Unifiers. If you didn't know, their commander escaped along with President Latham. What of it? I already know that. How could it affect us? Tom shook his head, then answered. Our intelligence signal operators are picking up radio signals from them saying Latham is now their commander-in-chief. That's the National Guard's problem, not mine. Maybe. We've cracked their code they use that sounds as if they're talking in riddles. So? Well, if we've got it right, they have a new command center they've taken over with powerful radio comms equipment. A bunker has been mentioned. It can't be ours. We're under the noses of the camp they escaped from. They'll probably be out of state. Hey, buddy, forewarned is forearmed. Chapter 20. Mad Dash. Rob Bell. Journey from Zion to the bunker, Colorado. There hadn't been time to mention anything to Rosa when President Abram arrived, to the aroma of freshly baked bread spreading throughout Tom's mansion. He hadn't knocked on the front door after we'd heard his car arrive. Tom's uncle simply swept into the living room. I'll get Rosa, said Tom. The president took a seat on the sofa. Did they concede to everything? He asked. Yes. We have the treaty signed by both military command and the government. Good. That was it as far as conversation went, and we sat there in silence. 10 minutes later, and he kept looking at his watch. At 15 minutes he had an expression that looked as though he was about to blow off steam when his cheeks flushed crimson. Rosa entered, dressed as if she were about to go to a Sunday service and carrying the buff folders with the treaties. About time, he said and scoffed. Rosa took a seat at the side of him and handed him the folder. The president looked decidedly uncomfortable, sat next to her, and shuffled away on the cushion. He put on his eyeglasses and read through both signed treaties. Excellent. God told me you'd succeed. Tom rolled his eyes as he stood behind his uncle. Abram took out a fountain pen and signed all four, then handed two back to Rosa. He turned to her. His aloofness disappeared, setting a friendly expression with a gentle smile. Well, I'm pleased that you're satisfied, said Rosa. Keep in touch, young lady, he said. You were right to ask me to seek God's counsel. God has told me many good things about you. He may have other tasks for you in the future to help with trade negotiations. Rosa glanced my way as if to say, get me out of here. Funny you should say that. Those were President Johnson's sentiments regards future negotiations for when they take back governance, I said. Rosa sent me a tight-lipped glare. Well, that concludes my visit, he said. No handshakes, no goodbyes, he simply rose from the sofa and exited. As soon as the front door closed and we heard his vehicle drive away on the gravel, we all burst out laughing. What was all that about? Said Rosa. President Johnson's sentiments? For goodness sake. I smiled over at her. We didn't agree to anything. It'll be up to you and Blake to decide that. Maybe he'll appoint you to the army as a negotiator. At least me saying that saved you having to answer. Listen, Tom has some disturbing news. I'll go and rustle up some coffee in the kitchen while he tells you what he's heard. When I arrived in the kitchen, I was hit by a wall of putrid tobacco smoke, fighting with the aroma of freshly baked bread. Don't mean to offend, but I'd open the window if I were you. As a non-smoker, it's a really strong smell. You never know, his uncle could return unexpected. You're right. I shouldn't be smoking when pregnant anyway, but it's all I crave for. I wish it were chocolate instead, but it isn't, said Dora. I laughed to put her at ease. Yeah, well right now I have a craving for coffee with some of that bread, so I know where you're coming from. It smells delicious. She opened the window and stubbed out her cigarette, then made coffee. I'll bring a tray through with the coffee and some butter and bread. Back in the living room, Rosa was still sitting on the sofa, but now with her head in her hands. Tom looked at Rosa then back at me and shrugged his shoulders. Well, I've told her. Rosa lifted her vision. I really wanted to stay here and celebrate all we've done, but we have to get back to the bunker right away. I have to know if it's our bunker the Unifiers were talking about. Tom stroked his chin. He looked to be deep in thought. Listen. I owe you for helping to stop Brogan get away with the gold. I'll come with you along with one of our teams from our special forces. What about your uncle? None of his business. This is a national security concern. If everything is okay at your bunker, we can be back tonight, and he'll be none the wiser. Just because he has those treaties signed, they mean nothing to the Unifiers. That fight will go on. Dora entered with the coffee and bread. I need my radio, said Rosa. You can use mine. I have a better antenna here at the mansion. I grabbed some of the bread and coffee and followed Tom to his office with Rosa. Tom sent out a message to his headquarters to have a special forces team to meet us at the mansion, fully equipped and with an armored vehicle. Rosa dialed in Jackson's frequency. I need to be careful what I say, she said. Anyone could be listening in on our conversations. Just tell him we'll be ready for extraction in 1 hour and don't give your call sign. He'll know your voice, I said. Good idea. Rosa made contact and gave Jackson the message, then she went to get changed and to say her goodbyes to the women. Listen, Tom. I've been thinking. We'd be better not going direct to the farm. It'll take longer, but if we detour through Durango, we can get to the gas station and take it from there. Okay. It wasn't the visit I'd been expecting for it to be cut so short, but with everything ready and the Special Forces team arriving, we loaded up and headed for the border crossing. We all chatted away until we passed through Durango, and our convoy stopped. Look out of the window to the left, said Jackson. What the hell? I said in disbelief. Out there, rising into the sky was a rocket. I hope it doesn't have a nuclear warhead, said Rosa. Jackson watched the rocket through his binoculars. It's too big for that. Probably carrying a payload. Satellites most likely or resupplying the space stations. It was looking as though Space Command had been waiting for the skies to clear. I crossed my fingers hoping nothing would go wrong. The skies weren't exactly back to normal. Thankfully, it disappeared from view without breaking up. On the move again, we eventually drew into the gas station and drove around back. The pile of bodies had been removed, so I was pleased at that. We pulled over and stopped. What do you want us to do? I asked Jackson, as we all congregated. The first thing we need to do is to take a look at the farm. We'll have a good idea if things look normal, said Jackson. I suggest Drake goes on his own. He's not called the Ghost for nothing. When he returns, we'll take it from there after he reports what he finds. He turned to Drake. Surveillance only. Don't go walking in there until we know everything is normal. I crossed my fingers as he set off to the farm. Chapter 21. Recon. Rob Bell at the bunker, Colorado. Drake returned to the gas station after finishing his reconnaissance at the farm. It had been excruciating waiting. He'd been away for 3 hours. Jackson had joined the leader of Tom's Special Forces team, and we'd heard some of our vehicles moving out earlier. I climbed out of our vehicle with Rosa following. Drake's deadpan expression gave nothing away, and he pulled Jackson to one side. The leader of the Special Ops team joined them. Jackson kept glancing over at us as Drake debriefed them. In the background, I could hear the rush of the water from the river. Glancing over the parking lot, the river had burst its banks, flooding a wooded area. It was likely the farm would be flooded. "This is not looking good," I said. "Please let it not be so," said Rosa. Jackson and Richardson stepped over to us, while Tom walked over to his Special Forces team. "Well, what has he found?" "Something isn't right," said Jackson. "It's looking as though your bunker is the one the Unifiers have taken over. I sent over some of our men at the farm earlier to have them set up a perimeter at the bunker entrance, with 4 armored vehicles facing the entrance and others facing their rear. The trenches are waterlogged." "I damn well knew it," said Richardson. "Those weren't hunters the other day, they were likely Unifiers scouting out the bunker. It's looking as though they've taken advantage of the downpour. Our guards will likely have been sheltering in the barns. They could have sneaked up and overpowered Jason as he entered." "Is the farm flooded?" I asked Jackson. "No, if it had been, the water has soaked into the terrain, but the trenches are flooded," said Drake. "It was all I could do to hold it together when something struck me." "Wait, if it is them, then we know where they're based," I said. Drake followed them to the forest over the other side of the mountain. Jackson called over the leader of the Special Force team and passed on the information about the supposed hunters. "Everyone set the emergency frequency so they can't listen in," said Jackson. "Some of our radios are on the inside, so they could listen in." "Rosa, please don't try and use your frequency," said Jackson. Everyone synchronized their frequencies. "Listen, you can all call me Ben," said the leader of the Special Forces, though I doubted it was his real name. "From what I can work out, these Unifiers, if it is them, they've not secured the farm. That means they only wanted to take over the bunker, but they must have a contingency for if anyone tries to get inside. There's a camera room, so they'll know there's a perimeter outside," I said. "Then they'll have the entrance covered from the inside," said Ben. "But what that tells me is that if ever they wanted them out, they must have a backup plan, so we have to assume that they have sizable forces nearby in that forest you mentioned. They obviously have the means to communicate with the radio, but we could disable the antenna." "How thick is the entrance door?" 8 inches, I said. "We can't blast through it then. What we'd need to do is to take their base and hold hostages to negotiate them out, but we just don't have the manpower. We also need to leave them with the means to use their radio for negotiations, so disconnecting the antenna is out." "Is there an emergency exit?" His question hit me like a sledgehammer. "No," I said, and cursing inside at the lack of an escape contingency. "I could contact General Blake and have him send troops to help with taking their base," said Rosa. "It could be where those escaped Unifiers headed for with President Latham." "No, that would alert them if they intercepted your message. Anyway, now it's not raining, they'll likely have scouts on the mountain watching the bunker," I said. "Yeah, Drake said he saw movement on the mountain," said Jackson. "Well, that's it then. We'll have to send someone to the Doomsday bunker." "General Blake is there outside at the camp," said Rosa. "I just hope we all have it wrong and they're all inside sheltering from the flood, safe and sound." It was looking as though it was going to be a waiting game to find out. I just hoped that everyone was safe in the bunker like she said. "We have to assume it is the Unifiers who have breached the bunker," said Jackson. "Wilson, you were with Drake following them to their camp. You take my armored vehicle and go back to the Doomsday bunker and tell Blake we need help." "You know where the hostiles' camp is in the forest," said Jackson. "Will do." "Damn it, they better not have touched a hair on Mary's head," said Jackson. "Or anyone else for that matter." "How about I search for their frequency just to listen in?" asked Rosa. If Jackson agrees that's a good idea, but Tom says they talk in code, I said. Jackson and Ben nodded in agreement. The whole situation seemed to be hopeless. Without Blake would send a large contingent of troops. I wandered off to one side and dropped to my haunches. I was finding it hard to believe Dad hadn't had the foresight to plan an escape route. Then it dawned on me that I might have a solution. I rose to my feet and rushed over. I have an idea. Well, two really. What's that? Asked Ben. The ducting to take out the bad air leads to a vent on the side of the mountain, the same with the intake. Only I have the code for the door to get access to it from inside the bunker, but it would mean cutting through metal bars. The other is the generator behind the waterfall that has access through a different tunnel that joins up with the ventilation tunnel and it leads to the same door. To get to it from inside the bunker, there's a drift tunnel, but it's safe to use. Can you draw a plan of the bunker for us and those tunnels? Asked Ben. Sure. I'll just need some paper and something to draw with. I have something in my backpack. I'll go and get it, said Jackson. Rosa was oblivious to what was going on, having put on headphones. I set about drawing the plans and handed them to Ben. He studied the plans with Jackson. So, if that were me, I'd have the entrance covered in the tunnel and they'll likely have the radio manned as well as the camera room. I'd also be covering that door they can't have access to in the kitchen corridor, said Ben. I stroked the stubble on my chin. I'm not so sure they'd bother with that back door at the end of the corridor through the kitchen. The sign on it says, "Falling Rocks, Unauthorized Personnel Only." They could beat up on anyone in there and no one would know the code for it to be opened. They'd likely say only Dad had the code and he's dead. They're in the tunnel. The sleeping quarters are sealed off from the exit tunnel with steel sheeting and a door that's never locked. So, anyone guarding the entrance wouldn't know if someone was behind that area. You said rockfall? Yeah, that applies to the tunnel access to the waterfall, not to the air vent. Okay, leave it with us to have a think and we'll look at the possibilities. Ben wandered off with Jackson and Richardson. I'm really sorry, said Tom, and patted me on the shoulder. Yeah, it is what it is. They could stay in there for years if they wanted. I'm only sorry I can't have my National Guard help. It's too far outside the border. There'd be repercussions for me and my family if I did. I understand. At least we have your Special Forces guys here, thanks. He seems to be looking at more angles than I could ever have fathomed. Ben sauntered over to us with Richardson and Jackson. This air vent with the grill, we don't have anything to cut through steel bars with us that wouldn't make a noise. I pointed over to the workshop. There are oxyacetylene bottles here with a torch, I said. No, they'd see the flames and sparks even if we could drag the gas bottles up in the mountains to get near to the vent, especially as Richardson here says the woman with the camera had a telescopic night vision lens. What about this waterfall? Is it accessible to get to the generator? We couldn't climb up to it, that's for sure. It comes over a sheer rock face, and where the generator is situated, it's around 13 feet down from a cliff edge, so a proficient mountain climber could get down there. We could turn off the power from there. The generator and the blades can be withdrawn on tracks. The power mains have an emergency backup battery, but that can be turned off. The doors pads will still work because they have their own backup batteries. There's also battery emergency lighting in the common room, kitchen and gym, and where the quarters are, but it's only a faint glow over the doors for the exits. That sounds promising. He turned to Jackson. How about I go with Drake now and take a look? He knows where their scouts are, so we could avoid them. Sure, go ahead. As they set off, Rosa took off her headphones. What's happening? You look so worried. I'm wondering if I've just made a big mistake in telling them there's a possible way into the bunker, I said. They're professionals. Don't worry about it. It was sound advice, but it didn't alter the fact that I was having regrets at mentioning a possible way in. If anything happened to any of our community, it would make me the one responsible. Chapter 22. Fight Back. Rob Bell, The Bunker, Colorado. With Ben and Drake making their way to the waterfall with their shoulders loaded up with climbing equipment, pangs of doubt hit me about what they were considering. It was my fault and my big mouth that they had gone to scout a way into the bunker, when we could have waited for Blake to arrange for an attack on the Unifier's base, and for them to take hostages to negotiate their surrender in the bunker. I swallowed hard. If that were to be the path we'd take, it wasn't the short distance from the cliff face down to the entrance hole behind the waterfall that worried me, as dangerous as that would be. It was the 100 yards the waterfall cascaded down the mountain face onto rocks that made me wish I'd not made the suggestion. I would have to accompany them as a guide, and I was the one with the code for the door. I wasn't about to give it to anyone. But that paled into insignificance when I considered that if it went wrong, it would be my fault. My failure. But unlike my failures of the past, people I'd now bonded with could die. Looking at my watch, Wilson had been gone a good few hours. It was enough time for him to have arrived at the Doomsday Bunker. "I can't believe this," said Rosa, and pulling off her headphones. "Wilson must have arrived at the camp outside the Doomsday Bunker." "How do you know that?" I asked. "Because I'm picking up messages from the Colorado National Guard. That must have been the only option open to General Blake. The airwaves are buzzing with their plan to take the Unifier's camp. They're estimating reaching their target in 3 hours from now after planning." "Isn't that a good thing?" I asked her. "It would be if every man and Jack couldn't listen into their broadcasts." When I switched back to the Unifier's frequency, it had gone from silence to a burst of traffic, but they're talking in riddles. "Damn it, that's not good," said Tom. "I don't know, it could work in our favor," I said. "If they abandon their camp, it means they'll have to drop any plan to mount a rear guard to get their people out of our bunker. So, getting into the bunker through the waterfall tunnel could be a good option. Well, I'm not waiting around for Ben to return. We need to get up there and take back the bunker before anyone comes to any harm, especially Mary," said Jackson. "What about Rosa?" "She'd be exposed if we left her out on the mountain to get into the tunnel. I'll stay here if someone stays with me. I can wait for your broadcast to let me know you've succeeded." She signaled me to join her. "Listen, no heroics. I understand they'll need you there for the door code and to guide them, but please, stay in the tunnel once you've opened the door, and let the professionals do their work." "Excuse me, but my name isn't Rosa," I said and snickered. "Please, don't do anything stupid. I need you to get back to me unharmed. If it goes wrong, get the hell back out at the waterfall," she said. "Don't worry. Leave Jet in Richardson's vehicle, then he won't wander off," I said. Jackson called over one of his men. "Reuben, you stay with Rosa," said Jackson. "This is no time to hang around, let's go." We gave each other a hug and shared a brief kiss, then breaking away, I set off with the others. Approaching the part of the hillside where it was possible to get down to the bunker, Jackson had one of his men go with a radio to join up with the troops guarding the bunker entrance. It was a long haul over the mountain at high altitude to eventually get to our destination. Jackson held out his arm for us to stop. "We have movement," he said. One of the Special Forces team stepped forward. "Blue Dog to team leader, we're inbound to your position, over." He turned to Jackson. "It's okay, he's spotted us, so we won't have friendly fire. He says he's seen scouts leaving the mountains." "That probably means the Unifiers have been alerted to the National Guard attack," said Tom. "Looks that way," said Jackson. "Let's push on." I was getting breathless with the air thinning out when we finally encountered Ben and Drake. "We've set up climbing ropes down to the entrance of the waterfall," said Ben. "Our team will have no problem rappelling down there, but if any of you are not up for it, you can give it a miss." Jackson stepped forward. "Listen, we're not amateurs, we train at it, so it's nothing we can't handle." I sensed something of a rivalry in his tone of voice. "That may be, but let me make this clear, once we're in there, we'll lead from the front. We have the stun grenades, and we practice hostage situations daily. You're to concentrate on setting up a chain for extraction through into the tunnel where we enter until we give the all clear. Is that understood?" "Loud and clear," said Jackson. Tom and I looked at each other. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" I asked Tom. "What, like when we went on that rock climbing wall and I raced to the top, and then we both lost our grip and fell off before we got to the top, and we were left there dangling?" "That wasn't what I was thinking at all, and now I wish I hadn't asked. Rock climbing a wall is one thing, but rappelling in real life is a whole different ballgame. I was thinking that I was nervous seeing as how it would be a first attempt." "Don't worry, we'll help you both," said Ben. "We have safety ropes." Working our way back down the mountain, we arrived at where the waterfall cascaded over the edge of a cliff. I'd only been up there once before with Dad. Back then it had been a trickle by comparison, but now it was a fierce curtain of water with the recent rains. The water tumbled down for around 100 yards to a ledge, then continued on down the mountain. I'll go first, then Rob and General Abram. The rest can follow on. Ben said about showing us what it entailed. He went first, then it was my turn. With the safety rope attached, I edged over the cliff face, helped by Jackson, so as not to go over with a jolt. It all went smoothly as I descended the 13 yards or so, apart from when I looked down at the water crashing onto the rocks below and I froze. Over the loud rush of the water, I heard Ben call out, "One more yard and you're there." I gathered my nerve and continued that last yard with Ben tugging on the rope to get me behind the waterfall. Feet firmly on the ground, my legs lost all sensation and I dropped to my knees. Ben unhooked the safety rope and helped me to one side. With the rest of them down there, I'd gained my composure. I could only hope that we wouldn't have to go out the same way we arrived. "What did you decide about turning off the energy?" I asked. "Are you positive the door pad's backup batteries will work?" said Ben. "Yeah, they're checked weekly for any that need recharging." "Then we'll turn it off. It'll cause them to panic, but by the time we get there, they will have settled down. Likely, they'll expect a frontal attack if anything and double up on guarding the entrance. Jackson, can you have one of your men ready to get back here once we have control to turn on the power?" "Affirmative." We withdrew the generator and blades on its tracks, then threw the switch on the power at the battery, just to be on the safe side. With the beams from our helmets lighting the way, we worked our way down the drift tunnel. I brushed against a wooden support. It was a relief everyone had helmets when a cloud of dust from above enveloped us, then small rocks peppered the soldier in front of me and the one behind. We were lucky to have arrived at our destination at the door without a major rockfall. Ben pulled out the plan I'd drawn and had his men study it one last time. "We know what we all have to do. You can enter the code now." Opening the cover to the pad, I blocked the digits from view with one hand as if I were about to enter my code into a cash dispenser. My fingers trembled as I started to tap out the code. It was the moment of truth. The toss of a coin again as to the outcome as to what was about to go down. "Lights off, everyone. Night visions only," said Ben. Chapter 23. Mission is a go. Rob Bell at the bunker, Colorado. There would be no going back now. The mission was in full force. The 6 members of the Special Forces team moved swiftly and quietly. Weapons out front and shouldered, eyes to the scopes. They stopped outside the gym. One of them returned to Jackson, then pulled him to one side and whispered, "There are people in the gym, talking. There's a key outside in the lock. It could be some of your people, can you come and listen?" Jackson went ahead. The next thing I knew, Jackson herded 15 of his men through the door. The Special Ops team checked the cinema room, then the kitchen, followed by the common room, then Ben returned, leaving the door slightly ajar behind him. "How many are there?" he asked one of the rescued soldiers. "It's hard to know because we've been locked up in the gym and others could have arrived. Their leader said he was leaving. That would leave 8 of them, including a woman that I counted. They all have automatic weapons and sidearms, except for the woman. She was given an automatic rifle. She has a child here called Billy." Ben rolled his eyes. "A child? Damn, that's all we need." Another of his team entered. "The area to the quarters is clear. There are keys in the locks of some of them outside the rooms." "They must be the rooms of your people," said Ben. "Stay here and prepare yourself to take more rescued hostages. If you're compromised, lock the door and get everyone out the way you came in." They opened the door and disappeared through the hallway into the common room. "Fuck this for a game," said Jackson. "Richardson, you come with me and cover me. The rest of you form a line all the way through to the entrance from the quarters to the community room to give cover to those exiting. I have to get Mary out and I know which is her room." "I'll go and help identify the other rooms," I said. "Don't be stupid," said Tom. "I have to. They're here because of me. Dad would never have had them help construct the bunker facilities if it weren't for me." I followed on after Richardson to be met by some of our community exiting. With more of us to help, Ben and his team left us to it and went to cover the steel door at the entrance to the quarters. Tom came up behind me and said nothing, standing there with his automatic rifle, ready to defend me as I worked my way down the doors with the keys and the locks on the outside. Richardson grabbed my arm and whispered, "We're to stop. Ben can hear something." We all froze to the spot, some of those rescued stopping mid-step. Jackson moved them along to go through the common room. He stepped over to Mary's room and unlocked the door. He came outside. "Fuck, she's not there," he whispered. There was a sudden scream as one of the doors opened. From the green glow of my night visions, it looked to be a child. Richardson grabbed him, clasping a hand around his mouth, and he brushed past me, taking the child on through to the common room. "You can all go now," said Ben. "I can hear the whine of a motor in the tunnel. It's likely to get hot." "Like hell," said Jackson and unlocked the last door. Mary and Jason came running out. "What the hell were you doing in there with him?" said Jackson, clearly peeved. She threw her arms around him. "They locked us in when we were trying to work out what to do." "Get out of here, now," he said as two of Ben's team opened the steel door and stepped through. "Stop right there," I heard one of them call out. "Special Forces, we have you scoped." The lights from the golf cart lit up the area. In less than a minute, two of the hostiles walked through to the quarters with their hands trussed behind their backs. I recognized the woman right away. She was the woman with the camera we'd encountered on the mountain. "What have you done with my son?" she asked. "He's safe. Answer some questions and you can be reunited," said Ben. "How many of you are there?" She wasn't for talking. "Look, let me see my son," said the guy. I hadn't recognized him at first, but now I could see he was one of the scouts from the mountain. "Answer the question, then you can see him." "There's 6 more. 4 at the exit, and 1 in the radio room. The other is in the camera room," he said. "Right, well let's go visit them, shall we? Ask them to surrender their weapons and you can see your son. If they as much as twitch rather than surrender, it will be the last thing they do." He turned them about face. 2 of his men grabbed them by the arms and then marched them back down the tunnel with Ben at the rear, while the other 3 stalked on a distance behind them. "What do we do now?" Jason asked. "Wait and see what happens. If they surrender without a fight, we'll get the power on, then you can radio Rosa and tell her everything is okay, and we'll go and get her." "Where is she?" "At the gas station. We've left a guard with her." "What will happen to the Unifiers?" "They'll be handed over to the National Guard, I guess. They didn't mean us any harm. All they wanted was the use of our radio to gather together their compatriots from what their commander said, then they'd probably have left. All they want is to have the country unify. It's not our problem. They can tell that to the judge. It doesn't give them the right to take hostages and to invade my property." It was such a relief, when a short while later, Ben arrived with his prisoners and not a shot had been fired. I turned to Jason. "I'll go and get the power back on if you can wait in the radio room and radio Rosa to tell her everything is good." "Sure. At least they've left the golf cart here, so I don't have to walk," said Jason. I walked over to Tom. "I'm going to turn the power back on if you want to come with me." "Sure." "It was quite nervy there for a while," said Tom. "It was, but I'm buzzing now. Thank goodness it turned out okay. I can chalk that up as a success. It could have easily gone wrong." We walked behind the prisoners as they were ushered into the gym, where I saw Billy waiting there for his parents. Richardson stood guard with the door open. If it weren't for the roof possibly collapsing, I could have easily done a hop, skip, and a jump in the tunnel on the way to switch the power on. I couldn't wait to tell Rosa how it went. With the blades back in place to power the generator, I switched on the power. "How is it going with you and Rosa?" asked Tom. Exhilarating would be an understatement. "Honestly, I think the world of her. I'm pleased for you. I wish I had your luck. You've not exactly increased your chances with already having 3 wives. That's the thing. See, I'm besotted with one of them. She's like my soulmate." "Which one?" "Dora, the older one of the 3. "Get away." "Dora?" "It's true." I'm afraid to make a move in case it upsets the harmony. Tricky one that, I said as we arrived back. Anyone seen Jason, or is he still in the radio room? I asked. Not seen him, said Jackson, sitting opposite Mary and holding both her hands. I'm about to go to the radio room to get a message to the guys outside, said Jackson. Jason will have sent a message to Rosa and we can go and get her, I said. I'll come with you both, said Tom. When we arrived, the radio room was empty. Jackson sat at the radio. I thought you said he was going to radio Rosa. The dial is set at the Unifier's frequency. He turned the dial. Alpha 2 to Queen Rosa, radio check, over. All that I could hear in reply was static. At the third attempt, we all shared glances. We'd better get over there, said Jackson. I'll need to gather the others to get our transport back here. Chapter 24. Conflict of Interest. President Shoemaker. Sacramento. Cascadia. President Shoemaker sat quietly opposite Douglas Klein, the chief of intelligence for their fledgling department, in his office at the Capitol State Building, waiting for his operative to complete a sweep for electronic bugs. All clear, sir. Thanks, you can go now. We're in the clear, said Klein. Finally, we can talk, said Shoemaker. What have you to report? Well, outside our borders, you already know the story about President Latham, but we hear he's escaped and joined up with the Unifiers. Just now, our forces can handle skirmishes with them at the border, but with Latham at their head as commander-in-chief for them to rally behind, we have a concern he will form them into a cohesive force. And does his daughter Jocelyn know this? We've sent her a report to her Portland headquarters. The other thing we've had reported is that both military command and the U.S. government under President Johnson have signed a non-aggression treaty with Zion, so they've effectively accepted secession. That's good to know. A treaty is something we should consider. Continue. Apparently, the woman who broadcasts with the pseudonym of Queen Rosa acted as an independent negotiator between both parties. That aside, I think you'll find we have more pressing matters at home. What's of more concern is the Chinese situation. In what way are they a problem more than I already know, said Shoemaker. They've constructed their own area on the port for unloading containers. By day, everything seems normal, but it's what they're up to at night that's the concern. What would that be? That camp they've built for the regiment to back up your security. We've been observing it from a distance. Our best estimates are that there is not one regiment, but a division of 10 to 15,000. We think they've been hiding the troops in containers for shipping to the camp. What's more, containers are now arriving daily, then bypassing custom checks, and they're not opening them at the camp. We think they could be heavy armaments and ammunition. Shoemaker pushed back in his chair. Dear God. Have you told Jocelyn? No, there's a problem. And what's that? Juan Lei has been visiting her this past week in Portland. He has a heavy security team, and we can't get near to find out what he's up to. She's surrounded by her own activists, making observation difficult. We have, however, had reports of Chinese military providing advice and training to the National Guard in the north at various locations since he arrived, and it looks as though she's allowed them to start constructing a camp. Shoemaker rose from his chair and paced around the room. That weasel-faced Juan Lei is up to something. I wouldn't trust Jocelyn as far as I could throw her either. She's made no attempt to transfer her headquarters down here. Oh, it gets worse. Those engineers that they've sent to help rebuild the grid, they're installing some kind of what looks like transmitter and receiving equipment on the top of the energy pylons at regular intervals. Then there's the engineers who came to set up the biofarming. They've moved on to installing cameras everywhere in the city here and in Portland under Black Jacket Guard. There are other reports that we've had saying the same is happening in large towns in the south. Shoemaker shook his head, constantly wringing his hands together. He took his seat again, then placed his hands palm down on the surface of his desk. Well, I know what my assessment is, but what's yours? Asked Shoemaker. Reaching out, he picked up a pencil and started to chew the end. You won't like this. The fact that they've gone ahead with these activities without discussing with you to put to the People's Committee tells me they are building an infrastructure for their own purposes while the situation is still in relative chaos. Shoemaker held out his hand with the pencil, snapping it in two pieces. Yes, I can see that, But to what purpose? Control. That's always what the Chinese have been about. According to our treasury, they have already given them $2 billion in bonds, and now I hear they're demanding bonds to cover Cascadia's portion of the worthless bonds they hold with the U.S. Shoemaker pushed back in his chair. Yes, I saw that demand. We've categorically turned it down. And that happened when? Just before Wan Lei took off to visit Jocelyn, if I'm not mistaken. Let me think. Shoemaker looked up at the ceiling and closed his eyes. He'd been in politics long enough to know when he was being outmaneuvered. He could see he was in danger. Back at his mansion, he could be held under house arrest by his Chinese guard, and there wouldn't be a damn thing he could do about it. He'd rebuffed the political advisors and Wan Lei's suggestions and demands on more than one occasion, he thought. He wondered if the question of replacing the worthless USA bonds had sealed his fate, and if Wan Lei was now courting Jocelyn to take over as president. Shoemaker leaned forward and slapped the surface of his desk with his hands. Well, what do you think? Asked Klein. I think I understand what you're telling me. I want you to find me a property here in the city where I can live and have some of your agents provide me with security. In the meantime, book me into a hotel under an assumed name for tonight. I'll have to come up with an excuse to tell my driver as to why I won't need to be taken back to the mansion. Wise decision. I'll arrange something. Is that all? No, I'll need daily updates. Hourly if necessary. He picked up a broken half of his pencil and scribbled on his notepad, then tore off the page and handed it over. I'll need you to give me a suitcase and changes of clothes and have it delivered to the hotel. My sizes are on there. Oh yeah, and a gun. Other than that, ask my secretary to come in as you leave. Shoemaker placed his elbows on the desk and held his head in his hands. He knew he'd made a big mistake accepting the Chinese assistance. He heard Jonathan Rogers enter, his secretary, as he stepped into the office. Oh dear, said Rogers. I guess your intelligence brief didn't go over well by the look on your face. That's an understatement. I think we're both in grave danger. From whom? He asked, while taking a seat opposite Shoemaker. He shook his head, avoiding eye contact, embarrassed to tell Rogers. The Chinese. The National Guards, the Black Jackets, and Jocelyn. You name it, the danger could come from anywhere. I've messed up big time. He went on to explain what he'd heard. So, what will you do? Not sure. None of this is what I expected, said Shoemaker. I'd always hoped for a socialist nation, true, but not the one the Chinese or Jocelyn and her activists want. I wanted a true democracy, albeit on socialist governance lines. The way we're heading, we'll end up worse than Venezuela if I don't do something to resolve the issues. Like what? Look at how Jocelyn has all the top ranks of the National Guard in her pocket. We'd be impotent if they moved against us unless their troops rebelled. That's unlikely since they're assured preferential housing and provisions. Latham leaned forward, elbow on the desk, with his hand on his chin and rubbed his eyes with his thumb and index finger. He took in a lungful of air, then expelled it slowly in a drawn-out sigh. He lifted his vision. We could go into exile, said Shoemaker. His secretary scoffed. That's not like you to sound defeatist. Shoemaker picked up the broken pencil and tapped it on the desk. There is something we could do instead of exile. Or should I say, something that you could do for me. And what would that be? Shoemaker shuffled on the seat cushion. You're the only one I could trust. I could give you a presidential order, authorizing you to negotiate and sign a treaty on behalf of Cascadia. With whom? The Chinese? No, with General Blake and military command. It could be not only a non-aggression pact like Zion's treaty, but an agreement to intervene with military assistance if asked by either legitimate governing party to the treaty. They have an independent negotiator who goes by the name of Queen Rosa. Not that I agree with royalty, but you could seek her out. I've heard her broadcasts. Look, I'm not sure. I know nothing about treaties. Not a problem. I'll have an outline of the sort of treaty I want drafted, and you can negotiate from there. His secretary raised his eyebrows. But what do I know about negotiations if what they want is outside your outline? Shoemaker lowered his vision and shook his head. You know as much as General Blake and the rest of them, seeing as though they'd used a third party on their behalf. You'll work it out. One thing is for sure. You'll be safer there than here just now. His secretary pushed his back into the chair, closed his eyes, and rubbed the tip of his nose. Well? It's not that simple. I'd need to acquire some casual clothes for the journey. I couldn't have an escort, or we'd likely be stopped by the Black Jackets. I'd need to go south to get to where the traffickers are taking refugees across the water. That'll cost $10,000 that you'll have to find somehow. Then how do I make contact with General Blake if I can't contact this Queen Rosa? Now who's the defeatist? Get some spine in your back. Use your initiative. You've done military service in the Marines. We can have the draft negotiating points sewn into the lining of your jacket, together with the presidential order. His secretary rubbed his brow with the fingers of both hands. Okay, I'll give it a try. I have family in Colorado I could look up and stay there if they're still alive. Let's hope I can succeed and we're not too late. Chapter 25. Traitor in our midst. Rob Bell at the bunker, Colorado. With all the men assembled near the exit, we passed the armory to see the door ajar. That's strange, I said. Jason didn't say he'd given the Unifiers the code. The soldiers we'd rescued entered to gather their weapons. One of the soldiers walked outside of the armory. That's really weird. I know I put my radio in there, but it's missing. One of the Unifiers might have taken it to their room, said Jackson. Grab one of the others and let's go. As we approached the soldiers outside, Jackson spoke with them. When he came back over, he looked sheepish. Something strange is going on. Jason left some time ago and took the golf cart from the barn. He could have been checking the cows and then gone over to the hen battery. I've sent someone to go and find him, Jackson said. He turned to a soldier carrying the radio. Keep trying to get a hold of Rosa. Her radio could be malfunctioning. Yes, sir. When we arrived at the bridge, it was down. I wonder how the Unifiers managed to get inside. They must have come across the bridge, I said. Jackson shook his head. No. Mary said they were duped by that woman and her child when Jason allowed them inside. Jason reckoned that the others came to the entrance over the mountains for their soldiers to get inside and she let them in. Our scouts wouldn't have seen them as they had to abandon the patrols with the downpour and take shelter in the barns. What was Jason doing letting the woman and child into the bunker? I said in disgust. Jackson sucked air through his teeth and answered. During the downpour, they were across the bridge with the child unconscious. Jason said they'd had their car stolen and made her husband drive off with them at gunpoint. Jason had one of our men carry the child into the bunker for Mary to see to him. Mary said Jason thought the woman watched him enter the code and let them in. The child must have pretended to be unconscious. But why leave the bridge down? I doubt they would have left it down, that's what's baffling me, said Jackson. Tom tugged at my sleeve, taking me to one side. What do you know of this Jason? He asked. Not much, other than he's a conscientious worker and Dad trusted him to have the codes. I've only just started to get to know him. Why? Just a hunch. What? You think he gave them the codes? I'm not saying that, but look around. Where's he? The radio operator pressed his finger to his earpiece. I have someone wanting to speak with Rob. Is it Rosa? No, it's a male voice. He didn't use a call sign. He passed me the hand mic. Who is this? It's Jason. Where are you? We were getting worried. That doesn't matter right now. I have Rosa here. I'll exchange her for your prisoners. What? I said in disbelief. A wave of pinpricks ran through me, touching every nerve ending. You heard. But why? Let me speak to her. Like I said before, they're just patriots, same as me. I don't hold no truck with this secession malarkey. You have to let me speak to her. Later. Bring the prisoners out. Have them walk over the bridge, then raise it. As soon as I have them, you'll get Rosa back. By now, the surprise had changed to a rage building inside of me. You touch a fucking hair on our head, and I'll track you down, you bastard traitor. Traitor. You're the ones who are the traitors negotiating peace pacts with the enemy. Jackson grabbed the mic from me. You're agitating him. I'll speak to him, said Jackson. This is Jackson. What have you done with my man guarding her? He's trussed up in the workshop back at the gas station. Give Rob the mic. Rob is over upset to talk just now. Yeah, well, tell the aloof bastard I'm in charge of this situation, not him. He can shovel his own cow and hand shit from now on. I'm signing off. You have 15 minutes. I held my head in my hands and shook my head. It was my worst nightmare. Tom put an arm around me. Let Jackson deal with this. You're too emotionally involved. Tom turned to Jackson. Do you want my men to deal with this? Jackson shook his head. No, she's my responsibility. I'm charged with her security. The offer is there. I was about at boiling point. If she's your responsibility, what the hell are you going to do about getting her back to me? Whoa there, calm down. I'm on your side. Best you get back to the bunker and we'll deal with this. I was still struck with a blind rage. Like hell I will. You mean like when you were told not to interfere but did anyway to rescue Mary? He sucked air through his teeth. Fair point. Listen, let's all calm down. We know he must have taken her from the gas station and he's not killed her guard if he's telling the truth. We need to get there to see if he's still alive. He could have some information. But he's only giving us 15 minutes, I said, ready to start tearing my hair out. I'll send 2 of my men back to the bunker. One can man the radio, and the other can get ready to bring out the prisoners. Write down the code for them. You can change the code later. I took out a pen from my pocket and scribbled the code. I don't know what my guys will say about exchanging the prisoners, said Tom. It's none of their business, said Jackson. We can tell them the National Guard are here to take them away. If he's asking them to get to the road over the bridge, then he must be watching. We could show them to him, then ask to speak to Rosa to make sure she's alive. Dear God. What if she isn't alive? I said, my eyes searching around the others for an answer. No one answered me. Jackson turned to 2 of his men. You heard me, you man the radio, and you go and get the prisoners and bring them here. If General Abrams' guys challenge what you say, have them speak to me on the radio on our emergency channel. You good with that, Tom? I asked him. You don't need to ask. It goes without saying. A soldier trotted over to us. He's not in the hen battery. The golf cart tracks lead to the bridge. That's why the bridge was down. Look, Rob. I know I can deal with this. How about you go with some of my men to the gas station and see what you can find out happened there and radio me back on our emergency channel. Trust me, I'll not let the prisoners cross the bridge without I hear her speak. Once I speak to her, I'll make better arrangements for an exchange, so I know the exchange will be secure. The prisoners are nothing to us, so I don't have a problem letting them go, but only when I'm certain of getting her back. He's right, said Tom. You have to let him deal with this for Rosa's sake and yourself. Let's get going to the gas station and see what we can find. The clock is ticking. If you blow up at the guy again, he might do her some harm. He sounded pretty pissed at you as it is. It was as though I was heading for failure again. He was right, I might make matters worse and put my jinx on the situation. If anything happened to her because of my actions, I couldn't live with that. Their suggestion was the only option I could see of a way to get her back to me. Okay, let's hurry up and get to the gas station. Our prisoners arrived, still with their arms behind them, secured at the wrist with plastic cuffs. They were followed by Ben and his team. Jackson took Richardson to one side, then he stepped over to Billy's parents. Richardson took Billy to one side while Jackson talked to his parents. What's he saying? I asked. I don't know, but we're wasting time, said Tom. Chapter 26. Taking Control. Rob Bell, at the bunker, Colorado. Looking over my shoulder as we were about to set off to the gas station, I overheard Ben and Jackson arguing. Tom, this is not right. I'm not going. Look at them arguing. I should have the ultimate responsibility in this situation. I need to take control. I've calmed down now. Tom stepped in front of me and put his hands on my shoulders. That may be, but you could make things worse. You're not thinking straight. Look, you're my best friend, so listen to me. You need to know some home truths. What are they? He let go of my shoulders. It's hard for me to say this, but over the years I've known you, you're not the type to take control. You couldn't even decide what color shirt to buy without someone told you which one. Don't think I don't know that. That's not who I want to be anymore. If you're my best friend, you'll have to trust me. Tom shook his head. Well, I hope you know what you're doing, buddy. Turning to Jackson and Ben, I called them over. I looked each one in the eyes in turn. Listen, whatever tactics you're arguing about, forget them. I'm in charge here, and this is exactly what we'll do. But? I interrupted Jackson. No buts, hear me out. The clock is ticking. I want Ben and his team to go to the gas station with Richardson. But first, have someone run to the bunker and get an item of Rosa's clothing she's worn from her room. Mary can show him which room. Richardson held out his arms, palms upward. We don't have the code. Call him over. Carl, get over here. Taking my pen from my pocket, I wrote down the code on the back of his hand and gave him instructions. Run like the wind, I said. Why the clothing? Asked Ben. Jet, our dog, he's in Richardson's vehicle at the gas station. He's trained to follow scent and is an attack dog by the police. Richardson's been practicing with him while he waited for us when we were in the Doomsday bunker. He'll pick up our scent for sure. Your team go with him and make sure he ties the length of rope to his collar and secures the other end to his waist. As the scent gets stronger, he'll pull on the rope. Stop and try to get them in your sights. Only take him out if he looks as though he means her harm. The soldier returned, out of breath, and handed Richardson her nightdress, and then the team set off to the gas station along the riverbank. Okay, that's done, said Jackson. What are your orders? I glanced across at Billy's mom and his dad. His mom hadn't been cooperative back there in the bunker when asked questions. I had her down as an activist. His dad, on the other hand, had been quick to give answers to be reunited with his son. Bring Billy's dad here. What's happening? Billy's dad asked as he arrived, his eyes searching in mine. One of our guys is sympathetic to your cause and he's kidnapped one of us to exchange for you and the others over there. Trouble is, he's not letting us speak to her, so we don't know if she's alive. So, are you going to do the exchange? Not without we speak to her. You've not done us any harm, so I don't know why we shouldn't release you, but it has to be on our terms. What are the terms? He asked. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let 3 of them and you cross the bridge, but your wife and child will stay here with the others. I need you to convince him to let us speak to her. Once we've spoken to her, I want her to come to the bridge alone. Once she's there, the other 4 will be allowed to walk across slowly as she walks toward them, but at the halfway point all will stop. Billy will be with them, won't he? No, but he'll be with me at the bridge entrance. I'll shout out for the exchange to continue. As soon as she walks toward me, 3 of yours will set up across, but your wife will stay in the middle. I'll take Billy to her, and once I see she's safe, we can all go. What if he refuses? Then the others can all stay here until the National Guard arrive and take them away. Your son will likely be placed with a family to take care of him while your wife and the others will be taken to the internment camp. The guy gulped. Please, don't hurt Billy. We won't harm him whatever happens, but you'll know what will happen to him and your wife if you fail. That's not a threat, it's just the way it'll be. Okay, I'll tell the others, he said, and he was escorted back to the other prisoners. I looked at my watch. There was a minute to go. Shit, Rob. You'll be exposed to a sniper round out there on the bridge, said Tom. I know. Jackson, give me your vest. Have 2 of your men crawl to a position behind the rock piles either side of the bridge. Have the others go to ground behind cover along the riverbank. Leave your guy here with the radio. Have someone secure the ones who are not to cross. I want you to get inside the armored vehicle at the bridge. If you hear a gunshot at all, man the machine gun and give me cover. He didn't even question me as I'd expected. Instead he dashed off to organize his men to take their positions. On the click of the minute hand, the radio crackled. "Your 15 minutes are over." "Where are they? Why haven't they crossed?" "They're here and ready. Let me speak to Rosa and we're good to go." The radio went dead. I guess he had to be on the hillside opposite where we charged down with our horses during the attack on the bunker. There was enough brush to hide behind. He had to be near enough to see the bridge and to maybe call them over the wall. With all the talking we'd done, I still doubted Ben and his team would have had time to get to find his position. The radio crackled. "Rob?" I closed my eyes and held the mic to my cheek at hearing her voice call my name. "That's it, you've heard her. Now have them come across the bridge. Tell them to climb over the wall and to head to their left at 45 degrees. I doubted he would be stupid enough to give me the directions to his position. I'll send some of them over right away. The others are on their way here from the bunker. This had better not be a trick." I headed over to our prisoners and gave instructions as to their direction to take, and for the soldier to cut through their cuffs once they were at the bridge. "Fingers crossed," said Tom. Rosa had only called out my name, but it wasn't said in panic. But then, she wasn't the type to get panicked in a stressful situation. I imagined she'd be creating empathy with him to ensure she came to no harm. Still, I worried that's not the way it would pan out for her. I prayed to God that it would go down as I'd planned for both of our sakes. My heart was in my mouth as I watched them cross the bridge, then climb the wall. It was all down to Billy's dad now. He had all the motivation in the world to get Jason to agree to our terms. My only doubts were that I didn't know what made Jason tick. For all I knew, he could be a stubborn son of a bitch and insist on doing it his way. I now regretted not getting to know him. Watching the minutes tick away, calmness washed over me. For all my doubts, I seemed to enter a stress-free zone. I'd covered all the angles. I was in control. Chapter 27. Burned Bridges. Rob Bell at the bunker, Colorado. 20 minutes had passed since the Unifiers climbed the wall. Knowing how long it took to get to the gas station from the farm, enough time had passed for Ben's team to be near, especially if they had kept the same pace as when they'd left us. The radio finally crackled. "Get off of me!" "Stop!" I shared wide-eyed glances with Tom. "What the hell was that?" said Tom. The radio went dead. It had been Jason's voice. I was beginning to wonder if Ben and his team had taken the initiative and taken him down. It sounded like a scuffle. "I'm thinking Ben must have taken the initiative and crept up on him," I said. "Could be." Another minute went by, with me pacing around, when a voice came over the radio. "We've secured her, she's fine." "Who is that?" "Billy's dad. He didn't want to do it your way, so he left us no option but to take charge. We can make the exchange now." "Good, we'll get everything ready at our end." "Is the guy with you who kidnapped my partner?" "No, he's run off up the hill. We took his weapons, so no funny business at the exchange." "Rob, I'm fine," I heard Rosa call out in the background. My heart pounded at knowing she was safe, but at the same time, it wasn't over until she was by my side. I put the mic close to my lips. "Listen, don't get nervous. No one needs to get hurt, especially my partner you have charge of. We're not the enemy," I said. "I'm just a farmer trying to help with the food supply." Tom stood in front of me, holding up his arms and forming his fingers to signal quote marks, then mouthed "Farmer?" I showed him the flat of my hand. "Just do as you said, and it'll be fine." "Give it 15 minutes, said Billy's dad. "Okay, that's a plan." I turned to Tom and let go of the mic switch. "I only said that about being a farmer because I want him to know we're just ordinary people." "Good thinking. I hope your special ops guys are listening into this. I don't want them to go gung-ho and try to resolve it themselves. I told them you were in charge, so they won't be a problem." My stomach nodded as the time passed by. "It's time," I said. Stepping over to our prisoners, I told them exactly what they should do. I walked them to the bridge. It was as if a charge of energy had passed through me as I saw Rosa appear at the far end of the bridge with her wrists tethered at the front. I knelt next to Billy. "Listen, your dad is waiting for you. You're all to go across the bridge. You'll stay with me, and as soon as your mom gets halfway, I'll take you to go to your mother. Is that okay? Yeah, Mom told me, he said, eyes down and setting a sullen expression, then he pouted his bottom lip. Listen, I promise that you'll come to no harm. Take my hand and you'll be with your dad in no time. Rising to my feet, I walked over to the bridge while holding Billy's hand. Once there, I draped my arms over him from behind, ready to grip him for if he tried to run. I signaled for everyone to start moving across the bridge. Billy struggled and I held him firmly. Everything went to plan. They stopped briefly at the middle. I sucked in a lungful of air, expelling my breath slowly. Okay, we're good, I'm bringing Billy, I'll start walking. Here, give me your hand, Billy. You'll be home soon. As Rosa approached, every sinew in my body trembled. I want my mommy, sniffled Billy, trying to pull away. Nearly there, I said, keeping a grip of Billy as Rosa passed me by. Taking a quick look over my shoulder, a hand reached out and pulled Rosa behind one of the rock piles. Is that it? Can we go? Billy's mom asked. Please don't run. Just walk at a normal pace, I said as I handed over Billy to his mom, then turned to walk back over the bridge. There was no looking back. The hairs on my neck bristled all the way to the rock pile, then I quickly stepped into cover, to be greeted by Rosa throwing her arms around me. I hugged her tight, not wanting to let go. Over her shoulder, I saw Tom arrive with the radio. Tell everyone to wait for 20 minutes in position to make sure we're clear, I said. Yes, boss, said Tom and snickered. Congratulations, you did it, buddy. We let go of each other. I took hold of both her hands in mine and looked her up and down. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? No, but they killed Jason with his own knife when they were fighting. What? I said, with my eyes popping. They said he'd run off. He won't be running anywhere. They tried to reason with Jason, but he wouldn't listen. He said he didn't trust you. Then there were raised voices and they overpowered him. The guy doing all the talking took Jason's knife and slit his throat. Then they huddled together, and I heard them say it was best not to tell you. It wouldn't have made any difference to me if they'd told me that they'd slaughtered the traitor. I'm guessing they'll head back to their camp and likely get taken prisoner by the National Guard, I said. No, the camp is empty. They have transport meeting up with them. I told you that the National Guard had screwed up broadcasting their plans. They exchanged messages with their camp. I couldn't work out what the messages meant, but when they talked afterward, they said their camp was to be evacuated. She leaned in and kissed me on the cheek, then whispered in my ear. The soldier told me you'd taken charge. I'm so proud of you, thanks. Heat rose in my cheeks. Alpha 2 to all units, let them go. Do not open fire, I heard over the radio. We all exchanged questioning glances, then turned to the sound of boots clomping in the direction of the bridge. Looking out toward the bridge, 2 of our soldiers were on their way across. Don't shoot! We want to join you, one of them hollered as they leapt over the wall. I pulled the radio to my lips, furious that they might have gone after the Unifiers at Jackson's orders without him asking. Alpha 2, why have they crossed? I asked. They're deserters. No use to us if they want to join them. Leave the bridge down for another 10 minutes in case any more want to go. Last thing we want is traitors among our midst. That's why we haven't shot them. With the 10 minutes over, Jackson's voice came over the radio. Alpha 2 to all units. Do not shoot. Ben's team are about to cross the bridge with Richardson. I peeked up to see them crossing the bridge with Jet. As soon as they were over, I ordered the bridge to be raised. Looking around, I'd not noticed the full extent of the mess the farm was in after the flood. Not with all the anxiety of dealing with the kidnapping. The majority of the trenches were caved in, and the excavator's tracks were buried in the mud. Ben arrived behind the rock pile. Jet jumped up at me, making a fuss. You were right about Jet. He was hard to handle on the rope once he had Rosa's scent. We found them and had them in our scopes and watched the exchange. Transport has picked them all up. It's all clear out there, he said. Did you see them fighting with Jason? No. We must have arrived later. What about the soldier at the gas station? I asked. He's fine. He was tied up with chains in the workshop. He stayed there to guard the vehicles until we return. Well, I guess that's it then, said Tom. Best we get back to Zion before the National Guards start buzzing around on the roads. We shared manly shoulder bumps. Stay safe, I said. Don't worry about me. Not with these guys for an escort. Don't leave it too long before you visit again. Rosa stepped over and put her arms around him and gave him a hug. Thanks for helping out. Take care of those wives of yours, she said. I will. Tom turned to me and took out a notebook from his pocket. Give me your pen, he said. I handed it over and he scribbled a note, then handed it back. This is my frequency. I'll have a word with intelligence and tell them to ignore our exchanging messages over the border, especially after the warnings you gave us about Brogan, not to mention my uncle's request for possible future negotiations. I thought it was against the law. It is, but national security trumps the law, or I wouldn't be here now, would I? That's great, thanks. With that, we waved them goodbye. At last, I had my best friend and confidant only as far away as a microphone from my lips to keep each other updated. Chapter 28. Question of Trust. Rob Bell at the bunker, Colorado. Smothered in relief at having Rosa safely back at the farm, we headed for the entrance to the bunker. All the while, I had my arm around her shoulder, not wanting to let her go as she relayed events from the time that she was taken hostage, her arm around my waist like we were joined at the hip. We'd left Jackson back in control of his men to organize fresh patrols and to take up defensive positions. With the entrance to the bunker in sight, the radio came to life, with the chatter interrupting her relaying events. We both flinched and ducked at the sound of explosions, one after the other. We shared glances. Rosa displayed an oh-no expression on her face, matching my surprise. It sounded as though the explosions were on the far side of the mountain. We quickened our pace, until we arrived at the door and I entered the code. Inside the bunker entrance, Rosa tapped me on my arm. Let's get to the radio room, said Rosa. You won't get a signal on that radio now we're inside. The National Guard could be mounting an attack on the Unifier's camp. We could listen into their broadcasts. You go, there are 2 carts. I'll change the code and follow on. I watched her as she headed down the tunnel and shook my head. She obviously didn't need time to recover from her ordeal. It was back to business for her. I had to admire her strength. I'd have preferred us both to shower and change, then to have retired to her room to relax. As I changed the code, I realized that only Rosa and me would have access with Jason Dawn. Jason had been the de facto farm manager. Now I would have to either run the farm myself, with a ball and chain tying me to the bunker, or I'd have to appoint one of the other community to take his place. Just how I would do that, I had no idea. It was hard to trust anyone, especially considering the experience of Jason's betrayal. I could now see the sense in Jackson letting those 2 soldiers go. If they'd have stayed, they could have been a danger to us. I sighed. No one could help me with the dilemma I would face of determining who I could trust with the code. It was something I would have to work out for myself. With the new code entered, I set off down the tunnel and arrived at the radio room. Did you manage to change the code? Rosa asked as she slipped the headphones off her ears. Yeah, it's done, I said and recited the code. You remembered. That's my date of birth, she said, her eyes sparkling. At least you won't forget it. What's happening? There's so much, I'll try and condense it all. The camp was deserted when the National Guard arrived. They're setting explosives to destroy the bunkers and cabins, and I think I heard them say the same with the barns. Wilson sent a message that General Blake's on his way to hear from the Doomsday Bunker after he's called at Space Command, and after his meeting with the commander of the National Guard. I wouldn't want to be in the commander of the National Guard's shoes. Me neither, especially now that Latham's still at large, she said. Maybe we'll find out what the rocket launch was for the other day. He might not want to tell us, but we can ask. I was still in wonderment at her acting as if nothing had happened. She just appeared to be so unflappable. What? She said, as I gazed at her, wishing I could get inside that head of hers. I'd hesitated to answer her, and removing my helmet, I scratched at an itch in my hair. My hair's wet through with sweat. Come on, it wasn't that. What was it? It's My throat was dry, and I swallowed, looking away from her. Come on, out with it. It seemed such a stupid question right then. I don't know how you can go through what you've just had happen to you and act as if nothing happened. She chewed on her bottom lip. Do you really have to ask after all we've been through? She rose from the chair and put her arms around me, stroking the nape of my neck. I put my arms around her waist. We looked into each other's eyes. Because you're my strength, that's why, she said. I feel secure with you by my side. Despite our grime and dust-covered faces, we shared a passionate and lingering kiss. Warmth washed through me with the sensation I was floating. When we broke away, I smiled at her and ran my finger over her nose to wipe away some ash. She took a hold of my hand. Let's go and get showered and changed, then we can relax in my room and wait for General Blake to arrive, she said, and winked, then set an impish grin. Okay, but first we need to let everyone know you're back safe and sound. Rosa nodded and we set off to the common room. When we arrived, it was to the welcoming aroma of coffee. Everyone rose from their seats to their feet and cheered, then huddled around us. Rosa was bursting with pride, telling everyone the part I played in taking back the bunker and taking charge of rescuing her. Mary pulled me to one side. How is Nathaniel? Nathaniel? Don't tell me you don't know Jackson's first name? Sorry, no. Never thought to ask. He's fine. He said he'd be back inside later after he's organized our defenses. Thank goodness for that, she said and burst into tears. Hey, come here, I said, and put my arms around her. Sorry, it's all been so stressful, and I've not had any sleep, she croaked out, then took faltering breaths. Why don't you take a seat on the sofa and I'll bring you a strong coffee? That would be good, she said, wiping her arm across her eyes. I headed off to the kitchen, returning with the coffee pot and some mugs. Rosa was still relaying events when I handed Mary a mug of coffee. Thanks, Rob, said Mary. I'll be fine now. I didn't pour my coffee. Instead, I climbed on a chair with a mug and tapped it with a spoon. Can I have your attention, everyone? Listen, I know it's been stressful for everyone, and you've not had much sleep, but we're safe and secure now. Thing is, I need 2 volunteers. One to man the camera room and someone to man the radio room for when the soldiers return so I can let them inside. Hands went up around the room. It was warming to have so many wanting to volunteer. I'll man the radio room, said Joseph. I know how it works. Good. I'll see to the camera room, said Mary. Then I'll get to see Nathaniel quicker. Fine, you two do that now. Jack and Eddie, you'll take over from them at midnight, so you might want to go and get some sleep. They both gave me the thumbs up sign and were about to scuttle off to their quarters when I held up my hand. Wait. Listen, I'm sorry to say, that Jason turned out to be a traitor to us all in kidnapping Rosa, and unfortunately, he met his end in a scuffle with the Unifiers. That said, tomorrow, I'll be joining the ones outside to see to the livestock and the hen battery now that Jason is no longer with us. With that in mind, as soon as the delivery of the eggs and milk is over, I want to have interviews with anyone who wants to put their name forward to take Jason's place as farm manager. I'll put a cardboard box out here in the common room for applications. I climbed down from the chair and walked over to Rosa. Come on, let's go and shower and change. As we left the common room, Rosa turned to me. I like the new you. Not that I didn't like the old you, but it's good to see you take control. Chapter 29. Unwelcome News. General Blake at Space Command Headquarters, Colorado. General Blake saw the entrance appear to Space Command's headquarters. Up front, his entourage of military command's top brass were fast-tracked through the security gates and drove onto the parking lot. The security guards waved him through. His thoughts turned to the agreement signing ceremony at the Doomsday Bunker. He allowed himself a smile at thoughts the agreement to restore power to the government, with the amendment to Rosa's suggestion regards military command's authority to allow negotiations through intermediaries with other nations, was now in the bag. His smile turned to a frown, furious that the local National Guard had messed up in locating Latham and the rest of the Unifiers. He tapped the case on his knees, his smile returning. The only thing that tempered his fury was having the presidential pardon with immunity from prosecution in his briefcase. His assistant leaned into the cab. "Message from Jackson, sir. Rosa has been recovered unharmed and the bunker retaken." He let out a sigh. Thanks be to God for that. As everyone climbed out of their transport, he noticed Admiral Cooper in discussion with the courier. From the frown the Admiral displayed as he hurried over to him, he imagined it was bad news. "Problem?" "Oh, yeah. We have a problem all right. Remember I told you we were having a minisub try to locate the trawler our SBS team used to follow the Chinese cargo ship off the coast of Sacramento?" "Yeah, I remember. They've located the wreckage. From the fragments recovered, we've determined it was torpedoed. The only body we found was of one of our SBS team, with a high-caliber round that had torn a hole right through him." "Any identifying marks on the torpedo fragments?" "I was coming to that. The markings were Chinese." As cool as he considered himself under all circumstances, the reply had caught him off guard, sending his thought process off into a spin. Could it be a different hostile actor like the Russians using the markings as disinformation? Unlikely, when you consider what else we've learned. The Chinese have a fishing fleet and a processing ship. They're harvesting catches in their waters and supplying them onshore. We've started patrolling off the coast with our subs. We landed SBS teams, and at night, they're reporting that Chinese cargo ships are unloading containers without checks in Sacramento. They're all shipped away in convoy, on semi-trucks with Chinese drivers. Damn it. Yeah, that ties in with other reports we've had. The Chinese are giving Cascadia assistance to rebuild their energy grid, and they've installed massive biofarming facilities. We've had reports from refugees that they've seen the convoys arriving at a camp deployed with thousands of Chinese military personnel just outside Sacramento. We've also had other reports of mobile anti-aircraft rocket launchers being deployed along their internal coastline, facing our territory, which we didn't have available in California before the disaster. From what we can gather, they now have 3 military camps. One is masquerading as a food distribution facility in the south. There's a large army camp I mentioned near Sacramento, and in the north, we've just had word they're starting on a 3rd camp, supposedly for training Cascadia's National Guard. What news do you have on our aircraft carriers and support ships you ordered back from Australia?" "They've returned, and after resupplying, I've had them set sail north to be stationed off the coast of Alaska. Last thing we need is another Pearl Harbor. We'd better have a full meeting. Let's get inside." Heading inside headquarters, Blake doubted his motivations that had encouraged the division of the U.S. He knew that with the majority of the National Army's assets lost to the disaster, and with no air power due to the dark skies, the Chinese could take full advantage of their weakness. He was acutely aware that even if the Chinese had lost the same ratio of their population to the disaster, they would have far superior numbers in any conflict. He was beginning to think Latham had been right in wanting to restore Cascadia and Zion to the Union. He wondered if he might have made the biggest mistake of his life in not letting politicians do what they do best, and then leaving him to do what he had the training for, without him questioning authority. Him going against orders had left the door open for China to gain a foothold in North America on the guise of providing assistance to a fellow socialist nation. It wasn't anything he'd accounted for in his reasoning for his actions. With a hastily arranged meeting, all took their seats in the conference room. Blake called the meeting to order and outlined their intelligence reports. "If I may," said the commander of Space Force. Blake nodded for him to speak. "Our Guardians should return soon from their mission to resupply the International Space Station, and our own station. We'll find out if the EMPs have caused damage to satellites, especially to our military GPS and comms satellites. With the sky clearing, we've managed to broadcast over a 110-mile radius, and it's improving every day. Get GPS back and you can start testing control and flight of your drones and other missile assets to defend against those mobile rocket launchers." "When are the Guardians due to return?" asked Blake. "In 2 days." "Good. I'll expect a full report. On the bright side, we have GPS and comms satellites ready to launch if our existing ones are damaged once the sky is completely clear. The cycle of sun flares has now passed, so we don't expect more EMP problems." "Good." Blake turned to the Air Force commander. "How are the tests coming along with getting birds in the sky?" The Air Force commander shook his head. "Not good right now, but it's improving. If we put all aircraft in flight, only 30% of them at most would likely survive a mission. Blake balled his fist, elbow on the table, and tapped at his top lip. Deliberating, finally, he placed both palms down on the surface of the table. We have to prepare for a defense. We also have to assume that GPS will not be available. We're going to have to set up old-fashioned artillery defenses and our own mobile rocket batteries as a priority. In the meantime, we need to open discussions with the leadership in Cascadia. We can't allow the Chinese to have any more of a foothold than they already have. If we have to, we'll have our submarines create a blockade off the Pacific coast to prevent any more container ships arriving. I'll send a courier to Sacramento and tell them in no uncertain terms that if the Chinese don't withdraw their military and move their mobile rocket launchers within a week, then we'll start the blockade. Blake's concentration flagged, with the meeting going on until the early hours as they discussed a joint defense plan in minor detail. Exhausted, but with plans and orders in place, they all retired to their command RVs for the night. As tired as he was, Blake oversaw sending messages, both to the commander of the National Guard and to Rosa, to say that he'd been delayed. With business finished, he lay in his cot, but with so many scenarios running through his mind, he was unable to sleep. It seemed to him that he'd stumbled into his Kennedy moment. Only, this time, communicating with Beijing his intentions as Kennedy had done with Moscow during the Cuban blockade, wasn't available to him. He thought it ironic that having brought North America back from the brink of extinction following the disaster, one false move and the entire continent could be destroyed in a nuclear holocaust. He shook his head that there'd be no history books to write that one up for future generations. The only consolation to that unimaginable disaster, he thought, was that there'd be no one left to know of his guilt at having brought it about and disobeying orders. Chapter 30. The Mission. Jonathan Rogers, Secretary to President Shoemaker, Northern Arizona, Navajo Territory. Rogers could see land ahead as the speedboat powered over the water. He was in good company. Some of the passengers he'd met at functions in D.C., though none of them let on they recognized each other. One of them was the head of one of the biggest tech companies in the world. He was unmistakable, despite a full beard, matted hair, and dressing as if he were one of the homeless that had escaped the streets of Skid Row as the disaster struck. His Gucci shoes were a dead giveaway as to his prior status. The only woman among them had been harder to spot, wearing dark glasses and a mask that was a throwback to the days of the pandemic. Her serpent tattoo on the back of her hand that featured in many of her music videos gave her away, together with her British accent. The one that made him snicker was a famous Hollywood actor. He'd seen him so many times on television decrying President Riker and extolling the virtues of socialist policies. Now here he was, a full-blown hypocrite, escaping the very regime he'd championed. In the distance, Rogers noticed two power boats approaching fast. As they drew nearer, he couldn't be sure if it was a welcoming party. The Native American at the outboard motor powered it down to idle. "Sorry," he said. "This sometimes happens. Do as they say, and they won't harm you." "Who are they?" asked Rogers. "Pirates." They drew up either side of Rogers' powerboat. There were 4 Hispanics in either of the pirates' boats, heavily armed with automatic rifles. None of them spoke, but one clambered on board. He simply picked up all the backpacks and tossed them over to his boat. One at a time, he searched the passengers, removing wads of bills from their pockets. It was then Rogers wished he'd sewn his cash into the lining of his jacket along with his presidential order. Satisfied they had removed everything of value from him, he moved on to the woman. He grabbed a chain from her neck, snapping it and slipped it into his pocket. "Hold out your hands," he said. The woman ignored him, crossing her arms and tucking her hands under her armpits. He tussled with her, gripping her wrist and tugging at a band-aid on her finger to no avail as the woman struggled against him. Tired of the effort, he withdrew a machete from the sleeve on his belt and pointed it right at her eyes. "Either give me the fucking ring, or I'll chop off your hand," he snarled. The woman surrendered, tearing off the band-aid and gave him the ring. As soon as he jumped back over to his boat, they peeled away. No one spoke. The Native American powered up the engine and continued toward land. Except for one of them, they had the same dejected look on their faces that Rogers felt gnawing away at his insides. Even the woman scowled as she took off her mask, confirming he'd been right about her identity. Only the big tech guy had a smirk on his face. When they arrived on the shoreline at a jetty, they all clambered off the boat. "You're to wait here for a bus to take you north." "It'll be here in 30 minutes, said the Native American. Then he wandered off. The 7 other passengers paced around, every now and then one of them taking their leave, then returning. The tech guy slipped off his shoe with the toe of his other shoe, then scratched his foot. It looked so innocent, until untying the laces, he noticed him slip his hand inside his shoe and palm something he had hidden there. The minutes ticked by, when in a cloud of dust, a yellow school bus arrived. The driver opened his window. "Line up here. $500 each. Then step around to the door." Roger's shoulders sagged along with his spirit. The tech guy headed for the window and handed him his ticket money. Standing at the end of the line behind the woman, somehow, they all managed to have found the money that they must have had hidden somewhere on their person. The woman opened her jacket. In the reflection of the glass, she was showing an ample cleavage. "I don't have any money." "The pirates took it all." "Sorry, you'll have to walk." "Next." "Wait, I'm sure we could work something out," she said, and slowly unfastened a further 2 buttons on her blouse. His eyeline fixated on the woman's cleavage. A lecherous wipe of the tongue ran over his bottom lip. "Okay, go around to the door," he said. "But first see this." He raised a pistol from his lap. "Try getting off before all the others and you'll get to taste this. I'll expect more than a kiss and a promise." Rogers knew he had nothing to bargain with, but he hoped that the driver would make an exception. "I'm in the same boat. I have no money." "Tough," he said. To the hiss of the door closing, and foot down, he left Rogers standing there in a swirl of dust. Rogers cursed that apart from the woman, the other passengers must have been forewarned of the possibility of being robbed. Abandoned at the tip of northern Arizona, the landscape away from the shore had him gulping. It was all arid desert. The only consolation, he thought, was that the sky was clearer than it had been for some time, and with the temperature at a tolerable 15 degrees. There was no other option but to set off walking to the north. After the experience with the pirates, he elected to walk in the desert, but with the road in sight. All the while, he was aware that the only water he'd had was in the backpack that the pirates had taken. As he trekked onward, the landscape changed from flat to the landscape he'd seen many times on old cowboy films he loved to watch, especially the Apache Wars. The floods couldn't have been anything new in history as he found himself fascinated by the different colored rock formation, fashioned by water at one time. Not noticing where he was walking, he tripped over a rock and sprained his ankle, unable to walk any further. Exhausted and in pain, he sat on a boulder, wishing he'd not accepted the mission. Right across from where he sat, he noticed a cave high in the rock formation. Suddenly, in his periphery, the ground opened as if a trap door had been flung open. He rubbed his eyes, as first a head, then arms levered someone out of a hole in the ground. His entire body trembled. When he turned to face directly whoever it was, they were pointing an automatic rifle right at him. "Who are you?" "Who sent you here?" the guy asked. "Rogers is the name. Jonathan Rogers. I'm heading north. If it's money you want, I don't have any. Pirates have taken all mine." "Who are you?" asked Rogers. "It doesn't matter who I am." "Who sent you here?" Whoever he was clearly Native American. "I'm from California. I'm trying to get to family in Denver, Colorado." "Then I suggest you move on." Rogers shook his head. "I can't, I've sprained my ankle. I don't have any water or food either. Take off your jacket and lie down on the ground." Rogers did as he asked. The guy patted him down, then searched through his pockets. Finding nothing, he searched the pockets of his jacket. About to toss it back to him, he started to feel at the material. Taking his knife from its sheath, he slit the lining. Rogers didn't bother to look, turning his head to look away, in the knowledge he'd found his secret stash of documents. Turning his head back, the guy took his time reading. "So, you're an envoy of President Shoemaker?" Rogers didn't answer right away. He wondered if he should say he stole the jacket, or maybe the guy could hold him hostage for a ransom. Then he remembered his driver license ID was with the papers. If you don't speak to me, I can't help you." He dragged Rogers to his feet and helped him over to sit back on the boulder. Rogers' innards leapt. Right where he'd been lying, another trapdoor sprung open. As the guy appeared, he was dressed in all black combat gear, wearing goggles and a mask hiding his identity, a professional array of weaponry about his person. "What the hell?" "We saw you coming. We have spider holes dotted around to keep us safe. I see you have a note of Queen Rosa's frequency." "Why is that?" "I listened to her broadcasts." The guy dressed in black squatted in front of Rogers but said nothing. He didn't need to. His image was intimidating. He rose to his full height, then signaled with the sway of his hand for the Native American to step to one side. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but he didn't like the way they kept looking across at him. They both stepped back over to him. "Look, my name is Ahiga, if that helps you to cut your tongue loose. I can help you. It's clear in the documents why you're heading north." He didn't think that he had any option other than to come clean. Not with a sprained ankle and no food or water for his journey. "The documents say why I'm here. I need to get in touch with General Blake to work out a treaty. Queen Rosa has worked out a treaty between Zion and the U.S. government, together with military command. She's likely to be the quickest way to get to speak with him. Then you're in luck. I can relay a radio message to her. I also need a meeting with General Blake, so I could go with you." Rogers couldn't believe his good fortune. Of all places to make a contact to help him with his quest, he never thought it would be in the middle of the Arizona desert. "Thanks, really appreciated." "Yeah, but first we need to get you to safety." "Is it near to here?" "Yeah, you can see it from here." Rogers looked around but couldn't see anything in the way of a building. Ahiga snickered with his colleague. "Where is it?" "Up there," said Ahiga and pointed to the cave he'd noticed before, halfway up the rock face. "Don't worry, it'll be easier than you think. We'll help you." Helping him to his feet, and with his arms around their shoulders, they arrived at the rock face. "How are we supposed to climb up there?" "Better stand back and you'll see." Ahiga cupped his hands at the side of his mouth and made a critter noise. A girder swung out from the cave, then a harness and cable unwound as it dropped to the ground. "Put your good foot in the stirrup, and you'll be winched up on a pulley system. Just don't let go until you're inside." Rogers had the same buzz as in his time in the Marines, as he placed his foot in the stirrup and rose to the cave. Once at the opening, someone hoisted him inside. With the other two joining him, they set off deep into the cave, guided by flashlight until it opened up into a huge cavern, lit by oil lamps. Inside the cavern were at least 50 other Native Americans, men and women. Ahiga and the man in black shook hands, then Mystery Man set off back out of the cave. "Who is he?" asked Rogers. He never even spoke a word. "Would you believe me if I said that was David Crockett?" he said, then laughed. "Sorry, he doesn't want anyone to know who he is, but trust me, he'll be talked about with the same reverence in Texas as David Crockett in the future." Rogers showed him the flats of his hands. "Hey, whatever." He noticed a radio on a rock. "How do you get that radio to work in here?" "We have a crank gear system to make it easy to charge up the batteries, and we've run a cable to the top of the rock formation. The antenna can't be seen from below." He turned to the radio and started to speak. Rogers couldn't make head or tail of what he was saying, other than he'd started out by saying, "Please record and transmit to all areas of Colorado." He waited for him to finish. "What language was that, or was it some kind of code?" "I'm Navajo. I'm sure when Queen Rosa gets my recorded message, she'll find a way of translating to English. You'll just have to be patient and wait for a reply. In the meantime, my sister will put a portion of herbal remedy on that sprain of yours and bandage it up." The more he thought about his situation, the more he thought it fortunate he'd been robbed by the pirates. He could only hope it wasn't some kind of sick game they were playing with him with all that nonsense he'd mentioned about David Crockett. Still, the man in black had fascinated him, especially with him not speaking a word. All he hoped was that he'd get to see this General Blake. Chapter 31. Question of Trust. Rob Bell at the bunker. Colorado. Down at the Hen Battery, I attempted to work with Joseph and the team. Try as I may, it was hard for me to do anything without having the feeling I was in the way. Joseph gave his instructions at the beginning of the shift, and everyone including Joseph went about their duties, putting in the graft, either cleaning out the batteries, feeding the hens, or collecting the eggs. I didn't even need to go near the milking cows, with Joseph already having organized some of the team to milk them. "Joseph, can I ask you something?" "Sure." "What did Jason do all day?" "Jason?" He was like the proverbial porch dog. I've not heard that one. It's reserved for them that sits on their asses all day, barking orders. Only thing he ever did was sit and watch until it was time to take the eggs and milk to the bridge. Even when you told him to do things, he'd pass it on for us to do unless it was a stint in the excavator or driving one of the other vehicles. He only put in the graft if you were with him. Didn't you get along? Not really, though I didn't wish him dead, God rest his soul. He sucked up to your dad from the day he arrived, but none of us were fooled. We avoided him in the common room on account of his sick jokes, some racist. Rob felt the heat rise in his cheeks. I'd never have guessed, I said. Then thinking about it, I'd seen them arguing on more than one occasion, but I'd put it down to a power struggle. Well, no, you wouldn't know, would you? He'd watch what he'd say around you the few times you talked with him. Same with your dad. What sort of work did you do before the disaster? He rested on his pitchfork handle. Didn't your dad tell you? Well, no, but then Dad and I never spoke much before the disaster. When we did speak, he never talked about the farm, only the bunker. Joseph snickered. Typical of your dad. Hell, I worked here for him this past 4 years. Jason knew nothing about farming. He was an engineer by trade and worked for a company that installed the ducting in the tunnel. He just finished the job when the disaster struck, and your dad asked him to stay around. At that time, your dad had lost interest in the farm and became obsessed with the bunker, so he spent a lot of time with Jason. The picture he was painting became clear. Really, you don't need me here, do you? No offense, but not if you have other things to do, and I'm busy. I'll see you in the common room when you're finished, I said. Yeah, I'll see you there, he said, then continued on cleaning out the batteries. Rosa was busy with her broadcasts in the radio room when I arrived, so I carried on to the common room where I met Mary. I didn't know Joseph had worked here for Dad this past 4 years. Well, you wouldn't know, seeing as how you've only just started mixing with everyone. Joseph is well liked by all the others. They have a lot of respect for him. All the talk at breakfast this morning was that you should offer him the position of farm manager. Yeah, I'm thinking that way myself. Listen, the other thing is, I want you, Jackson, and Richardson to have the code for the bunker entrance. It's not practical for only me and Rosa to have it. Especially for when we have to go on our travels. The same with whoever I appoint as farm manager. Makes sense. What's brought this on? I have to start trusting, that's all, despite what happened with Jason. It's something I've been fighting with. There are that many residents now with the troops permanently stationed here, it just overrides any trust issues I've had with the practicality of the situation. Besides, I'm learning to trust just by getting to know people. It's sort of crept up on me. Well, however you arrived at it, I'm honored that you trust me. Have you checked the cardboard box you put out for the job applications? Not yet, I said, and reaching out pulled the box toward me. Tipping out the contents, I read the first note. Appoint Joseph, it read. One after the other, they all said the same, or similar. Rosa swept into the common room. Blake's arrived at the bunker with all of military command. Their RVs have parked up at the farm. Not only that, he's brought a whole army with him and they're pitching tents in the fields. What? We'd better go and greet them at the entrance. I knew we'd had a message he was coming for a visit, but nothing had been said of the rest of military command, or the soldiers. I think I broke the speed record in the golf cart as we arrived at the entrance just in time to open the door and to greet them. Well, you'll be pleased to know all our business was concluded at the Doomsday Bunker. President Johnson sends his regards, said Blake. I want you to gather all your people in the common room. I have an announcement to make. We'll all walk down the tunnel while you go to the radio room in the cart to make arrangements. Arriving at the radio, Rosa sent out a message for everyone to return to the common room. "What do you think the announcement is about?" said Rosa. "Don't have a clue what he wants to say. Hopefully, it's to explain what those troops are doing setting up a camp in our fields." Waiting for the stragglers to arrive in the common room, Joseph arrived. I pulled him to one side. "Listen, I want you to have the farm manager position. But I haven't applied. By all accounts everyone has put your name forward. So, what do you say? But is it what you want?" "I'm sure it is." "Then no problem. I'll need to give you the code for the door." "I already have it," he said and rhymed off the old code. "You never said Dad gave it to you. You never asked. Anyway, I've changed it, so I'll give you the new code." General Blake called everyone to order. "Please everyone, if I could all have your attention. Rob and Rosa, if you could step forward." We shared glances, with our mouths open. If she was thinking the same as me, I wondered just what the hell was going on. Admiral Cooper stepped forward and handed him 2 velvet boxes. "President Johnson has asked me to bestow the Medal of Freedom on you both if you'll both step forward to receive your medals." My cheeks flamed. He stepped behind us both and placed the ribbons and medals around our necks, then stepping to the front of us he shook both our hands in turn. "Congratulations. You both deserve the medals." The entire community, together with military command, burst into applause. My cheeks were now red raw with pride. Everyone crowded around us to take a closer look at the medals. Rosa reached over and whispered in my ear, "I have a feeling Johnson is going to want something in return." I had to agree with her and nodded. I was thinking it had more to do with the amendment they'd made to the treaty to allow intermediate negotiations with the newly independent nations, and he'd used the medals as a sweetener for us to get involved. Chapter 32. Control. Ex-President Latham. Journey to Idaho. It had been tough traveling to Idaho. The volcanic ash that Yellowstone spewed out in Wyoming, together with the pyroclastic flow, it had made a sizable area uninhabitable, laying waste to what had been pristine parklands the last time he'd visited. Latham thought that it was no wonder the Mormons living there had moved quickly to Zion. It also made Latham realize why the Mormons in Idaho had held onto the territory where they lived near the border with Zion, as that area had largely remained unscathed. No wonder that the new Governor-General of Idaho needed the territory back. The only consolation that Latham could think of along their arduous journey was that with the devastation in Wyoming, there hadn't been anyone around to see them on their journey to the Nez Perce Clearwater National Forest. Latham tried his best to shake off the ash dust from his jacket and to pat down his jeans, but it was an impossible task. Even his beard and hair were full of the stuff. He looked on as some of the Unifiers pitched his tent. Lifting the flaps, it was clean enough inside, but the camp bed didn't look as though it could offer much comfort. He dropped the flaps and walked over to the campfire. With nowhere to wash, and no change of clothes, he thought he was at an even lower ebb than he'd been in the internment camp, except there out in the wilds. He knew he now no longer had to chalk off the days to his appointment with the firing squad. Latham dropped his backside on a boulder, sitting with Warner and some of the leaders of the Unifiers around a roaring campfire. They were all talking big as to taking back the new nations into the Union, but none of them had much to say with any sort of strategy going forward as far as Latham was concerned. He'd been disappointed to have learned from Ted Grendel that Warner ran a hardware store on the outskirts of Denver before the disaster, and on weekends, he'd taken charge of a small group of militias at the training camp they'd had to abandon. All he'd experienced of military action had been in the inside of a recruitment center, where he'd been told he wouldn't pass the medical with his history of asthma. Acting tough, Warner had talked a good game to take command of his local militia and others throughout Colorado and on through to Idaho. After the disaster, he'd managed to send out couriers to others further afield for groups to join them as the Unifiers, but his talk of having control of a unified army throughout the nation was all talk. Now all they were discussing were acts of terrorism and small border skirmishes, in the hope the population would rise up and bring them to victory. He decided he'd heard enough. Latham rose to his feet. "Forget all this talk of terrorism. It'll get you nowhere, and it'll only set the populations against you. We can't continue to be fragmented. I'm sorry we didn't get control of that bunker's radio for any length of time to gather our forces, but it is what it is. Forget Zion and the Republic of New Mexico for now. All people are concerned with just now is making sure they can eat from one day to the next. Only when we have this so-called Socialist Cascadia defeated can we look to take Zion, then go south to restore Texas and New Mexico back into the fold. Once united under the stars and stripes, we can take New Africa. The prize will be Cascadia. First take Oregon, then sweep down through California. We need to have all patriots come here to be organized for an invasion. Warner shook his head as Latham took his seat again. Sounds good. But with all due respect, we're preparing for an offensive against Zion, said Warner. Then call them off. All you have is around 3,000 men in Idaho to call on, and by your estimates, 2,000 or so in Colorado. What good is that against a population of 3 million, with all adults armed? We'll need an army of tens of thousands. The blackjackets in Cascadia are disarming everyone, so all we'll have to face is them and their National Guard. Your spy reported there's to be a prisoner exchange between Zion and Idaho. Pull back and let it go ahead, then we'll have more troops. Send a message to General Blake that the Unifier's leadership accept this treaty they've signed, and we will no longer plan incursions if they let the prisoners go home to their families. Send out couriers to the other groups down to as far as the Texas border and have them make their way here in small groups to prepare to invade Oregon. All heads turned to exchange glances. This was his only chance to cement his control. He rose from the boulder he'd been sitting on once more. If he failed, he doubted there'd be another opportunity. There wasn't any way he wanted to be a figurehead of a rabble army of terrorists, living like a woodsman in the wilds. You say I'm your commander-in-chief, and those are my orders and plans. I'll sign a letter with an order for the other Unifiers to join us here. One major gain if we take back Oregon, then patriots in the National Guard and the U.S. Army in North America will likely join us. Well, you're either with me or not. What's your answer? The shadows cast by the flames on Warner's face spoke 1,000 words, giving him an evil look as he scowled. One at a time, all those around the campfire said they were with Latham. Warner rose from his seat, throwing his coffee from the tin mug into the flames, to a hiss and with sparks bursting skyward. I'm with you, as long as it's understood, I control our forces in action. It was clear to Latham that his answer had been a reluctant affirmative. Of course, he said, though he hoped that someone would emerge from arriving militia with some professional command experience from having served in the army. He took his seat again. Beside organizing his escape, for which he was eternally grateful, at least Warner had plenty of patriots and a network of spies reporting to him. Latham wanted the prize of taking Portland. That was where he had learned his daughter and her black jacket leadership were based, together with the National Guard command. Cut the head of those chicken coop roosters, he thought, and that would be the leadership of the staunch activists gone. Shoemaker would be next, hidden away in Sacramento. Settle that score, and it would put the cream on his plans to see him have to surrender his beloved socialist nation. You look deep in thought, said Warner. Yeah, I need you to come up with a plan of attack and contingencies once we've gathered enough forces. You need to get the maps out. There are logistics to organize, food supplies to ration from what we salvaged from the camp, transport, arms, and ammunition to take stock of. Sitting here is getting us nowhere. Scouts need to be sent out to assess their defenses at the border. I'll go to my tent and sign those orders for your couriers to send out. The clock is ticking. Warner turned to the others. Wait for me in the command tent, while I have a word with President Latham. As they all scurried away, Warner stepped over to Latham. Warner hesitated as if the words were stuck in his craw. Well, what is it you want to say? Warner inspected his boots. Latham knew he'd only partially broken him, and he'd need some encouragement to submit. Listen, I'm relying on you. I have every faith that we'll be successful as a team. I foresee great victories ahead. The fight back starts here. Now what was it you were about to say? Warner rubbed at his eyes with his thumb and finger, then raised his vision. The half-smile and nod he gave betrayed that he was stifling what he really wanted to say. I was just going to say that I'll come with you and collect those orders from you and get them sent out right away. I'll join the others as soon as I've sent out scouts to assess their defenses. Latham had a good idea that Warner had likely stifled a confrontation. That's the spirit, let's go, Latham said, reaching over and tapping him on the shoulder like a pet dog. Chapter 33. Heartfelt Talk. Rob Bell at the bunker. General Blake barged through the crowd that were inspecting our medals and ushered me to one side. I need you to come with me outside. I've had some troops start to make camp here to start a search for Latham and the Unifiers. I need to know if the fields they've chosen are suitable. Some of them I can put to work on digging out your trenches that have collapsed since I was last here. You can also tell me about how you managed to have Rosa released. I removed my medal, placed it in the box and handed it to Rosa. I'm needed outside. Look after it for me. As we made our way to the outside, I sensed he had something on his mind. As we walked around the farm, the conversation flowed. Have you ever made any big mistakes in your life? He asked, which took me by surprise. Well, yeah, many. One of the biggest mistakes I made was my perception of Dad growing up after my mom and my brother Ted died in a bus wreck. It took Dad being on his deathbed for me to realize that I'd read him all wrong growing up, but that's a child and a young adult's perception, I guess. It was only after he died, I stopped hating him when I could remember all the good things that we did together that I'd suppressed. He turned to me and we stopped walking. At least you've worked your way through it and come out the other end. I think I'm in the middle of the biggest mistake of my life right now. It was looking as though he wanted to open up to me. You can share it if you want. It'll stay with me. Blake gave me a sideways glance and raised a half smile. I'm not one for sharing, but I'll give it a go. It's all about me acting with my heart and not my head. It's complicated. A lot of it has to do with perceptions growing up as a child, like you said. Only mine weren't perceptions, they were real. Racism is a bitch when you and your community are the target. But then you have to experience it day in and day out as I did to understand. Hell, I've even had to battle with it throughout my army career. Hell, just before the disaster when I was on vacation, I got traffic stopped in 3 different states, and for nothing but bullshit and the color of my skin. How in hell I ended up with 5 stars, God only knows. That was quite an insight he was sharing with me. So is it your experience is the reason why you tossed your hat in with Rosa's uncle to engineer the creation of New Africa? Blake hummed and awed a few times, before spitting it out what was on his mind. I guessed it was hard for him to confide, seeing as how I was only a casual acquaintance. Sort of, I guess, but it goes deeper. Some things stick with you. Like you, I lost my brother. Only it was in different circumstances. He was older than me, a straight-A student at college. I looked up to him. We'd gone to the local store on an errand for Mom. Someone robbed the store while we were there. Next thing I knew, police turned up. He'd filmed the incident on his cell phone and went outside to film them as they escaped. He stopped walking and looked up to the sky, then turned to me. Police officers shot him down in a hail of bullets. They claimed they thought his cell phone was a gun and they'd shouted a warning. I never heard them shout anything, and unfortunately, it was in the days before body cams. No one would believe me they'd not shouted a warning, so they got away with it. Mom didn't get away with it though. She ended up in an institution until she died. Dad turned to drink. As soon as I was old enough, I joined the army to get away from it all. I'm so sorry. We continued on walking. Yeah, those images are always with me. Anyway, you and Rosa have already worked out where I'll be in 6 months. I'm grateful to the both of you for negotiating my immunity from prosecution. Now I won't have to look over my shoulder. All the same, I'll be where I don't want to be. From what he just said, it seemed we had more in common than I'd imagined. That's what I thought when I arrived back at the farm. That's all changed now, so maybe it will for you. Yeah, that's what my heart tells me. But in my head, I have a greater calling that's weighing heavy on my mind. What's that? Can you share? He sucked air through his teeth. Protection of all the territory. The whole is always stronger than its constituent parts. We're a divided nation, and that makes our defenses weak from an aggressor. Anyway, it's not your problem. It's just the way it is after Mother Nature decided it was time for change. Richardson trotted up beside us, blowing hard as he stopped. Rosa has a recorded message from Ahiga. She wants you both back at the radio room. His message is in the Navajo language, which she says that he never uses, but it has the name Blake among the recording, with California and Arizona mentioned. "Pass me your radio," said Blake. He put out a message for anyone who spoke Navajo to go to the entrance of the bunker. When we arrived at the bunker entrance, there wasn't one, but 3 native Navajos waiting. Once we all arrived at the radio room, they huddled around listening to the message. "Some things don't translate very well, but here goes," said one of the translators. "Her Majesty, I have an important chief here with me from California. He wishes to meet Chief Blake to smoke the pipes. He'll need an escort. You can have someone meet with me at the Sacred Black Rock in northern Arizona at noon tomorrow." "Sacred Black Rock?" "Smoke the pipes," said Blake. The translator answered him. "I know where it's located. You can only drive within 2 miles of the rock, then you have to walk." As for smoke the pipes, I assume he means to make peace of some kind, or to discuss something of importance. "What do we know about this Ahiga?" asked Blake. "He's one of our prepper circle. He warned us about the planned attack by Brogan on behalf of Martinez and Zion that I told you about, so I'd say he's reliable," said Rosa. I stepped between them. "I've had messages relayed with him when I've managed the radio," I said. "He seems to be the kind who wants to look out for others." "Then he'll likely recognize your voice," said Blake and turned to the private who'd recited the translation. "You go to mean to translate if needed? Rob, could you go with Richardson for if this Ahiga needs to question you about the messages you've exchanged? He might want to make sure his escort is legitimate and it's not someone who has intercepted the message. We'll be staying here to coordinate the search for Latham, so Rosa will be safe." I turned to Rosa. "I'll be fine," she said. "It'll be a good test to spend some time apart. It'll only be a few days. Come on, I'll help you to pack your backpack." Back in my room, it didn't take the 2 of us to pack everything I needed, though she fussed over me to make sure I had everything I might need. I couldn't hold back on what was on my mind. Maybe I had a tinge of insecurity at us going to be apart. I had to tell her before I had to go, and I turned to her. "Come here," I said. I placed my hands around her waist, pulling her close, so that I could feel her form against me. She responded, placing her arms around me and stroking my neck with her fingers. We held each other tight and shared a passionate kiss. When we broke away, I looked her straight in the eyes. "There's something I need to say before I go." I pecked her on the lips. "I think." "No, damn it, I know it. What I'm trying to say is, I love you." "Oh, Rob, I love you too. Please come back in one piece." There was a knock on my door. "It's time to go." "Our transport is waiting," said Richardson. We shared one last kiss, then I put my backpack straps over my shoulders. She walked with me to the door, then she took my hand and kissed my cheek. "Take care." "I'll be waiting," she said as I opened the door. Her hand slipped from mine as I set off to walk over to the golf cart, then taking my seat, I turned and waved as we set off down the tunnel. It was such a relief to have told her that I loved her and that she had responded in kind. I'd been fighting with myself so many times to have the courage to say those words, as obvious as it must have been to her. Chapter 34. The Rendezvous. Rob Bell, at the northern Arizona Navajo tribal lands on the border with New Mexico. The journey to northern Arizona went without incident. I could see why Ahiga had chosen the Sacred Rock. The land was flat, rough terrain for a good distance, making it easy for anyone to spot someone arriving. But that was the problem. It was noon and he wasn't there. Richardson scanned the horizon with his binoculars, then dropped them to his chest on the strap. "Damn it, this had better not be a wild goose chase," said Richardson. We all squatted down in a circle to wait and relax. "Don't be alarmed." "I'm here," a voice called out. When I glanced around, with my innards leaping, we were surrounded, rifles pointing right at us. "Identify yourselves." "I'm Ahiga." Richardson stopped his foot on the ground. "How in hell's name did you get the drop on us?" said Richardson, his cheeks bright red. Ahiga grinned. "Spider holes behind rocks, they serve us well." His voice on the radio had brought on an image of someone in his 20s, but this guy looked to be in his 40s, wearing a denim coat and jeans, together with a cowboy hat. "It's me, Rob. Rosa sends her regards." We're both grateful for you giving us the heads up on those scavengers heading our way that you told us about. Ahiga pointed his rifle down and signaled for the rest of them to follow suit. Yeah, I heard about the outcome. Sorry, I couldn't say over the radio in more detail of what their mission was about, or I might have given our informer away. We have a long walk back to your transport. We'd better get going. I have my people there guarding your vehicles. I exchanged glances with Richardson. We'd pulled off the road and hidden them in a gully out of sight. They'd obviously been watching out for us arriving. So, who is this important guy wanting to meet with Blake? I asked Ahiga as we walked on. He has signed documents from President Shoemaker authorizing him to negotiate a treaty. I want to go with you so I can talk with Blake myself. Then he wanted to speak with Blake himself intrigued me, but I didn't think it the right time to ask why. On the trek back, I told him all about Brogan and his men's failure to steal the gold from Zion, and the following attack on our farm. He wasn't surprised about any of what I was telling him, and when I told him about Brogan escaping and that he was now governor of what was Texas, he simply smiled after I'd recounted events. Yeah, I already know about him being made governor, he said. He was better informed about what Brogan had been up to than expected, when he told me about Brogan organizing the refinery tanks, and he was now setting up a trench and defenses for a border. Finally, we arrived at our transport. All of Ahiga's men drifted away and he joined us, taking the passenger seat, giving Richardson directions where to drive. 3 miles along the road, Richardson slowed then stopped. There's a roadblock ahead, he said. Drive on, said Ahiga. As we drew nearer, 2 Navajo Nation police patrol cars were straddling the road. One of the officers flagged us down. I'll do all the talking, said Ahiga. Ahiga rolled down the window. Ah, it's you. We have orders to arrest you. The soldiers in the back with me lifted their rifles from their laps. I gulped. Goodness knows what he'd been up to, and I wondered if this would turn nasty. Ahiga laughed. What's the charge this time? Terrorism. In shock, it took some time to realize that the officer wasn't pointing a weapon at him, and the other officers were leaning on their hoods, chatting. Who ordered my arrest? Bugay. Most of the refinery tanks exploded at 6 this morning when they lit the fires under them. 70% of them are out of action, he said. Well done. We've had your parents moved to safety after Bugay ordered us to arrest them. The way our encounter was developing brought instant relief at the way the conversation had flowed. I wiped the sweat from my brow. We'd better get a move on. As soon as Martinez hears about this, he'll likely send his henchmen, said Ahiga. The officer signaled for one of the patrol cars to draw back and we drove on. Ahiga was clearly more than just a prepper looking out for his own survival. Why blow up these tanks? The officer mentioned. The water table was contaminated with the runoff from the refinery tanks. We had to stop them before all of the Navajo water supply was undrinkable. Not only that, but we also needed to have their supply of diesel for their armed forces vehicles cut down. Ahiga directed us off-road. Best we stop here and hide the vehicles and disable them with the hoods up so anyone finding them thinks they're abandoned. If you remove the machine guns, you can wrap them in your ponchos and bury them. We'll walk from here, said Ahiga. With the vehicles parked up, hidden in a rocky outcrop, and disabled, Ahiga walked out front with our Navajo soldiers, talking in their language. Richardson slowed me down to have a little distance between them and us. Who the hell is this guy? What have we let ourselves in for? I shrugged my shoulders. All we have to do is to collect this ambassador, take him and Ahiga back to the bunker, and it doesn't really matter from there. He's obviously trying to protect his people by blowing up those tanks, and he appears to have the police on his side, so I'm not worried. It was a good hour humping over the rocky landscape when we arrived at a rock face. We're here, he said. A girder arm swung out from a cave in the rock face and some cable dropped to the ground. I had a flashback to climbing down to the generator at the waterfall and shivered. They'll winch you up there. Once we were all up there, we worked our way down to a large cavern. It had none of the mod cons that we had at our bunker, but it didn't seem to bother the 50 or so who were in there, some of them asleep on matting on the ground. Ahiga directed me to a small fire with someone sitting there who was clearly not a native. I'll introduce you. This is Jonathan Rogers from Cascadia, said Ahiga. The guy appeared to have difficulty getting to his feet, then gave up, remaining seated. "Sorry, I can't get up. My ankle is sprained," he said and held out his hand. We shook hands and I took a seat next to him. "I'm Rob. We're here to escort you to my farm in Colorado. General Blake is there waiting." He shook his head. "Well, I'll be damned. I can't believe this. I thought it was going to be more difficult to get to see him." "Yeah, well, not to worry, we'll set off in the morning and get you to him later in the day." I turned to Ahiga. "If his ankle is sprained, how will he get to our vehicle?" He pointed over to two old women. They were fastening sewn together goatskins to poles. "We'll have to take turns at pulling him," said Ahiga. "Best we can do unless you want to stay until he can walk on his ankle." Someone called out his name. "Sorry, I have to attend to my radio." I turned to see him shouting in Navajo into the mic, a distressed expression on his face. "Something has upset him," I said. One of our Navajo soldiers turned to me. "A convoy of cartel thugs are heading for his village. He's telling them to abandon the village and to hide in the desert." Ahiga stormed over. "Sorry, I have to go as soon as transport arrives." The cavern was a hive of activity, people loading up with weapons then heading for the cave exit. "How many are there in this convoy?" asked Richardson. "Hard to say. They're not armored vehicles, they're all canvas-topped troop carriers. They're estimating it could be 100 of them. They'll likely want to torture the people of my village to give up where I'm hiding." "My men will come with you," said Richardson. "You don't have to. Looking at some of those antique rifles you have, I'd say you need us." "We're coming with you. Our armored vehicles and machine guns will likely give you an edge. You stay here with the old women, Rob, and keep Mr. Rogers company," said Ahiga. "Like hell I will. Not if there's a chance to give Martinez a bloody nose." Chapter 35. Inferno. Rob Bell, Ahiga's village on the border of New Mexico and Arizona. We arrived at the cave entrance. Half of the community were already on the ground. The rest didn't wait to be lowered down, and wearing gloves, they rappelled down in quick order. "You'd better use the stirrup," said Richardson. Placing my foot in the stirrup, I closed my eyes all the way down until my boots were on firm ground. Richardson was the last one down, rappelling all the way. "We need to start walking," said Ahiga. "The transport is on its way, but the further away we can get from here without vehicle tracks giving the location of our cave away, the better." We all walked at a good pace for around 30 minutes, when we saw a cloud of dust from our transport arriving. As the convoy of pickup trucks arrived, everyone clambered in the back and drove on to collect our armored vehicles. While Richardson's men dug up their machine guns and reconnected the ignition wiring, I turned to Ahiga and tapped his shoulder. He removed his earphones. "How far is it to your village?" "It's a good hour from here. We won't get there before them." The ride was frightening as we powered over the terrain up front of the convoy. It was obvious we were traveling as the crow flies to get to our destination, such was the urgency. I had to grip onto the side as we continually lifted from our seats with the drivers traveling at speed over the rough terrain. It appeared none of them had respect for their suspensions, only saving the lives of their fellow countrymen. "They've arrived," said Ahiga, then looked at his wristwatch. 10 minutes and we'll be there." He banged on the cab window, signaling the driver to stop. "Rob, you need to get into one of the armored vehicles for your own safety." Richardson pulled up alongside as I climbed out of the back. "We can't simply go charging in there," said Richardson. "What option do we have?" said Ahiga, and then pointed to his village. Flames were leaping into the sky. Richardson raised his binoculars. "You have enough men to surround the village. We only have 3 armored vehicles. We'll go in from 3 sides with our vehicles to take out as many as we can with our machine guns and grenades, and you tighten the noose, especially weighted to the far side of the village. Use your engine blocks for cover and we'll flush them in that direction." It all sounded so simple, but now I was regretting tagging along. If they had rocket grenades in their armory, I'd seen the damage they could do to armored vehicles. My thoughts turned to Rosa and her telling me to stay safe, though thinking that, I was sure that if the tables were turned, she'd be right there among Richardson and his men and the others, taking the fight to the cartel. I climbed into the back of Richardson's vehicle, then put on my bulletproof vest. Checking the mag of my rifle was fully loaded, I took in a deep breath as the vehicle rumbled forward. "Helmets on and comms live," he said as we picked up speed. Wilson opened the hatch and manned the machine gun. The sound of the machine gun pumping away was deafening, even with the helmet on. "It's working," said Richardson. "They're running like rats in a barn in the direction we wanted." Glancing out of the window, the village square was a sea of the cartel soldiers' dead bodies. Tied to a pole in the center was an old man, with bullets zipping past him in all directions, yet he appeared calm. Smoke drifted across the square from a wooden building in flames. "Someone go and get the old guy while the others give cover," said Richardson. The back door flung open and our soldiers piled out. I clambered out after them, taking cover and peeking out down the side of the vehicle. The first of our soldiers stalked forward, only to flail his arms, his rifle flying from his hands. All hell let loose with Wilson piling in rounds to where the shots had come from. The other two soldiers ran out to their downed comrade, one of them dragging the soldier back behind the cover of our vehicle, while the others stepped backwards, facing where the shots had come from. All the while, the old guy had his eyes closed and he was chanting, probably preparing to meet his maker. I darted up from cover to behind the old guy, then dove behind a horse trough, as bullets dug up the ground just short of me. Our 3 armored cars converged around the old guy, all 3 pounding away with their machine guns. That was all the cover I needed, and running over to the guy, I cut him loose, then manhandled him into the back of our armored vehicle. Richardson leapt from his driver's seat. The next I saw was a series of explosions, then Richardson jumped back into the cab. "See how they like chomping on grenades," he said. Then he sent out a message out over his radio. "Drive ahead abreast and flank those Ahiga has pinned down." As we drove on, Wilson called out for ammo. One of the soldiers passed a box of rounds to Wilson. Bullets pinged on the metal outside. "How are you?" I asked the soldier rolling around on the ground. "Alive," was all he could manage and pointed to his vest. He was lucky, both rounds had torn into his vest, but stopped short of penetrating, but the impact of the bullets must have forced his vest to bruise his ribs judging by the way he was holding that area of his body. Wilson started firing again. "Hold your fire, everyone." "It's over," said Richardson. The old guy looked confused. "You okay?" I asked. He looked even more confused at the question. Richardson rolled down his window. "Any prisoners or wounded on their side?" asked Richardson. "We don't take prisoners," I heard Ahiga say, to the sound of the occasional single-round firing. "I have an old guy in here," I called out. "I don't think he can understand what I'm saying." Ahiga appeared. "He doesn't speak English. He's the village elder. Probably he refused to leave." I climbed out of the vehicle, with Ahiga comforting the old man. It was déjà vu out there, with a mass of dead bodies. Ahiga's men and some women were stripping the dead of their weapons, then they were tossing the bodies into the backs of the cartel's own vehicles. No one was attempting to put out the fire of the building that the cartel thugs had torched, but then I guessed water would be precious. "What will you do now?" I asked Ahiga. "We'll take the dead in their own vehicles out into the desert and bury them. As for the vehicles, we have somewhere we can hide them." "Any of your men injured or dead?" "1 dead, 7 injured." He pointed to the injured. Rob looked on as they helped them onto the back of some of the pickups, then they sped away. "Will the villagers return?" "No. Martinez will probably send more men looking for me. The villagers will likely disperse to family in other villages. Some will stay in the desert. It'll be no hardship for them until they decide it's safe to return. I'll have someone get our village elder to the others. We should get back now and leave them to clear up." I flinched. Right in front of me, a woman fired a round into the head of one of the wounded cartel soldiers. I shook my head. "You've gone white as a ghost. Don't judge. These are the ones Martinez sends out to ensure he imposes his rule at any dissent. They don't just kill, they commit horrendous acts of torture, before taking lives. They've even raped women in front of their families. Of late, they've been working their way through our territory, taking all our horses for use by his border guards. Any of them who resisted are now dead. It seemed to me that in these times that it was the way of it now, with man's humanity in meting out justice, lacking any moral compass. Though from what Ahiga had said, the cartel thugs deserved their fate. Chapter 36. The Uprising. Rob Bell at the bunker, Colorado. After our skirmish with the cartel thugs, and returning to the cave, I'd had a restless night's sleep. It wasn't any surprise then that I slept most of the journey back to the farm. Ahiga had caught us unawares when he had us pick up another passenger. He said it was best we didn't know who he was until we were safely back at the farm. It didn't bother me after Richardson checked he was unarmed. Richardson radioed ahead. Arriving at the bridge, Rosa was waiting there for us. Thankfully, Rogers could now walk, albeit with a slight limp. Rosa flung her arms around me. My uncle is coming to the farm along with President Johnson and General Roberts. That really took me by surprise. What? How did this come about? I asked. General Blake's organized them visiting. He said he'd explain when everyone was here. I introduced Rosa to our guests, apart from the one Ahiga had added to come with him, and simply said he was Ahiga's friend. Rosa turned to me. Blake's also radioed Tom and asked if he'd get in touch with his uncle to come here. President Abram? Yeah. Don't ask me why. All I know is that after you went away, the commander of Space Force arrived here, and as soon as he left, Blake sent out messages and couriers to invite our visitors. Anyway, how was your journey? She asked as she linked my arm and we walked over to the bunker entrance. Let's say it wasn't straightforward. We had a skirmish with Martinez's thugs. Anyway, we took them all out. I'll tell you later. Glancing over to the fields, all the tents had gone. Have they found Latham? I asked. No, he's had the soldiers relocated to where Latham and the Unifiers had their camp in the forest. Some of them have put tents up inside the polytunnels to keep them out of sight. Blake said he didn't want President Abram to be scared off when they arrived. It seemed as though it had all been happening while I was away. Whatever Blake had in mind, it left me intrigued as to what the meeting was for. So, is he definitely coming here? She pouted her lips, then answered. Not sure. Tom hasn't sent a message back yet. Well, whatever Blake is organizing, I guess we'll find out when they all arrive. Showered in a change of clothes, and we showed the guests to their rooms, then escorted them to the communal area for coffee. Over at the dining area, Military Command had taken over the table. Leaving Rosa to talk to our guests, I walked over to General Blake. Sorry to interrupt, but the visitors are here who want to see you. Visitors? Yeah, it's not just the envoy from Cascadia. Ahiga has returned with us and says he needs to speak with you. Better bring them over then and make introductions. Stepping over to our guests, Ahiga insisted I make separate introductions. Escorting Rogers, I made the introduction, then stepped away to leave them to talk, but stayed in earshot. He wasn't with him more than 5 minutes when he returned. He says he'll see Ahiga now. He wants to talk in depth later. I escorted Ahiga and his friend over to Blake and introduced them. His friend stepped forward and held out his hand. Pleased to meet you. I'm Romero Perez. I've heard of you. Aren't you the Lieutenant Governor of Texas for the Republican Party? Said Blake. Under the old regime, yes, but not under this new regime. Political parties are banned. I managed to escape when cartel soldiers came and abducted the governor. We fear he's dead. So why is it you want to speak with me? I think I'd better let Ahiga explain. Well, make it quick, I'm in the middle of a meeting, unless you want to speak later? No, T can't wait, said Ahiga. I have to get back home to see to protecting my family. I also have intelligence. Martinez is talking about carrying out a major incursion to take the gold from Fort Knox in around 2 months from now. He's going to move half of his troops to the border out of Fort Hood. The other half are going to carry out the incursion. He's only having to wait because he's having landing craft made. In the meantime, he's gradually having heavy armaments moved to the border near the shoreline to defend the returning troops carrying out the incursion. Is he now? Then I'll have to prepare a surprise for him. I need to tell you that while he's distracted carrying out his plan, I'm coordinating an uprising in New Mexico, and David Crockett is doing the same in Texas to take all of the towns, the villages, and cities back. I could see the same look on Blake's face as when that name had been mentioned. Whoa there. Roll it back. David Crockett? It's an assumed name. We're talking with the Mexican government. They aren't happy that the President of the Republic has sent a notification he's to introduce a 25% tariff on goods passing over the border in either direction. They're offering their army's support. We're making plans for our insurrection in around 8 weeks as soon as his army moves out of Fort Hood. What? The Mexican army? No. That can't happen. Blake stood there, not saying anything, looking to be deep in thought. Well, we're open to suggestions if you have an alternative, said Ahiga. What are your intentions for the territory? Who is going to govern if you manage to take control? Maybe I should explain, said Perez. Basically, I'm the successor to the legitimate governorship of Texas. Unfortunately, Martinez had the entire leadership of New Mexico assassinated. Both factions who are looking to oust Martinez want to continue as an independent nation for both territories, with our Navajo nation governed as it was before, without interference. We have experienced politicians from both the Republican and Democratic parties lined up to take over as an interim government of all the territory, with myself as interim president. Blake nodded as if giving approval. So, these discussions with the Mexicans for assistance. How definite are they? He asked Ahiga. We haven't discussed a date. They're awaiting us advising them of our plans, but they've given their word. Then stall them. As far as I'm concerned, Martinez and his cartel are an illegitimate criminal government down there, so I'll see how we can help. I'll have to discuss it with military command. Sorry, but I have to go if you can arrange me an escort back. I'm expecting more trouble with the cartel. Rob can explain. What about you, Mr. Perez? Can you stay here? Of course, we have much to discuss. Then yes, I'll have my men escort you back. Blake turned to me. Rob, I'd like you and Rosa to join us at the table. No problem. We'll see Ahiga to his transport. Who is going back with him? Have Richardson stay here. The other 2 transports can take him back. Rosa joined me to escort Ahiga to the exit. Wait here, said Rosa. She entered the armory, returning with the bow and arrows she'd found. Here, take these. They don't belong here. They need to be returned to their rightful place. Rosa handed him the bow and arrows. He inspected them, his mouth gaping. This is one of our tribal artifacts. Thank you. I'll treasure this. Yeah, well, it's a thank you for having Rob delivered back to me safely. We saw him at his transport, then returned. Mary and Joseph were with Rogers and Perez chatting away and drinking coffee. We walked over to General Blake. Please take a seat. It's important you two know why we're having our other visitors here, said Blake. Chapter 37. Top Secret. Rob Bell at the high-level meeting in the farm bunker, Colorado. Taking a seat at the dining table with the rest of military command, I didn't know what to expect. Everyone looked so solemn, so as to make why we'd been asked to join them highly intimidating. Rob, there are not many in the common room. Would you ask them to retire to their quarters for the next hour, because what we have to say is top secret, said Blake. I exchanged concerned glances with Rosa. Now I really felt anxious as to what was so important that they wanted to include us in their discussion. Sure, back in a minute. There were only our guests with Mary and Joseph. They didn't mind retiring at all. I took my seat back at the table. We have a situation, said Blake. We need your help to act as negotiators. It's fortuitous that Rogers has arrived from Cascadia with the authority to negotiate a treaty, but the arrival of Ahiga and Mr. Perez with their news is maybe not so welcome just now. Looking around the table, the grim expressions remained on the faces of all those assembled. Blake closed a buff folder on the table and continued. We have intelligence that the Chinese are not just giving aid to Cascadia, but that they are gaining a foothold there with military personnel and assets. They've also committed a number of acts of war, first of all by torpedoing one of our trawlers in the Pacific, with the loss of life of one of our SBS teams. I sent a courier to Cascadia with a demand that the Chinese withdraw all military assets and personnel, or in a week's time, they are advised that we will mount a blockade in the Pacific. Unfortunately, our courier has reported back that President Shoemaker is nowhere to be found. Our courier was apprehended at Shoemaker's residence and the ultimatum taken from him by Chinese bodyguards. Luckily, he managed to escape, but no doubt they will have passed on the message to their superiors. You said acts of war? My brain went into overload, trying to second-guess what else the Chinese had done and why. He opened a buff folder and after glancing at the content, he answered. I'm coming to that. Our Space Force commander informs me of a more alarming series of events. He took a sip of water and cleared his throat. If I had concerns of why he wanted to talk with us before he started, I was now seriously concerned. Space Force managed to launch a rocket to resupply provisions to the International Space Station and their own space station. When they arrived and docked at the ISS, they found all the crew dead, and not from starvation. The fabric of the outer surface had been damaged, penetrating to the inside, typical of what a laser weapon would create. My jaw dropped. I could see the way this was going. Anyway, to cut a long story short, we've discovered that not all satellites have been taken out by EMPs alone. The critical ones to armed services have also been attacked with lasers to make sure they can't be brought back into action. Guardians on Space Force's station have identified craft from the Chinese base on the far side of the moon that have inflicted the damage. Fortunately, the space station has defenses to deflect such strikes, but they don't have the provision of operating our Predator satellites to reciprocate. They are controlled by Space Command operatives remotely here on Earth. I glanced at Rosa. She looked pale, taking it all in. Our Guardians have witnessed them launch their own new comms and GPS satellites from Earth. Basically, with a full moon due, we have a short window of opportunity to launch new comms, GPS, and Predator satellites, and to have equipment delivered for our Guardians to control our attack satellites to take the fight to them, without the Chinese knowing. Rosa interrupted. So, what does this all mean? She asked. It means we have a war on our hands, and it won't just be fought in space. We believe that with the skies clearing, they are making sure we will be still operating blind with our assets that rely on GPS to strike targets. We're anticipating an invasion in Cascadia. And with all that said, my aide is preparing coffee in the kitchen. A break will give you time to absorb all that's been said, while we discuss deployments, then we'll discuss what role you'll have in negotiations when all our guests arrive. Neither of us spoke as Rosa and I rose from our seats and headed to the kitchen to collect our coffee, then we took our seats on the sofa away from the dining table. Looking over at those assembled members of military command, all were huddled around an open map spread out on the table. My mind was still numb. Do you think it could end in a nuclear war? Asked Rosa, a wide-eyed expression on her face. I rubbed my brow with thumb and forefinger, then shook my head. If it ends that way, we're within the blast area if they strike at the Doomsday Bunker and Space Command headquarters. Oh God, I said, and shook my head. As if trying to recover from the disaster isn't enough. I put my arm around Rosa and pulled her to me. We'll get through this. A soldier entered the common room. I have General Abram on the radio. He won't speak to me. He'll only speak to either of you. We're coming, I said. Hurrying along past our quarters, we arrived at the radio room. Rosa snatched at the handset when we entered and took a seat. This is Rosa, we're here, over. Can you get a message to the guy who made the request? I can't get you-know-who to budge, said Tom. Rosa tapped her mic on her forehead. I assume he means Blake, and that President Abram has said he won't come. Here, give it to me, I said. Rosa moved from the chair and handed me the mic. It's Rob. Did our man here spell out the importance of having him here? He just said it was a meeting to discuss something important. Well, he couldn't spell it out over the radio why he needed him here. I don't care if you have to bring him here kicking and screaming, it's important you get him here. Tell him that God or no God, where you are could cease to exist and not from our military command's army. The radio went dead. It was a good 3 minutes before he answered, but it seemed to take forever. I'm thinking, said Tom. Yeah, well, while you're thinking, remember that board game we used to play? The one when you tipped it over when you lost the last time that we played the game. And please don't mention the game over the airwaves. Jesus, I think I get it. Leave it with me, but no promises. Just talk with your people in the know who interviewed us before we first met you there. They must have knowledge as to what's going on behind your back, if you get my meaning." The radio went dead again as I waited for his reply. "You mean? Oh, I think I get it now. I'll go right over there now, but like I said, no promises. He's a stubborn old bastard. I'll call back. There's a radio over there at his residence, out." I put the mic back on the desk, then put my hand over my mouth, shaking my head. "What game was that?" asked Rosa. "Risk, a war game where you invade other countries. They're bound to have Mormons returning from Cascadia that have told their intelligence services what's happening over there." I just hoped that when I said behind his back, then he understood I meant to the west. Chapter 38. The Arrivals. Rob Bell at the high-level meeting at the farm bunker, Colorado. Rosa waited for Tom's return radio message, while I went to break the news with General Blake. I still wasn't sure what it was he wanted us to negotiate as I walked over to the table, but it was clearly some kind of joint effort between our visitors' nations. The rest of military command must have retired to their mobile command RVs, sat on his own. I told him the news and my attempts to get Tom to contact President Abram again to try and get him to reconsider. "Well, if we have to, we'll have to go there, but that's the last thing we need. Time is of the essence. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I've had Admiral Cooper send out orders to prepare for the blockade earlier than anticipated. For now, we're getting our subs into position to reconnoiter until we see what their response is to our demand. If we see them strengthen their position, we'll start the blockade early." "What about those spacecraft rocket launches you mentioned?" "That's underway as we speak." It was great that he was confiding in me, but all the same, I still didn't know exactly what he wanted of Rosa and me. "What exactly is it you want us to negotiate?" I asked. "Rogers has explained what President Shoemaker's difficulties are. He doesn't want the type of socialism that the Chinese and Rosalind Latham are heading towards. He wants a socialist democracy, but he fears they will oust him and install a communist dictatorship. However, Rogers has the authority to sign a treaty of mutual defense. Negotiating that won't be a problem. Once signed, Shoemaker can give us the authority to intervene with troops in his territory, that is, if he breaks cover and they haven't arrested him. The problem is a numbers game. We need the same treaty with Zion and New Africa to make use of their troops and armor. I might be President Williams' friend of old, but he might not agree, and I can't sign such a treaty on his behalf now they've declared independence." Blake sighed. "Then we have the problem with the Republic of New Mexico. That one will take some thinking about. As regards Perez, I guess we could assume he's the leader of the legitimate government in Texas, but I don't know how we would stand legally if he were to sign such a treaty. However, we could declare war against the territory. Saying that, it would tie up valuable manpower and resources that we just don't have if we are to see to the Chinese problem first." I could see where he was coming from and recalled our conversation where he said that as a divided nation, we were weaker individually than as a whole. I'd given it some thought since he'd mentioned his dilemma. "If you don't mind me saying so, wouldn't it be better to make this treaty you're after more of a permanent structure? What are you suggesting?" "A commonwealth. Let's say we call it the Commonwealth of North America. I'm thinking in terms of the European Union, but with a national army. A sort of a NATO defense alliance. Not with any authority over the individual nation's National Guard. What they could do is say agree to have some of them seconded to a national army to keep the army structure as it was before the secessions to deal with international threats. It would need everyone to contribute to the cost, which could be tricky though, until the economies get up to strength. Some sort of Commonwealth Defense Council could be set up to vote on actions internationally, together with interventions on home soil if requested." Blake took a seat, rubbing at the stubble on his chin. "Where did you come up with that from?" "I studied the European model as an economy at university. You know, common currency, fair and level trade between nations without tariffs. Immigration rules, human rights, the whole kit and caboodle regards commonality. I was thinking about it on the journey to Arizona after our talk. The only thing they were missing was a European army. Defense had been nothing I'd ever given a thought to before the disaster, knowing that the USA had the strongest military in the world. It was just something I always accepted in the American way of life, like cola and hamburgers. You just took them as a given as the fabric of the nation. Blake pushed back in his seat and grinned. "There's more to you than meets the eye," he said. "If you and Rosa can get them to agree to something along those lines, it would solve the problem I've been struggling with, even if I have no part in the outcome. I could only put the idea to Rosa. I'd be no good articulating it during negotiations. It could only be in principle terms. No doubt somewhere in the Doomsday Bunker they'll have a copy of the European Union Treaty, and experts can thrash out what they want to include if they go along with the idea. They could use the NATO alliance as a guide of how to set up the defense structure." The soldier from the radio room entered and walked over. "News from General Abram?" I asked the soldier. "No, sorry, nothing yet, but President Johnson and General Roberts have arrived." Blake rose from his chair. "I'll go and greet them if you could go and wait for Tom replying. If you meet them, don't discuss anything we've talked about." "Plead ignorance," said Blake and smiled. I drove Blake to the exit and gave him the code for the door. If I couldn't give it to him, no one deserved my trust. "I'll have a talk with them in my RV, then I'll bring them inside and you can show them their quarters." Arriving back at the radio room, Rosa was sitting there with the soldier and Jet, and with no news yet from Tom. "I need to talk to you in your room," I said. "He can tap on your door if Tom calls." Jet tagged on behind us. "Is it something Blake said that you want to talk about?" "No, it's something I put to him about what these negotiations should cover." "Ooh, intriguing. Do tell." Rosa unlocked the door and we entered. Jet wriggled his backside about to jump on the bed. "Don't you dare. Get down." He turned his head and sat, a sad expression on his face. "We need to get him a basket," I said. "We could fashion one out of those large cardboard boxes in the provisions room." "Yeah, I'll do that later." "So, go on then, what did you put to him?" I explained in full my idea. That's quite complex. It only needs to be an agreement in principle. The main thing will be to negotiate a mutual defense treaty between them all. The negotiations for a commonwealth can be left for them to iron out if they go along with it. Rosa tapped her lips with her index finger. "I'll have to take a look and see if your dad kept anything in his library about the formation of the EU," she said, and she rose from her seat and stepped over to the bookshelves. "With luck, he will have." "He seems to have everything in there, including the kitchen sink," I said. There was a tap on the door. Rosa opened the door. "Your uncle has arrived with his escort. General Blake has greeted him. He's walking over to the bunker now. General Blake wants you to show him to his quarters. The others will follow on shortly." "Thanks. Any news from Tom?" "No, sorry. I'll go to the entrance." She closed the door. She didn't look excited, wearing a distant look. "What's wrong?" "It's just the thought of having to negotiate with him. I'll have to declare he's my uncle to the others or it would be deceitful." "It'll be fine. You'll work it out. Come on, let's go and see him." I was guessing it was something else gnawing away at her, beside him being a relative, with the look of anger on her face. Chapter 39. Clash of Minds. Rob Bell at the high-level meeting in the farm bunker, Colorado. Rosa reached out for her book with the brown paper cover, and opening it, she retrieved the new African $20 bill that her uncle had sent her. By the look of her tight-lipped expression, I sensed a confrontation brewing with her uncle. "Do you mind if I read that book in my downtime?" "No, I don't mind. You can read it, but I'll take off the cover and put my keepsake safe. Just be careful not to damage it." I had to excuse her curt manner of delivery. She was clearly annoyed at her uncle having her image on the bill. Rosa insisted on driving the cart, and foot down we sped to the entrance. There were no hugs when we stepped outside to greet him. Rosa held up the bill. "What's all this about?" "Whoa there, that's no way to greet your uncle," he said. "I thought you'd be pleased." "Maybe I would be if you'd have asked. It's like you're making me out to be some kind of Joan of Arc." "Well, with your reputation that's not far off the mark. Come here and give me a hug." Rosa stood her ground, hands on hips, her body language signaling clearly that she was in no mood to hug him. "Look, all it's doing is putting a face to the name and the voice that most people already know if they listen into your recordings. Think of it as advertising. Those that haven't listened into your broadcast now have your frequency in their pockets, he said. Rosa sighed, then relaxed her stance, stepping forward and gave him a hug. That's my girl. That's his maybe, but next time you're thinking of using me, ask. You're my sister's daughter, all right, he said, a huge grin on his face. Look up there, I said. The tail of the glow from a rocket engine rose into the sky. We all glanced upward, transfixed on the sight. He looked at his watch. Our rockets should be launching right about now from our launch site in Kentucky, he said. We'll soon have eyes in the sky again once the skies are completely clear. We set off inside. I chatted away with her uncle on the ride, but Rosa concentrated on driving. When I glanced at her, she was chewing her lip. Listen, said Rosa. General Blake wants me to head the negotiations between you all. I'm not happy with that, seeing as how we're related. Then don't mention it, he said. I can't do that. I'll have to tell them. This situation is too grave to play games, so don't go leaning on family ties in the negotiations. If they accept me as a negotiator after I tell them, I won't give you any quarter if you try and pull any family tie stunts. Her uncle nodded. I'll respect that. I felt a sense of pride at her honesty as we pulled over at the room that we'd allocated for him. We'll see you in the common room when Blake calls us in for the meeting to start. I have to get to the radio room, said Rosa. She tugged at my arm and we headed across to her quarters. You feel better now? Better now it's off my chest, she said, and reaching over she kissed me on the cheek. Sorry if I was sharp with you earlier. It wasn't aimed at you. I'll trust you to take off the book cover and to put the keepsakes in the drawer. You can relax while I wait for Tom replying. Settled on the bed, reading the book, Jed had kept testing my resolve for him not to climb on beside me. Eventually, he gave up and curled up on the floor. As I read on deep into the book, I could see how the story of her ancestor Queen Zingda had influenced her. The part that really made me smile was when as a young woman, she'd been tasked by the king with negotiating with the Portuguese governor, Correa de Souza, in Luanda. She arrived dressed royally, but when she entered the conference room, there had been only one chair, the governor's chair. Left standing, she had recognized that the setup was made to make her seem inferior. Nzinga called her maid to go down on her knees and with her hands on the floor, and she used her as a seat to face the governor on equal terms. By the end of the negotiations, she managed to gain a treaty for the monarchy to remain in power, while agreeing to an exchange of prisoners between them. The door burst open. In stepped Rosa. He's here. Who? Tom with President Abram. They'd had trouble with their radio, so they couldn't let us know they were on their way. 15 minutes and they arrive. Well, he's done it. I'll go to the common room. I looked in earlier. Blake is in there with all of our visitors. He'll be relieved when I go and tell him. You do that, and I'll go and greet them, then bring them to the common room. Blake was relieved when I gave him the news. How much do they know? I asked him. Nothing apart from I've told President Williams about Martinez's planned attack on Fort Knox. Johnson knows everything. He's had approval from the House and Senate to give him the authority to countersign treaties. They're all getting along fine just now. Nothing's been said in terms of discussing politics, thank goodness. Listen, we need to get the meeting up and running as soon as they arrive. Every one of your people seem to have had their evening meal. Could you explain that we have an important meeting and ask them to go to their rooms? I'll have someone at the door if anyone else arrives. Sure. While Blake joined our guests, I called everyone to me and explained that we were to have a private meeting. They all took it well and headed off to their rooms. Tom arrived with President Abram and Rosa. I introduced President Abram to the others, and apart from him politely nodding, he appeared to distance himself, then took a seat away from them on a sofa with Rosa. Tom joined me. I looked across at Rosa. She sent me a look that seemed to be saying, "Why me? How did you manage to get him here?" To save his own skin. He wasn't forgoing even after I'd told him what intelligence told me about the Chinese situation. The rocket launches did it in the end. Launches? Have you not seen? There's been one every hour for some time. I told him they were likely first-strike nuclear rockets, and your bunker was nuke-proof. That did it in quick time. I couldn't help but snicker. That was my Tom. He's gonna be pissed when he finds out it's just satellites and equipment. Who cares? He's here for the meeting as you wanted. Thank God they weren't nukes. I nearly believed what I was saying and worried they could be, said Tom. I was more worried you wouldn't understand what I was trying to get across. Yeah, well, it took some time to click what you meant until you mentioned the risk invasion game. Otherwise, I'd have thought you were barking mad. Blake interrupted us. General Abram. Pleased you made it also. I need you in on the meeting as head of your armed forces. Tom exchanged glances with me. I shrugged my shoulders. Please, if you could all join us at the table, we'll start the meeting. It wasn't that we had time to prepare anything as General Blake had me sit at the head of the table beside Rosa. With the others spread along either side, Blake took a seat at the opposite end facing Rosa and me. Rosa turned to me and whispered, "Well, this is going to be interesting." Chapter 40. Meeting underway. Rob Bell in negotiations at the farm bunker. Colorado. With the hastily called together meeting underway, Rosa was right that it would be interesting, with having had little time in the way of preparation. Blake rose to his feet and cleared his throat. First of all, thank you for attending. I'm not heading these discussions. I'm just a party to it all as you are, for what is a situation that affects all of us? I'll outline the dilemma that we face, then Rob, if you don't mind, could you act as chairman to keep things orderly? I gulped, then nodded. Yes, I'll do that, I croaked out. My senses heightened, as the eyes of those around the table laser-focused on me. I averted my vision aware I was trembling. Blake went on for some time outlining exactly what he had told us earlier about the Chinese situation in Cascadia and the reason for Roger's presence. Once finished, he held out an upturned palm in my direction and took a seat. Right, let's get started, Rosa, if you could outline what it is that we are seeking to achieve, I said. Rosa stood from her chair. Before we start, I need to tell everyone that I am the niece of President Williams, though this is only the second time I've seen him since I was 11. If anyone objects to me acting as a negotiator, I'll stand down. There was some chair shuffling, but no one spoke. Could you raise your hands if you're not happy with her as the negotiator, I said. All hands remained motionless. Rosa leaned forward, her palms on the table taking her weight. She closed her eyes, then opened them, and stood upright. I'll take it that no one has any objections, I said and turned to Rosa. You can continue. She took in a deep breath, then spoke. Well, with that out of the way, I'll start with what seems to be a cliché of mine, but I'll say it anyway. It's quite simple, really. Nothing is ever simple, when it comes to agreements, said Johnson and then guffawed to the roll of eyes from the others. Please if you don't mind. No interruptions, I said. A sense of power washed through me. I'd never imagined in a million years I'd be telling our president to be quiet. Rosa continued. Since the disaster, our armed response to any invasion has been seriously reduced, and with the secessions, what assets we have salvaged have been fragmented, with control of a good proportion of them lost from a central command point of view. It's likely that if the Chinese were to invade Cascadia, we would be at a serious disadvantage. There is also the question that they might not stop at Cascadia once they have consolidated their position. As General Blake has said, they have already deployed mobile missile launchers facing east. I'm told that all of our territories are within their range. Johnson put up his hand. I glanced at Rosa and she nodded. Yes, go ahead. So, I take it that you are wanting us to come to an agreement to put everyone's armed forces under North America's military command and General Blake, for as soon as Mr. Rogers signs a treaty with all parties to a mutual defense pact. President Abrams' face contorted, clearly unhappy at the suggestion. Out of the question, said President Abram. We have our own command structure. Order, please. This is not a free-for-all. Rosa, if you'd care to answer President Johnson. President Abram curled his lips as though he'd sucked on a lemon as Rosa answered. What you are suggesting is exactly what we are seeking to achieve for everyone's security. To keep it simple, as I said, it can be a temporary arrangement for what we face, then you can all return to your command structures. But let me take this a stage further and make it a little more complicated, if not more sensible. And here I'd like Rob to address you all about the notion of you all forming a commonwealth. I hadn't seen that one coming, with the heat rising in my cheeks. I balled my hand and coughed into it twice. Rosa smiled at me as she took a seat, though I couldn't be sure if it was a smirk. Rising to my feet, I clasped my hands together to hide the fact that my fingers were trembling. So intense were the shakes throughout my body, my cheeks flamed even more. I started out faltering, then the words flowed as I got into my stride, pacing back and forth as I spoke. Taking a seat as soon as I'd finished, everyone's eyes were fixated on me. Rosa took my hand as I returned to my seat and gave it a squeeze under the table. "Well, if I may say something, Mr. Chairman," said President Abram. I nodded for him to go ahead, only too pleased for someone else to take the stage. That's the most sensible thing I've heard since the disaster. Once things are back to normal, that could answer the question of a mutual trade agreement and how we are going to control traffic in the skies without having to detour around airspace controlled by others. Then there's going to be the question of freedom to travel. As it is now, we're all closing our borders and having to defend them for fear of attack. "Hear, hear," said Rosa's uncle. "It makes sense to me," said Perez. "Our currencies would be worthless on their own." Abram displayed a pleasant smile at the apparent accord. Johnson, on the other hand, was stroking his chin, his brow furrowed. "Of course, we'd need to iron some things out, like having our gold returned from Fort Knox. Then there's the national debt to apportion." I sighed on hearing that. It didn't seem to be a subject that he was going to let go of. President Williams leaned forward, momentarily forming a fist and shaking it in the air at Johnson. "You can kiss your ass goodbye to our gold," said Williams. "That's ours for restitution for slavery and the racism that's been directed at us over the years. As for the national debt, the citizens of New Africa have hardly benefited from any of it to drag them out of poverty." Rosa sent her uncle a tight-lipped stare. It was looking as though we were going off the rails, and maybe it wasn't a good idea to bring up the question of a commonwealth when there were more pressing matters. "Please, I must have order," I said, as everyone started to try and say their piece. "We need to get back to the main point of this meeting, but to answer the gold question, there is a possible solution, the same with the debt. None of this can be decided here, as it would be no doubt lengthy negotiations between experts. But let me say this. Say it was agreed in principle for negotiations to start some kind of commonwealth. All of you have oil in the ground, but not all of you have gold. If you were to form a commonwealth treasury, oil payments for exports could be settled through the treasury, and if each pledged their stock of gold to the treasury and say we reverted back to the gold standard to give value to a common currency, then the gold could stay in situ until such time that normal currency exchanges were reintroduced. As for the national debt, I think it was President 45 who once said that the debt could be negotiated down. They all laughed at him at the time, but that's now a possibility. Other nations are going to be in the same position, so all will be in default with their debt. For a start, we can wipe out the Chinese debt by claiming war reparations if it comes to war. Just think they own a sizable chunk of our debt." I took a seat again. Johnson raised his hand and I nodded for him to speak. I for one am warming to this idea of a commonwealth. But going back to our original reason for being here. What would happen to the governance of Cascadia if we were all to sign a mutual defense treaty and then go in there to liberate it from the Chinese? I was about to speak when Rosa took a hold of my arm. "Ask Mr. Rogers to speak," said Rosa. "Mr. Rogers, can you explain the situation?" "Yes, of course. To quote Rosa, it's quite simple really. Once I sign a treaty, then it will allow the legitimate government to call for assistance to overthrow anyone attempting a coup or an outside invasion and to restore the legitimate government. As it stands, it's clear that the Chinese are seeking control over Cascadia. None of the Chinese military personnel and camps, which are growing exponentially by the day, have been approved by President Shoemaker, nor was he aware that they were shipping armaments there to be sited along the border facing east. They have completely disregarded his authority, and if he is correct from what he had deduced from intelligence reports, they will likely seek to overthrow him and put Jocelyn Latham in his place, probably along the Chinese model as a dictator president for life. If you were to go along with this treaty, then we would expect you to leave once governance was restored and respect our sovereignty. What President Shoemaker wants is a socialist democracy with an adherence to human rights, not a socialist dictatorship." Johnson scoffed, ignoring the chair. I don't know that I can trust Shoemaker, said Johnson. I've no doubt he doesn't trust you either, I said, hence the reason your differences in politics that led to the secessions. If you look at Europe, quite a few of the governments are socialists, take Portugal as one example, but as democracies, they all get along. Touché, said Johnson. Rosa interjected. Look, time is of the essence if we're to face this challenge. Let's break for coffee and you can discuss it among yourselves. But as you do, consider this. If we don't make an agreement for an alliance today, there's no saying that it couldn't be any one of you next. As everyone sauntered over to the kitchen, Rosa's uncle joined us with Blake. You make a good team, said her uncle. I was ready to start a fist fight with Johnson. That aside, what do you think to forming an alliance through a treaty? Asked Rosa. Well, as your uncle, I'd like to support you. However, as president, I have to think of the bigger picture. Rosa's shoulders drooped. What does that mean? Sorry, I was keeping you in suspense. You can relax, so don't look so glum. It means having a mutual non-aggression pact between us all and having help when requested. I might need it to help repel these cartel thugs from stealing our gold. Besides, if we can add recognition of our nations between each other, it would take away a lot of the mistrust between us. I'm all for it, and not because you're my niece. I'm also interested in this Commonwealth idea. Rosa bounced on the balls of her heels. I want to hug you, but it wouldn't look right in front of the others. I'm going to see which way the others are thinking. I'll join you, I said. President Abram was sat alone on the sofa, sipping at his coffee. Tom stood behind him, pulling a face as I stepped behind the sofa with him, while Rosa sat opposite President Abram. We sidled out of earshot. Which way is he thinking? He's torn. On the one hand he sees the sense in what's proposed, on the other hand, he's not happy that what is the U.S. Army would have control of our armed services. He's not saying it, but my inexperience could lead him to accept Blake being in control. We're not exactly the best of buddies. Come on, let's listen in. Rosa wasn't talking about the treaty, but about Peterson, telling him how brave he'd been, and how our commander Jackson and his men had taken him to be buried with his family. All our people are brave. We've had many dying in border fights with the Unifiers in heroic stances, with God behind them to give them courage, he said. How is the prisoner exchange going? Rosa asked President Abram. It's done. I had a message relayed from General Blake that the Unifiers have withdrawn their offensive at our borders. Yes, he's a good man of his word. Without him, we'd never have had that treaty signed recognizing Zion with a non-aggression treaty as an independent nation. Just think if you had that with the other nations. You'd be protecting God's land. You know, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have him in charge of a unified army. God forbid if ever the Chinese invaded you. Look at how they've treated people of faith. What do you say? He put his cup on the table, then placed his hand over his mouth, stroking his cheek with a finger. She didn't take her eyes off him for 1 second, patiently searching for his answer. He removed his hand, and for the first time, I saw him look directly at her. For a woman, you're smart. Don't take that the wrong way, because it's difficult for me to do business with women, but God must be steering my heart and my head to agree with you. The answer is, yes. I'll agree to our joining forces under General Blake. I'm also interested in joining in later discussions about this Commonwealth idea. Rosa's face beamed. I knew God would lead you in the right direction. I'll go and talk to the others before we recommence. Looking over at General Blake, he was arguing with President Johnson at the dining table as Rosa approached them. Chapter 41. Negotiation Discord. Rob Bell at the Farm Bunker, Colorado. By the time we arrived at the table where Blake and Johnson were arguing, a soldier arrived from the radio room and interrupted them. Taking Blake to one side, the soldier whispered to him. Damn, said Blake, a stern expression on his face as he marched with haste out of the common room. Looks like something has rattled him, said Rosa. She turned her attention to Johnson. He was all smiles, seemingly unruffled by his argument. We've now had a chance to thank you for granting us those medals of freedom. Ah, yes, the medals. Well deserved, for all the work you've done with your broadcasts and the treaty we signed, and for you, Mr. Bell, for your role in the negotiations and ensuring peace between ourselves and Zion. Perhaps you can both help me to make Blake see sense?" "In what way?" I asked. It was looking as though this was going to be our payback for the medals. If it were, I'd hand mine back, I thought. Congress and the Senate have given me the authority to sign the treaty hereafter, but there's something I need. In view of the seriousness of the situation, I need military command to agree to forego the terms of our agreement and to appoint me as Commander-in-Chief. After all, I was Defense Secretary. Rosa rolled her eyes, and understandably so. What he was asking reminded me of why I had no interest in politics. All of them, with the exception of a few, were slippery snake oil salesmen, looking out for their own interests as far as I was concerned. "Out of the question," said Rosa. "Put that on the table and the others will refuse to sign a defense treaty. It's a question of trust, and there's not much of that around as of yet. That's not to say, since we included radio communications in your agreement, that you can't be kept informed and offer advice. He's already done that by briefing you of the situation before the meeting that enabled you to put it to the House and Senate. Of course, he's going to listen to what you say, but he'll have the interests of all that are party to a joint force if required. Besides, he doesn't need you to sign a treaty, not until governance is handed back." Johnson pouted his bottom lip. "You're sharp, I'll give you that. I get the feeling you're playing me like a fiddle. I'll give what you said some thought. Are you sure you don't want to join our party?" Rosa's cheeks turned scarlet, but she didn't answer, simply sending him a smile. All eyes turned in the direction of the entrance to the common room. Blake entered, tight-lipped, and marched over to the table. Then he gave me a bunch of papers. "Hand these papers around the table, will you?" he said. "Please, everyone, we need to reconvene our meeting right away." We all took our seats. To a shuffle of chair legs, and the opening of notebooks and briefcases, I passed the papers around, then everyone settled. "Rob, I need to address everyone with the intelligence we've just received." "Go ahead." "First of all, as you can see, before you is a draft agreement of the treaty we need signed as a matter of urgency, so I want you all to put your self-interests to one side and get your heads together and to sign the agreements. We've been outflanked, I'm afraid. The cargo ships we've turned away at our blockade, which made us think that on the face of it, our demands had worked, but it was a misconception. We now know different. We've also had a message from Ahiga. Apparently, the Navajo who are operating carrying refugees across the water to New Mexico have been fired on and stopped their operations. The cargo ships must have swung around in international waters, headed south, then they've landed in the south of Cascadia at a cargo port we'd not known they've had constructed. At best estimates, Ahiga says that they are saying over 100,000 troops have been landed, concealed in containers, and they're unloading heavy armaments. No doubt they have more to come. I should also tell you that we have radio contact with our space station, and they have spotted a sizable fleet of warships and aircraft carriers en route to Cascadia." "So are the skies now open?" I asked. "They are. I'm awaiting confirmation from Peterson Air Base and the Pennsylvania bunker that we have GPS operating, and from the Air Force that we can use our aircraft and drones. Look, everyone get your heads down and read the treaty which will apply to all of you. It's best if you all stay here in case they decide to strike with their nuclear ballistic missiles. I need to go to the radio room to give orders for deployments. Have someone call me when you're ready." We all put our heads down, concentrating on reading the treaty. Whoever had put it together had made it clear, without the usual jargon you'd expect. It had to be Johnson who came up with an objection. He wanted an amendment that should any nation become a dictatorship, then the treaty would be void. A soldier entered the common room. "Mr. Bell, General Blake wants to see you right away in the radio room." Exchanging glances with Rosa, I raised my shoulders, holding out the palms of both hands in her direction. "I guess it's down to you," I said. "Good luck." When I arrived at the radio room, Blake asked me to take a seat. "I have a problem and I need your help." "What is it?" "Ahiga has sent another message. President Shoemaker has arrived in northern Arizona with his head of intelligence. He's wounded, but alive. I'm sending Jackson to go and pick him up. I'm also sending helicopter pilots with mechanics and 1,000 troops now. We're calling off their search for the Unifiers. Jackson said there are Chinooks and Apache helicopters down there in the desert. I'm giving them written orders to second aviation fuel and to get the choppers operational for if we get the go-ahead to get them in the sky. I'll need you to get Shoemaker back here, but I've told Jackson to give you a sizable escort back to here. Seeing as how you know Ahiga, I need you to reinforce that I don't want the Mexican army to intervene in his incursion. Try and convince him that once we've settled the Chinese problem, we'll help him take the Republic. I can't order you, but I'd like you to volunteer. It might be better coming from Rosa if we both go. She's had more contact with him. No, I want her here. If they sign the treaties between them, she can continue with negotiations to come to an agreement in principle on this Commonwealth idea, especially on the part about having a Commonwealth armed forces. The old me would have hesitated, considering I might fail. Call it stupid or patriotic, whatever, I came to a decision. Okay, I'll go. I need to go and tell Rosa. No, on this occasion, I think it needs to come from me. Rosa entered, clutching her copy of the treaty, and placed it on the desk in front of Blake. I could see right away there were scribbles in the margins. Read through it, she said. They've all agreed subject to you agreeing with the amendments. Perez could only give his agreement in principle. Blake took his time reading through the document. Fine, I'll have my assistant type them up and we can get them signed right away. Now we just need Shoemaker to call us in before their warships arrive. That's down to Rob. Rosa's eyes widened as he explained, but she seemed to relax when he told her he was sending 1,000 troops as an escort. Well, in the circumstances, it has to be done. As you say, I can stay busy trying to get them to agree on the framework for a Commonwealth. It's down to you, Rob. I already volunteered. As you said, in the circumstances, it has to be done. I'll go and get ready for the journey. Rosa nodded in approval, if not with some surprise in her eyes. Blake turned to her. Rosa, can you go to my RV and have my assistant type up the treaties? You can better understand your writing in the margins so there are no mistakes. Sure. I stepped outside with Rosa. Well, looks like we're going to be apart again, she said. It won't be for long, I said, knowing that she'd be there for when I returned. I couldn't see anything going wrong, but then I had a flashback of Richardson when he'd said, expect the unexpected. Chapter 42. Planned Liberation. Ex-President Latham at the Unifier's Camp, Idaho. Sitting around the campfire, Latham was delighted that their ranks had swollen to around an unexpected 20,000 troops. Just where many of them had got their military-grade weapons from he didn't ask, but many he was told were deserters from the army, some were ex-National Guard, and there were quite a few ex-police officers. The main thing was that they were all fanatical loyalists to the Union. But he knew that wasn't enough to take on Jocelyn's National Guard and Black Jackets if they were to take their Portland headquarters. He knew from what Warner had said, that General Blake had a noose around the neck of the border with troops along the Washington and Idaho perimeter of northern and eastern Oregon, with heavy armaments and considerable numbers of soldiers. Their scouts had yet to find a way through, which annoyed him as he poked at the fire. He raised his vision. Warner marched briskly toward the campfire, smiling for once. Glancing up at the sky to see a full moon, he couldn't recall with certainty the last time he'd seen the glowing orb, other than it was before the disaster had struck. Excellent news, said Warner, as he had some of the top commanders make a space for him. He cupped his hands together, then blew into them, before warming his hands with his palms facing the glow of the heat from the fire, then rubbed them together vigorously. Well, don't leave us hanging, said Latham. I've just come from our radio room. We're managing to bounce our signals on the ionosphere for hundreds of miles. If reports are correct, we should have our forces up to a strength of 100,000 or so in the coming days. See, I told you my signed orders would work. Oh, it gets better. Our scouts have reported back that U.S. Army border troops in Washington and Idaho are redeploying south and taking heavy armaments with them. Don't ask me why. They mustn't see the area as a threat. With luck, the Cascadian border troops will thin out as a result. I have my scouts monitoring what's going on. Warner took out his map and unfolded it next to Latham. He poked his finger on a section, leaving a dirty smudge. See here. With the subduction, Portland's rear is now close to the ocean. When we start our main attack from the east, they'll have three options. They can meet us head-on, or retreat north, or south. If we have 50% of our troops mount a frontal, we can split the remainder and pin them in. We have small teams of sympathizers in position. They're on standby awaiting my orders to blow up the bridges in Vancouver. They've set IEDs on the roads north to Seattle and south to Salem for any that escape, or to slow down any National Guard called on to join the fight. Excellent, but how do we get there? All the roads will be heavily guarded. We'll have to trek over the mountains, said Warner. Latham's shoulders lowered along with his spirits. Despite the sun now giving some comfort during the day, there was snow on the mountains, especially ice after the recent deluge. Added to that, it was bitter cold at nights, with temperatures plummeting below zero. He was having to use a thick woolen blanket as a shroud to keep warm in the tent. He shuddered, recalling the cold penetrating his body from below his bed, with freezing air circulating under his low-slung camp bed. His calf muscles ached from the elements, bringing on bouts of painful cramps during the early hours. As much as he'd prefer to stay within sight of the warmth of the fire, he knew he'd have to overcome the elements and discomfort if he were to witness Jocelyn's surrender. It was all that was driving him daily in his thoughts. All the same, he was now worried he might not survive the trek over the mountains. Maybe I should stay here and travel by vehicle once you radio that you've taken Portland? Too risky, the roads are heavily defended as you said. They'll still be defending the roads with artillery when we bypass them over the mountains. It'll take some time to go back to mop up the rest of Oregon after we've taken Portland. The priority has to be to defeat their command headquarters as you said. He knew he was right, but then it wasn't all about tactics for him. It was more about who he considered that bitch of a daughter of his, and who needed to be taught a lesson for putting shame on him. Latham sighed, with his doubts expelled in the fog of his breath. He was hoping their sheer numbers would win the day. For their plan to work, it would rely on their forces taking the city from all four sides, one block at a time, then to close the circle until they surrounded Jocelyn's hotel headquarters. The hope was that the National Guard would surrender after sending a courier to their camp on the outskirts after the defeat, then for them to offer their command to him. His only worry besides surviving the mountain journey on foot was their lack of heavy armaments, tanks, and armored vehicles, for if they were caught out in the open, all they had besides automatic rifles and sidearms were rocket grenade launchers and a bunch of ordinary grenades for near close-quarter use. One victory, just one victory, he thought, and his followers would get behind him into the millions. Latham threw some logs on the fire, then picked up a branch, poking at the embers, bringing the flames back into life. As he stared at the fire, he imagined sight of the Constitution parchment among the flames. "What are you thinking?" asked Warner. "I'm thinking ahead. Or I should say we, have no option other than to brave the elements to trek over the mountains to fight for our cause. We're fugitives with death sentences waiting in the wings. We can't hide like Bin Laden tried. Look where it got him. Better to die fighting for your cause than the hopeless task of trying to be never found, for us to give them the satisfaction of meting out their justice on their terms." "So, you're saying it's do or die for us," said Warner. "It is, but not for those who will surrender to us if we defeat them. They will have a choice. That option won't be open to us. If we go on to achieve all our aims, one thing is for sure, we can't revert to a democracy if we're to banish socialism for good. We'll need the generals of all these so-called nations we defeat to declare me a liberator, a hero, and a patriot for terminating Riker once we have restored them all to the Union. Then I can rule as president for life and pardon all of you that awaited the firing squad." Warner stroked his beard, looking sideways at Latham, his eyes wide open. "A dictatorship? I thought our aim was to restore the Constitution and the United States." "Then you're a hypocrite not seeing further than your nose. As I said, we're both fugitives from certain death penalties. We have no option but to fight every campaign with our lives on the line. I can't say it any clearer. For us there can be no surrender." Chapter 43. Death's Door. Rob Bell in northern Arizona, the Republic of New Mexico. Having traveled all night and arriving in northern Arizona, our convoy split up, with Jackson and the troops heading off to attempt to salvage their fleet of helicopters. I looked on as I finished drinking my coffee alongside our campfire as the tankers of aviation fuel, troop transports, and trucks loaded with missiles for the Apaches, drove away in a cloud of dust. As they disappeared from view and the dust settled, I gazed up into the sky, feeling emotional. The sight above me was a wonder to behold. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. I never thought I would see blue skies again, but there it was, almost a crystal-clear blue sky, with only slight tinges of gray, hard to spot at first glance. Wisps of occasional feathery white clouds drifted slowly along in a slight breeze. On the horizon near to the new mountain range of the southern tip of Zion, the white clouds appeared as bundles of cotton wool balls. More than anything, it was the sun rising on the horizon that had an effect on me. While it looked majestic, I thought that it wasn't without guilt for what we had endured. I thought back to Dad telling my brother Ted and I about the slender thread that held life together, and the miracle of how the sun was just in the right place for life to exist. Maybe at the time we were too young to understand his analogy of Goldilocks and the three bears that he used to explain, but now it was clear. Any further away and we'd freeze to death, too near and we'd all fry. What the story had failed to point out was that perfection could deceive. Kicking at the dust to extinguish the remaining embers of the campfire, I stowed my coffee mug in my backpack. Joining the rest of our team, I climbed into the back of our armored vehicle alongside two of the three Navajo soldiers. With the roar of the engines, our three armored vehicles headed off to rendezvous with Ahiga. It hadn't been a great distance to travel into the desert when the driver spotted their camp. "I'll radio ahead. They'll be nervous of us approaching," said one of the Navajo. I couldn't blame them. Ahiga was visiting what was left of those from the village that had stayed in the desert. As we arrived, Ahiga walked over to greet me. "Is President Shoemaker here?" I asked. "No, my sister is taking care of him back at the cave, but a doctor is on his way there to see to him. We had to make a stretcher to hoist him up there. He's pretty shot up but hanging on. We can't take him to a city hospital. He wouldn't make the journey." "Did they sign the treaty?" "Yes, I have a copy for him. Perez has agreed to sign the same treaty once installed as president, but General Blake says regardless, he's going to help you anyway with your insurrection after he's solved the Chinese problem." My spirits had dropped after hearing Shoemaker was unfit to travel. I'd hoped we could collect him and get him straight to the bunker. The Chinese, yes, that situation could cause us a problem. Many of our people were transporting refugees over the water, but now they can't after the Chinese sank some of our boats. Not all have morals when it comes to money, and now they are not earning. It will only take one to betray where we're hiding to line their pockets. Then we'd better get over there and have Shoemaker sign something in case he doesn't make it, but first I need to radio Rosa to let her know I've arrived. We can do that on the way, but to be honest, you'd be better using the one at our cave to be sure you're safe and sound. After that fiasco at the village, they have the National Guard out looking for us. That was the last thing I wanted to hear, but having agreed to volunteer for the mission, the situation was what it was. It was too late to think of running back to the bunker. I shrugged my shoulders. "Better get a move on then," I said. "Is Perez with you?" he asked as we walked at pace over to our vehicles. "No, he's staying in our bunker for his own safety. If anything were to happen to him, your plans of him being president would be up in the air." "Yeah, I get that. Let's hurry up." It was a pleasant drive to where we'd hidden our vehicles the last time we were there. I guess I'd gotten used to the constant smell of sulfur, but now the air had no odor as I took in a deep breath through my nose. With the vehicles disabled and the weapons hidden, the journey on foot to the cave entrance didn't seem to be an effort without the ash dust swirling around. Hoisted up to the cave, we followed the tunnel by oil lamp until we arrived in the cavern. Ahiga's sister was with the doctor at Shoemaker's side. "How is he?" I asked. "Unconscious, he's in shock, and he's lost a lot of blood," said the doctor. "What can you do for him?" "Nothing I can do, only pray. He hardly has a pulse. I'm an ear, nose, and throat specialist. He needs to get to a trauma hospital to have a chance of survival." I sighed when one of the Navajo soldiers pushed us to one side and knelt by Shoemaker's bed. "I'm a field medic." "Lead him to me," he said. He pulled back the sheet covering him. His wounds were tied up or covered with ordinary cloth, fashioned as bandages. I counted 5 bullet entrance holes once all the bandages were removed to reveal what looked like a foul mixture of moist herbs on them. There were 2 wounds in one arm and 2 in his upper shoulder, and 1 in his upper leg. The field medic removed the coverings. He'd be dead already if the bullets had pierced a vital organ. The one in his upper leg has gone right through, but the others are still in there, said the field medic as he opened his backpack. Let's hope he has my blood type. I'll need some help. The herbs have worked to stem the blood. His wounds are not bleeding, so they've missed the main arteries. He checked his pulse, then shook his head. The medic took out a saline drip and passed the container holding the fluid to Ahiga's sister. You hold this, he said as he inserted the needle into his arm. I prayed he would live, but I failed to see how they could treat his wounds to bring him back to consciousness. He turned to the doctor and handed him a vial of morphine and a syringe. If he comes around, he'll need this for when I try and take out the bullets. He rummaged into his bag and pulled out some plastic packets, then handed them to me. Hand them over one at a time, I asked. I recognized what the packages were right away as they were similar to the one that we found that Brogan had discarded at the Strid. With everything laid out and ready, including a scalpel and various tweezer devices in sealed packets, he took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves, rubbing an area on both his and Shoemaker's arm with alcohol on some cotton wool. Taking out 2 more saline packages, he opened them both and severed them at the saline containers. This had better work, he said as he joined them together and had Ahiga run tape around the joint. He took a deep breath then inserted the needle into Shoemaker's arm. I turned away as he rose to his feet and inserted the needle into his own arm. Yes, it's working, said the doctor. Someone hurried over and tugged on Ahiga's arm. You're wanted at the radio. When I glanced back at the medic, his blood was flowing through the tube into Shoemaker. The medic's head was pouring sweat. Seeing as how he was standing like a statue, the medic was probably worried that if he moved the tubes would part. I dug into my pocket for a handkerchief and wiped away the sweat as it dripped onto his nose. Thanks. The young guy who had called Ahiga away returned. Ahiga wants you over at the radio. I thought it could be Rosa. If not, it would have been a good opportunity to radio her to tell her I'd arrived safely. At the same time, I was dreading passing on the news about Shoemaker to Blake. You'll have to hold these packets and hand them over when asked, I said. I hurried over to the radio. I could see right away from the look on Ahiga's face there was a problem. What is it? Our scouts have radioed in. A large contingent of National Guard have found your vehicles. They're now heading our way and they have some high-caliber weaponry mounted on their armored vehicles. I stood there, momentarily numb, my mouth gaping, unable to speak. Chapter 44. Betrayed. Rob Bell, at Ahiga's Cave, Northern Arizona. Snapping out of it, after being temporarily dazed on hearing the National Guard were heading our way, I stepped up close to Ahiga at the radio. Surely, it'll be a coincidence they're heading in this direction, I said. Afraid not. The first radio message was from Crockett. We've been betrayed as to our position. My brain went into overload. The mission had been simple in theory, but what with Shoemaker lying on his deathbed and now this news, I couldn't get my head around what was happening. Look, said Ahiga. There's a funnel that goes to the top of the mountain, but there's no easy way to climb down at the rear rock face out of sight if the National Guard cover that area. In fact, I'd say it was impossible to climb down. The only good thing is that it's just as impossible for anyone to climb up here. Besides, we can't evacuate Shoemaker through the funnel to the top. It's almost vertical. What are we to do then? I asked, then something came to me. Wait, someone must have climbed up here to get the antenna installed. Ahiga nodded. Yeah, it was possible at one time to climb up there when I made it our prepper base, but a rockfall when the quake struck made it impossible. All the National Guard can do is to lay siege. The bins in the tunnel will stop any blasts reaching down here, and we have plenty of water and supplies. I don't care how many they have, even if they manage to scale the rock face, the narrow tunnel will thin them out to 2 abreast for us to take them out. We have the radio though. We could call for help from my tribe. But that could be a bloodbath if they have armored vehicles, I said, and I rolled my eyes, wishing I'd relayed a message to Rosa earlier, so I wouldn't have to explain our predicament. Look, I have to relay a radio message to Rosa. She'll be worried I haven't radioed yet to say I've arrived. Go ahead, I'm going to the entrance to see when they arrive. I dialed into our prepper's frequency and put the mic close to my mouth. This is Rob. If anyone can relay a message to Queen Rosa, tell her I've arrived. Please respond. Over. There was a sudden cacophony of voices blasting through the speaker. Hold on there, slow down. I slapped my forehead. It was the first time ever that had happened. I'd completely forgot about signals going over a greater distance. Rob, I'm here. We can speak direct. Over. I held the mic to my forehead, not sure of what to say now we had so many ears. Not expecting to hear from her direct, I hoped to avoid telling her of our situation in the cave. Now I had no choice, however distressing it could be. Not if I were to keep my promise of us having no secrets. Rosa, go 10 clicks down from our bunker frequency. Over. Will do. I reached out and adjusted the frequency from the prepper frequency to our bunker frequency, then moved the dial 10 clicks down. You there? I'm here. Have you arrived? I was getting worried. Yeah, I've arrived, no problem. Listen. Just a minute, hold on. Will do. I held the mic to my cheek, then took in a deep breath. Listen, you need to tell Blake that Shoemaker is unconscious just now. One of the soldiers is a medic and treating him. If he comes around, there's no way I can bring him back in his condition. Ask him if it's okay to get him to sign something and I'll have someone witness it. Over. I will, but I'd do that anyway and bring it back here. Over. I can't. Get back there, that is. I'm with you know who, and the local National Guard know where we are, but they can't get at us though, so don't worry. Over. My heart pounded loudly in my chest. Rosa didn't reply right away. The silence tore away at me. Ahiga arrived back at my side. Rosa, you there? Yeah, I'm thinking. Tell her I need the radio urgently. The National Guard have arrived, said Ahiga. Listen, Ahiga needs to use the radio urgently. Don't worry, I'm as safe here as if I were locked in our bunker. Okay. Keep me up to date when you have any news. I love you. Over. Love you too. Out. Handing the mic over to Ahiga, I paced around. For all she wasn't ruffled under stress, I detected a tremor in her voice when she'd said that she loved me. I'll go over to see how Shoemaker is responding. He was too busy to reply, simply nodding, and I headed over to Shoemaker. The transfusion tubes had been removed, and the medic was searching for one of the bullets with his tweezers. I took the doctor to one side. He's come around. I've given him morphine, said the doctor. But his eyes are closed. Can't stand to watch what they're doing, a weak voice called up behind me and I turned around. Damn, I felt that. Give me some more of that juice, Shoemaker squeaked out. I turned to see the medic holding up the bullet and his tweezers for everyone to see. He placed it down and the young man handed him a field dressing to stop the blood flow. That one was tricky. Hang on in there, only one to go. Doctor, can you give him another shot? Said the medic. I left them to it to go and ask Ahiga if he had some paper and a pen. Failing that, I decided I'd write it out on the back of the treaty and get him to sign that. Though how I'd get a signed authorization for armed services to enter Cascadia to Blake now we were under siege, I didn't know. All I knew was that it was imperative to get it done in case he had a relapse and died. With paper and pen in hand, I wrote out a simple authorization under the terms of the treaty. I ran it by Ahiga, who said though he was no expert, the request for intervention was clear enough. I haven't finished on the radio yet. Could you go and see what's happening outside but keep your head down? Our scouts haven't got near enough to report back as yet, said Ahiga. Sure. I'll try and get this signed first. The medic was packing up his backpack, having finished treating Shoemaker. How is he? He needs rest. The morphine will wear off soon and he'll be in agony, but we can't give him any more. He'll pull through if his heart is strong. I have to get him to sign something for General Blake. Better do it quickly then. Sign what? Said a thick-set guy with a crew cut. Clearly not Navajo. I guessed it was Shoemaker's head of intelligence. I'm Rob Bell. I'm here on behalf of General Blake to have President Shoemaker sign an authorization for a joint armed force to kick out the Chinese. I took Mr. Rogers to negotiations with the other nations to sign a treaty. If you have that with you, may I see it? Who are you? A voice from behind me interrupted. He's my head of Cascadian intelligence, Douglas Klein, Shoemaker said in a whispered voice, and then groaned. He'll need to read whatever you want me to sign. I don't have my eyeglasses. The way he labored with his words, I didn't think there was any time to waste and handed him my copy of the treaty and the authorization I needed. Klein read it out aloud to Shoemaker. I couldn't be sure if he were taking it in as he had his eyes closed. I'll sign, said Shoemaker, in a breathy voice. It was a huge responsibility having him sign for what would be the outcome. My distrust of politicians made me hesitate. I had to be sure there could be no comeback if someone such as an opposition politician said it could have been signed under duress. I handed a pen to Klein. I need you to add a statement to it that you have read both the treaty and the authorization to President Shoemaker and he is signing sound of mind. Then can you initial the beginning and end of the authorization I've written? Sure, he said, then wrote it out signing and initialing the paper. I took it from him and handed it to Shoemaker. Shoemaker's hand wrote out a shaky signature. Can I have you witness his signature as head of intelligence? He nodded, then witnessed the signature. Doctor, if you don't mind, could you witness the letter and write a brief sentence that you consider him of sound mind? Of course. With the authorization safely in my wallet and zipped into my inside jacket pocket, I sighed. At least that part of my mission was concluded. How did he get shot? I asked Klein. Chinese bodyguards and the black jacket thugs searched the city for him. I managed to get to him before they did at his hotel with some of my men. Ended up in a shootout. He was lucky that I got him out of there alive, albeit shot up. With that said, I ambled over to the radio where Ahiga was busy relaying a message. Taking off my helmet, I took a seat and lay it down next to me. I've finished with the radio, said Ahiga. Earlier, I told Rosa not to worry and then I saw Shoemaker sign the authorization. She's going to let Blake know. I'll go with you to the entrance. Ahiga doused the oil lamp as we neared the entrance. When we arrived, Ahiga stood back in the shadows and raised his binoculars. What do you see? They're setting up a tent camp and lighting fires. How many troops? Too many to count. They have 6 armed vehicles in a semicircle facing the rock face, but they don't look to be manned. Take a look. He was right, there were too many to count, more than 500 of them at a guess. A head popped up out of one of the armored vehicle's turrets. I pushed Ahiga behind a boulder at the entrance and crouched. What's wrong? He asked. There was no need to answer him. It was apparent when a burst of machine gun fire exploded, bullets ricocheting off the sides and roof of the tunnel, bringing down dust and small rock over us. As quickly as it started, it stopped. Better get back down to the cavern before they start with the 50 calibers, said Ahiga. As we approached the bend in the tunnel, we both flinched to the pounding of rounds. These were machine gun rounds. The big guns had started to pound away at the entrance, sending a cloud of dust enveloping us. Run, said Ahiga. I couldn't run, when the roof collapsed over me, forcing me to the ground. It was more like shale, thank goodness, but the sheer volume of it pinning me down made it a fight to breathe. At least my head and outstretched arms weren't covered, but I might as well have been. The entrance to the cave must have collapsed. It was like being in a pitch-black void. I could hear Ahiga furiously scratch away at the debris, or I could have easily imagined I was somewhere between heaven and hell, waiting to be called for judgment. I imagined my life was slipping away with my breathing constricted, when Ahiga grabbed my arms and hauled me free and around the bend. The pounding of rounds had stopped. Ahiga rummaged around on the ground, then struck his lighter. The oil lamp glass was smashed, but he managed to light the wick. I limped all the way back to the cavern, then collapsed on someone's makeshift bed. Are you okay? Asked Ahiga. I'm alive, put it that way. I glanced over at him to see his hands dripping blood from scratching at the shale. I'd get those seen to by the medic if I were you. Thanks for getting me out of there. I will, you rest, he said. I'll get the medic to check you over, especially that leg of yours. As I watched him saunter away, it struck me that he'd saved my life. Somehow, I thought, I'd have to pay him back if the opportunity arose. Glancing down my body, my jeans were torn to shreds. Deep scratches trickled blood. I closed my eyes and put my hand on my forehead to the onset of a pounding headache, only to feel a lump. Sitting upright, I stared at my hand. It was covered in blood. I regretted my stupidity at having left my helmet behind at the radio. I lay my head back on the mat, wondering how the hell we'd get out of there when we were trapped like rats in a barn. Chapter 45. Atrocity. Brogan at the Texas border in the Republic of New Mexico. Brogan arrived in his SUV with Giant at the construction camp at the northern border. Not in the best of moods, Martinez had insisted on Giant accompanying him, much to his annoyance. While placement of the containers had worked to secure the border and gained him favor with Martinez, he shook his head that progression of the new border trench was behind schedule. Now he had Martinez on his back to get things moving. He decided to see for himself what was holding up progress, especially as he'd had reports that incursions by the Unifiers had stopped this past week, with their camps deserted, so he doubted that was the problem. The first thing he saw was that the earth-moving machinery was laying idle, with a line of rock trucks standing empty. A large group of the truck drivers were milling around, not working. "What the hell?" said Brogan. "They're in deep shit now," said Giant. "Looks like they're on an unofficial lunch break. Good thing we didn't warn them we were coming. I'll make examples of some of them, that'll get things moving." Brogan scoffed at Giant. "There isn't such a thing as lunch breaks. They're supposed to eat while they work. Something must be wrong. Look, I'm in charge here, so butt out and leave me to sort this out." "Better get it sorted then, 'cause I'll be reporting back to El Presidente." Brogan turned sideways and glared at Giant. "Listen, it's just the two of us. What is it with you? Lighten up with me, for Christ's sake. I can't be doing with all this threatening El Presidente crap. Why don't you just call him boss when you're with me?" "You tell him that's what it is you're thinking," Giant said. "Or maybe I should." Brogan gritted his teeth. No matter how he tried to form a mutual understanding through banter, Giant just wouldn't cut him any slack with threats. "Fuck you, moron," said Brogan. Giant dug his fist into Brogan's bicep. "That hurt," he said, rubbing his bicep, then snatching back at the wheel as the vehicle veered. "Don't worry, you'll mess it up eventually, then it'll be me fucking you up and it really will hurt, amigo." He didn't doubt that would be the case. Giant was too big to take on in a fight to settle their differences. He wished Roberto were his shadow. Unless he talked in front of his brother, Roberto always referred to him as Diego or Martinez, and his threats were said in jest. Brogan stomped on the brake pedal late, skidding and showering the workmen in a cloud of dust. "You stay here," said Brogan, and snatched at the door handle. "What, and miss all the fun?" Brogan charged over to the side hut, with Giant in his wake. "What the hell is going on here?" Brogan shouted at the site manager in a virtually nose-to-nose confrontation. "Calm down, you'd better take a look," he said, and leaning backward away from Brogan's face. They marched over to the trench, and looking over the edge, workmen were swinging picks at the rocks in the bottom of the trench. They stopped when Brogan arrived, their eyes glaring at him. "There's the problem. We've hit bedrock 10 foot down." "We don't have the explosives," said the site manager. "So now it's a freaking holiday camp. Get those machines running and forget the picks. Plow onward until you get past the rocks. Nobody eats until you hit target." But what? "They're on death's door as it is. They have to eat." One of the men threw down his pick. "I ain't doing no more until we get food," he said, and spat his disgust on the dust. "Yeah, he's right," one of the others said and threw down his pick. The rest joined him. "Damn them. Are these the Unifier prisoners?" said Brogan. "Most of them are. They're at breaking point. They don't have energy to work the machinery for any length of time." "Look at them," said the site manager. "They look like prisoners straight out of Belsen." Giant raised his rifle. "Brogan, you're a fucking pussy. This is how we'll sort it." The site manager's eyes widened, and to the explosion of rounds, the manager keeled backwards as first a bullet ripped through his chest, then one between the eyes. "What are you doing?" said Brogan. "What you should have done." Giant lifted the stock to his shoulder and turned his attention to the emaciated crew in the trench, now scrambling up the slope of the trench in an escape attempt. Giant flicked his rifle to auto, spraying them with rounds. The guards joined him with a volley of single shots until the last one fell. Brogan took up his hat, threw it on the floor and stomped on it. "Oh, fucking great. Good thinking, idiot. Who's gonna work the machines now?" "You're the governor, work it out." A guard tapped Brogan on his shoulder. "I can hear someone calling for you on your radio." "Damn it. You're the new site manager, put the guards and some of the rock truck drivers to work on the machines. I'll have some more men sent out." Brogan hurried over to his SUV and leaning inside, snatched at the mic. "Yes." "Brogan, what do you want?" he said, curtly. "Some civility or I'll come over there and tear your head from your shoulders." Brogan closed his eyes, shaking the mic in his hand. He'd recognized the voice of Martinez right away. "Sorry, I thought it was someone else." "What's happening over there?" "It's fine. They'd run into a geological problem, but it's resolved now." "Good, because I want you back here at my office for a meeting with the general. We're bringing your plans forward to take you know what. An opportunity has arisen, so we're going in this week." "No problem. I'll be right over." "Brogan?" "Yes, Presidente," he said, letting go of the mic switch and pulling a face. "Be careful what you say over the radio. The airwaves have ears now the sky has cleared." "Understood, out." Brogan put the mic back on the hook and shook his head, then sighed. Just what this opportunity was, it had better be a good one, he thought. Especially with only half the landing craft ready. Giant caught up with him. "Get in, I have a meeting with Martinez." "There you go again, better get his title right when you meet him," he said, then laughed. "Or else." "Or else what? You gonna tell him I keep forgetting his new name?" "Maybe." "Yeah, well, maybe I should tell him you've just about slaughtered all my workforce at the border. Best you just button it while we get to his office." They drove in silence back to the office. Brogan couldn't remember the journey as he pulled up. It was as if he'd driven on autopilot, with his mind elsewhere. He climbed out ahead of Giant, leaving his window down. "He didn't invite you. Only the ones with a brain. Go stick your head in a bucket of water. It might free up some of the shit that's in there," he said, then hurried into the office block before Giant could respond. He knocked on Martinez's office door. "Come in." "Where's Giant?" said Martinez as he entered. "Probably gone to take a shower." It was dusty at the border. "Never mind. Take a seat." Brogan looked across at Roberto and nodded, which he returned in kind. The general didn't acknowledge him, concentrating on poring over a map spread out on the desk. "Can I ask what this opportunity is?" "You may," said Martinez. "I couldn't say over the radio, but the shit is hitting the fan over in Cascadia. The Chinese have landed an army in the south, bringing our trafficking to a halt. I have intel that General Blake is gathering a joint army together to plan an attack to repel them, with National Guard from Kentucky included. I know we have only half of the landing craft, but I've decided to send our forces over to New Africa in 2 stages during the night. I'm not going to miss the action. It's too important. I'm going with you and my old team to make sure nothing goes wrong this time. We need that gold from Fort Knox." Chapter 46. War Games. General Blake at Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. General Blake walked around the facility at Peterson Air Force Base, with the commander of Space Force giving him the tour, together with Admiral Cooper and Air Force Commander Jordan. Individual operatives were glued to their screens relaying images sent back from the drones now patrolling the Cascadian border. Zooming in and out with their hand controls, it looked more like a competition for a gaming tournament. One of the operatives raised a hand. His intelligence analyst stepped over to him, sharing looking at the screen over his shoulder. Curiosity getting the better of him, Blake walked over to see what it was they were looking at. "Something interesting?" he asked. "Looks that way, see for yourself, sir," said the analyst. The images were the view of a mountain range. The operative and analyst must have had eyes like a bald eagle, with Blake not seeing anything of interest. The image zoomed in until he could see what he had seen. "Where is this?" "The Idaho-Oregon border, sir. I don't have a deployment of that size in that area. They're definitely moving in the direction of Oregon." "Could it be refugees?" the sensor operator at the next desk answered. "Can't say. We have face recognition software on board, but we can't use it to identify anyone at the altitude we're having to operate for us to avoid the Chinese surface-to-air missiles," said the sensor operator, raising and then lowering his shoulders. "Just not enough pixels on the images between the eyes if anyone looks up. We can't fly lower or we might lose the drone, and we're 50% down on assets as it is. We'll keep circling to keep an eye on the situation." The control room supervisor interrupted them. "We now have the GPS coordinates of all the Chinese surface-to-air missile batteries along the entire Cascadian border. Now we have the GPS satellite positioned. We've passed the coordinates on to have our rockets synced ready to attack." The commander of Space Force interrupted them. "You can view progress of their movement from our viewing room. From a bank of screens, you'll be able to view any one of them at the click of a mouse to view on your own monitor." He looked at his watch. "I have an important broadcast in 5 minutes with our space station. Then let's get there. Is our bunker in Pennsylvania alerted to take over control of the drones if there's a strike against us?" "Yes, sir," said the supervisor. Hurrying along with his entourage, they entered the command room to be faced with a huge array of television screens mounted on the wall, stacked 3 high. Shown to his seat, he dropped his backside on the chair. "Looks like we have contact with our space station and they're already waiting." "Monitor 4, if you'd care to put on your headphones," said the Space Force commander. The commander took a seat at the desk next to him, put on his headphones and switched on the mic. "Go ahead. What have you to report?" "I'm transmitting a video recording on a different band," said the Guardian on screen. One of the blank screens fuzzed with white static, then a video started showing nothing but dark space. "Monitor 15, said the commander. Blake clicked on the mouse, prepared to listen in on the conversation. The Guardian at the space station spoke with a metallic voice. "We've received the equipment you sent us to control our Predator satellites. We've already used it to destroy Chinese Armed Forces communications satellites. They're now blind and deaf, unless they send up new ones, but we're ready for them. Hopefully, as they had to send up new ones after the EMP strike, they might not have backups. We're relying on you sending up a missile to destroy their moon base once you have sight of the dark side." "Primed and ready," said the commander. Blake didn't know what it was he was looking at on the monitor, until he saw a shiny small gleaming object. Then he saw a puff of smoke from the object that he could now make out was a satellite, but it remained intact. "You should be seeing the laser taking out their GPS satellite on screen." Blake reached over and touched the commander's arm. "Ask what he can see of the Chinese fleet." He passed on the request. "I can show you on the monitor. Give me a few seconds. They're still 1,000 miles out." Blake gasped when the fleet of aircraft carriers and warships appeared on the screen, escorting troop ships. He exchanged glances with the Admiral and slipped off his headphones. The Admiral followed suit. "How does that compare?" he asked. "Twice the size of what we have available. I've ordered our fleet to move further out to sea now the Chinese are blind. Our subs are on alert. I'm just awaiting you hitting the button. Our sea-to-air missiles are in range of their fleet. We're not quite ready yet." The Admiral turned to Blake and pointed to a large screen on the wall. "Take a look at Monitor 8. We boarded the cargo ships as you ordered, then had unloaded and were set to return to China. Not sure why, but one of the Chinooks assisting us, it broke away and landed in Cascadia, then it took off again and rejoined the rest that were boarding the vessels." "It's okay, they were on a special mission for me," said Blake, his cheeks gathering heat. "The cargo ships are being escorted to Zion to use to carry your troops over to Cascadia. A drone is following progress." Blake clicked the mouse and watched them sailing on the new body of water. "How long until they arrive?" "Around 1 hour." Blake looked at his watch. "Damn, where's the message from Bell?" "We need that authorization." Blake clicked on the monitor to view progress of the mass of people heading over the mountains in Idaho, when the signal was lost, and the screen went blank. "Damn, okay. "We'll get another drone up there," said the commander, then rubbed his brow. "Problem?" asked Blake. "Yes, we have a problem. The Chinese have taken out our drone when it's strayed across the border into Oregon." A soldier walked up to Blake's desk. "Message for you, sir." "It's from a Queen Rosa." He read through the message, then shook his head. "Is there a reply, sir?" "Yes, but I'll speak to her direct." "I'll follow you to the radio room." Stepping over to the radio room, Blake took a seat and picked up the mic, then dialed in the prepper frequency. "Mr. B here to Queen Rosa, radio check, over." "Reading you, over." "I'll go and get her." Blake drummed his fingers on the surface of the desk. "I'm here." "Listen, get a hold of one of our signals people and have them contact me on a secure frequency." "I can't talk on this one." "He'll know how to make contact." "Get a hold of that native soldier who did the translation and tell him I need him here right away." "Understood." "Affirmative, out." He sat there a moment, considering options, then turned sharply to the radio operator. "There's someone I need you to contact before they journey on to Kentucky. Get hold of Captain Jackson. He has Sengar's communication." Blake sat back in the chair, his nerves and patience wearing thin as time ticked by. It was time that he couldn't afford if they were to succeed, and not just in getting rid of the Chinese from home soil. Chapter 47. The Climb. Rob Bell at Ahiga's cave in the Republic of New Mexico. Opening my eyes after a deep sleep, the air had a foul odor, not unlike sweaty socks as I took a deep breath through my nose. The nearby oil lamp failed to come into focus, and I rubbed my eyes with the back of my hand. Rising from my bed, I stretched my arms and yawned. Whatever the herb concoction was that Ahiga's sister had put on the bandages around the scratches on my legs, I didn't know, but they no longer stung. Only the lump on my head was still sore to the touch, but she'd said it was best left open to the air. Overnight, there had been no more bombardment of the cave entrance that I'd heard. Goodness knows what their intention was, unless it was to simply trap us inside, hoping we would starve to death, or die through a lack of oxygen. "How are you?" I heard Ahiga say, and turned to face him. "A lot better for the night's rest." "Any news?" "We have, but it's all bad news. I've had some of our people digging away at the rockfall. They've managed to clear a small airway to get the air circulating, but they had to stop." "Why was that?" "They could hear voices outside, so they must have people close to the rock face." "Anything else?" "Yes, we've heard from our informer that Martinez is firming up to bring forward his plans to invade New Africa within the next 2 weeks. I'm about to contact the military in Mexico and our people waiting to carry out our insurrection to prepare themselves." No. Don't contact the military in Mexico. General Blake has promised to help." Ahiga raised his eyebrows. "So, tell me, how is he going to get the authorization to invade Cascadia when you're stuck in here?" "I spoke with Rosa before turning in, and Blake says he has to have the authorization in his hands. It could take him months to defeat them before he can help us." I lowered my head and massaged the nape of my neck with the fingers of both hands. "Did Rosa ask after me?" "Yeah. I told her you were sleeping, and she said not to disturb you. She said that she'd be busy today with negotiations and she'd speak to you later." "Did you tell her about me getting trapped?" "No, I'm not stupid. I said our situation was temporary, and that we were all fine waiting for Shoemaker to recover." "Thank goodness for that. Look, I need you to give me some time before you contact the Mexican army. The phone you mentioned, is that what you've used to get the antenna and cable up top?" "Yes, why?" "So, it can be climbed?" "Yes, we have guide ropes pegged to the rock, and there are plenty of footholds, but it's dangerous. Although, like I said yesterday, there's no way you can climb down the rock face." "What about the pulley rope at the cave entrance?" "If we dug it out, we could use that to climb down." Ahiga pursed his lips, then shook his head. "That's not possible. We have to open up the cave entrance completely to get to it, leaving my people exposed to gunfire. Besides, it would be too heavy for you to carry the rope on the climb through the funnel." "Damn. We have other ropes. But individually they wouldn't reach to the bottom unless we tied them together." Determined to get back to the bunker, I couldn't think of an alternative. "Then let's do that. The soldiers who came with me could follow me to the top with the coils of rope. They're well armed, so they could give me cover on the way down if I'm spotted. If I can get down there unseen, you could radio some of your people on the outside to meet up away from here and get me to the bunker to deliver the authorization. Ahiga smacked his lips repeatedly, making kissing sounds, when we turned to someone interrupting us. I could go with you. If I went first, I have climbing experience, said Klein, who must have been listening to our conversation. I looked directly into Ahiga's eyes. Well? Okay, but it's at your risk. And you'll hold off contacting the Mexican army? He hesitated to answer, while rubbing at the stubble on his chin. Okay. I'll give you 2 days if you make it out of here. I can't go with you. Good luck. Listen, if it looks as though it's not possible, don't play the hero, climb back down to here. Gathering our soldiers together, we headed to the funnel. We came to the opening, a rope dangling into the cave. A wooden ladder leaning at the mouth of the shaft looked as though it had seen better days. I could see why he called it a funnel, even if it were an upside-down one, as the mouth of it narrowed as it rose into the shaft. Luckily the ladder reached to the shaft above the sloping mouth. Our soldiers stacked their backpacks in a pile, each carrying a coil of rope, except for one of them. One of the Navajo insisted on carrying his radio. More fortunate, I didn't have to carry anything, only my own body weight, the same with Klein. Klein fashioned a short length of rope to under my armpits and secured it to his waist. Putting on my helmet proved difficult with the lump on my forehead, but tilting it, I managed to place it with some comfort. Right, let's do this, said Klein. Helmet lights on. He climbed the ladder until the rope tightened under my armpits, then I followed on. I dared look down as we made progress to see how the soldiers were doing, only to follow the footholds Klein used. It was vertical for around 20 yards, then it curved at 45 degrees, bringing some relief to my aching arms. Klein came to a halt. You'd better dig deep, he said. I caught up with him, to see a vertical shaft with light pouring in at the hole at the top. How far to the top do you reckon? I asked Klein. At least 100 yards. We'd better rest up. We'd rested maybe 15 minutes, when Klein nodded in my direction. You ready? As much as I'll ever be. Grabbing at the rope as Klein set off, I followed on. It was the pulling on the rope for me to reach the next foothold that drained my strength. We must have been near the top as light flooded the shaft. Stones smashed onto my helmet, then ricocheted down the shaft. I clung to the rope, with my face pressed against the rocks. Is everyone okay? Klein called out. The rocks are loose up here. Only 10 yards to go. Be careful. I'm good, I called out, followed by the soldiers shouting out they were clear. I was just about at the end of my endurance, when I looked up to see Klein scramble over the lip of the shaft, showering me with loose stones. Look out below, Klein shouted. It must have been a large rock that he dislodged as it struck my helmet with such force, I lost my grip of the rope. Dangling there, the safety rope tightened around my chest, taking the breath from me. I could recall someone grabbing at my leg before I passed out. When I came around, I was lying down on the top of the rock formation, with Klein lying beside me. He was breathing heavy. Our soldiers were milling around me, appearing distorted at first, until I focused. You okay? One of the soldiers asked. Not sure. Help me to stand. He had to hold onto me once on my feet, with my legs not taking instructions from my brain. Has everyone made it? Yeah, lucky I grabbed your legs, or your weight would have pulled Klein over. Klein was now on his knees, holding his midriff. I'll live, he said. A soldier ran over to us. They're building scaffolding to get to the cave entrance. Damn. Any sign of National Guard at the opposite side? I asked the soldier. I'll take a look. He scurried away, then hurried back. What did you see? I asked him. There's 2 armored cars and 12 soldiers around a campfire. They've set up tents. My heart sank, along with the rest of my body. I need to rest and think. Help me to lie back down. The soldier took my arm to help me settle on the ground. Laying there on my back, I stared up into the sky. For all our effort, I knew we were trapped. All I could think of was to wait until dark and hope that the soldiers at the back of the rock formation would sleep. Blinking my eyes, I thought I was seeing things at first, when I saw a glint, high in the sky, maybe a few kilometers away. "See there, what is it?" Every one of our team looked skyward. "Could be a UFO, one of the soldiers said, and snickered. "It's not an airplane." "There's no vapor trail," said Klein. "There is now, look," I said. "I know what it is, and that's not its own vapor trail," said Klein. "It must be a Reaper drone and it's fired off a Hellfire missile. Take cover." From the missile's trajectory, it was heading right for us. I couldn't see we could hide if it were aimed at us. I closed my eyes. I'd never thought that Martinez could have access to drones. I flinched to the roar of an explosion and opened my eyes to see an orange flash and a plume of smoke rise above the lip of the cliff as a second rocket exploded. "You need to see this," said Klein, peering over at the edge of the rock formation above the cave. I scrambled over to him and arrived as a third missile struck the guards' camp below, tossing their heavy armored vehicles and bodies into the air. There was a roar of thunder behind us. When I rolled over, I couldn't believe my eyes. I'd never seen as large a formation before, but there before us and approaching fast was a formation of Chinooks and Apache helicopters, heading in our direction. One of the Apaches hovered behind us as the others flew overhead. The one hovering spat deafening rapid rounds from its 30mm chain gun, followed by the release of a missile, with orange flames exploding above my line of sight to the cliff top. Out front in the area of the cave entrance, the Chinooks carried on, with the Apaches letting loose on survivors of the drone's missile attack below. A distance away, the Chinooks landed, with soldiers pouring out. One of the Chinooks turned back, then circled us and hovered before landing. Our soldier was doing his best to relay a message over his mic in Navajo over the noise of the rotor blades. He turned to me. "It's a Higa." He got the message of the rescue after we'd started climbing. A figure appeared out of the Chinook and strutted towards us. I recognized his gait right away. "Jackson?" "What the hell?" I said to see him grinning. "Someone had to save your sorry ass. Blake deployed us with the drone as backup. Do you have the authority from Shoemaker?" "Yeah, I have it here." "Then let's not waste time. All of you get into the Chinook." "Oh, yeah, I have a message for you. General Blake said to call General Abram on his frequency as soon as you can." As we climbed into the back of the Chinook, we took our seats along a bench facing a large wooden crate, along with around 40 soldiers. "What's in the crate?" Jackson tapped his nose. "Sorry, I can't say. The content is top secret on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know." Chapter 48. Target in Sight. Ex-President Latham. Portland, Oregon. Latham wondered just how in hell's name he'd managed to survive the trek over the mountains, with the 3-day journey behind him. Now he knew how Hannibal must have felt taking his army over the Alps. At least 20,000 men had either perished in the freezing temperatures at high altitude, turned back, or simply set up camp, unable to go on. The only consolation, he thought, was that the torture to his body and soul had come to an end, with the sun having broken through the clouds earlier in the day. But now it was waning, the shadows of night approaching. His only worry now was that with them out in the open, hiding his men would be nigh on impossible. That was tempered with a sea of 80,000 men surrounding him, giving him a sense of security and invincibility. He knew a pre-attack speech wasn't possible to convey to all. It wasn't needed. They were all driven to put an end to Cascadia's secession. "There's our target," said Warner, and handed his binoculars over. Putting them to his eyes, he caught sight of the skyline of Portland's high-rise buildings silhouetted on the horizon. As he handed back the binoculars, a guy pushed through a crowd of soldiers, wearing civvies, but with a stars and stripes armband. "Our scout is back," said Warner. "Let's see what he has to say." The guy was out of breath when he came up alongside of them. The Black Jackets took Dave and Nancy. "I was lucky to get out of there," he said, then bent over and held his knees, catching his breath. "Damn, they'll search them for sure and find their armbands. That'll mean they'll torture them." "They'll likely give us away," said Warner. "Where did they take them?" The guy rose to his full height and took in a deep intake of air. Their headquarters at the hotel. Jocelyn is in there. I saw her walk through the entrance with a Chinese guy in a suit. There are 10 Chinese security guards behind sandbags at the entrance who arrived with the Chinese guy. I was lucky to get out. It'll be hot in there when we go in. There are black jackets on every street corner. That's it then, time to go. Warner called over his captains, telling them to split up the troops and to start to move to their positions. He turned to Latham, dug into his pocket, and tossed him an armband. Better put this on and a vest. Don't want you to get mistaken for one of them. Slipping on the armband, Latham's eyelids started to flutter. Warner thrust an automatic rifle at him, then a pistol. There's a backpack over there with spare mags. Grab it in your vest and let's get moving. Latham loaded up and followed Warner. His chest tightened, but it wasn't from wearing the vest. Will we be organizing things from the rear? Said Latham. Not quite. I'll be directing them from nearer the front. But once we're in there, we'll go in small units, building to building, until we get to their headquarters. Like you said, it'll be do or die. You'll stay with me, but I have experienced troops in our team, with orders to take care of you. Latham gulped. Whatever happens, I want Jocelyn taken alive. I want to be the one to deal with her. They marched on without incident as night fell. With a full moon, Latham felt exposed, despite being surrounded by his army. Latham flinched to the sound of explosions. To their left in the distance, the sky illuminated with orange and yellow glows to a series of booms. Dave and Nancy must have given us away. That'll be our agents carrying out delaying tactics. They must have alerted the National Guard. No sooner than the words escaped Warner's lips, a tremendous explosion to their rear ripped through the air, bodies and limbs taking flight in the flash of light. Warner grabbed his mic. All units moved forward at a trot. That round was likely to get their bearings. Have them spread out along a front to narrow the target. Latham struggled with the weight of his backpack and armored vest as he trotted along. Warner had been right. From a series of booms and flashes out front, a barrage of artillery let loose. He dropped to the ground, when 2 soldiers took his arms, dragging him to his feet. We have to keep moving, sir, said one of them, and encouraged him along, to the sound of screams, the artillery rounds landing to the fore and left and right of him along the line. Even with the encouragement, he couldn't join in with those now running. Lagging behind and distressed, he arrived at a crater. Sliding down the sloping sides, they took cover. We have to get moving once you catch your breath, sir. Latham nodded, breathing rapidly, then gained some composure. He took a hold of his water container and screwed off the top. The fragrance of the brandy he'd poured in there from the bottle on the shelf in the cabin before they'd evacuated hit his nostrils like an old friend. He took a long swig, numbing his taste buds. Screwing back the top, they scrambled to the lip of the crater. Barrels of weapons were spitting flames in both directions. From the Unifier's side, rocket-propelled grenades smashed into the artillery batteries, ammunition shells exploding, lighting up the night sky like a 4th of July firework display. Latham slipped down from the lip of the crater. One of the soldiers slid down beside him, fisting the air. Yes, we've breached them. Come on. With the artillery silenced, all that was left was a crescendo of automatic gunfire. The soldiers helped him over the top. This time the pace was more deliberate, slowly moving forward at a crouch, and with the gunfire diminishing. Approaching another crater, he could hear Warner's voice. They slipped on their backsides down there. Warner held up his palm, as he continued to bark orders into the radio mic. We're in the suburbs and meeting little resistance, he said, but with no sense of victory in his dour expression. The captains are estimating we've lost 1/3 of our men. Yeah, but we've smashed their defenses, right? Said Latham. Warner shook his head, then wiped the dust from his face. No time to hang around. If they've alerted their National Guard, we need to take their headquarters and quick, if for nothing else, to hold their leaders as hostage to negotiate a way out. Latham wetted his lips, still harboring the residue of the brandy. Don't sound so defeatist. How are the flanks holding up? More or less intact. They've met little resistance. There you are then. Victory is near. The sound of a vehicle engine neared them, then stopped outside the crater. A soldier displaying a toothy grin looked down into the crater. "We've scavenged one of their armored vehicles," he said. "Spoils of war, what are we waiting for?" said Latham. The soldier took control of the .50 caliber machine gun up top. His stars and stripes flag protruded through the turret. "Better take that flag down once we get into Portland," said Warner. "They might think we're one of theirs and let us pass." Another soldier dragged out a body from the back of the vehicle and dumped it into the crater, then they all climbed inside. "I only have one ribbon of rounds left," said the machine gunner, as they sped onward. The fight was going on around them as they drove along, with every block they passed having bodies strewn along the roads and sidewalks. Occasional Molotov cocktails were lobbed from buildings, Unifier soldiers running around in flames. "Save your rounds for when we get to the hotel. Get down from there and close the hatch." Warner pulled out his map and switched on his helmet light, then climbed over into the passenger seat. Latham listened as Warner gave directions when they came to a halt. "What's happening?" Warner asked the soldier outside the vehicle. "Black Jackets have us pinned down from the 3rd level, sir," he said, and pointed to an office building. Latham heard a burst of gunfire, blood splashing the passenger window, the face of the soldier outside disappearing. "Shit, get moving," Warner said, to rounds ricocheting harmlessly off the armored vehicle. The machine gunner ignored Warner's orders, throwing open the hatch and let fly with rounds at the office building up top, cement cascading from where they struck, until a round smashed through the window that was spitting flames from the barrel of a rifle. Through the front window, Latham looked on as their troops moved onward unchallenged, hugging the shadow of buildings along the sidewalks. Their vehicle lurched with a crunch of the transmission, then set off once more to their destination. The machine gunner didn't climb back down, but collapsed down inside in a heap, his neck pumping blood from where he'd been struck. "Mom," he said, holding out his arms aloft, then they dropped by his side. Choking on his own blood, his head turned limp to one side. One of the soldiers closed the machine gunner's eyes, then threw his poncho over him. "We're here," said Warner. "It's just around the corner." Now he was near to their destination. Latham had flashbacks of Jocelyn growing up. She hadn't been the boy he'd prayed for. He recalled the countless times she had been defiant to him, throwing tantrums, forcing him to lock her in her room to discipline her, taking away her shoes so she couldn't leave the house. He prayed this would be his chance to teach her a lesson for humiliating him. Chapter 49. Final Assault. Ex-President Latham. Portland City Center. Black Jackets Headquarters. Oregon. Parked up in a side street a block away from the Black Jackets headquarters, Warner instructed 2 of the soldiers to take the machine gunner's corpse to the sidewalk out of sight behind an overflowing garbage container for collection later. He turned his attention to the radio. Latham listened as he gathered intelligence on the Unifier's progress. The troops to the north were in a heavy fight with the National Guard, but with them having superior weaponry, the Unifiers were suffering heavy casualties. Nonetheless, 1,000 of them had entered the city. The South was faring much better in approaching the city center but had still lost half their numbers. Warner turned on his seat. "Our troops are catching up with us. They're 2 blocks away. Prepare to attack the hotel." The soldiers returned from taking out the dead machine gunner to hide him behind the dumpster and close the rear door. Latham checked his mag, then rummaged in his backpack, taking out more mags and stuffed them in his jacket pockets. He swiped away the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. When he glanced over Warner's shoulder through the mesh at the front window, a stream of heavy armored vehicles passed by at the street entrance. "Damn, they're falling back to defend the hotel," said Warner. "Oh shit, we have company. Helmet lights off. I'll deal with this. 2 Black Jackets heading our way, so be prepared." The driver tugged on the door handle but didn't open the door, leaving it ready for a quick exit. Warner rolled down the window. Latham saw the 2 of them strutting toward the vehicle, probably thinking that they must have thought their vehicle was one of theirs. One of them stopped to light a cigarette, the other carried on and raised the visor on his helmet. "Broken down." That was all the Black Jacket managed to say, with Warner raising his sidearm and blasting a bullet between his eyes. The other ran, but the driver was already outside, a single well-aimed rifle shot taking him down. The first of the Unifiers entered the street, and in no time, there was a contingent of around 500. "What's the plan?" asked Latham. "We'll direct the troops from here. I'll go and check what rocket grenades we have to tackle those armored vehicles." Warner climbed out of the cab. Latham looked around the soldiers sitting in silence, their eyes telling him they were elsewhere in their minds. Latham didn't think he had anything to dwell on, only in the present, and to hope they could take the headquarters and have the Cascadian National Guard join them in liberating Oregon. Warner was gone for some time when the assault on the hotel started. The airwaves were buzzing with the traffic on the radio that Warner had left behind, the sound of the battle making the words inaudible. The door yanked open, and Warner climbed inside. There's only the Chinese guard left outside, with black jackets firing from some of the hotel windows. "We're going to drive right on in there." Latham held his head in his hands, thinking the plan was madness, when they could send the troops in first. Warner turned in his seat. "You mount the machine gun and blast those sandbags to high hell, then get down here as we close in on the glass entrance. I only have 5 rounds left." "They'll have to do." "Brace yourselves," said Warner. Latham gripped the stock of his rifle as the engine roared and sped away, throwing him from his seat as they turned the corner. The machine gun pumped away. When he righted himself on the bench and glanced through the front window, sandbags and bodies took flight. The vehicle bucked over what was left of the sandbags, taking flight, and then smashed through the glass doors, careening and coming to a halt in reception. Everyone in the back of his vehicle were scattered around in various degrees of distress. Latham climbed over one of the soldiers to take his seat on the bench. Unifiers poured inside the hotel. Latham watched them through the front window, carrying the battle to the black jackets on the stairway next to the elevators, until they were all dispatched. "Everyone out," Warner ordered. A soldier grabbed the flag from inside the vehicle, holding it aloft, when he fell in a hail of bullets with someone firing at him from over at the reception desk. In the panic, soldiers trampled over the flag and each other. Warner stepped tall, dispatching the hostile. Over at the stairway he waved on the soldiers, instructing them to split up to take all the floors. Following on behind the troops, they peeled off at the different levels. Latham felt his chest tightening at the top level and leaned against the wall, having difficulty breathing. There was only Warner and a small contingent of his men left, who were working their way along the corridors, kicking in doors, soldiers hanging their rifles around the doorframes with bursts on auto before entering, tossing in grenades if they met resistance. Warner beckoned Latham over to him. He was standing at the side of a doorframe, ready for one of his men to kick it open. Back to the wall, Latham took a deep breath. As the door sprung open, the soldier reared backwards, dropped to the sound of automatic gunfire. Warner charged inside, letting fly with his rifle on auto. Latham stood there, quaking. "Damn," he heard Warner call out, and Latham peered his head around the doorway, then walked inside. Whoever it was inside, they were lying face down in a pool of blood, to the sound of a Chinese voice calling out over a radio speaker. "What's there to damn about?" Latham rose from kneeling beside the body, a wallet in his hand. He rose to his feet, turning over the body with his boot. "It's Wan Lei. The one I told you was in charge of Chinese operations," said Warner. "That's a good thing, right?" "Yes and no." His radio was live when I entered. He had the mic in one hand and his gun in the other. "Well, we'll never know who he was speaking to, and we haven't found Jocelyn yet. She's the prize." They moved on down the corridor, with the rest of the team, until the floor had been cleared. Latham headed for the stairway when a blast sent them both stumbling down the steps. The large glass panel in the wall giving a view of the city imploded, showering the both of them with glass. Latham covered his ears, having lost his helmet when he'd fallen. To the sound of explosion after explosion, Warner helped him to his feet. "What the hell was that?" said Latham. "Whatever it was, the roof has collapsed, trapping our team in the corridor." Warner's eyes widened, looking as though they were popping from their sockets while glaring right over Latham's shoulder. Latham turned and froze. There in the sky were multitudes of rocket trails heading their way from different directions. Lei must have called in mobile rocket launchers to destroy the hotel. "Get to the basement," shouted Warner, and he grabbed a hold of him and gave him a push. Warner didn't wait for him, scurrying ahead. The building shook as rocket after rocket landed, debris from above cascading all around. When he arrived at ground level, the last of the other soldiers were running through the entrance, when a flash of light and an explosion tore into them outside, sending limbs flying back into reception. The blast washed over him, throwing him to ground. Losing grip of his rifle, it spun away. Scrambling to his feet, he trotted down the stairway, dashed through the door to the basement and ducked inside, slamming it closed behind him. He sank to his knees. Warner was sitting with his back to the wall surrounded by empty shells, one hand holding his chin, the other under his armpit. "I'm done for." "There's someone down here," he said, his voice weak, almost in a whisper. He withdrew a bloody hand from under his arm and glared at it. "Do or die," he said, his chin dropping limp to his chest. From behind a boiler, a figure stepped out. To a muzzle flash and the sound of the round echoing around the basement, Warner's head spun in his direction, brain matter and blood splashing Latham's face. He scrambled to Warner, using his body for cover. His eyes darted around, looking for somewhere better to hide, and drew his pistol. Firing off a round in the direction of the boiler, he darted behind a stack of pipes that disappeared upright through the ceiling. He gulped at the sight of two bodies hanging from pipes further along, stripped naked. A jump lead was attached to the guy's genitals from a battery, the positive one on the floor. The man and woman both had cuts and bruising all over their bodies, with bullet entry wounds in their chests. Discarded on the floor were two Unifier armbands. Breathing heavy and closing his eyes, his mind grasped at an image of the silhouette that had stepped out from behind the boiler, dressed in black, long hair flowing. He opened his eyes wide. "Jocelyn, is that you?" "It's Dad." In reply, a bullet smashed into a pipe, water spouting out and soaking him. "You're not my dad. You ceased to hold that distinction the moment you killed Mom and I left home. I hate everything you stand for. You don't understand what I had to put up with from you both." "You know darn well, it was suicide," Latham called out. She didn't hesitate with her reply. "Oh, yeah, and what brought her to it?" "You did. The beatings when you were drunk. Controlling her every movement. You killed her as sure as if it were your hand on the trigger." He reached for his water container and unscrewed it ready to take a swig. Another shot rang out, ricocheting and striking the container, smashing it from his hand. "You bitch," he said, watching the brandy spilling from the container onto the concrete. He stepped out, walking purposely in the direction of the boiler, firing off rounds, until he squeezed the trigger to the sound of a click. Jocelyn stepped out, pumping rounds into his chest, sending him backwards, and he fell onto his back, his pistol flying from his hand. His chest tightened. Ripping at the Velcro straps, he tore away his vest and clutched at his chest, unable to catch his breath. Jocelyn straddled him, forcing her gun into his mouth, his eyes widened, but showing rage, not fear. "This is how Mom died. You won't be joining Mom." "You'll go to hell," she said. "Yeah, well, you'll be joining me for all the patriots you've slaughtered." In one last effort, he'd reached around her thigh, grasped at the handle of his knife, and thrust it into her neck. To the explosion of her pulling the trigger, she slumped over him, father and daughter's pools of blood flowing together, indistinguishable as one from the other. Chapter 50. Aftermath. Rob Bell at Ahiga's Cave, in the Republic of New Mexico. I was expecting the helicopter to whisk us back to the bunker. Instead, it landed in front of the rock face, alongside another Chinook. Climbing out of our Chinook, a familiar stench of death offended my sense of smell. Burning rubber and flesh mingled in the smoke drifting along toward where we had landed. Jackson ignored us, not out of ignorance, but acting with urgency to organize the troops. My head was still thumping from the rock having concussed me when it landed on my helmet. I sat on the ground, taking in my surroundings. Jackson addressed a group of soldiers, pointing at the partly built scaffolding at the rock face, a body hanging precariously over one of the scaffolding poles. The soldiers scurried up the scaffolding like ants, then continued the construction of the poles up to the cave. Forming a chain, others lowered the body to the ground, the burial detail carrying away the corpse on a stretcher. Jackson approached Klein and me and knelt on one knee beside of us. "What next?" I asked Jackson, to him responding right away. Ahiga has his men digging out the cave entrance from his side. As soon as the scaffolding is completed, we'll start clearing the debris from the mouth of the cave to join up with them, then we can bring down Shoemaker on a stretcher and get him to the bunker. Klein said a quizzical look. What bunker? Asked Klein, rising to his feet, and looking down at Jackson. Jackson rose likewise, so that they were facing off against each other. Who are you? Jackson asked. I'm head of intelligence for Cascadia. He isn't going anywhere without I say so. I assisted him in escaping, and I'll be staying with him to look after his security. So where's this bunker, and why take him there and not to a hospital? Hospital? Jackson scoffed. Ain't no hospitals operating with regular energy just now to run the equipment if he takes a bad turn. There are frequent blackouts. Listen, this ain't Cascadia, I'm in charge and my orders are to get him to the bunker. Klein spat on the ground, his dislike of Jackson asserting his authority obvious by the look he sent his way. Yeah, well, you're outside your territory the way I see it. This is no man's land, said Klein. I sensed the clash of authority between the two, deciding to interrupt. It's my bunker in Colorado. We have a fully equipped hospital room with ventilators and a whole host of other equipment with a trained nurse. We have energy running 24/7. Yeah, and we have trained medics there who specialize in trauma wounds in the field. Yes, but why there? Jackson hesitated. I knew he could prevail as Klein was one man, unarmed against a virtual army. Look, I can vouch for him, so we can tell him. Shoemaker confirmed who he is to me. Jackson was still hesitant, rolling his eyes. I turned to Klein. Rogers is still there with the heads of all the other nations who negotiated the Joint Defense Treaty. I'm guessing Shoemaker is wanted there for further negotiation to form a Commonwealth of Nations. Jackson appeared to relax. It's not just that, said Jackson. We have to deliver his authority to start the joint armed incursion to liberate Cascadia from the Chinese and restore him to the presidency. There are powerful radio communications at the bunker, and Blake wants him to broadcast to all of the National Guards and citizens of Cascadia, for them to get behind the liberation once it starts. He wants Shoemaker to order the Black Jackets to lay down their arms or face internment. Once our counter-invasion is over, we can get you both back there to restore governance. Well, if you'd have said that in the first place, I wouldn't have had a problem, said Klein. Rocks thudded on the ground below the scaffolding. We're through, hollered one of the soldiers from the cave mouth. Jackson looked at his wristwatch. We need to get a move on, said Jackson. He slipped his radio straps from his shoulder. You can contact Tom using this, it's secure. I'll organize a stretcher for Shoemaker. Dialing in his frequency, I put out the call for Tom. Reading you, over. Are you at the bunker? I'm just leaving. My uncle is staying. He's ordered me to go and get a regiment ready. Is that for the liberation of Cascadia? I asked him. I wish. No, we're to go to President Williams' residence to prepare to defend against our mutual enemy. I held the mic away. My first thought was that he meant the Chinese were preparing an offensive over there. Don't say they've landed there as well? No, not them, our enemy from the gated community. Oh, you mean? Oh yeah, right, got it. I just needed to know you were safe and sound. Thanks, I'm fine. Good luck with you know who. Is Rosa there? She is, but she's holding some heavy meetings. They're not to be disturbed. They've had a copy of the original European Treaty of Rome sent over to study. Don't know how she does it. She must be surviving on a few hours' sleep. I'll tell her you're fine before I go, out. The airwaves stopped crackling. I held the mic to my forehead. I was aware of Klein scurrying away. When I looked up, he was over at the rock face, watching them pass Shoemaker on the stretcher from the final run of the scaffolding to the ground. Jackson and Ahiga trotted over to me with someone in a pilot suit. I've spoken to Blake through an interpreter. He wants you to give the authority to the pilot of the Chinook here, so he can get it to Peterson Air Force Base after they dropped off you and Shoemaker at the bunker, said Ahiga. I exchanged glances with Jackson, and he nodded. Unzipping my inside jacket pocket, I handed over the authorization and the pilot hurried away. Klein was at the chopper, helping them get Shoemaker on the stretcher inside. "This is where we say goodbye," said Jackson. "I'm not coming with you. I've been ordered to take the fleet to Kentucky and to meet up with Tom." Ahiga took my hand and helped me to my feet. "Well, I hope we all meet again at some time in better circumstances," I said. Jackson and Ahiga nodded to that sentiment. Jackson looked at his watch again. The Chinook powered up, its rotor blades creating a vortex of dust. There was nothing more to do, only to head over there. I arrived at the entrance and turned, waving, but blinded by the dust and the downdraft, I couldn't see them, and I doubted they could see me. "Go on," I shouted at a soldier waving at me to hurry as the ramp at the back started to close, and I waved him away. Head down, eyes closed, the chopper rose into the air, then banked and turned. The dust cloud settled around me and I stepped through it and over to Jackson and Ahiga. Jackson took off his helmet and scratched at his hair. "Change of plan. I'm coming with you. I need you to contact Tom to tell Rosa I'm held up and I'll be along later. Tell Tom I'll see him in Kentucky." Chapter 51. Alliance of Nations. General Blake at Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. Blake sat at his desk in the control room, clicking the mouse as he worked his way through satellite and drone images on his monitor. Checking on the readiness for the mission to take back Cascadia from the Chinese, he stopped at the image of his troops loaded up on the cargo ships along the Zion coast, together with what landing craft they'd managed to pull together, and a whole host of private craft. A message came over his earphones. "The pilot you were expecting has landed, sir." "Bringing him on through," Blake said. Breathing a sigh of relief, he removed his headphones and tapped his second-in-command on the shoulder. "Have all services clear the airwaves ready for orders." "Will do, sir." A pilot flanked by military police marched in quick time in his direction. "I think this is what you've been waiting for, sir," he said, notepaper in one hand and saluted with the other. "At ease. What about Shoemaker?" "Shoemaker arrived at the bunker and he's lucid, sir." He handed over the authorization. "Good work." "Dismissed." The pilot saluted once more, then doing an about-turn, marched off the way he arrived. Blake read the authorization letter, allowing himself the first smile of the day. He reached over and flicked the switch for the control room public address. "Can I have your attention? Our mission is a go. You all know the order of our mission. Contact all the commanders and give the green light." He called over the supervisor. "Have the radio operator contact Rosa at the bunker again. I need to speak with her urgently. Have her patched through." He put his earphones back in place. "Rockets launched to take out their air shield." "Rockets launched to strike their fleet," said the admiral. The screen designated for the Oregon border flashed, then went live. "Drone live over Oregon, monitor 3. I have Rosa for you." Blake flicked the switch. "Blake here. Are you using singers for comms?" "Yes, we are." "Good. How is Shoemaker?" "He's sitting up. Mary the nurse is with him." "Did you get the wording ready for the radio broadcast I need him to make?" "Yes, it's here." "Just finished drafting it," said Rosa. Blake listened as she read it back to him. "Good. Have some of my men will his gurney to the radio room and stand by ready for the order for him to broadcast." "Will do, but where's Rob?" "He didn't come back with them. I just had a message to say he was delayed." "I wouldn't worry. He'll get back there." "Any nearer with an agreement on a Commonwealth military?" "It's tough going. I think a lot depends on you liberating Cascadia from the Chinese." "Understandable. Sorry, have to go, out." The screens started to light up one after the other as the missiles struck their air defenses along the border. Drones and cruise missiles to secondary targets, he heard over the speakers. Glancing at the monitor, the ships had embarked and were a third of the way across the water. His eyes turned to the satellite feed to look at the progress of the Chinese fleet, then he turned to the admiral, slipping an earphone from his ear. "How long to your missiles hitting target?" The admiral looked at his watch. "A few more minutes, then we can start torpedoing. Our subs are in place, but we need to neutralize their aircraft carriers first, or they'll be exposed." "Damn, sorry, their subs have spotted our subs." Speak later. The space commander stepped briskly over to Blake. Take a look at Monitor 6 at the screen covering the Chinese and Indian border. We're about to zoom in. He clicked the mouse, his eyes settling on the monitor. He pushed back on his chair. My God. Look at that, said Blake. Exactly. Chinese troops were pouring over the border at the disputed Galwan Valley and spreading out throughout Indian-controlled Kashmir. The road to Leh was chock full of heavy armor, heading for the Kashmir border with India. It was looking as though they'd already annexed Kashmir, with all visible explosions at the border with India itself. Not only that, but it also looked as though there were skirmishes on the Kashmir border with Pakistan and they'd broken through in some sections. God help them, said Blake, but we have our own task. This is exactly what they'd eventually do if we allow them a foothold in Cascadia. A runner from the radio room rushed over to Blake and dropped a message on his desk, marked General Blake's eyes only. He read through the message over a garble of instructions from those in command around the room relaying orders. Have our missiles taken out the air defenses in Oregon? Yes, sir, said the supervisor. Then have our drone go over to Portland. There's something I need to confirm. Blake checked the monitors. The troops in the cargo ships were disembarking at the floating pontoons that engineers had hauled across. Monitor 8. Someone called out. Silos in India look to be go. A message over his headphones drowned out the room. Bombers and aircraft are in flight. 5 minutes to targets. He switched his monitor to the drone covering Portland. Blake had played these war games many times in practice scenarios, but in the fog of actions on the screens and orders barked in the room with a live multifaceted mission, the sheer intensity and concentration it took had his nerves tested to the limits. Blake sat back in his chair, his eyes flicking between the images from the Chinese camps in the south and on the outskirts of Sacramento, then to their camp in Oregon. The screens widened out as the bombs hit their targets. He leaned forward, staring at the screens, thinking it was one thing neutralizing the Chinese, but a whole different ballgame if the population didn't accept the outcome. He flicked the switch for the radio room. Contact Rosa at the bunker again and tell her to start the broadcasts. Patch it through on the public address when it starts. His attention was drawn to the drone covering Oregon. The images confirmed the intel message he'd received. Portland was in flames. The buildings were mostly shells, reminiscent of the black and white documentaries from images of the aftermath following Allied bombing of Dresden and other German cities. There was no sign of the large force that had entered Oregon, but the whole city was surrounded by mobile rocket launchers. If the report was correct, the Chinese operated the launchers. It was looking as though Latham and his Unifier army had met their defeat as the message had said, together with the Black Jackets at their headquarters. Thinking that, judging by the devastation, the Chinese hadn't given a thought to the civilians as collateral damage. He turned to the supervisor. Have your guys take out some of those rocket launchers with the drone's Hellfire missiles, then follow their progress, and then patch through the Air Force commander. Blake clasped his hands together, both index fingers tapping his nose. Yes, you wanted me, said the Air Force commander. Contact our airbase in Washington. Portland is surrounded with mobile rocket launchers and they're starting to disperse. I want them taken out before they can do our troops any damage if they head south, or to the north where our army is crossing the border from Washington. Yes, sir. We've had word that the radio broadcast is ready to start, sir. Blake clasped his fingers together as he waited to hear Shoemaker speak. Blake pulled off his phones, standing from his chair, and then he listened to the voice of Shoemaker, stunned by the sincerity and vision of the address. Rosa had added quite a few more paragraphs to her draft. The Admiral tugged at his sleeve. We've lost a sub, but our missiles have taken out their aircraft carriers. I'm having our subs withdraw and sending in our planes from our carriers to bomb their warships that are protecting their troop ships. A broadcast cut through the air over the public address. This is General Adams of the Cascadian National Guard, responding to President Shoemaker's address. To all the citizens of Cascadia and the soldiers and commanders of our brave National Guard, your military command pledges our allegiance to President Shoemaker and to the Democratic Socialist Republic of Cascadia. Please support the Alliance of Nations Army now entering our territory, to throw back the Chinese invaders from our shores and to return President Shoemaker to lead us once again. Caps and hats took flight, with people standing from their desks and cheering. Blake glanced at the monitor with images of China. He stood there wide-eyed, his jaw hanging loose, and dropped his backside on his chair as if it were a ton weight. "Concentrate on your missions," Blake shouted. The room went silent as everyone took their seats, save for the occasional gasp. There was no mistaking the flashes and plumes of the nuclear blasts sending out shockwaves that enveloped the 5 major populated cities of Shanghai, Beijing, Tianjin, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou, almost simultaneously. Blake covered his face with his hands, as rockets launched from China's territory. He rose from his chair, shouting across at the Space Force commander, and reached down for the case with the nuclear codes. "What's their trajectory?" "India, sir. Retaliatory strikes. None of them are headed our way." Blake wiped his brow, following their path on the monitor. The satellite image adjusted to more gasps as they hit their targets, one after the other in Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, but that was the extent of the launches in response, but not for more missiles heading in China's direction from Pakistan. It was looking as though China had paid the price for taking on 2 nuclear powers. "Their fleet has turned around," Admiral Cooper shouted. There wasn't anyone cheering this time, with everyone glued to the monitor of the missile trajectories from Pakistan toward China. Blake wondered if they were all thinking the same as him, and that was, there but for the grace of God, go I, if China had unleashed a first strike in their direction. Chapter 52. Strange Encounter. Rob Bell in Louisville, Kentucky. Set up at our camp in fields adjacent to President Williams' mansion, I took possession of a radio. I had to contact Rosa to explain why I hadn't returned. After hearing radio broadcasts from President Shoemaker and the response from his National Guard, I hoped for news of the mission to kick out the Chinese from Cascadia. I dialed in the bunker frequency. "Listen. I have to go and deliver that crate in the Chinook, but I'll be back later," said Jackson. I gave him the thumbs up. "This is Rob for Queen Rosa." "Radio check, over." "Joseph here." "She's busy." "Damn. Let her know I'm in Kentucky waiting for Tom to arrive and I need to speak with her when she has time. Tell her I'm fine." "Will do." "Is that it? Any news from Cascadia?" "No, not yet." "Okay, thanks, out." My heart was still pounding, just as it had pumped at a rate of knots from the moment I'd picked up the mic in anticipation of having to explain to Rosa. The reason why I hadn't returned to the bunker was because it was something that I had to do for the both of us, I'd convinced myself. This time, I hoped to see the end of Brogan, with no chance of him escaping. I was determined there'd be no failure this time. The thought of him getting away with stealing $300 billion in gold made my stomach churn. To think of him living a life of luxury as governor of Texas made me want to vomit, when I considered all the deaths that he was responsible for. Donna no longer figured into the equation. With that sort of wealth behind him and Martinez, if they succeeded to take the gold from Fort Knox, Brogan wouldn't need to do the deed himself. He could send out any number of assassins. It seemed logical to me to have traveled to Kentucky to meet the challenge, but it remained to be seen how Rosa would take it once I told her. Having calmed down, I took out my laptop from my backpack, firing it up, and then I opened the file I'd been writing. Typing away, I brought my journal up to date. One thing I couldn't get out of my head was why Tom had been ordered to Kentucky when it meant the National Guard from Kentucky going in the opposite direction to fight the Chinese. I guessed I'd have to wait for him to arrive to find out. A huge cheer went up around the camp. Closing my laptop, I rose from my seat and walked over to a bunch of soldiers, doing an Irish jig, circling arm in arm. "What's happened?" A soldier grabbed my hands, hurling me around to him singing, "We've won the war, we've won the fucking war. Hey ho, we've won the war." "Whoa there, slow down," I said, and let go of his hands. "You mean over in Cascadia?" "You gotten it right. They've just got the black jackets to deal with and they're done." "So, they're still meeting resistance?" "Well, yeah, but the Chinese are done. They'll soon sort out the black jackets with their National Guard on board. Even the people are fighting them with sticks and stones." I had a flashback to the news broadcast of the black jackets blowing up the Hollywood sign, together with radio reports of atrocities they'd been committing since the secession. All it needed now was for Ahiga and this so-called David Crockett to succeed in their insurrection, and everyone would be liberated, I thought. The thunder of a Chinook coming into land cut through the air. Jackson climbed out and headed over to me. "You managed to deliver your crate?" "Yeah, all done." "What was in it?" "Told you, can't say." "Top secret," he said, and snickered. "Have you heard the news?" "If you mean about Cascadia, yes." "Does that mean Blake will help liberate New Mexico now he's defeated the Chinese?" I asked. "Who knows? Doubt it, not yet. But he's a man of his word. The Alliance Army's arsenals will likely be depleted after taking on the Chinese. We're likely the only help Ahiga and Crockett will get from outside of New Mexico's territory, along with Tom's regiment from Zion this side of the water. When Martinez's cartel army arrives here, we'll have to be prepared. If we work on that basis, we won't be disappointed if no cavalry arrives to help us. If we take out Martinez, it'll make Ahiga and Crockett's task easier." It was then it struck me, and I tried to banish my doubt to the back of my mind, but it wouldn't go there. How in hell's name are we going to defend against the cartel army of 50,000 or so with only our 3,000 men when Tom arrives? According to the intel from Ahiga, you can split that number in half, if half of them are to act as a rear guard. What we need to do is go and take a look at Fort Knox, and where they'll likely land on the shore to come up with a plan. Blake has arranged for us to meet with the head of security from Fort Knox at President Williams' house. As soon as they unload an armored vehicle for us, we have to get over there. His wife is going to let us stay there and feed us. I must have been wearing my self-doubt on my face. "Look, don't worry. You've heard the saying, forewarned is forearmed. We have the element of surprise. We just have to work out how to surprise them. Set traps to cut down the odds. Besides, our Apaches are field levelers. It's not as though we're amateurs." I took in a deep breath, then breathed out slowly. "You're right, look at the odds we faced in Zion and at the bunker." That's the spirit. Once our transport arrived, it was only a short drive to the Williams residence on the outskirts of Louisville. Mrs. Williams greeted us at the door with a lovable if not boisterous Labrador jumping up at me to say hello. Patting him, he settled down, his tail wagging. "Do coming you too. Goldie, get down. Mr. Wainwright from Fort Knox is waiting for you." She cupped her hand and whispered, "Thank goodness you're here to take over. He's such a stiff. He says he's in a hurry, and it shouldn't take long." Mrs. Williams showed us through to the living area. Introductions made, we took our seats on the armchairs each side of the sofa. Wainwright glanced at each one of us in turn. "So, we're going to be under attack by all accounts. What is it you want from me?" We could do with a tour to assess strengths and weaknesses. "Not possible. We don't even allow presidents to have tours. The only people we allow are auditors to carry out assays and count on a small sample of the total, and then only after lengthy negotiations." "Okay, then can you at least tell me what defenses you have? Are the rumors true you have landmines?" "Can't say." "What about surface-to-air missiles?" "Can't confirm that either." "Can you tell me this? Is it true you can flood the vaults, or maybe pump gas in there?" This time, he didn't even answer. Jackson rubbed his neck. "You do realize we're talking about a cartel army of 25,000 preparing to sack the gold? With the fort nearby emptied and deployed to Cascadia, there's no cavalry to call on, and there'll only be around 3,000 or so of us that will come to the rescue." "So I hear." The guy was unrattled, not giving any sign of nervousness. "Listen, we're impregnable. Here's what I can tell you. The people considering stealing the gold, they're idiots. They've obviously not done any research. I can also tell you that no one can tunnel in. They can't blast their way into the basement either. There's 9,800 tons of gold worth over 300 billion at pre-disaster values. Let's say they had a magic wand to enter. Each bar weighs 27 pounds. That's just over 800,000 gold bars. No one person has all the codes to open the vaults, so taking hostages is no good, as they're all on different shifts unless the vaults need opening, and we're unlikely to let that happen seeing as how we're forewarned." "So, what are you saying?" I'm saying, assuming all 25,000 could make it through the front door, which I seriously doubt, they'd have to form a line and have to carry 27 bars each if they could get it outside to take it away. It's not humanly possible without transport, and from what General Blake says, they don't have that, or enough aircraft to carry the weight. Originally, we had to bring it here by train because it was too heavy to fly here. For their own good, you need to save them the trouble and take the fight to them before they arrive, or simply tell them that they're on hiding to nothing. He rose from his chair. I think that concludes our meeting, gentlemen. I'll see myself out, he said, and turning abruptly, he headed out of the door. We both showed each other outstretched open palms. Well, that was useful, I said. I'd say that's called being sure of yourself. In a way, I hope they take the damn gold, to give him the slap across his face I wanted to give him. That's assuming there is any gold in there. Who knows, said Jackson. He shook his head and snickered. Sorry, I don't mean that, but what a jerk. He's right though. We need to stop them before they even get there, I said. Mrs. Williams entered. Goldie jumped straight onto the sofa where Wainwright had been sitting. I was reminded of Jet, and hoped Rosa had the time to see to him. Well, he said it wouldn't take long, but I didn't expect it to be that short a meeting. What would you like to do first? There's coffee in the pot and Kentucky butter cake that I've just baked, or do you want me to show you to your rooms to freshen up and rest? I'll go for coffee and cake first. Me too, Mrs. Williams, said Jackson. Please, call me Laura, she said and chuckled. Is it okay to charge my laptop and use it on the dining table? I asked her. Sure. I'll get a cloth. Mrs. Williams returned with the coffee and cake and a cloth, then set the table. Firing up my laptop, I opened my journal file. What is it you're writing? She asked, standing at my shoulder. A journal. You need to run it through your grammar and spell check. That's what those red and blue squiggles are below the words to show the errors. I used to be an editor for a publisher. Let me copy it to my pen drive and I'll tidy it up for you on my computer. If it's not something you want to share though, no problem? No, it would be appreciated. Tell me about how you got yourself into publishing. Probably because she was short of company with her husband away, she recited her whole career. She was such a bubbly character, full of enthusiasm, talking about all the books she'd edited for publishing. I found it fascinating. Jackson had been taking a nap in the armchair, when he rose and walked over to us, and then spread his map on the far end of the table. Jackson scratched at his hair, then shook his head. Sorry to interrupt. I need you to take a look at this map with me. It doesn't make sense what Ahiga told me. I'll leave you boys to it. Call me when you're ready to turn in and I'll show you to your rooms. We both thanked her, and then settled around the map. What's the problem? I asked. This David Crockett told him that Brogan's troops are starting their build-up in Shreveport in Texas, just below the Arkansas border and close to the shore. It's around a 700-mile journey by boat to Kentucky. At the speed of landing craft, it'll take a week of Sundays to arrive on the shores here, and longer back if they manage to load them up with gold. What would be the point of leaving half of their troops at the shoreline in Texas as a rear guard? It'd be like a turkey shoot for our Apaches once the other half were on the water. This Crockett guy sounds as though he's full of shit. So, what are you thinking? I'm thinking that Brogan is nothing but an ex-private from what you said. Martinez is the one with the brains when it comes to planning the trafficking of drugs, and he's ex-special forces. I think we're being sold down the river, if you'll forgive the pun. It could be a feint for a different mission. I scrunched my eyes, never having thought of the possibility. Then I think we need to speak with Ahiga. Maybe this Crockett is a double agent, and the rest of their troops won't go to Shreveport but will move in on New Mexico to put down his planned insurgency when they're out in the open? Jackson sat back, holding his chin, and stroked the stubble on his cheek with his finger. Then it's up to us to find out what the true situation is. Chapter 53. Scouting Mission. Rob Bell at Governor Williams' residence, Kentucky. Staring at the ceiling in my bedroom after a sound sleep, it made a change to have light spearing through the gaps in the curtains. All that was missing were birds singing, but I guessed that would come in time when they had something to burst into song about. Putting the multitude of thoughts running through my head aside, I climbed out of bed and parted the curtains, to see a mist on the lake at the far side of the grounds. I felt guilty at having a full 8 hours sleep, after Tom had told me how little sleep Rosa was surviving on. There was a tap on my door. "Rob, it's me," said Jackson. "It's open," I said, as I dressed. Jackson walked on in carrying his radio. "Rosa is on here waiting. She'll need to make it quick because she says that she has to get to work." He placed the radio on the bed and handed me the mic. "I'll let you talk to her in private. Bring the radio down to the kitchen when you're done." I snatched the mic to my lips and pressed the speak button. "Rosa, I'm here." "Oh, God, thank goodness I caught you. We keep missing each other. What are you doing in Kentucky?" This time I didn't have to think what to say. "Long story. I'm at your uncle's home. Can't remember your exact words, but do you remember coming back from Nebraska when you said it was people like me standing on the sidelines, when they could be doing something instead of letting other people suffer?" "Well, yeah, something like that." "Whatever, that's what you meant. You were right. That's why I'm here. You're doing what you have to do over there, and I'm doing the same here to hopefully make a difference." "I don't get it." "Just spell it out." I took a deep breath. "I'm joining Tom and Jackson on a mission to take on Brogan. This time I want to make sure he can't come after us anymore. If we're successful, New Mexico could be liberated from Martinez." There was silence. Maybe it was only seconds, but it seemed like an eternity. "Rosa, you there?" "Rob?" I fumbled with the mic. "What?" "I love you. Be careful. You do what you have to do. I have to go. They're all waiting for me. Speak later. Love you too. Good luck with the negotiations." Our conversation was cut so short. I wished I could have put my arms around her at that moment. Scooping the radio in my arms, I hurried down to the kitchen. The aroma of bacon sizzling in the frying pan teased my nostrils, to Laura humming a tune and cracking eggs to join them in the pan. "Good morning. Hope you slept well," said Laura, a smile on her face. "I did, thanks." Jackson was already tucking into his breakfast, and simply nodded with his mouth full as I placed the radio on the floor and took a seat. "What's on for today?" I asked Jackson, as Laura placed my breakfast in front of me with a mug of coffee. Jackson gulped down his food, showing me his palm, then swigged some coffee. He sat back on his chair. "That was excellent, Laura," he said, and patting his stomach. Laura's cheeks flushed and she chuckled. "I have chores to do. I'll let you wash the pots after you've done." "No problem," I said, forking a piece of bacon and dipping into the yolk before devouring it, savoring the taste. "I've messaged Ahiga," said Jackson. "And?" "Not sure. We really need our own eyes on events as to what's happening to be certain. He says Crockett is reliable and not to worry. He's been with him to speak to senior ranks of the old National Guard in Texas and New Mexico, and they're all on board. He spoke to him earlier and he gave him fresh intel, but he'll be out of contact for a while, though he says everything is set for the insurrection to start at his end. Same with Ahiga once he knows Fort Hood is emptied and Martinez and his cartel soldiers are well out of the country. He has a spy on his way there to let him know as soon as their mission to Fort Knox gets underway. I've told him to keep us informed. He says to have one of the Navajo close by a radio." "What's this new intelligence you mentioned?" "If it's to be believed, Martinez is taking his own team into Kentucky to do a recon. If he is, there are that many fishing boats on the water, they'll be hard to spot. I spoke to Blake, but he can't let us have a drone yet. All we can do is wait for General Abram and his men and form a perimeter around Fort Knox and hope to spot them. We can't send in the choppers to Texas to take a look, because we don't know if they have air defenses. Besides, we have to organize fuel stops at least 3 times for the Apaches and 2 for the Chinooks. Same for on the way back. I've already checked and it's not possible." "Do you still think it's a ruse?" "Considering what the guy from Fort Knox said, or should I say, what he didn't say, I'd say, yes. Only an idiot would try to get inside, unless all they had was a picture of the facility, because it doesn't look intimidating enough for them to make anyone think it can't be taken." "I'll let you do the honors," he said, and pushed his mug and plate over to me. "Gee, thanks. I'd finished washing the pots when a message came over the radio. FCB to Alpha 2. That package you were waiting for has arrived, over. We'll come over right away, out. He turned to me. That was our forward command base. General Abram has arrived. We bid goodbye to Laura, then climbed into our transport. When we arrived, it was a sight to behold. Besides row after row of troop transports as far as the eye could see, he brought along some fearsome-looking mobile weaponry. I caught sight of Tom directing vehicles into a field. Tom turned to a sergeant as we approached. "You take over," said Tom, and marched toward us. I hurried along. "Great to see you. How was the journey?" I asked. "Uneventful. We had to cross the Bailey bridges up north." "I don't get why they sent you here." "Thank my uncle. I wanted to join the invasion of Cascadia." Williams was complaining that Blake had commandeered the bulk of his National Guard for the Liberation Army. My uncle stepped in and said he had an expert on stopping the same crew who were planning to steal the gold from Fort Knox, and here I am. Well, I'm not complaining. I'm glad we'll face this together. How were the negotiations going? All the state's governor-generals arrived just as I was leaving. Don't ask me why. It was like Penn Railway Station in New York on a bad day. That busy? Yeah. Jackson caught up with us. We need to talk in my tent at FCB. When we arrived at his forward base camp, he took out his map and spread it on a crate, doubling up as a desk. Tom listened intently as he explained about the current known position of Brogan's troops and the journey that they would need to take on the water, together with everything else we had learned. Tom stepped back, head down, hand on chin. He raised his head and turned to us. "You're looking at it all wrong," said Tom with an air of authority. "That's not Brogan's style. He might be an asshole, but he's not completely stupid." He stepped over to the radio, leaving the both of us raising our eyebrows. "Get hold of General Blake. Tell him General Abram needs to speak with him urgently." Tom walked back over to us while he waited for a reply. "So, go on then." "How do you see it going down?" I asked, and waited for his words of wisdom. Chapter 54. Tom's Foresight. Raw Bell, Kentucky. Tom sent to both of us his all-too-familiar what-an-idiot look as we stood there in the forward command base tent. Jackson and I looked at each other, sending mutual quizzical expressions in both directions. On the face of it, it looked as though Tom had grown into his general's boots. There again, knowing him, I wondered if it was all show and awaited his pearls of wisdom. "So, go on then. What have you seen that we haven't?" I asked Tom again. "Start with what we know of Brogan. How would you describe him, besides his ruthless streak?" "Like you said, he's an asshole, but not stupid." Tom raised his eyebrows. "Come on, you can do better than repeating what I said. Wouldn't you say he's deceptive?" "Well, yeah. If you consider how he used deception to have all those people massacred back at the gated community." Tom nodded. "Yeah, not only that, look at how he used those humanitarian aid trucks to deceive us at the border with an escort of gang members dressed as National Guard. People like him don't change." Jackson stepped forward. "So, this business of sacking Fort Knox is likely a ruse like I said?" Tom turned to Jackson, hands on hips. "I wouldn't bet on that if I were you. Gold must be important to them considering the lengths they went to when they tried and nearly got away with stealing it from Zion." He prodded a finger on the map at Shreveport in Texas. "Come on, use your common sense, the pair of you. How would you get to Kentucky from there if you were on your own?" Jackson sent him a deadpan look that if looks could kill, Tom would have been dead. I didn't mind Tom talking to me the way he did, but he was clearly agitating Jackson, and I stepped in, running my finger along the major highway out of Shreveport. If the airport was open, I'd take a flight. Failing that, I'd drive through Arkansas, then Missouri, then get a boat across at the nearest point to get to Fort Knox, I said, stabbing my finger at a point on the map across from Kentucky. "Exactly, you'd drive most of the way, then take a boat." Jackson scoffed. "And just how do you hide the fact that you have an army of 50,000? "Why hide them? They'll have National Guard uniforms. People will think it's part of the mobilization to back up the invasion of Cascadia. They can transport the landing craft on semi-trucks and trailers. They could use the landing craft to load the gold for the return journey. They'd be hidden in plain sight. A couple of cops on patrol are unlikely to challenge a whole army now, are they? The radio operator waved to catch our attention, diffusing the tension in the air between Tom and Jackson. I have General Blake on the line. Tom stepped over and took the mic. Put him on speaker. What can I do for you, General? Said Blake. I'm in Kentucky. We need a minimum of 2 Reaper drones, like yesterday. One to have eyes on the Arkansas border with Texas, and the other covering the body of water between Missouri and Kentucky. I'll need direct communication with the operators. I have a plan to take out the cartel contingent before they arrive on the shores of Kentucky, and Martinez will be with them. That'll leave Ahiga and that Crockett guy open to carry out the insurgency without the need to call on the Mexicans. Out of the question, we need them all in Cascadia to mop up pockets of black jackets. Tom's lips tightened. Yeah, well, I need 2 here. Some of them you're using are from Zion. I suggest you find me 2. It's not a request, out. He handed the mic back and stepped over to us. You can't talk to him like that, said Jackson. I just did. He's not my superior, only for the Joint Army in Cascadia and North America, and I'm not part of either of them. He'll either send them or not. No skin of my nose if he doesn't like how I talk to him. Jackson shook his head. How do you expect to take the fight to them? Asked Jackson. You have Chinooks. If we get the drones, we can follow their troops until they're in range of the choppers. We can transport our heavy equipment and troops to their rear and flank them ahead. Bombard them with Hellfire missiles from the drones and Apaches from their front and rear to stop their convoy and to soften them up. If we choose a valley-along route for the attack so they can't escape left and right, then our troops can mop them up with our artillery, and we can take the high ground either side to finish them. Now where can I get coffee? Jackson slapped Tom on the back, breaking rank protocol, then they shook hands. God damn it, that's a plan. Mrs. Williams is expecting you to stay with us. I have things to organize, but Rob could take you over there for coffee. Right, let's go. I'll collect a radio on the way, said Tom. As we climbed into our transport and headed to the Williams residence, I was proud of Tom. It wasn't that he'd changed, so much as he'd used his knack of using common sense and forthrightness to adapt to his new position to make him appear to be proficient and authoritative. He'd come a long way in a short time from his days as a shelf stacker in the warehouse, that was for sure. He'd best described it himself, when he told us back in Zion that he was like a chameleon at blending into his new surroundings. How's it going with Dora? Tom's smile beamed. I've been dying to tell you. Without giving you a blow-for-blow account of how it came about, but alcohol was involved, it's fantastic. I'd already told her how I felt, and she said it was the same for her, but I didn't want to tell you in case it didn't work out. We agreed to hide it from the others, but I couldn't. Before I set off to here, we sat them down and explained it to them. They were delighted for us. I'm adopting her son, and she's putting me on the birth certificate for her. Sorry, our child when it's born. But what about the others? Oh, it gets better. We're getting divorced. Clara has made contact with her parents after they were released in the prisoner exchange, and she's moving back in with them. They're moving to South Dakota. Roberta was relieved and admitted to getting it together with our gardener, and she's moving in with him. Well, that's a relief. Congratulations, Daddy. Thanks. Arriving at the door, Laura greeted us with Goldie. He made the usual fuss. Down, boy. Goldie dropped to all fours, wagging his tail. Seems you have a way with dogs, said Tom, as we were shown into the living room and I took a seat on the sofa, with Goldie jumping alongside of me and resting his jaw on my lap. I can't let him on there when my better half is around. He'd go mad, said Laura and then snickered. Tom hauled the radio onto his knees and fiddled with the frequency. General Abram for President Williams. I need to speak with him as a matter of urgency. I don't care how busy he is, get him to the radio. Who are you speaking to? He shrugged his shoulders. Didn't recognize the voice, but it wasn't Joseph. I'm on the bunker frequency. I pushed back in the cushion, intrigued. Williams here. Good, I need you to speak with General Blake. I'm at your home just now. I need 2 fully armed drones under my order to protect Fort Knox. Without them the cartel can walk right in. He says they're in use with no spares he can let us have. See if you can twist his arm. Oh, he said that, did he? Leave it with me. Keep me posted as to how it goes. Will do. Out. Tom put the radio at his feet, then lay back and smiled. More than one way to try to get what you want, he said. You've got some nerve. You've obviously grown a pair of balls now you're a general and a dad, I said and laughed. If I've learned anything from the situation with Dora, it's to speak up to get what you want, he said, and then snickered. Laura arrived with coffee and biscuits and set the table. Your journal is interesting to say the least. I'm halfway through the first pass of editing. Nothing else to do, so I should have it finished tomorrow for you to look at the changes I've suggested, then I can do a line edit. Appreciated. She stepped sprightly out of the room, closing the door behind her. We took our seats at the table, chatting away, when the radio speaker crackled. Peterson Air Force Base Control for General Abram, radio check, over. Tom juggled with his coffee cup on its saucer, spilling a little and placed it on the table. Hurrying over to the radio, he picked up the mic. General Abram here, reading you, over. We have those assets you requested en route. They'll be there at 0800 hours tomorrow, over. Will they need fuel, over? That'll arrive with the Reaper squadron. Fully loaded with munitions, and we can keep them up there for 14 hours. If it's just surveillance you need, we can keep them flying for 40 hours. Pennsylvania will have control of their operations. Understood, out. Tom dropped the mic and fisted the air. Guess we'll need to clear somewhere for them to land, he said. We can always block off a road. Good thinking. It was looking as though the fight to put an end to Brogan and Martinez was on, with the odds improving of some success, but as Jackson's words kept reminding me with his saying, I was aware that we'd have to expect the unexpected. There was always that doubt that events could conspire against us and we'd fail, despite our best efforts. Chapter 55. The Arrival. Rob Bell at the Forward Command Base in Kentucky. Captain Jackson, Tom and I, we skipped breakfast at the Williams residence, arriving at the Forward Command Base tent at 7:30. Jackson had already had some of his men block the road for the Reapers to land. The thunder of rotors cut through the air, the tent material flapping with the downdraft. Scurrying outside, 2 of the largest choppers I'd ever seen came in to land in the empty transport warehouse parking lot next to our field. C-17s, said Jackson. That'll be the drone squadron with the pilots. Drone squadron? I thought they flew without pilots. Where are the drones? I asked. They're on their way, but they can't land without a ground crew nearby, said Jackson. I thought they were operated from an Air Force base, I said to Tom, who laughed in my direction. They are once there in flight, but to land and take off, they need to be operated from close by within sight of a launch and recovery pilot operating them, or they'd likely crash with the delay in satellite signal of a second or so, said Tom. I've been shown around our squadron's facilities, but I've never seen them operate because of the dark skies. We climbed into our armored vehicle, headed out of the gate, and drove into the parking lot. The amount of equipment the drone squadron unloaded shocked me. What struck me was that all the crew were African American. I'd never imagined that it could be so involved. 2 tow vehicles drove out onto the road. A vehicle as large as an RV pulled up along the side of us, followed by a second one. A guy stepped out and beckoned us over to step inside. The technology in there had me pause at the door. A guy was sitting on a swivel chair at the far end, surrounded to his front and sides with monitors. His keyboard was a touch screen, and alongside that what looked like a video game joystick. The pilot turned in his seat. They're both arriving in a short while. We'll be guiding them into land, then we'll have them towed in here to load them up with weapons. Normally we carry them in the choppers, but we're told time is of the essence and it would take too long to get them ready. We have 2 crews, so we can load them up and get them in the air for you in no time. The ones that are arriving, without external fuel tanks, they can take a payload of 8 ground laser-guided missiles, or they can be guided by a sensor pilot from the command center. We have a mixture of Hellfire and Ninja missiles, and others we can load, depending on the targets you have in mind. Military Command's bunker in Pennsylvania will operate them. If you need to observe, you can view from one of our 2 mobile launch and recovery vehicles. Sorry, they're here, he said and turned back to face his monitors. As soon as he'd mentioned Military Command at the Pennsylvania bunker, I guessed that's why the crew were all African Americans, and that Blake had been holding them back for New Africa's use for if needed in the future. I stepped outside. 2 of the squad were opening a large crate, then lifted a missile onto a contraption, I assumed to assist with loading it to the drone. It was all too complicated for me and best left to the experts, I thought. I looked on with Tom and Jackson as first one drone came into land, and then the other. The tow trucks maneuvered them through the entrance to the lot with inches to spare from the gate posts. They looked so flimsy, considering the devastation they could inflict. Nothing to see here, said Jackson. We need to be making plans. As we climbed into our vehicle, I couldn't help but think that in the space of a week with the skies clearing, we'd gone from fighting man-to-man battles, and now back to high-technology warfare. Our Navajo driver was waiting for us. Message from Ahiga. Fort Hood is almost emptied. The bulk moved out yesterday in convoy. Martinez, and his cronies, together with Brogan. They were in an armored vehicle at the front, towing a speedboat with 4 outboard motors. Once Ahiga hears they've joined up with the others in Shreveport and they hit a good distance over the border, they're starting the insurrection. His scout is on his way to Shreveport and he'll report back with what he finds. I don't see how they can succeed with their insurrection, said Tom. They'll do it. Martinez has bled the people dry. They have everything to fight for, and his loyal troops won't be able to respond once they're out of Texas. Besides, they have the original National Guard behind them. They'll just be fighting his thugs, I said. Jackson was stroking his lips. I'm more concerned about how far they've already traveled. We have to hope they camped at Shreveport overnight. It's only a 9-hour journey from Shreveport to the shore across from Kentucky, remember? I'm going back to see how they're doing getting those drones in the sky. Back in the tent, I pore over the map with Tom, looking for a valley along the likely route the insurgents might take. There was only one route they could take with most of the major roads in the east underwater, and that was to head for Kansas City through the Cherokee Nation, then cut across towards Springfield in the direction of St. Louis through the Mark Twain National Forest. There were plenty of valleys, the problem was there were so many routes they could take off the main highway for us to make definitive plans. We'd been in there quite a few hours, talking about what we hoped for the future when the Navajo soldiers slipped through the tent flaps. Another message from Ahiga. His scout arrived in Shreveport. Locals reported them setting off an hour ago. All the landing craft were on trailers, hauled by semi-trucks. Martinez and his crew were still out front with the boat. Thanks, keep listening in for any more messages. Damn, that means they could be only 8 hours away from the opposite shore, I said. I can do the math, said Tom, glancing at me and raising an eyebrow. We'd better go and tell Jackson. We clambered into our vehicle and told the driver to put his foot down, but we were stopped at the exit by soldiers. Sorry, the drones are due to take off. You'll need to wait. We looked on as they were towed out into the road, their wings bristling with missiles. I'd say it makes me feel proud to be an American, but I don't know what that means anymore, I said. Very prophetic, said Tom. Can't say I'm a proud Zionist, more of a proud survivalist, said Tom, and laughed. Now who's prophetic? The short distance they traveled down the road to take off surprised me. The tow trucks returned, and we were waved on. Pulling up outside the mobile launch and recovery RV, Jackson stepped outside. Tom told him what we had heard from Ahiga. He inspected his boots as he listened, then shook his head. So, you were right. They are traveling the way you said by road. Let's hope they're heading for Missouri. I'd better go and ask the pilot here to tell them at the operator's base. They've given me a computer and a directional antenna so we can view a split screen from the cameras on the drones. They have another one spare if needed. As soon as they find them, we have to be prepared. All my men and choppers are ready and waiting. We need to decide how many men and assets to leave behind to protect the perimeter of Fort Knox, said Jackson. With the sway of his head, he beckoned Tom away from me. It was like I was a third wheel, but then I wasn't the military man of the three of us. I half expected them to butt heads, but whatever they were talking about, it all seemed to be amicable. They turned and walked over to me. Tom looked sheepish, avoiding eye contact. "We have the logistics planned out," said Tom. "Jackson will order Captain Carruthers to form a perimeter around Fort Knox for if Martinez makes it over here on his recon. We'll leave 2 Apaches here for backup. As soon as we know where they are, we'll decide on the time and place. Captain Jackson will be in charge of directing the attack helicopters and the drones. His Chinooks will transport my men and equipment, and I'll be in charge of setting the trap, then we'll work in unison for the attack." "And where do I fit into all this?" Jackson stepped in front of Tom. "You don't. You're to stay with Laura, and we'll keep in touch by radio. They have a computer for you, so you'll be able to watch events as the drone sees it. Don't worry, as soon as we identify Brogan's body, we'll let you know right away," said Jackson. "What? I've come all this way to watch from a distance, no way." "Sorry, that's the way it has to be," said Tom. "There won't be any hand-to-hand encounters with Brogan this time around. This is a different type of war." Our driver stepped over to us. "Message from someone called Joseph. He says Rosa is on her way with President Williams to his residence. They set off earlier. She'll arrive here tonight by helicopter. Better take Rob over there to wait for them as soon as I get him the computer," said Jackson. It seemed I had no option, and I'd have to leave Tom with Jackson to their war games. The only consolation, I thought, was that we could watch Brogan's demise together if she arrived in time. Chapter 56. Ambushed. Rob Bell, at President Williams' residence in Kentucky. If it weren't for knowing that Rosa was on her way, and Laura keeping me company going through her suggestions from her edit of my journal, I would have been tearing my hair out. I'd kept glancing at the computer screen set up next to my laptop, but with boring landscape on one side of the split screen on the road south, and nothing on the other half as it traversed the body of water, it wasn't worth watching constantly. Even the radio had been silent. So much for keeping me informed. "I know you only wanted your journal as something to look back on, and for your future generations to read, but it's missing an ending," said Laura. "It is, but then we don't know when this will all be over, and unfortunately I don't have a crystal ball. Is there a deeper meaning to all this? Only I get the impression there is. It seems to be slanted towards Rosa and not so much about you." I told her all about the content of Rosa's book with the cover wrapped in brown paper. "Well, Denzel never told me about that part of his family history." "Interesting. I could have crawled into a hole there and then at the realization I'd betrayed a secret. It seemed natural to have told her, she reminded me so much of my mom." "Oh no, please don't say anything, that part of their history is meant to be a family secret." "Don't worry, your secret is safe with me," she said and tapped her nose. The speaker for the radio came to life. "Rob, check your screen," said Tom. "Will do." There it was on the screen. Brogan's convoy. "I see it, but I don't see a boat up front." "Yeah, I noticed that. Maybe it's dropped further back in the convoy. It's one hell of a long convoy. Listen, I can't talk at length. We have the coordinates and we've identified where we're going to ambush them, so just keep watching. We're setting off now. Good luck, buddy." Laura rose from her chair. "I'll leave you to it to watch while I get a meal together for when they arrive. I can't be doing with watching violence. Get down from the sofa, Goldie. Daddy will be here soon." I looked at my watch. Only 4 hours had passed by since I arrived. With the time it took to get to Laura's home, added to the time the convoy had set off, I estimated that the convoy could be only a few hours away to the shoreline in Missouri. My eyes smarted staring at the screen with nothing happening. My watch had stopped, but night was now falling and the screen on both sides switched to night vision. That left the one covering the water seeing nothing but a gray hue, but the vehicles in the convoy appeared as black objects on a gray background, together with the trees and the odd buildings as they drove on. I had to wonder how they would cope with a night attack. Sitting back, I rubbed my eyes. It wasn't a flash, more of a puff of black smoke I'd seen striking the first vehicle in the convoy. Then another cloud of smoke, and another. People were jumping from their vehicles, appearing as animations. Lines of them appeared to be shot, falling like dominoes down a line. I guessed it was the Apaches laying down fire from their chain guns, but then I could see nothing as explosion after explosion covered the area in black smoke as more missiles struck the convoy. The screen zoomed out to reveal our troops either side of the valley, laying down mortar rounds, with plumes from rocket grenades. The heat from our machine gun barrels could be seen together with hot bullet trails a short distance, then disappeared as they cooled on the way to their targets. Larger blasts, I assumed from Tom's artillery at their rear, through armored vehicles and landing craft in the air, tossing them about as if they were bed pillows. The screen widened out as either a shell or a missile struck a fuel tanker. Tom had been right, this wasn't hand-to-hand fighting, it was action on a frightening scale. "They're here." "They've arrived by car," said Laura. "The helicopter must have landed elsewhere." "I can't leave the screen." "Tell them I'm in here." Rosa hurried through the door first and threw her arms around me. I pecked her on the lips. Then she took a seat at the side of me. Williams arrived second, looking over my shoulder at the screen, followed by Jet. Goldie immediately started to fuss around Jet, but he was having none of it. "Best put Jet in the car and leave the window down a little," I said. "Nonsense. I have a spare basket." "I'll put him in your room," said Laura. I paid no attention to the room, my eyes glued to the screen. "They're attacking Brogan's army in Missouri," I said. "It's hard to watch, they're getting slaughtered." I turned to Williams. "Thanks for getting Blake to send the drones." "I didn't have to. He already organized them. His staff managed to locate 2 in Pennsylvania that were not being used and they'd just come out of maintenance." Laura walked into the room. "When you finish watching your war games, your evening meal is ready," said Laura, and she rolled her eyes, then disappeared. "Sorry, Rosa, I have to watch this to the end. I have to know that Brogan is dead this time." "I understand. I'll go and keep Aunt Laura company." For the first time, I saw something on the screen from the other drone and expanded the screen. At a guess it was a fishing boat moving slowly along. They mustn't have seen it as a threat and moved on. I clicked back to the other images from the drone at the convoy, putting it on split screen. The screen covering the hostiles zoomed out to a great height so I could see the entire convoy. As images moved along, every now and then there'd be someone running, then they go to ground, probably on the receiving end of a bullet, and yet more explosions. The road was a mass of lifeless bodies, twisted wrecks of vehicles, flames and plumes rising from them. Our soldiers moved down into the valley. It was over. "Well, I think your gold is safe now." "It would look that way." The other split screen changed color. I was looking at infrared images, with 4 heat sources and the outline of a boat when it zoomed in. It moved on away from the shoreline, until I saw the heat source and the shapes of 2 people on the ground, motionless. "Rob, did you see that?" said Tom. "Yeah, is that Martinez's boat, do you think?" "It could be. It looked to have 4 engines. I've contacted our guys at the perimeter of Fort Knox to send the chopper to take a closer look at those bodies on the ground next to the road, and the boat. I'm thinking they could have hijacked a car and shot the owners." "Have to go, we're moving on the convoy." "Okay." Rosa and Laura entered. "Come on, get those computers and the radio off the table." "We'll put dinner out," said Laura. We moved everything over to the coffee table by the sofa and took a seat. "What's happened?" asked Rosa. "We've destroyed Martinez's army. If Brogan was among them, he won't have survived. But Martinez could be with a small team this side of the water. Tom sent out a chopper to investigate a boat they've spotted and some bodies. With the technology they have, they'll soon find them and either arrest them or finish them. Then switch off the computer and take a seat at the dining table, I've lots to tell you. Perez is on his way to the border, ready to take over for when the insurrection succeeds." "You mean if?" "No, I mean when. Blake is withdrawing his troops from Cascadia to leave it to their National Guard to clear up. Shoemaker is on his way back there with Klein. People are out in the streets of Cascadia celebrating. Blake has ordered all his troops and assets into New Mexico, and to drive on all the way through to Texas." "Well, I never thought." "Oh, there's more." We all sat around the dining table and tucked into our meal. "Well, go on then, what else is new?" "Do you want to tell him, Uncle, or shall I?" No, you go ahead. For a start, Blake had all the U.S. Governor Generals go to our bunker. They agreed to open discussion for a new constitution and to change the name to North America. It helped that Blake pushed them in the right direction before they arrived. But the best news is, everyone agreed to set up a commission to form the Commonwealth of Nations, just like you said, with the Treasury and everything, and with a Commonwealth Army to protect overseas interests, and that starts right now, with Blake in charge. Williams interrupted Rosa. Yeah, it looks like I've lost a general. Saying that, General Roberts is replacing him here. She's not telling you the best part. They want her to be their ceremonial ambassador at the Commonwealth inauguration once they sign a treaty and for her to co-sign. That's fantastic. Yeah, but I haven't said yes to that as yet. Goldie barked, then ran out of the room and barked some more. I'll see to him, said Laura. It'll be stray cats again. We carried on chatting away. Goldie carried on barking, and it sounded as though he was scratching at the front door. She's been gone a long time, said Williams. The door burst open. Every nerve ending in my body had me leaping inside. Oh, shit. There was no mistaking Martinez pointing his automatic rifle at us. A giant of a guy had one arm around Laura's waist, the other smothering her mouth, her feet not touching the ground. Get the hell off of her, said Williams and charged forward. Martinez struck him on the head with the stock of his rifle. The big guy tossed Laura onto the sofa. She rolled off the sofa and over to Williams, who was groaning on the floor and holding his head. Another guy entered and rolled his eye when he looked directly at me. It was the same guy who had fired off 2 shots and let us live back at the bunker. Giant, go outside and join Gomez and Brogan to keep an eye out for any visitors. If the dog keeps barking, kill it. Roberto, you stay here to watch them while I eat. I'm starving. In shock at mention of Brogan's name, I shared a worried glance with Rosa. I doubted Brogan would have us leave there alive, even if Martinez left us be. Chapter 57. Unwelcome Intrusion. Rob Bell. The Williams Residence. Kentucky. Roberto guided us with the sway of his rifle to take our seats on the sofa. With Martinez walking over to the dining table, his back to us, and Roberto watching Laura helping her husband to his feet, I took hold of the drone computer and quickly placed it under the coffee table. Taking a seat next to Rosa on the sofa, we exchanged glances. She swayed her head, her eyes inviting me to follow her line of vision. My heart sank. There on the floor next to the dining table was the radio. Martinez scraped an uneaten steak onto the plate in front of him. I heard the front door open and close as the big guy must have exited to join Brogan and Gomez. Goldie slinked into the room, his tail between his legs, and lay down at President Williams' feet. Williams didn't look fazed, but I could see the fear in Laura's eyes as she snuggled up close to him. Excellent, said Martinez, shaking his steak knife in approval. Just like Mama's cooking. Why, come here. What is it you want? Said Williams, rubbing at the lump on his head. Contingency. Always have a contingency plan, I always say, and you're it. What does that mean? I had some of my people arrive here last week to find out where you lived, Mr. President. Sorry, I should introduce myself. I'm El Presidente of the Republic of New Mexico. So, you're Martinez. To what end did you seek me out? Like I said, insurance. You're my ticket out of here, seeing as how I no longer have any troops left to carry out my original plan. What better hostage? Martinez cut a slice of steak and stuffed it into his mouth. Roberto worked his way behind Martinez, training his rifle at us, not taking his eyes off us for 1 second. Martinez set down his knife and fork, picking up a napkin to wipe his lips. I couldn't see a way out of the situation. None of us were armed, and it wasn't us that was of any worth to him. My eyes widened when Roberto removed his rifle strap from his shoulder, slipping it over Martinez's head, pinning his arms to the chair. With his knee on his back, Roberto withdrew his combat knife, holding it to the neck of Martinez. What the fuck? Said Martinez, snarling, his face red with an expression of rage. Roberto looked over at me. Grab his rifle and remove his sidearm. You'll fucking pay for this. I rushed over to pick up his rifle and removed his pistol and knife. Cover him. If he tries to wriggle out of this, put one between his eyes. I need some tape, said Roberto. I'll get some, said Laura, and rushed out of the room, returning with a roll of duct tape. Roberto wrapped the tape around Martinez while I covered him, the tape pinning him to the chair. Roberto removed his rifle strap, putting it on his shoulder, then placed the knife blade back on Martinez's neck. I'm your fucking brother. Why do this? Growled Martinez. You're not my brother. Never have been. Not since that day you hung my cat from that tree outside our home while I was at school. You couldn't even leave it there, could you, and drown my dog? You piece of shit? Martinez's lips tightened, his face reddening. No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, just like you didn't rape and slaughter my girlfriend, and left her for me to find. I don't need proof. I know it was you. Martinez gritted his teeth, wriggling and trying in vain to loosen the tape. Mama will disown you for this. Mama. You don't have the right to call her by that name. Do you think she doesn't know about that cheap chain and cross you gave her when you had a suitcase full of more expensive ones? She knows exactly how false you are, and what an animal you are for all the people you've assassinated. Neither of us have to wait for a knife in our backs anymore. He wrapped some tape around Martinez's mouth. You there, Roberto said, pointing at Rosa. Put the radio on the table. I'll give you a frequency to dial in, then hand me the mic. Rosa stepped over and lifted the radio onto the table. He recited the frequency. I recognized the frequency right away, and with the look Rosa gave me, I guessed that she did too. David Crockett for Ahiga, radio check, over. Rosa and I looked at each other in disbelief. But then it all made sense to me. Ahiga here. Where are you? I have that package and I'll be dispensing with it soon. How did the insurgency go? It's over. Good, I'll see you when I'm back to collect my pardon and government pension from Paris. He put down the mic and turned to me. Well, Senor Rob, I'm not finished here. I suggest you take everyone to a bedroom and barricade yourselves inside, while I take care of this one here and the ones outside. I'll go with you. No, you take care of everyone here in case I fail. Where will you go when this is all over? To join Mama at our family hacienda and see my life out farming, he said, and picked up William's car key from the coffee table. I'll need to use your car, the one we hijacked is out of gas. Now go. This won't be a pretty sight. I turned to Laura. Grab the computer from under the table. I handed Rosa Martinez's pistol, scooped up the radio, and we all hurried up the stairway into one of the bedrooms, only for Jet to jump up at me as we entered. Get down, boy, I said, then upended the bed against the door, followed by the dresser. Rosa's uncle kept a hold of Goldie, while Laura fussed over Jet. I dialed in Tom's frequency. Rosa, contact Tom and advise him of the situation. I stood to one side of the French window leading to a small veranda. Roberto had left the house and walked over to one of his team as if nothing had happened. They appeared to be in conversation when Roberto pointed in the direction of some trees. As the guy turned, Roberto dispatched him with a slice of his blade across his throat, then lowered him to the ground. He must have been spotted as the guy with the giant frame charged toward him, firing rounds. Roberto dived to ground, rolling and returning fire as he rolled, felling the big guy. Near the lake, I spotted movement in the moonlight. It had to be Brogan I saw firing off rounds in Roberto's direction. Roberto's rifle spit flames, returning fire. I saw the figure throw their arms in the air, then drop to the ground. Roberto rose to a crouch and headed for William's car. He climbed inside, fired up the engine, then turned and drove away at speed down the drive. In the blink of an eye, as his headlights had passed over the lake, I'd seen the last figure he had shot rise and limp toward the tree line. Damn it, that has to be Brogan. He's getting away again. I slung the rifle around my back on the strap and opened the glass door to the veranda. Glancing over the rails, old vines were twisted around the supports of the veranda. I have Tom on the radio, said Rosa. No time, I said, and clambered over the rail and down the vine. Goodness knows how Jet managed it, but he took flight over the balustrade, landing as if carrying no weight as gracefully as a cat. Let's go and get him, boy. I rolled over the corpse of the first body. It wasn't Brogan. passing the second body that wasn't Brogan either. Stalking over to the tree line by the lake, rifle pointed out front, I arrived at where I'd seen the figure fall. Seeing a dark patch, I knelt, lowering a hand and wiped the moist patch. Rubbing the residue between thumb and finger, it had to be blood. "Find him, boy," I said, holding my hand to Jet's snout. Nose to ground, Jet moved on and I followed him through the tree line when I heard footsteps behind. "Rob, lead it to Tom." Rosa had the radio on her back, carrying the drone computer and antenna poking out from her jacket. Both of us went to ground as a round exploded, followed by the sound of yelping. "Damn, I think he shot Jet," I said, punching the earth. Rosa opened the lid on the computer, firing it up. The thunderous sound of helicopter blades chugged in our direction, growing ever louder. "Tom's here," said Rosa, and set down the computer in front of me, then she slipped the radio headphones on as the chopper landed. There on the screen I could see two heat sources, one of an individual lying still facing toward us, the other of a dog, motionless on its side. The image zoomed out, to reveal what I assumed was Rosa and I, only a short distance away from Jet and Brogan. Tom came up alongside of us. "Let the drone do its work. Our chopper is out of ammo." The figure on the screen rose and started to move away from us. "Damn," said Tom. "The drone only has one Hellfire left and it needs to get a distance away to fire its missile. With the delay in satellite transmission, it could miss. Let's go." Entering the tree line, we made ground on Brogan, who appeared to be limping from the image on the screen. We came upon Jet. He was still breathing. Blood seeped from a wound in his hind rump. His eyes stared at me as if pleading for me to help. Glancing at the screen, Brogan was now on open ground. "Brogan," I screamed out. The figure stopped, then limped on. Tom pulled off the straps to his backpack and pulled out what looked like oversized binoculars and a tripod. "I'll let you do the honors. It's set for infrared. Press this button when it marks the target and it'll send out a laser pulse to guide in the missile." "Let's go," he said and took the radio from Rosa. "You stay here with Jet." Driving on through the tree line, we settled on a rocky outcrop. Setting the laser device on the tripod, I scanned the terrain. "I have him in sight. Keep it on him, buddy." He pulled the mic to his lips, giving the command to let the missile loose. Pressing the button, I hoped that the souls of all those he had massacred were guiding my aim as I tracked him moving. Maybe 3 seconds passed, when the lens vision widened out to the sound of an explosion. It was over. There was no more escape. We were done with him. The Epilogue. 1 week later. Rob Bell in the Williams residence at Louisville, Kentucky. With Tom back in Zion, Rosa had finally managed to contact her parents on her satellite phone. They'd managed to survive and were now in France, trying to find a working passage home. It had taken all week to put everything that had happened behind us as far as conversation went, and there was no doubt a sense of freedom, but the images of incidents were never far away with flashbacks, especially of the whiteout when the Hellfire missile struck Brogan. It was time to return to the farm as we awaited Jackson to take us back there in a Chinook. There was no escape this time for Brogan. A search of the area found a leg and nothing else. Those he'd had massacred were avenged. Jet limped over to me as I sat on the sofa and put his jaw on my lap, wagging his tail. "We'll be home soon," I said, stroking him between the ears. Goldie came up alongside of him, resting his head at the side of Jet. "Okay, I'll stroke you too." All sorts of things were running through my mind as to the future. There'd be everyone to pay off back at the bunker. I'd decided to let whoever wanted to stay to help on the farm to put them on payroll, maybe even build a small enclave for them close to the farm. More than anything, I had a vision of the new farmhouse I wanted to build. To think I'd arrived at where I didn't want to be after the disaster, I couldn't wait to get back there and to get the farm running again. That was especially true, after a radio message I'd had from Joseph, his excitement running away with itself, when he told me that he'd seen buds sprouting on the hawthorn trees outside of the bunker entrance. Rosa stepped into the room with her aunt and uncle. "I've just come back from a government meeting and I need to speak with Rosa alone," said her uncle. "Oh, uncle. Anything you have to say to me, you can say in front of us all." "Very well then." They all took their seats. Her uncle coughed into his hand. I was hoping Blake would have spoken to you about this before, so you'd be prepared, but he said an opportunity didn't arise. Anyway, here goes. We, or should I say the Governor Generals, they have agreed to our democracy having a ceremonial monarchy, and we want you to be the Queen. I've explained your birthright to Laura, and she's made up for you. There's an unfinished residence of 20,000 square feet. I'm hoping Rob will take on the task of overseeing finishing for it to be converted into your palace. My mouth gaped open. Rosa set a stunned expression and rose from her chair. Tears ran down her cheeks. She ran out of the room, then I heard the front door open and close. I rose from the sofa to go and follow her. Leave her, said her uncle. It's a lot for her to take in. She'll need time on her own. I stepped over to the window to see her running to the lake. Once there, she sat, head in hands. I think we have that last chapter we spoke about, said Laura. I didn't answer her. This wasn't how I wanted it to end. My mind was in turmoil. I need some time on my own, I said, and hurried outside, only for Laura to join me. Well, I know it was as much a shock for you both as it was for me, but you must be proud of her? My mind was still numb at the revelation. What? Oh yeah, I'm proud of her. No question about that, but where does it leave us? I'm not exactly the gentrified type. Where would I fit into all this? That's the question. She's on her way back, so I guess you'll soon find out. A Chinook appeared on the horizon, growing ever nearer. Looks like Jackson is here. He's meant to be taking us home, but now I just don't know. The chopper landed, the rear loading ramp lowering as soon as it hit the ground. Jackson walked over with a huge grin on his face. Delivery for you, said Jackson. The fuel tanker will be here in a few hours, then I can take you both back to your farm. There down the ramp drove a Chevy pickup, just like old girl. As it drew alongside, Rosa arrived. I hope you like it, said Rosa. We've had it restored. Mouth gaping, it was my tag on the vehicle as I walked around it to give it an inspection. How in hell's name did you get it here? Is that what was in the crate? Yeah, said Jackson, handing me the keys, and patted me on the back. Rosa had a word with Blake, and he diverted us on a mission over in Cascadia to the gated community to pick it up. His thank you for all your help. But really, it was Rosa's doing. Rosa came up alongside of me and I threw my arms around her. She dug a hand into my pocket and held up the 8-ball. Well, are you going to get in and put it on the shifter? I was stuck for words as I climbed inside, kissed the 8-ball, and then screwed it onto the transmission lever. Hands on the steering wheel, I had a flashback of my brother with me, pretending to be racing drivers. A tear escaped, running down my cheek. Rosa leaned inside and wiped it away with her finger. The euphoria passed and I turned to her. So, what now? I asked, her expression giving nothing away. What do you expect? I couldn't answer her. The decision was hers. Her uncle had arrived and looked around old girl. Well, you'll need a more upmarket vehicle for her new position to drive around in, that's for sure. Rosa leaned back out of old girl. No, he won't. I'd rather drive around in this than any upmarket car. Besides, I'm going back to the farm with Rob, so you'll need to find another queen. I couldn't get out of old girl quick enough and threw my arms around her, lifting her from her feet and swung her around, then set her down. But, said her uncle. Rosa stopped in mid-sentence. But nothing, uncle. When I sat by the lake to gather my thoughts, I realized what's important. My interest in Queen Zinga was something I grew up with and was inspired by, not someone I wanted to be, or could ever be. I know who I am and what I want, and that's to be with Rob back at the farm. Her uncle set a horrified expression, but Laura was all smiles. She stepped over to me and whispered in my ear. Do not set off back until I return under any circumstances. I have to visit a friend in Louisville. Laura hurried over to the house, returning to the garage, then drove away. Rosa's uncle set a sulky expression and marched back into the house. I held Rosa and we shared a lingering kiss. What made you decide? I asked her, and noticing Jackson driving old girl up the ramp and into the Chinook. Down at the lake, I thought about that Bolivar story. I didn't want it to end for us that way. Then as I said, I had to face the truth about my ancestor and inspiration she had been to me. Do you mind telling me what's going on?" asked Jackson. "Come on inside and we'll tell you," I said. We sat there gossiping until we heard the fuel truck arrive and the front door open and then close. Laura popped her head around the doorframe. "Rob, I have something for you." I followed her into the kitchen. She opened her shopping bag and placed a book on the work surface. My jaw dropped when I saw the cover and title. On the front cover was the same image that I'd taken of Rosa at the radio, and with the title of Queen Rosa of the Airwaves, a biography. I hope you don't mind, but I wrote the last few paragraphs of the last chapter after what happened out there. Now you have your ending. How did you get it done so quickly? I'd already formatted it, and the government printer has a print-on-demand machine, so once you input the file, it prints off a single copy quickly. You know what would finish it off? A brown paper jacket. I have some in the cabinet I can use. With book in hand, I stepped back into the living room. "Jackson has gone out to load old girl back into the Chinook and he'll wait for us," said Rosa. "What are you holding behind your back?" I handed her the book. "What is it?" she asked as she flicked through the pages, then lifted the brown paper, her eyes widening. "It's a one-off print copy of your biography to hand down to our children." She closed the book, looking questioningly into my eyes, holding her hand to her mouth. I dropped down on one knee, dug into my pocket, and pulled out my mother's engagement ring I'd been saving for the opportunity. "Will you marry me?" "God, I thought you'd never ask," she said. "Yes, of course I will." I slipped the ring onto her finger, then rose to my feet. Embracing, we shared a passionate kiss, to applause from Laura in the background. Well, said Laura. "Congratulations." I didn't see that ending. "Me neither," said her uncle, who must have been listening in, and he stepped over to shake my hand. The sound of the Chinook firing up rattled the windows. "Come on." "Time to go," said Rosa. "Sorry to disappoint you, Uncle." "Not at all. I'll get over it. I'm pleased for you both." We stepped outside, then skipped over to the Chinook, hand in hand, with Jet limping on beside us, heading back to where we both wanted to be at the farm. Dear listener, if you've enjoyed this story, don't forget to like it, and to subscribe for more stories to come, not least for the next post-apocalyptic dystopian trilogy, which is already complete, and I'm currently working on producing the trilogy as audiobooks for upload to YouTube. I can appreciate that AI narration is not ideal, but as it says in all the descriptions, it would not be financially viable to spend $2,250 on each book to hire a voice actor for me to upload for listening to for free, so thanks for your tolerance. It is something of a learning curve for me, and takes a considerable amount of time to produce each audiobook. Hopefully you will have noticed an improvement as I get to grips with what is a new medium to me. Once again, thank you for listening, and if you can make the time, don't forget to like and to subscribe if you haven't already, and maybe leave a comment to let me know how I am doing. The images that follows that I've had made is for what the first book in the next trilogy will be about.
Hi, I'm Jack Cole, survivor of the drought, living off the grid in the wastelands of Colorado, and this is my story. When the Denverine soldiers slaughter my parents and abduct my pregnant wife and son, taking them to the Citadel of Denver, my impossible journey starts. If I fail in my quest to rescue them, it will not only be a death sentence for me, but for all the survivors in the wastelands.
Hello. I'm known as Gina. I was brought up in the domed Citadel of Denver. I know nothing of the old ways of society before the drought, but I am about to find out. When I join up with Jack Cole and a bunch of exiled survivors in the wastelands on his task to rescue his family, my education begins. For reasons of protocol, I am not allowed to divulge my motivation for getting exiled out there in the wastelands.